Did I miss the presentation of globe proof while I was gone?
Yep. Somebody come in here and showed us a direct measurement of a little chunk of ocean of 20 miles, and the drop was theirs. We're just waiting on Indio to shut it down.
Really? I don't believe you.
Hey, if the curve's there, the curve's there. It's all we were asking for, right? I'll link you that imaginary video that the guy showed here in a minute. We were waiting for you to bring a interesting topic to discuss for hours and upon hours. Go ahead.
Well, I'm eating. I could talk about guns with my mouth full if you like, Hinkle. I know that's your thing.
Guns with your mouth full. That sounds interesting. Hopefully, you're eating something healthy and nutritious. You don't have to say what it is.
It is actually not. It is garbage that I should not be eating.
Well, that's some rare good honesty there. At least you're being honest about it.
Yeah, I picked it up on the way home from work because I got to run back out in like half an hour, and I didn't want to be bothered sitting in the kitchen for my entire time home. But yeah, it was a tough choice. Pizza.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. Got all four food groups on the proper pizza, so there you go.
Yeah, I got the combo. I got onions and peppers on it.
Yeah, we're seeming to have continuing trend of distinct lack of heliocentric defenders. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, if it's a ball, they should be able to come here and show us it's a ball, right? What's
Well,
the
I
big
can tell you
deal?
a couple things. I think it might be is one that you guys have been kind of thinning the herd, as it were, as far as people willing to come spout nonsense. Um,
Fair enough.
and then some of the people who are, I've noticed this. I know it's nothing nobody can really do about it, but some of the people who look like they have legitimate questions, they get turned right around in YouTube chat because these idiots are like sharks over there.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. If people are going to get put off by some idiots on their keyboard in the YouTube chat, then maybe this ain't for them anyway, right?
I concur.
I mean, if you can't do any research beyond the surface level, then you're not going to be very successful at ascertaining any conclusions anyway. Anybody else new, old, or in between on here? It's a good time to pipe up. Nobody's talking. Get something off your chest. Or not. You all have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability? We shall find out.
They're demonstrating the ability now.
I was talking with Get Beget earlier, but after he went away, the conversation went silent.
You haven't had anybody in here new at all this morning?
Not since I've been here. There's somebody fairly new who's still in, but he's deafened. Vadas Bigunas. I caught the tail end of some of their conversation, but it appears as though he's a flat earther. They gave him the tag today, so.
I always got to catch myself when I look at new people and it says they're a flat earther, and I have this slight disappointment. It's good to see another flat earther. I'm not saying that, you know.
But you're
Always
also
hope.
like, oh man, it's not somebody that we can poke and prod, right?
Yeah, somebody we can help open their eyes, maybe, you know. As long as somebody's not trolling, I just try to have, most of us do, just have civil conversations with them, just stimulate their thinking, right? Hopefully.
Ultimately, that's really all we can do, right? Can't force them to think a certain way. We just got to stimulate the process for them to start thinking a little more critically.
You can lead a globe believer to water, but you cannot make them think.
100%.
Can't force them to make a measurement.
Damn, it's still nobody in here. Shit.
Barry White's joined us. What's up?
Hey man, did this server like
Well, the problem we're having right now is that not many people want to come in here and defend their beliefs with the heliocentric model, but that's just my opinion.
It's a damn shame.
I think they've caught on to the fact that we really only want to entertain facts and evidence, not fanciful stories.
Yeah, if they could use their logic fallacies, they come back.
We had Dave Weiss in here for a little bit yesterday.
Cool. I like Dave White. I gotta say he does more talking about flat Earth than anybody I know. Probably.
Oh, that was interesting. I wish I would have not missed that. I like Dave.
Yeah, I was here for it, but he dipped out before I got to let him know how much I appreciate the interviews that he does, because I can sometimes utilize those to send to people and say, hey, here's just an open-minded conversation. One side is where you're coming from, the other side's kind of where I'm coming from. Review it and let me know what you think.
Yep, those are useful for that. I've used that with a couple people already. I can't say it 100% worked, but at least it got them thinking. At least most of his things are not somebody adamantly defending the globe. It's people open-minded listening to him,
Yeah, I mean, he has had some interviews where he meets some strong resistance, but either way, he's in my opinion got a pretty good elevator speech for the flat Earth.
I wonder why it was going around just not that long ago that Dave Weiss was a shill or a fake flat earther. I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, a lot of people don't like to see people making a living off the topic, and he does that, but in my opinion, he also provides resources, and he does provide a service to you that I think is worthy of paying money for, right?
Yeah, well, I'd like to know if all these people accusing him of being a bad person or whatever for making money, they've never sold any weed, or they've never done anything illegal in their lives to make a little bit of cash. That would even be worse, wouldn't it, than just providing information? I hate people like that. They're fucking ridiculous.
Are you getting this? Are you getting this vibe from
I just don't think everybody out there is goody two shoes.
Right? Are you saying
I don't
those?
see anything wrong with people being paid for their time and effort. Sorry, Napalm. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to ask God Rockin' if he's seeing that from the FE side or from the opposing side that are
I
trying
don't,
to paint him in a bad light.
don't see it from the only side I see it from is mine.
Well,
My opinion. That's all. I'm
Right,
not.
but where do you see him getting flack from? Are
I don't know. I
these
just heard it. Everybody
Oh,
would
okay.
say there was shit all over the internet at one time that he was a shill or a fake flat earther and all the. I don't know. He kind of got nailed. What was it? A couple 3 months ago. Someone has to remember it besides me.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the rumors, but to be honest, I don't know why anyone cares. Like, so
Yeah, I
someone
mean,
said something about David Weiss. Like, if he's good giving good arguments, it doesn't matter anyway. Like, so
right.
he's a shill, but he's giving good flat Earth arguments. Okay, then I don't care if he's a shill because he's still giving the good arguments. Or he's a shill and he's giving bad arguments. Okay, well those arguments are going to go fall flat on their face anyway. So I don't care again that he's a shill. Doesn't matter
Yeah,
to me.
I mean that's what I'm saying exactly. Don't really care.
That's a good point, Crypto. It is what it
Yeah,
is, right?
and I think he's doing a good job of getting the information out there to the masses, right? Like he's going on a lot of platforms and he's getting the word out to a lot of different people. And I think sometimes people see somebody who is successful in no matter what field and try to hate on the person's success.
yeah.
That's just inevitable.
Yeah,
I really
I do
enjoyed
too.
one of his things he did not that long ago, maybe a year ago, where he had that really old lady that had been to school and said she was taught flat Earth. He did an interview with her. She was like 100 years old or something like that. It was really
I saw
interesting
that.
because she says, "Yeah,
Mm.
I didn't know nothing about the globe," and I got this was in maybe it was Chicago or so. I can't remember where she was from, but she was taught flat Earth in school, and he did an interview with her. It was kind of cool, kind of interesting. That's the last time I watched anything of his that I really enjoyed a lot. But I know people have to remember that. A lot of people were talking about it.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good. It was a lady, I think her name might have been Rose, and she was
It
from
was
Connecticut.
Rose or
Oh,
Ruth or
Connecticut.
something. Yeah,
Ruth, yeah.
might have been. I got something on my main page for YouTube from him a couple months ago, and I hadn't clicked on one in a while. It was him on a podcast, and it's the first time I saw him get frustrated and start really getting snarky with the host. I liked it actually. I was like, yeah, go show him some spunk.
Right
Yeah,
on.
you gotta watch his Twitter, right? What he gets on his Twitter. I mean, these people,
I'm sure.
it's amazing.
Yeah,
It's wow.
I'm sure he still gets the obligatory "can't be trusted because of your hat size" comments as well. But
Yeah, he's Jewish. So what?
no, I'm just saying some people in flat Earth
Is
are
he?
so anti-Zionist that having that as a negative, it I've seen it. I've seen people just dismiss him because he's Jewish. Yeah.
The positive side, guys. I invited him here from because he was at Nathan's. So he was in the after show. I said, come on, hop on over. You can talk about your app. So he came here and then he added our Discord link to the app.
Good job.
Oh,
Right.
sweet.
Yeah, exactly. Great job.
Not the kind of thing a shill would do. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt he's making money hand over fist on that app, regardless. He might be trying to break even with, so he doesn't have to spend personal money on these trips and stuff like that. But I mean, who can blame you for that? For trying to not go broke while you're spending all your time trying to help others. I mean, God, what a sinner.
Yeah.
Well, this is the really weird thing. Is like everyone has a way to make money, right? So people, so is it better to work for a mega corporation number 1035 than to talk about the flat Earth? I mean, I don't really see how that's better. Oh, I've got a job in Walmart. That's more moral than making money from flat Earth. That doesn't make any sense.
No, none at all. Become part of the monopoly. Yeah. Yeah.
The same argument was used by Timmy in the stream yesterday from Witsit. Oh, you flat Earth leaders are making money of you.
Yeah, they should.
flat Earth leaders.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said. Flat
I
Earth.
can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine a
Bro, I mean,
situation.
I've got a business. I got a business. So go on.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I have a business. I make money. I like doing the thing that I do. It's fun. Like, what is any of is this wrong? Should I immediately cease business because I make money? Like,
Absolutely not. You better do a good job of it so you can have even more fun. But what the hell? What's wrong with people?
it just doesn't make sense. I don't even know what the criticism is. You make money. Is that really the criticism?
Yeah, exactly.
The criticism is you don't believe this. You're only doing it for the money, and you're full of shit. You're misleading people. Is the accusation? They're
Yeah.
trying to
Cool.
muddy his character.
Well, then, I mean, how are they going to prove that, or just say it?
No, why? They don't prove anything. Why should they start now?
Yeah. Well, exactly.
Yeah, Timmy.
Now, if I'm being honest, sir, Roger, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I kind of envy Dave Weiss. He's doing something obviously that he loves, and he's making a little money in it. So what? I wish I could do that.
Yep.
You probably could
I
if you wanted to.
I think I heard him say he was kind of financially independent, and that's how he could afford to do it anyway. But that doesn't mean you should expect somebody should spend all their hard-earned money on
Right.
something that's for everybody else. If he can't recoup some of that loss without getting a fucking headache for it, I mean, you're right. It's insane. How many doctors give you a bill and you look at them and go, "What are you, a shill?" Are you, even though that's closer to reality than what he's doing? Or I can't imagine. I don't train dogs, and then as people come to pay me, they go, "You sure you don't want to do this for free?" Because I mean, if you really believed in it, you wouldn't be asking for money. That's never happened.
Yeah.
Where do you
Yeah,
live? I got a dog. I might be the first.
Maybe.
and
Just kidding.
Flat Earth gets the flag, right? Gets
Yeah.
the flames for you guys make money out of people. But meanwhile, we have Mr. Dan, right? He's sponsored on his YouTube channel. He makes money from his channel, right? So you don't hear them, the Globers, saying, "Well, Dan is making money in making videos of ridiculizing flat Earth," right? That's not what you hear them say.
Not just that, he spreads completely false information 100% of the time. I mean, and he's making money doing that. I mean, come on, that's not even the same scenario, bro. I mean, at least Weiss is trying to spread some truth. Hello.
And Dan can make money, right? It's all fine. He can make money.
Right. I got no problem with people that want to be dumb enough to throw Simon damn money. If you want to throw him money to continue to do the nonsense he's doing, I've got nothing to say to you about that. But you can't do that and then simultaneously look across the table and say, "But you guys can't make money, otherwise you're dishonest."
Yeah, that's what Timmy said yesterday on with stream, right? And then going into Mark Sargent, so your leader is a shill and he's doing this and that. That would be the most. Isn't that treason? He said something like that. Your leaders.
Yeah, I'm guessing Tim Osmond has gotten donations in the past, super chats, whatever. I'm sure he hasn't made zero money on his quest to find curvature.
Yeah, it all just smacks of desperation. It's like you don't actually have the arguments, so you're just attacking the person instead. It's just really, really desperate.
He went there on purpose. He followed Whitsid and then, he's in Salt Lake City. I live there. And then went there, right? For the purpose to the quote-unquote debate Whitsid.
Was that the dude that kind of bald head and wore the baseball cap?
Yeah.
I was standing right behind Whitsitt during that whole conversation. Almost 99% of it. That guy is fucking so ridiculous, dude. Oh my God. He will accuse Whitsitt of doing something and then turns around and does the exact same thing and just using a different argument, or even but his are lies. We're just trying to spread the truth. I mean, that guy's ridiculous. I couldn't even hardly stand to sit there and listen to that guy.
But
He's
so
terrible.
Witsit said, I'm going to talk to other people now. And then he just said, well, you're running away from me, pulling Witsit back into it, right? So he stole
Yeah.
40 minutes of his live stream. And then
Yeah.
Witsit could not talk to other people in those 40 minutes.
Right. And that's the only choice he had because his equipment got destroyed. So he said, well, I'm just going to walk around the crowd, pick a couple of people here, a couple of people there. And then his buddy that's got the motorhome just kind of followed him around with the phone. And yeah. So at least he found a way to actually, keep the conversation.
In 40 minutes, what was his best globe argument?
He showed a picture of a city skyline that was 27 miles away, but you couldn't see the bottom part of the city.
Oh, it's opposite ball. Okay, thanks, Timmy.
Everything he said was ridiculous when it came right down to it, is what it was.
Yeah, nothing's changed in about 6 years. I met him in 2015, God rockin'. When I watched that video last night, I saw you standing there. I was like, wow, because obviously at that time, I wasn't sure if anybody knew who this guy was. As soon as I heard him say the word Cartesian coordinates, my eyes popped out and I recognized his voice and I knew exactly who that was. And this is a big deal to me because I caught him several times, literally over 10 times. He has porn bombed over a dozen channels off of YouTube. He did that from 2015 to 2017. I saw it for 2 years because I was in the trenches right when this hit, and I saw all of it. And he was the number one enemy of truth that I've ever met in my life. You will never meet a worse Satanist. I'll put it that way when it comes to this topic. He is the worst. He had about 15 channels taken down. And amazingly, guys, once he was done porn bombing channels, then YouTube started taking channels off. So it's a really weird thing. The guy is something from another world. I literally say this guy is the Satan. This guy is like a Satan of flat earth.
Standing there listening to him, I just was flabbergasted. He was terrible, man. I mean, just terrible. And he was so adamant, and he just would not bend, I mean, it was crazy.
Right. He's been that way since the beginning. He's always been absolutely insane. Anytime you ask him a question, all he does is mock. I mean, that's all he did was mock Witsit the entire time. Witsit did a good job, but I could tell that Witsit was even surprised by how crazy this guy was. Witsit was like, what the heck? And that's the thing. You're not, there's a different level to evil. This guy's a monster. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, he's got the rhetoric down, that's for sure.
It's a small world.
It's just weird, man. So you follow his YouTube channel and then, oh, he's at my city. I'm going there. And he said something, I displace all these lefties, liptards or something in that line he said. So he didn't even want to be there. He just wanted to be there to talk to Witsit and, in my opinion, just steal precious time, right? That's the only thing I can...
1,000%, Roger. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is a fact, not an opinion. He stalked Witsit, tracked him down, knew he was going to be there, specifically showed up to do that. And that's the type of troll he is. He is that next level troll that you didn't know existed, literally.
And then he kept saying to Witsit, he says, well, I agree with about 80% of what you say. He actually had the audacity to sit there and tell Witsit, well, I actually agree with 80% of what you say. But, the other 20% is just so ridiculous that, I have to.
Yeah, that's another trick for the audience. The audience says, oh, see, this guy, he's right. He's so intellectually honest. He's willing to say that this guy isn't completely crazy, but.
Yeah, but at that point you go, okay, which 80%? What do you agree with? Let's go.
He's been doing that. He's been saying the same thing for years. I believe in all these other lies, but not this one. That's exactly what he's been saying for 5 years, bro. And I don't believe in shills, but if I had to say somebody was one, he is the most shill I've ever seen in my life. There's not a close second.
Yeah. He said something like 9/11 and the thing that's now happening, and you are now dividing us, right? We don't need to be divided. You are the one dividing us. Well, what?
With truth, right? Yeah, that's not even remotely possible.
Yeah, it's also kind of like, how do I even put this? Like, it's really, really weak because people are divided naturally anyway, along all sorts of lines. That's not an issue. Like, people are different. It's not a problem. I don't know, golf particularly. So, people who like golf, I'm divided from them by my dislike of golf. Okay. Does that mean that we now have to, do we have to talk about this constantly about how we're divided along lines of golf? Like, no. The people who like golf watch golf, and the people who don't like golf don't watch golf. It's really simple. So when someone comes out with that, it's just empty rhetoric. It doesn't mean anything. People have all sorts of differences, and that's actually okay.
You need to learn some golf acceptance, my friend. You're a golf bigot, and
I love golf, by the way. I learned at a very young age.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? It's like when people say, "Oh, you're dividing us." The people are divided already, man. People have different likes and dislikes. You don't have to hate people because they're different. That's the trick. That's the trick that a lot of these people pull. They say, if you're dividing us because when people are different, they hate each other. But there's no reason to believe that. Like, you don't have to hate someone just because they're different, and that's the trick that they pull.
They play a duality game where if you don't fully accept and endorse everything they're doing, then you're full of hate and hate speech and hate crime. And
yeah, unfortunately, we've been experiencing a lot of that lately, and so many coming from so many different angles too. I mean, it's really laid on thick these days.
But this is. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just saying the dividing part. Yeah, you're right.
But this is actually when you really get into it, it's layered projection. What they're actually admitting to you is that they hate you because you are different, right? And so that's in their psychology. I won't say that, but the previous sentence, like, it reveals it about themselves, right? Because I don't hate someone because they're different, but they clearly do. Otherwise, they wouldn't take the actions they do.
They also really, really, really invest a lot of energy on what other people think about them. I don't understand that at all. I could have 0 friends and all enemies, and yeah, it would suck, but I would not be altering my own personal beliefs or, morals because of somebody else's opinion about me, which is how they operate.
Yeah. Yep. Plus, anyway, that's basically impossible anyway. Like, you're going to have a certain personality, and some people are going to like it, other people aren't going to like it. That is just the way it is. If the people around you don't like you, move. Right? Find people who do get on with you.
That used to be the way, but now, I mean, I work in a liberal school with a bunch of really, really lost 18 to 20-year-olds, and they all really think that they're entitled to have your attention and admiration at any given time. It's fucking insane. Like, I'm supposed to really love you for whatever it is that you're doing right now. Whatever moronic thing that spouts out of your mouth, I have to fawn over. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're labeled with a hate moniker. You're anti insert thing.
I mean, I'm happy to be anti whatever. Like, doesn't matter really. If they think that I'm thing X, like, okay. Yeah, the first thing I always say is, the first thing is always prove it. Prove that I'm thing X. Prove it. Okay. Oh, well, you couldn't. Never mind.
The burden of proof, though, gets slipperier and slipperier. I've heard in Europe people getting convicted of hating on a certain bunch of Middle Eastern non-Arabs and having to serve time for it. I haven't seen that personally. I don't know anybody personally, but I've read the articles, and it makes me wonder: is that next for a political party or a mental disorder sufferer, body dysmorphic person? I mean, what's next?
Oh yeah, I mean we had a leader in England called Jeremy Corbyn, now who's basically, he's like a stop short of being a communist, I would say. But he did call out the Freemasons, and he called out the Freemasons. It didn't really make the national media, but what happened within about 2 days is his party were accused of anti-Semitism all of a sudden, right, out of nowhere. And it was like so obvious that it was because he'd called out the Freemasons. Because there are like two Masonic buildings in Parliament in the UK, right? So, I mean, they're right there. They obviously have an influence in our political system.
They allowed
And he
citizen Israelis to serve in parliament like they do in the United States. It's fucking insane.
Oh yeah, we've got plenty of non-Middle Eastern Arabs, as you call them, in our whose interests aren't with England as well, or with Britain.
Yeah. But
With loads of them.
England, I'm sure, doesn't allow Chinese dual citizens to serve in parliament, or North Koreans or Iranians. Why is it this one group gets a pass?
You know why. But the point is that he and his whole kind of party were basically discredited for calling out Freemasons as anti-Semites, and that sounded weird to me, because it was like, are you saying they're the same thing? And if that's the case, then I don't know. It's like that old phrase, the lady doth protest too much,
Yeah.
In this case, it's a group of people.
Yeah, the ladies.
Yeah, there are a few groups that have got disproportionate power, and it was ill-gotten. And we know who they are, and they know that we know who they are. And that's why they silence us by calling us names. Really, it's that simple.
What's that Voltaire quote? You'll know who's ruling you by who you can't criticize. I just butchered it, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yes.
Although I find that a bit weird, that quote, in modern day context, because that would mean that literally everyone is ruling me.
True.
Because nowadays you can't criticize any ethnic group other than whites. You can't criticize women. You can't criticize gay people. You can't criticize any religious group other than Christians. You can't criticize any sexuality apart from heterosexuals. If you do any of that, then you are a bigot and therefore will suffer the consequences.
What would happen if everybody simultaneously decided they were going to identify as a woman of color? How does that play out?
I am a woman of color.
Me too.
But which color?
Just not white, baby.
Sweet. I am a woman of purple.
Yeah, be advised. The next thing is going to be the state taking away your child because they claim they want to make a genital swap at age 5 and you're not down with it. Because they've already told you that, well, here in America, if by the time things are approved, you haven't taken care of it and gotten your kid all hooked up with a thing you don't want them to have, they're just going to do it behind your back against your will.
Well, they
So
don't even have to do it behind your back, do they? They just do it. Like, and if you don't like it, we'll just shoot you,
Right, but
presumably.
it's not like we're gonna make an appointment and say you need to bring your kid here. They're just gonna go into the school one day, snag them up, and do it to them.
Yeah.
But that's a slippery slope. I mean, if you're gonna do it for that, mommy, I identify as a unicorn. So they're gonna cut off your hands and feet, sew on hooves, staple a horn to your head because you identify as a unicorn now.
Why not?
I identify as an Apache helicopter. Transform me.
Sweet. Did you know that when you identify as Apache helicopter, you're actually now armed and dangerous, and can actually shoot people with missiles?
Probably be conscripted pretty quickly, to be fair.
To fly in rain. So, I mean, it's like all weather aircraft, but of a select weather pilot, you know? I can't go everywhere.
So yeah, I got the email. I got till the end of the year to comply, supposedly. Otherwise, out the door. But we'll see what happens. I think it's a bluff at this point, to be fair.
I just think if they were really worried about your health, they wouldn't be strong arming people. To be honest, doesn't make sense. We are so worried about you that we're going to punish you with sanctions if you don't comply. That doesn't make any sense.
The government has never gone out of its way to help me with anything my entire life. Whether I was homeless and starving, whether I was suffering from dental abscess that nearly spread to my brain, government did not step in once. But this, they're not going to stand for.
Yep, you might have seasonal flu, and therefore, you must stick a needle in your arm. Cool. Thanks, government. I think I'm going to make my own decision over my own body, but yeah, thanks for your concern.
Yeah, I don't like meth or heroin or coke. I like Coca-Cola.
I like Coke.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Oh, you guys have never even seen it before. Don't lie to me.
You're gonna, first of all,
I'm just kidding, bro.
I'm as wet as
I
a
would-
newborn baby.
go ahead.
You guys are all too young. You missed the cocaine era.
Are you kidding me? I was a teenager.
Oh, so you were the dealer was coming to the fucking junior high school. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, to be fair, in my junior high, you would have been hard pressed to find anybody that had ever dabbled in coke. But right across the river in the city, yeah, there was a lot. There was kids passing out, shooting up heroin in the halls. They had
Fuck.
yeah, they had like I think they had my senior year, Central High School had something like 17 live births during the year, and another like bunch of serious
Find live births at the school?
like people needing to leave because they were in labor.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
I mean, people used to fuck in the hallways underneath the. I mean, it was insane. Zero, and they
Did
put in
that
metal detectors.
underneath the
Telling parents,
bleachers.
don't
on the
worry.
football field. Yeah, we did it underneath the bleachers in the football field and underneath the bleachers in the basketball area and inside. Yeah. We at least hit ourselves, for hell's sakes. That's crazy stuff, man. That's a long time ago stuff, man. Things are different nowadays. I'm here to tell you. Not like I would know, but I do.
Yeah, I will show you. I'll tell you who, and you'll know because you'll know who it was because you'll know who it with. You know what I mean?
Who scared the Globers off this morning?
Everyone asked me my ID. He didn't even know who I was till after he went to Rumble first. And got my
Sorry about that.
Oh, you did it? Okay. You're forgiven.
And I didn't have to
See how easy that was to forgive someone for something?
It says in that paperwork, mine,
Yeah, pretty easy.
the way it was packaged.
What's up, Vlad? Tell us how shit is in Romania right now.
Yo. Who said Vlad? Somebody call me?
Me. It's Globe Derp. I was just wondering how
What's up,
life
bro?
is in Romania. Do you guys still have sanity over there, or is it starting
Why
to change?
Romania, dude? I'm not from Romania. You probably
Okay,
thinking
well,
Gibby.
is because you're Vlad the Impaler. That's why.
Yeah, you probably thinking Gibby get. He's from Romania. I'm
No, but
a
I don't know. You probably don't remember, but I trolled you. Kept telling you were from Romania before.
yeah. And I remember telling you they used to call me Vlad the Inhaler, yeah, because I used to
The
smoke a lot of
Inhaler,
weed.
exactly. Yes. But life's good.
Well, good brother, man. Just making some food and shit. So I just heard you call my name, so I just ran down.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It was
No,
so
man.
quiet, and I was like, "Who can I give shit right now?" Who? Oh, and I saw you hiding down at the bottom like you always do, so I figured I'd say, "What's up?"
Yeah. How's everything on your side, bro? Everything good? What state are you in?
I'm in Massachusetts,
Okay,
and
I'm in PA.
surrounded by psychos. So, but it is what it is. I'm in a comfortable spot in life. It's going to take a lot to really disrupt me and get me stressed out. So they can
Same.
take my job. They can do a lot of stuff. It's not going to bother me too much. I have time to sit and wait this
Same.
out. See what's going on.
Yep.
So
Yep. I already prepared for this kind of shit, dude. I'm like literally, if I don't work for the rest of my life, I'm literally set on my property, dude. Nobody can get me out. I live on my own. I don't grow all my food, but I grow as much as I can.
feel you.
Self-sustained, bro. Like I said, I was ready for this shit, man.
So I assume you're in rural part then. You're not
I'm
sitting.
in Allentown. I'm in suburbs of
Okay,
Allentown.
Allentown, dude.
Yep.
I wrestled in a lot of tournaments down there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Cool.
Allen, what's the name of that place we always stay? Right off the highway. But anyway, it's a nice area. People are great. I love
Yeah,
that part of the country.
it's lovely. I used to come here. I used to come here to bike with my buddy. I used to live in Jersey, right across Manhattan, and yeah, like you said, like people, it's much more chill.
Yeah.
Beautiful roads. I was sold, dude. I knew I had to
No,
come
no
here.
litter. That's the thing I noticed when I'm down there. There's like not litter flying around everywhere like it is
It's
like
totally different,
Jersey.
dude.
Even
Yeah.
Jersey, you know what the fuck you're talking about. But
Yep. Yep.
yeah, I'm trying to upgrade, get some real acreage so I can not only self-sustain but really.
Man, I'm literally on half an acre, dude, and I got everything I need. Like all the food you can grow in half acre if you know what you're doing. You know,
Yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
like for your family, this is all I need, bro. I'm not even dreaming of bigger. I don't care. Just do the best with what I got.
No, I feel you.
Are you in a city or outside the
It's
city?
a suburb, but it's like literally across the river. And it's not a big river. It's like 120 yards, 130 yards across, and we're the suburb, and Western Massachusetts only got two big cities, and the Berkshires, and then Springfield. So I'm right. I'm a suburb of Springfield.
Nice. Are you actually like staying there, or are you thinking of moving out, or got any
Yeah, I
plans?
don't like. Yeah, there's too many people that are. I don't know. Dangerous if shit goes bad. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I want to
Well,
be in a
same here,
local.
dude. Pennsylvania is also a blue state. I know, just like New York, even
Yeah,
though it's a little different, it's still a blue state, dude.
it is, but you have a lot of red counties, right? Like,
Yes, yes, yep.
there's places in the state you could go to and be surrounded by like-minded people. Well, maybe not like-minded, but more rational thinking people. But I'm surrounded by blue everywhere, and if it goes
I hear
south,
you,
it's not going to take long. Like, especially that city. I mean, there's I don't know, something like 30 murders there a year or something. It's not the safest place.
Shit, if you're going by that, bro, if you're going by that, Allentown is we're pretty high on the list, yeah.
I
But
know,
like I said, I never see that, dude. I'm not in the town, I'm not in the city, and I
but
literally
that's when
don't have any
resources
problems.
are pretty abundant, right? Now I'm thinking, what happens if trucks stop coming in here for a week? How long
Right?
before they're looting house to house?
Yeah,
And you only have so many bullets, so I don't want to, be here when it happens, basically.
yeah. That's another thing. Like I don't know, like over here, we all armed, dude. Like PAs, everybody's armed to their teeth. I don't think it's the same in Massachusetts, right? Or New York.
It's not. It's not. It's not like it's a disarmed state. There's plenty of weapons out there, but not everybody carries. That's for sure. No, there's not. I bet you there's a low instance of concealed carry versus
Right.
a lot of other places. It's not a constitutional carry state, so people are afraid to arm themselves because if they ever have to use it, which
Yeah,
is
I think
which
everybody should be armed, in my opinion.
I do too. I think if you aren't, it should be on you. But
Right.
that's why I hear people talk about the joys of Texas. Texas is. I mean, I remember I was there again for a trip, and there was a sign on the door, and it says, I forgot what it was. It was something on the door saying that if you plan on concealed carrying, flash that piece. We want to know who's not armed.
Right,
I
right.
was like, oh, that's a different way of thinking than what I'm
Yep.
used to.
Yeah, I have a concealed carry, but I literally never take the gun out. I just, I don't believe in it. I don't believe there's a reason. I don't think I'm gonna have to defend myself. But I just have it, just to be fully legal,
prepared.
prepared. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you got woods nearby, close enough where there's bears.
It's literally, yeah, dude. I literally walk out into the woods. I am in the woods, in the forest, like literally, dude. It's a neighborhood, but it's in the woods. It's in the woods.
To not be armed in the wilderness is pretty risky. Taking chances.
Yeah, like I said, everybody's armed here, so we feel safe, knowing that everybody's armed.
When you go to the city where there's no guns, and then one guy with a gun pretty much brings an end to the world, whereas shit. I mean, the logical thing tells you if you got a bunch of decent marksmen standing within eyeshot of a life-threatening situation, the problem's going to resolve itself very fast. And yet, we're terrified of giving that responsibility to each other, I guess. But we
Right.
give it to the lowest common denominator in what's passed law enforcement.
Yeah, nothing makes any sense, bro. I gotta agree with that. But what we need, dude, is like some kind of a outdoor gathering that's gonna happen once or twice a year, where flat earthers gather. You know, maybe one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast. Something like an
Yeah.
outdoor festival, dude. You know, no
Yeah.
admission, just fucking
Yeah.
people who wanna do a little bit of traveling, come there and meet once or twice a year, like kind of a festival. You know, that's what I'm thinking.
This is a good idea.
You know, I guess takes people to organize that shit and put it together.
It
You
does.
know?
Take some people with some resources. I mean, you could do it on the fly, but I mean, if you're gonna do it, you want to do it right. You want to make sure people come back the next time. You probably
Yeah,
have to do more than one. You probably, because the travel's tough, especially now, especially with everything that's coming with restrictions and stuff. People are gonna have to drive. You probably have to have one West Coast, Midwest, Southwest.
right. I mean, everything is tougher right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But Dave Weiss was in here hawking his wares. I don't have a smartphone, but as soon as he said that there was like a meetup app on it, I'm telling everybody now, get that shit because
he was on Discord, you say?
yeah, it was here.
Oh, cool.
Was it this morning or was it yesterday? I can't even remember. My day just blended together. Might have been last night.
The Dieter, right? DITRH.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It was
He's a cool guy.
yesterday
I like
on the Globe. Yesterday he was here. Go ahead.
It was yesterday. Yeah.
Thank you, Dave. He's a cool guy. I like him, man. You know, he's on point.
Yep.
I don't know, like
100%.
some people don't like him. You know, I don't know why, but everybody got a problem with somebody, dude. You know,
You
everybody.
mean flat earthers? Yeah. There's always.
Yeah, like even in the flat earth community, dude, like hating this one, hating that one, hating Dubay, hating Nathan Oakley, like whatever, man.
It's like any other. Do you think every soccer player gets along? You know what I'm saying? Why would you expect everybody that's in flat Earth to agree with each other 100%?
True, but like I don't see a reason why I call people shills and shit like that, like without any
Yeah. No, I get that. That's another level. You're right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that type of accusations with nothing concrete to show, you know.
I concur.
Yeah.
That's the
Like
nature of.
When I first broke into flat Earth, dude, like pretty much like Eric Dubay's information was like the shit for me, dude. Like I literally watched every video and that was the main shit, you know.
Yeah, he wears a dress, you idiot. You know, that's what most people now associate his hard work with is because there's a video with him in a dress. That's what they're gonna focus on. That's the kind of shit.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, yeah, exactly.
Like you don't think that he brought thousands of eyes that would not have otherwise.
Yeah.
And how many people those people brought in? That's all on him. Can't take that away from him.
Yeah. And a lot of other people. Like I support all flat earthers who do shit, dude, who publish books, who have their podcasts, whatever. I'll support everyone, dude. Like you write a book about flat earth, dude. I'm gonna buy it, man. You know, I have all flat earth books, dude. Whoever wrote a flat earth book, I bought it. You know, you do something online, I'm gonna support you, bro. I don't care if you're religious or this or that. You talk about flat earth, I'm gonna support you. I appreciate intellectual property, you know. Same thing with Nathan Oakley, dude. I love that guy, dude. I know people like have a lot of hate because of some foul language or whatever, or the way he deals with people, but dude, he's fucking on point, 100%. Dude, like he's coherent to the point where like he destroys these people, dude.
Yeah,
On an emotional level too, not just on intellectual, but on emotional. These people fucking crumble, dude.
He's
They want
so
to
good
kill
at
him.
fallacies. It's amazing.
Yeah, dude. He spots it instantly. Like as they speak, it's like, boom, boom. He spots it right away, calls him out on it.
it's funny to watch the switch turn when he starts asking questions and he's feigning patience because he knows where it's going to go, and then he gets to just unleash. I laugh every single time. It's hilarious.
I mean, these people are hilarious, dude. The way they break down into their little tantrums and just go on and strawmanning and like it's literally a circus, dude. It's a show.
But the arguments are solid, and he has every right, in my mind, to treat them how it's. First of all, it's his channel,
Yeah,
right?
that's my point. That's my
Secondly,
point,
he
dude.
put up with years of abuse from these people. I
Exactly,
remember
bro.
way back before they were even measuring Island of Man and all that, and these guys were coming in the room just relentlessly. You retard, you utter moron! This fucking
Mm-hmm.
idiot rumpus. These guys lambasted him daily, every single day, hours a week for years. He
It's
can do whatever the
also
fuck he wants.
they accused him of child abuse and all sorts of stupid
Right.
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
I saw the incident they keep citing, which is basically a book fell on the floor. The young child got scared by the loud noise and started crying. And
It was an
like
audio clip, though,
he had
right? There
to
was
for months afterwards have his kid like on stream so that they could see she's happy here. But that was not enough for them. They still keep on with that. I still hear that today.
Yeah, they're pathetic, man. Yeah.
I mean, that honestly was the one criticism I had of him was that he gave that any credence whatsoever. He should have said, "You're all out of your mind. I don't abuse my kid." Period, and then left it at that.
True.
He tried to
True.
start with that, but they tried to go to the police and all sorts of bullshit. So it
What?
became a whole thing.
Yeah, I can see that, but I don't believe you give in. The police come to your door and you say, "Okay, investigate." There is no sign of abuse. What they
Right.
heard was my child making a startled scream. Your child's never startled scream. You better hope not, because if you continue with this line of questioning, I'm going to make sure the private investigator follows your kid around all day to make sure it's not screaming. That's how you have to deal with people. You have to
That's true, man.
you have to flip the script on them. Oh, you want to
Yeah,
fuck
it
with
was
me?
early in the days, and we've all learned how to deal with this a little bit better today, I think.
Yep, 100%. He does not need to defend or explain himself to anyone. Or QE.
There's another one that people, yeah, I mean, sure, maybe you don't like his, I'm not the feelings police. I think everybody's too soft, but I can see where people might normal people would get turned off by the level of QE and Nathan's aggressiveness when the argument starts going hard, and they'll just shut down. But there's plenty of other calmer, coherent people that can get that message across. That's the way they do it, then that's the way they do it. Can't hate on them for it. Have you ever heard either one of them really make a blunder or misrepresent the argument
No,
ever?
it's a pretty direct process that they do.
Yeah. So
Right to
where's
the
the
point.
complaint? The complaint is, well, he's so aggressive. And toughen up, Buttercup. Life ain't fair. And you're gonna find that shit out as soon as, like I said, the trucks stopping over in your town or the power goes out. You're in for a fucking surprise. The ditch trap. What is that?
That was that funny this morning. I saw this guy's comment, right? Who made how did God make the seeds?
How did God make what?
How did God make seeds? Is that what he said? Like, wait, I'm looking for his comment right now. What's the guy's name? He was in here this morning, a couple hours ago.
I'm not sure.
He said, how did the God make seeds? Shit, now I can't find it.
I think we need a benevolent dictator. Otherwise, we're all gonna see the end of Western civilization soon.
Yeah, we're fucked with this guy, Biden now. What's going on with this guy? Is he still alive? I haven't heard any. I don't watch the news, but like, what's going on, dude?
Okay, here's the real the legitimate truth about Biden. Nobody would know the truth because this guy could have died. He could have been replaced.
Right.
He could have. Who knows? That's what the masks and the CGI. There's way too much CGI Biden stuff, and they've had to address it. Some of it has been so blatant, but it's the same thing. It's like you come home and your kid's got chocolate all over his face and the cookies are gone. Where'd the cookies go? My dog ate it. I don't think so. And then he points to the dog and the dog has a crumb on it. See? Yeah, well, you know what? That's really not enough evidence, buddy.
But how long is this gonna go like this, dude? Like he's gonna,
It'll go forever because the American people are not
dumb as fuck, dude. And not just American people, like population in general, dude.
It'll go until they step on the wrong person's rights or they make a mistake and the wrong person gets martyred or something. That's how long it'll go. So like right now they're thinking about getting rid of him, I think, because people are really, I mean, they're saying he's got an approval rate of like 30%, but that number's got to be inflated because in the media they're going to lie. Probably closer to 10%. So 90% of the population is going, you know what? Some of us are like, go fuck yourself, and some people are starting to really question it. So they got to replace him, otherwise they might lose that stranglehold. So they're going to give him the next best thing. First woman of color, yay! And everybody will shut up for another couple of years.
All right. You think that's what's coming, huh?
Yeah. And all I gotta do is make him sound demented. You listen to him recently, he sounds like he's got dementia. So
Yeah, they're going to have to at least get somebody in there that can put 2 sentences.
Right? Maybe Elon Musk, yeah, he can construct decent sentences, huh?
no, have you ever heard him talk? Oh, you're being funny. Okay, I was like, what?
Come on, bro. I'm being sarcastic, dude. Come on, man. Elon Musk, dude, I don't think I ever heard him construct a complete sentence in my life.
That's because he's super genius and he doesn't waste time on unnecessary words. He's not going to conform to your stupid grammar.
And the facial expressions and like, oh my gosh, shit. I just can't believe people who can believe that he's smart. Listening to him and watching him.
It's the same people that think
yeah, they live on a globe.
They're smart. Fucking Bill Gates. People think Bill Gates is smart. Bill Gates is a swimmer.
Yeah.
That's all.
You know he's smart because he sounds so dumb, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
That's true.
And anybody who can land Kevin Kline as a wife, it's got to be smart.
Oh, how gross! That whole thing is just It makes me ill to see that photo of when they were both young. You've seen that, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
You
how
know
long?
it's a chick. You know
How
it's
long
a
has
chick
this shit been
because it
going
looks
on?
so much like a man.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
God
how long
Rockin'.
has this transgender shit been going on? You know what I mean?
A
'Cause
long
that's
time,
yeah,
long
obviously.
before they told us. Yeah. Royal families have been doing it for just Google pictures of any royal princess across the world right now.
Oh, I know.
I
She
dare
looks
you.
manly as hell.
All of them. Every
Yep.
single one. Every single royal princess over the age of 35 looks like some dude
Yep.
in a wig. Just like straight up dude in a wig.
Yep.
That's a man baby is right.
Man, baby, you look good.
That's a man baby. Yeah. Penis. Ooh. But they want us to suffer through it too, I guess, because they've been pushing. If it's supposed to make up even less population than gays, which is 4%, so let's put it at 2%, and that's being generous of transgender people. Why is 90% of my time having to hear about it? What the fuck? You go
And
do you.
be ruled by it.
Right. Why can't you just go do your thing and leave me out of it? I don't understand.
I just don't understand how they were allowed to take over the entire world, basically, because it's almost what they've done. I mean,
Because
maybe it
it's
is the
part of the
entire,
it's part of the Kabbalah. That's why.
Yeah, I believe that.
but everybody just sits back and knows it's happening now,
It's
and
like it's like the religion of choice for all of Hollywood, all of DC, all of like those elites. It's like that's their religion.
It's a mockery of human creation.
Mm-hmm. It's a belief in the same thing as the Bible, just they believe in the opposite side.
Well, you're hard pressed to find anybody under the age of 25 that doesn't believe that there's a difference between a male and a female.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's crazy.
That whole generation will soon be spawning new generations. So
Of slaves.
so
No,
people are
that's the thing
convinced
though.
that
How are they going to spawn another generation? The way that
yeah,
with what they're doing to their own genitals and what we know they're putting in their bodies now, and one of the side effects are. I don't
test
think there
tube.
is another generation.
They'll use healthy people and put it in test tubes.
Yep.
yep, surrogates. They'll find a way to
Yeah,
continue to
they
perpetuate
will.
the population, but it won't be
There's
natural.
there's
Where's
plenty of
Sean Connery and Zardog? That gun is good. No, nobody saw that. They want him
No,
for his sperm.
I'm sorry.
But
Which one?
Zardog. How about the boy and his dog? That one too. Sean
Oh,
Connery.
that's a good one.
I mean,
Thank you for
not
mentioning
Sean
that.
Connery. What the hell is his name? Stupid. I can't think of his name. Miami Vice. What is his name?
Crockett or Tubbs?
Crockett.
Don
Don
Johnson.
Johnson.
Don Johnson. Yeah, Don Johnson and a boy and his dog. Great movie. Watch that. They want his sperm too.
I swear to
'Cause he-
God, I still hear that music. Do 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 do. All the way from the 70s, I still hear it when you mention that name.
Oh, what the Zardog when it's flying?
No. When you say Don Johnson, I hear the music from Miami Vice. Do 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 do
Oh,
do.
oh,
That
oh.
music.
Yeah. Don Johnson. Yeah.
The
But what's
Like
funny
this.
opening.
about a
Like this
boy and
shit
his
was in.
dog?
Oh
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead about that. I was just gonna say that like that shit was imprinted in my brain, and I just like can recall it. It's so bizarre. Anyway, go ahead about that boy and his dog.
So it's a post-apocalyptic world, and all it is like these like warlords going around trying to dig up the ancient civilization, but the people doing the work aren't really aware that there was a civilization before. And this is in the 70s. It's an interesting movie to watch, and it has a great ending. It has one of the, yes, there you go. The dog is psychic. He can like project his thoughts. It's great. Best. I'm not lying when I tell you it is the best ending to a movie I have ever seen in my life.
The year is 2024.
Wow. No coincidences there, huh?
Might be. This is why I'm not. That's why I'm trying to find land away from people. I think we're running short on time here, for real. Yeah, so it opens with him working for some guy, and they're digging up something. Sand is just buried everything, like all the buildings, everything. And they're trying to break into buildings to find food or weapons, all kinds of shit.
If you guys ever know of good places or sites to watch movies, like, I'd appreciate tips on that. Like Soap Today doesn't come.
Download Popcorn Time.
Huh?
Popcorn Time.
Okay, I think
It's an app. Download that.
Popcorn Time.
It's torrent, but you can watch them before they're done downloading completely.
Oh.
But I use Pirate Bay basically.
There's
If you
one
type
called
in
Cinema.
Google Pirate Bay proxy lists, you can get a bunch of Pirate Bay proxies that aren't blocked.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's one called
I think I've been on
Cinema.
Pirate Bay before. I think I've seen that one before. Popcorn.
I think there's one called Cinema as well.
There's one called HDM.to. Works really well. It's all HD. It's streaming. You don't have to download anything.
Which one is that? If you could drop a link,
Well, it's just. I'll just write it now, actually.
Because I have attention troubles.
Yeah, it's in the voice text.
Oh, okay. I see it. Thanks.
On that movie poster for A Boy and His Dog, it says, "A future you'll probably live to see."
Now I'm starting to freak myself out.
If anyone wants to see a Globe Zealot react to Witsit in Salt Lake City, the drum circle, I posted it in the lobby. It's just a short clip. It's really good.
He's
And
a
the same-
Globe Zealot, but he says you have a lot of good things to say.
That's why I put it like right there. He's like talking so much shit on him, and then you just got some good things to say.
Wow. Like that there's no curvature rotation and you can't have gas pressure without a container? Those things?
Yeah, and he says that there's a 45-minute clip, and it's with the girl with the hair standing up. We make fun of her all the time because it's clearly hairspray. He says that that was the documentary that was 45 minutes of uncut documentary, and it's cut. That whole thing is cut. Whenever they switch screens, it's cutting.
Oh my god!
He does not understand editing. Like there's no There's no reasoning with
Ye-
that guy.
Yeah, I don't suffer idiots very well. I'm sorry. It's just in my nature.
Well, that's an old school globe troll named Timmy Osmond.
Yes.
Yes. What a weirdo.
And when everybody called him an agent back in the day, he looks exactly like an agent would look, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Y'all know that's the same guy that denied having a geometric horizon and then tried to show us a boat going over the horizon.
So I'm
The next sentence.
going to get that part. He actually speaks about it. I'm actually cutting Witsit up right now, and that's my next. I'm doing it right now, like literally.
So here's another little Tim Osmond trick. Let me tell you Tim Osmond's other little trick. He'll show you his image, right, that he's taken at Salt Lake, and then if you use it, he'll copyright strike you.
Oh,
I'm dead serious.
Who
He was
what's
doing
that?
this like 2 years ago. No, Tim Osmond.
Oh.
Nathan talked about his image. I'm pretty sure. And then the next episode, Nathan talked about the image, and then he did a copyright strike.
Now let me get
It
this
was
right.
either him or somebody else.
Let me get this right. You're telling me that this other dude will copyright strike you for using something off of Witsit streams?
No.
Oh,
He's
okay.
taking a bunch of pictures of Salt Lake City saying they prove curvature, right? But if you use it, like without him, he'll copyright strike you.
Oh, fuck.
So you can't talk about it, debate it, whatever.
India,
He's
do you know
scumbag.
that do you know that he's taken over at least 10 channels down? Do you know how he did it?
Copyright strike, obviously.
No, he porn bombed them. I was there.
Are we talking about the same dude we talked about earlier, XO?
He was doing that too.
Yes, this is the guy, and I will never forget that voice. Period. I'm not 99%. I'm not 99.9. I'm 1,000%. Period. That's him. Yes.
Now you're just in fantasy now. 1,000% doesn't exist. I have to throw out everything you just said.
I'm 10 times. That's what I'm saying. This guy, listen. Yeah, right. Being here since 2015, there was a lot of things that it was a completely different conversation. Everything was so different, but that person was there, and that's exactly what he was doing then. Just absolute insanity, denial. And then when I destroyed him several times. The channels were always porn bombed immediately by his account, not another account. His account. I've seen it over 10 times minimum.
And XO, I can back you up. I remember a couple of instances where I know you're speaking truth on that.
Amen.
So.
Amen. Yeah, we were there. We've been here for 6-7 years, guys. So I'm sorry. There's a reason why I saw that, because to know.
Yeah, I literally saw it happen too. He's not bullshit.
Yeah,
not that
it's not, I'm
was
not guessing.
bullshit.
Yeah. Right. Amen. Thank you, sir.
Are these just public photos and shit he does that with? Is that the weirdest thing about it, or what? Or are they photos of his own?
No, they're photos he took. There's photos he took. He puts them out, like he'll debate them on a channel, but then if you like use them on your own without him around, he'll copyright strike.
Right, I get it.
He'll probably copyright strike you even if he's there.
That was the oddest thing I've ever seen in my life. So people come in, pretend they're flat earthers.
He's admitted porn bombing, by the way. He's admitted it. So I mean, that's you don't even need to testify. He's confessed.
What a complete
as long as
douchebag.
people know.
If I don't know, if I'd have known that when I was down there talking to him the other night, I'm not so sure I could have contained myself.
No. When I saw you, God Rockin', that's what I was thinking of. I saw you. I saw you and me. I'm like, hey, that's God Rockin'. And then I heard this guy. Here's the one word he always used. This is what tipped me off and made me realize when he says Cartesian coordinates. I've heard nobody else say that. And the way he says it, it was very obvious. And that was it. It was over. So then I'm looking around like, wow, Witsit and God Rockin', if they only knew half what this guy would do, they'd probably beat the shit out of him.
I would have, at the bare minimum, said something to him, you know. I don't think I would have socked him up, but I would have definitely said something. Yeah, that's not.
Imagine if how I would have felt, or imagine you saw what this guy did 5 years ago, and then imagine if you would have met him. Could you? I mean, think of that.
Right. Yeah, it wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been a. Yeah, I would have said something. I would have told him what a piece of shit he was, or something, for sure. I can't
The other
contain
thing,
myself.
I was impressed too because I could tell Witsit was like, what the, like he had never seen somebody this weird. Like you could tell Witsit's like, what the heck? Like he's like, this guy's weird. And then
No, he
Witsit was like,
stepped
that's
back
it, I'm
many
done.
times.
Yeah,
He stepped back many
Yeah.
times, throwing his hands in the air, going, "Oh my God, can you believe this guy?"
yes, exactly.
Well, he done that probably 10 times talking to him. So it was pretty weird. I had no idea that he was that kind of person, or he had any history or whatsoever. I mean, he did say he was telling Witz that he had been watching his channel for a long time and this and that, blah blah blah. So I knew that he'd been around, but I had no idea to what extent, what he was, the kind of shit he was doing.
Here's his story. Oh yeah, they're lying about everything, but this is a psyop. He's the biggest wolf in sheep's clothing you could ever imagine. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Same story.
Witz had asked him several times. He said, "So what you're telling me is that government lies, but NASA is the one exemption they don't." And the guy said, "Yeah."
Right.
Yeah,
The
he
Witsit said, okay, so right. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say he tries to play that role where he's like, "Oh yeah, I believe it. I agree with you guys on 90%, but this is the psyop." He's trying to play that. Oh, I believe with everything that you guys believe, with the exception of this one thing. It's a total.
Yeah, he did say that too.
ploy.
He said that he believes 80 or 90% of what it presents. He did say that. I heard him say it myself. So
The ironic projection is that is literally the brainwash psyop the masses, like a lot of people believe. That's literally the psyop. Oh, they lie about everything except for this. That's the psyop thing.
No, yeah, exactly. Saying he agrees that's just like a psychological ploy, dude. He doesn't agree with shit.
What's crazy about that is what we can prove empirically is that Earth is flat and stationary. Technically, I can't prove empirically that someone in charge is eating a baby. You know what I mean? Like I can't prove that, but I can totally prove the Earth is flat and stationary. So, if anything, it's like no. Trust the flat Earth, and then research the other stuff on your own. Trust, and do the measurement of the flat Earth and get over that, and then speculate about the rest of it. But the flat Earth is the true part.
Right. Just so you know, he has several Discord names. The only reason I know is because I'll never forget the voice. But he always uses like a pentagram or a big satanic face. The names are Invoker, Fenris Wolf, and then a couple others I can't remember. But he was here about a year and maybe a little over a year ago. He showed up here, and I immediately joined. I knew it was him.
I remember.
You
wasn't it the old server though?
Yeah. Well, no,
Yeah,
no,
it was the old server. I remember. Well, hold on. He came into BC check-in with me more vet. It was me and me more vet. We smashed on him for a while. We were just like ridiculing him and then banned him. We didn't even try to debate him. We were just ridiculing him. I don't know. We were in rare form.
Right. Now, if you see him, he will deny, oh, no, I'm not him. He does the same usual, no, that's not me kind of thing. So he won't ever admit it, obviously. It's one of those things where eventually he's just going to, have a seizure as usual.
Do you think there's a reason why he uses, what's his name? Osama bin Laden's CIA name as his name?
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of things we could talk about. I'll tell you this. I don't go down that line because I can't prove it, but I'll tell you this. If I had to bet, if anybody I've ever met in my life, he is the spitting image and literally checks off every single category, and he has a literal government haircut. So I don't know what to tell you.
you're so right about that government haircut. I never thought about that till you said it. That's funny.
Right. That's why everybody, when I was at Fort Hood, I mean, everybody has a shaved head like that, and you can't have a beard. Yeah. But either way, I mean, the way I describe it is like that's like the epitome of evil, and people knew this years ago. I mean, I can't even talk about what he did specifically. That's how evil, because of the risk it could put this channel in. That's how bad he is.
Yeah, he just comes off as one of those guys who would actually try to dox people because of their belief and try to literally ruin their whole entire life because they may have a opinion that's different than his.
Oh, that's some evil that'll be dealt with later. Whew.
Who said they was at Hood?
I am not a hood. Is that me?
No, Fort Hood.
Yeah. Was it Globe Derp that said you was at Hood?
No. I was stationed in Hawaii.
Oh, at Hood. Got it.
Yeah. Because I was at Hood for 6 years. And I had a friend of mine go to Hawaii, and he said it was after like the first year,
It was
Hawaii.
XO that said it, by the way.
It was who?
XO.
XO. Okay,
He's
cool.
XO.
Yeah.
Letter X,
XO.
letter O.
He'll always
Hugs and
be
kisses.
pillbox. He'll always be pillbox to me.
Wait a minute. What did I do now?
You was at Fort Hood, and so was I. I was going to ask you what year.
2010.
Was that the last time you was there, or was that like the beginning?
Last time was 2011. It was my last day was literally the last day they switched from berets to the other caps. 2000.
Okay, because I got there in 2000. I got there in March of 2011, and then I deployed.
Well, I could have walked right by you. Yeah, that was about the time.
I was at the one. I was in the air cav.
Okay, well, I was first cav. Is air cav the helicopters, the Apache? I did some training with some other guys. I forget what I don't remember any of this stuff anymore because I don't care. But
Yeah, I was Alpha Company 1227. We were at West Fort Hood. We deployed. We came back. Fourth ID had left, and we took over the main airfield. And then they moved. Forget the name of the. They moved the UAVs and such over to West Fort Hood.
yeah, it's all a blur to me because I woke up in uniform, so I wasn't too excited about working for the Satanic Army anymore. Sorry. My barracks were right next to where that shooting took place in 2009 with that pose of a couple people dying.
Okay. A friend of mine died.
You guys think that waking up in the military is a rare thing, or is it more often than we think?
I woke up in
I
the
don't
Army.
know. more common than we think, probably, Dave. You know, you're not going to have a lot of people in uniform going public. Really, obviously, they're going to they want to suck up that pension usually first, or the other ones that don't. You know what I mean? So, I bet a lot of people.
If they're obviously committed a lot of their resources and stuff.
Yeah, it's really weird. There was this onslaught. When this topic first hit, there was this onslaught of crazy Satanists that attacked it, and there was all these attacks of the topic that I don't want to keep bringing up. But as soon as that was stopped, because the system converted away from G plus, and then that was finally ended after 3 years, that's when YouTube said, "Okay, so how do we get rid of these flat Earth channels?" So for the first 3 years, it was people were coming in and taking them down and bombing them. And then as soon as that was done, they said, "Oh, now we have to start doing all this other stuff to make sure there's." Pretty odd.
So, for you formerly enlisted folks, what are your thoughts on the cybersecurity and the influx of people being hired in for cybersecurity?
Space Force.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's Space Force as the cybersecurity force. I don't think it's playing around in the sky. They do have training modules for explaining why satellites are up in the sky and why it's important for us to own the space, but it's vague.
It might be drone piloting too. They might convince them they got little spaceships up there.
Pick out the next recording. I posted it in a live stream.
Is the horizon physical or apparent? Answer. What does that even mean?
So is he dumb or is he a scumbag? Those are your choices.
How many times does he have to say dome?
You're just
there's a
using
dome.
words.
So stupid.
What did he say? You're just using. What did he say? Like you're just using words, like or something like that. He was telling me.
He said something like let's
I just don't know how to think like a complete
Buzzwords. We just have buzzwords. Like what?
Yeah, words hurt because words have meaning. Yep.
Buzz. What?
Right. That's exactly what every weirdo does. As soon as you just start oh, well, those words that's semantics. This is just
He
buzzwords.
couldn't even answer any of the questions.
Not a single one. No, not a single one. Then Witsit goes, okay, well, if then I show you this is wrong, then you'll concede. He goes, no. So
oh my
his arms
God.
okay, we're done. We're done.
It's like, why can't you do something for me and I have to do everything for you? Like, actually, I did everything that you asked me to
We already
do,
came to
and
the
Witsit
conclusion
did say that.
he was just trying to run interference. He was just running interference, so Witsit didn't get to talk to anybody else.
Yeah.
He was
Like,
going to be a
I'm
time
going to
waster.
talk, you are not going to talk. It's like, what?
That's the idea.
How about, right. Notice
I mean, he
right off
said
the
the
bat,
Earth
triggering
was the
interruption.
container. That's why Witsit said, what? He said, what if the Earth is the container? What? Like the ground. Like, what?
Maybe he's a concaver. Maybe he's a hollow earther.
It's probably much more
Still
stupid.
doesn't account for his talking about going up a fucking mountain. I mean, he literally said, when you go up a mountain, it's the gradient. I mean, it just listening to him, I just get so pissed off.
Is the
provocateur earther a new term?
So he's a hollow earther, but he lives inside the earth.
No. He is a absolute anti-flat earther. He is he will kill people probably to stop this truth.
Wow.
He has no claim. You ask him, what do you believe in? He will never tell you. I've smashed him so many times and sent him running years ago, before I was even seasoned in this. I would smash him into the ground and he'd porn the channel and have the channel shut down. He'd porn bomb. That's what he does.
And
Rose
they
sent
say
another channel. Yeah, go ahead.
And they say They Live is just a movie. I don't know, man. That person doesn't sound real. It's like, what the fuck?
He really doesn't.
Yep.
It's Tim Osmond's life story.
Yeah, Jason Carl Hornsby. How does that make you feel, Jason Carl Hornsby? You're probably listening.
Did Quantum just come in? He just posted the full video. I'm gonna send him the clips.
Do you think Globers get together and like talk to each other and go, "How dare they?"
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
Although, one of the more quote unquote popular globe earther sites that we've been associated with for a really long time, they do say stuff, the few times I've gone in there, just listened, they do say stuff like that, but it's really weird because, and I don't know, maybe I'm being unfair, but it doesn't sound like they're talking a lot of science. It's so, I don't know. Like they just repeat everything that we were told in school. That's weird to me.
Yeah, I was on Nathan's chat, and that Dr. Bob guy was in there. These are such strange people. I can't figure them out.
Well, don't worry, you won't have to.
Honest, stupid people, I can work with that, but these people, they coming at it from such a weird angle.
Yeah, it's a completely different level. What you've noticed recently, like there was a couple days ago, right? There was this guy in here, and in fact, I remember Indio kicking him out I don't think Indio's still here. So this guy was on here for like an hour, and he finally just started saying things like, no, we don't date rocks. You should date a person, right? Like they just lose their mind. They start having this panic attack seizure. And remember, they can't tell you what they believe, because as soon as they do, then of course you'd be able to dismantle that. And that's what the highest level of, this type of evil attack are these people like this, who tell you how you're wrong about everything, but won't tell you anything about why they believe what they even. That's the new thing.
And why not? I mean, the problem is they're learning their lesson. They're learning their lesson because every time they come in here and bring what they would consider globe evidence, we destroy it. And so they're like, well, shoot, what do we do now? Let's just revise our tactics. Let's be even more immature. Let's just make the whole thing look stupid. That's all they got.
Yeah, you have to say, I don't have a claim. I don't believe the Earth is anything. That's what they'll say. I don't believe the Earth is anything now. That's the new claim. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Pure solipsism.
Correct. Sophistry.
And remember, he spent 45 minutes saying that, and then says, well, where's your model? Well, that proves you lied.
Model? Why bring up models? What are we doing here? Are we talking about the Earth or little models?
So stupid. They don't even have a claim, but now he wants a model. I mean, you're talking about the dumbest people in history, period.
I used to make models when I was a little kid. I loved it.
Me too.
I'm not a kid anymore.
Well, and I never thought that the model. Listen, I never thought that the model represented reality 100%. Right? I'm looking at a little toy model. Well, if I take it and take it up to the exact car, there's going to be a lot of shit missing. If you know what I mean. It's just a model.
I used to make model military planes, and the only way that they were actual military planes was when I used my imagination and flew them around my room. Only in my head was the model reality.
Exactly.
Who coined the phrase heliocentric model? Because they just stuck that word on the back of that other word.
Well, in the realms of science, it is a model. What they call a model, and the definition they use, the way they use the word model, that's the context in which they use it. In the same way as they use theory in a non-vernacular mechanism. So for them, a model is
semantics.
Yes, exactly. So for them, a model is a coherent, proportional representation at some scale of something they're trying to define. That's it, basically. That's all it is.
Yeah.
However,
how do I make a
that
and how do I make a perfect representation? Like, say I'm going to model an apple. A perfect representation of an apple is a fucking another apple. Okay, it's not a model of it.
But that's not the intent. To be fair to the scientific principle, that's not the intention of a model, is it? To be another version. I mean, we're being ungenerous here, because all they're doing.
Specific? Oh, how dare us?
No. I'm not. I'm saying that's what they mean by model. You asked why they put that.
Yeah,
word
I got you, man. I'm with you.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but the problem with a model. So if I go back to the little airplane models that I made when I was a child, those little airplanes were based off of actual physical measurements of the planes in which they were modeling.
Exactly.
When it comes down to a heliocentric model, it's based off of assumption, because there's no actual empirical measurements.
That's exactly. I didn't. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that that's the case. But what I'm saying is that they literally just mean some sort of scaled representation. That's all they mean.
Right, which they do not have. For the record, they do not have anything.
Robot to me.
Physics things, right?
You've just
now you're clear. There we go. We can hear you now.
There is no globe model. There's a bunch of little physics models that they sewed together and said, this is a model, but there is no cohesive globe model, period.
So is using the word model, is that even appropriate in the instance of describing? No. Yeah. What other words should we start using? Because we shouldn't be using the word model, in my opinion.
Right. That's right. Yeah. Reality. No models. That's the problem in the first place.
It's not a model. I mean, unless Like models of airplanes and automobiles
I
are
say
more accurate.
concept instead of model. I don't even
Okay.
say concept model. I don't even say concept I just say it's a concept.
Right. That's more
Yeah.
accurate. I think
Okay,
we're doing
so
the world a disservice by continuing to use the word model when it's
right,
not.
it's
Yeah,
a
I stopped
fallacy
dating models
because
a long time ago.
because whoever it was saying they were building models like I did, that starts out with a measurement. So what's the first step in making a model? You have to physically measure what you're modeling.
Thank you,
Has anybody
Sonny.
physically measured the Earth? No.
Not me.
Yeah, that's
For a
oh, that
globe
was
model,
creepy.
you have to have a measurement of curvature.
So it's a fantasy.
Yeah, and so I think we ought to cut down their little Dunning-Kruger behaviors on this word usage of model. Because it's getting out of hand. It's been going on too long.
Yeah,
Sure.
and you're right, and it has no place in this conversation
I
whatsoever.
agree, Jenny.
None.
You're
I won't
right
even answer.
on.
If somebody says, well, that's the thing. When somebody says, where's your model? I say, you're not listening. You don't get it. That's it. So
You're not even in this conversation. What are you talking about?
I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem because you dispense with the need to talk about the term model. So there's everyone else is obsessed with the idea that everything can be modeled because that's what the scientific modern scientific vernacular tells you. So you're right to say you should use some other terminology because, like I say, it's not helping. It's not constructive
Yeah.
to use the same term as we do.
We don't speak scientism here. That's a scientism term, model, in this instance, this usage.
Here's what I'm
So,
Yeah,
going to
you know
do.
what's funny? Check this out. The word model literally means not the real thing. Thanks.
well,
So
second thought. No, but yeah,
So
I
I'm
think
going to tell them this is how I'm going to handle it based on this conversation. When they say model, I'm going to say, don't you need a measurement to create a model? They're going to have to say yes. So that's it. Okay.
I mean, it's not helped by the fact that they're quite often asking for a cartographic representation of the world, a map of the world, and you can, by definition, have a flat world map, surely.
Well, all maps are flat. I wonder how that
all
works on a
maps.
globe, but
Yeah,
whatever.
that's a complete. Well, hold on, that's a complete paradox. When somebody says, "Show me a flat map," that means there's some sort of brain aneurysm happening. There's no such thing as anything besides flat maps. Period.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that someone will ask you if you were to measure all the positions of all the proportionality of all the coastline, you would have what most people think is that circular view with the Antarctica around the edge. Is that correct? That's your kind of that's a map of the world as far as people who dismiss the globe world view.
Yeah, I
to.
have the map.
Okay,
when I say I have the map, it's a 200-page atlas, and every page is flat. It's the entire flat map of the world. Thank you.
Sure, but I know what you're saying. I know, but all maps of what they think is this spherical projection are flattened out to paper onto 2D. So what I'm saying is that they're looking for an imagery. Do you know what I mean? That's what mostly they're doing. They're asking what is at the edge, what's above you, what's below you, sort of thing. They want to appreciate that, and I think that's why. If you're completely if your mind is in the complete scientific paradigm, you think that it can all be modelled because you think it all can be measured because that's what science tells you. That's all I'm saying. I'm not advocating.
It's not scientific. If it has a reification, it's not scientific.
Can I chime in on this weirdness? Okay, so scientific models are for phenomenon. Okay, phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right? So it's impossible to have a globe model because the shape of something is not a phenomenon. Phenomenon are things that happen, right? Events, happenstance, things that happen. Right? The existence or non-existence of a physical object isn't. It's not a scientific model. Scientific models exist to make predictions. So they say the flat Earth model. We don't have a model because our knowledge is based upon observation of reality, not inference from physics, right? We don't have a physics model in which flat Earth is a consequence. We
And
just measure the Earth.
I'm not arguing with that, but
But listen,
all I'm
let
saying
me
is,
finish.
yeah,
You can let me finish, please?
yeah, of course, I'll let you finish.
This is the most important. This is the most important part. The most important part is they cannot measure the physical curvature. They cannot measure and get the result of a globe. So they have a physics model through which a ball is a consequence of the physics model, right? Gravity pulls everything to the center and it forms balls, right? But there is no model of a globe. And that's actually not even correct, even within the model, because it's not a consequence of the inverse square law. They just think it is because they were told that in ninth grade. But they've actually tried to model this, right? They've actually tried to simulate and model this using Newton's inverse square law. And guess what? You don't get a sphere. Yeah, dude, you don't get a sphere.
What?
Yeah, what? I've said this before. I posted it before. Dude, they've tried to simulate, they tried to use Newton's laws and using a bunch of little particles in simulation and have it form a sphere, and it doesn't.
No, okay, I'm not arguing with any of
So
the...
they don't have a model. They don't have a model. They only think they do.
I know, but I get that. But what I was discussing was not actually with the validity of their model. I'm just saying that's the way that they try and crunch everything down into a model. That's what I'm saying. I'm not questioning the validity of their model or yours.
Okay. Why don't we have
This
them
isn't
show
about
theirs?
the
They can
validity
show
or
theirs
invalidity
first.
of the model.
Sorry, Andrew.
There is no model. They just think it. It's just they think there's a gold model there somewhere. I don't know how many times we've asked them, show us this gold model. And they can't. No one ever has. No one ever will. There is no gold model.
They just claim that it
They
has
just think
predictive
it is. Yeah, exactly. They claim
capabilities,
it exists.
but it's post-diction about what you see repeating in the sky, and they claim that as predictive based on their model that they don't have.
I'm not arguing that. So
What if I sat here and said, we have a model for how clouds, the shape that they'll make on a sunny day when it's 70 degrees out and 50% humidity, and I just said that we have a model for that, but that model doesn't actually exist. But I just run around saying we have a model for that. This is what they're doing. They're saying the model exists when there's none.
Yep.
It's not about the validity. The validity of what? The validity of a non-existent model?
It could be a social experiment, Indio. Your own.
It's just a collective delusion.
They have a model. The question is whether the model is bullshit. Yeah, they have a model. Yeah,
Okay,
No, they don't have a model.
No, they don't. No,
Post
he
the
just
model.
told you they don't.
Post the model. Post the model in the live stream.
They show you.
Post the globe model in the live.
No, listen. Yeah, post that model, and then all I'm going to do is ask you one question about the actual shape of the Earth, and you won't be able to answer it. Therefore, it's not.
I'm on my phone, so I can't post it. But it's all the pictures they show you. That's their model, as far as they're concerned.
Nope, that's not a model. Nope, that's just
That's
a cartoon.
what. No, but as far as I'm not saying, as far as they're concerned,
that's a two-dimensional. I know that's the then they're wrong. That's the point. I'm trying to
I know,
talk them out of their brain. You're not listening. Let me talk. I'm trying to talk them out of the psychosis. A two-dimensional cartoon is not a model. Period.
Yeah, sure, I get that. But that's what I'm saying. They are saying. I'm not saying that's true.
Yes,
so
listen. These same people say cats come from pond scum. There's nothing. It doesn't matter. It's not reality.
Sure, okay, I get what you're saying.
That's the whole point. What they're saying is not true. That's the point. None of it's true. It's all a lie. They need to have serious psychological fixings going.
I know, but the point I was making, the thrust of my point at the beginning was that that's what they come to the table to discuss. That's how they want to discuss things with you. So it's no surprise that that they can't get grasp of the fact you haven't got a model. Do you understand? That's the thrust of my point. That's where it breaks down as far as they're concerned, because they can't.
They say
grasp the fact
when they say model. Pause it. When they say model, most of them don't even have a clue what a model is.
Granted, I'm not going to argue that at all. I'm not going to argue that at all, because because they don't understand there are different types. There's a mathematical model, a physical model. There's all kinds of different types of model, and they're not even sure the distinction between any of those in any sense anyway. But what I'm saying is that when you say you haven't got a model, that just completely blows their mind, because they've got you know me. I'm not here to run anybody down, but I think that's what. There's a fuse goes in their heads. That's why quite often they go to abuse, because they can't work out what where you are without that. Do you know what I mean? Whether
Yeah,
now,
and then they start behaving like a 3-year-old that
Right.
yes,
because you
exactly.
won't give them their candy.
Hold on, Gaza. Right now, let me give you an example. Now, here's the problem. If somebody goes to Sonny and says, Sonny, where's your model for your belief or whatever they're saying? The problem is that means they're claiming they have a model. So I don't say I don't have a model. I say, what are you talking about? You don't have a model. That's how the conversation starts. I don't say, oh, here, let me show you mine, or I don't even have to talk about mine. I say, you don't have one. Let me know when you have one. Then you can make a claim.
Okay, I want to reiterate something. Is that they think they have one, they don't. It's their lack of understanding of their own belief which makes them think that. I'll give you an example. Latitude and longitude. Is the latitude and longitude coordinate system part of the globe model?
No, not as such. It can be. You can have that by definition in any projection you want, and you could have that in any context of the surface,
right?
Because it has a definition. It has a definition in the flat Earth. In a flat, in a planar mechanism, it has a definition in the polar coordinate system. So it's not fixed into a spherical constraint. No.
Does their globe model match reality?
So, can I just listen? I want to follow that up just for a second. Okay. So latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. This is a common myth that Glovers believe. Now, latitude and longitude are places on the ground that you can go to. They are not.
No, I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were.
Relative to the celestial sphere, there's your position relative to the celestial sphere. Has nothing to do with the ground. You can look up UK Ordnance Survey. It even says it. I think it's page 34. Okay? It says myth. Latitude and longitude are points on the ground. They even say it's a myth. What does the Ordnance Survey do? They survey the ground.
Damn.
Yeah, but I'm not.
This is why I say there is no globe model. There's a model of shit in the sky. That's all there is. There is no globe model. I mean, there just isn't. No matter how many globers think they want to exist, it does not exist. And if 50,000 of them think, hey, we have a globe model,
Indio.
it doesn't mean they have one.
Indio. So, if I were to cite a source about the longitudinal lines and such are not points on the ground, what would I refer to?
I'll post it.
Nice. Thanks.
They're not. I mean, no one thinks they're actually physical. You could see them on the ground. They're points of projection. But the point is that the concept that latitude.
They don't reference points on the ground, dude.
Let me finish.
Listen, you're caught in the same myth, dude. You're caught in the same myth. You believe something which isn't true.
If you listen to what
Hold on, pause. Hold on, 1 second, pause. 1 second. I want to mention just something real quickly. It won't take long. What we're all kind of skirting around with, in my opinion, is what they're doing by asking for a model is simply a reversal of the burden of proof. That's all it is.
Sure, I'm not arguing with that either.
Yeah, if their model was so correct, we wouldn't be in this Discord right now.
Oh yeah, I get that. And the point I was making a mathematical a point about mathematics here is that latitude and longitude conceptually existed before you apply it to a sphere. You can have latitude and longitude in a 2D realm if you talk about polar coordinates and spatial polar coordinates. Yeah, they've just been used. They've been hijacked in everyone's mind to represent what's all happening on a globe model, so or globe Earth, whatever. Yeah, but those terms have a mathematical context which has got nothing to do whether it's 2D or 3D.
What I want to know is, can you have a globe model that can be useful in any way, shape, or form if it does not match reality?
That's a good question. Only in so much as if it represents roughly the distance between things, then it gives you a proportional idea of the space between things on a very local level. Yeah, like for instance, if you look at the distance between New York and Florida on that, and you look at the distance between New York and somewhere in the middle of America, and that triangle, the proportionality on a localized level like that is probably going to be something close to what it is in the 2D projection or the reality, if you like, if you think the reality is flat. So it has some worth. However, if you don't believe that, model, that projection of that representation of reality, then it starts to break down beyond that, because all it does is it creates a set of concepts in people's heads which diverge in two directions. If this is true, then your thought process goes in one way. If you think that, and if you think this is not true, then there's a complete divergence.
It's ringing a fucking video
Okay,
call.
you just believe something that isn't true. You just keep repeating it over and over again. I'm going to prove it's not true. Real simple.
Hey,
I want to go to
India,
45. I want to go to 45. I want to go to 45 latitude, right? I want to go to 45 latitude and 0 longitude. I am not going to look at the sky. How do I find it?
India.
Yeah, I'll let him answer the question. I'm not going to look at the sky. How do I find it? How do I find 45-0 in the coordinate system? Like, how do I find it? That's placed on the ground. That globe model, right? The globe is the ground, right? So how do I find that? I'm not going to look at the sky.
No, but that's the way that everybody finds longitudinality by looking at the sky. It has no concept other than looking at the sky.
Because the model is of the sky. It's not of the ground. In the globe is the ground.
Ta-da!
Yeah, that's right.
Thank
There
you.
is
Yes.
no globe model.
No, I'm not arguing
That's
that.
why. Notice this. They never talk about this. The Earth, right? That's all they talk about is the stars. That's the point. They can't even talk about the Earth. Where's the model? There's not even a claim.
I have a question for Indio, actually, and I may be entirely way off base on this thought that I've had just a moment ago. So I'll go over the document that you were going to post, but are latitude and longitude
Yeah, I still am.
lines,
Hold on.
are those lines actually like the measurement of quote unquote the dome or whatever it is? And it's overlaid over a flat map? I mean, is that what that's supposed to mean? I don't know.
It's just a convention we all agree upon. When Polaris is 45 degrees above the horizon, we say we're at 45 latitude. Where you are relative to some other position, who knows? Because you would have to actually measure the ground. Nobody actually did.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. The definition doesn't have any meaning outside projecting into the sky at all.
Good thing we have a flat surface to
And
go
when
by.
they did try to do this, right, in the North American datum in 1927, everything was all screwed up.
I don't know.
So I like to think of it this way, right? They call it a celestial dome that we navigate by, but the dome is only caused by your perspective, and your perspective is caused by your position across the flat plane. So we don't know for sure that it's a quote unquote dome above it. It's
Right.
just the dome of your perspective, right?
Yeah.
So all of the coordinate systems that they used are based on the known GPs of stars that are directly above your head at certain positions on the flat plane. And
Well,
as you view them in a dome of perspective. So you have a
right.
celestial dome, quote unquote.
But don't they do like that circle of latitude for a star to configure its point type of thing?
So the GP is based off where the star is directly above your head, right? So that's and you're measuring to that GP based on the angle that you see that star, right? So that star, it has a known GP directly above a certain position of land, and your angle measurement is determining how far away you are from that GP based on the angle in which you see that star, because it drops down due to perspective.
And GP means?
I think it's the
Don't say global.
It's
No,
no
geographic
It's
position.
geographic
Ground
position, or
position?
Or ground position.
yeah.
Well,
So
there's
it's the
only one star you can do that with, right? Technically?
no, because it's based on time, right? So they've mapped
Okay.
because they've used the stars to navigate for eons, right?
Right, of course.
So they have been able to map out known positions of specific stars over time.
So how does that conception of time, how does that go along with the calendars? Because those have changed. Does that have any? Does that affect it at all? Are they
Man has only changed the calendar, right? The
right?
stars.
Right.
So
Yeah,
you can
they've
change the man-made calendar.
corrected the calendar because they didn't understand the mechanics of it in the first place. So they just basically had to correct. They took 17 days out, didn't they, in the Gregorian calendar, and 16th, whatever it was in the UK. You know, and they had a riot because people thought they were taking 17 days out of their earning potential. And they wouldn't get and people were on the streets with placards saying, "Give us our 17 days back."
Wow.
They didn't understand that all they're doing is the calendar wasn't 365.25 blah 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 days long. It was short. So over a period of a couple of centuries, or from the Roman times until the 15th century, it drifted off. So the seasons started to drift off in the calendar. So and it was a time when they were doing exactly that, mapping out the star a bit more accurately with telescopes, and they started to realize, oh, okay, it's not quite synchronized to the day. There's a discrepancy there, and that's how they made an adjustment, and that's when the concept of leap days and leap hours came in. And now we have these atomic clocks that run really, really crisply, and they do leap seconds and even leap milliseconds to keep it, to keep the whole thing synchronized. And but that's because we at one point we didn't appreciate the mechanics of it all, and it's getting more and more refined. Only by measurement, though. It's not a conceptual thing that drives it on. It's just literally by measuring the world and working out where the actual thing sits. So yeah, the calendar is conceptual. It always is. The months don't mean anything other than just someone
Well, yeah,
passes
I
names
do
on them.
understand that part, but what I was meaning is if you're looking at navigating by the stars, and that only applies to what I guess season it would be. So how does one do that? I mean, there's some sort of map for that.
Well, the Polaris is always at your elevation, a fixed elevation, wherever the season is, if you're in the northern hemisphere. So that doesn't get distorted by anything to do with the seasons.
Right.
And that's this absolute benefit when if you're in the middle of the Atlantic in
Well,
June.
someone
Doesn't
else
make a
had said that you do other stars and they move. So that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, can I butt in?
Yeah,
If you,
sure.
Jenny, if you look up the Mazzaroth, it's called the Mazzaroth, and there are always certain constellations in the sky during certain seasons, and so you can tell what season you're in by what constellations you can see, supposedly. And so, and if you look into the calendar more too, and why the calendar was changed, Julius Caesar actually changed it because of from the Julian calendar to Gregorian or whatever.
Did it have anything to do with by the sun or by the moon?
Yes.
Okay. You might have to rejoin. You sound like you're going in and out, hon.
He didn't want people worshiping on a certain Sabbath day, and he wanted people Sunday. But anyway, you can look into it more yourself. That's like a whole other topic. But
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
the Mazzaroth is really cool to look into.
I think that the way I understand that is that the constellations, but are in these different locations, but they are always in the same location on the same day of the year after year. Is that not correct, or am I wrong?
The bulk of them are the ones near the horizon. You can, as is already stated by the lady speaking before me, there are certain ones that you can't see. You see them in phases, 12-month phases. You get to visibility of them, but the bulk of them are like Polaris, and all the ones around it are effectively the ones that you can see all the time, and the ones around the equatorial system, from our perspective in the northern hemisphere, that's where all the constellations that make up the horoscope are, because they effectively the mechanism they used with ancient astronomy was they measured when the sun was coming up or going down, or the moon ascended or descended against those, to give you the concept of the month, the astrological months. So they would map, like, if the sun was rising in Virgo, that conceptually meant something to them, both in time and also in some sort of like some appreciation of what's going on.
Yeah.
So, but the ones that, if you look up and you see Polaris, you see the Big Dipper, and you see Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, and all the various ones around that part of the night sky, you can always see them in the northern hemisphere, and you can always see them at the angle, the projected angle up from where you are, based upon what we call conceptually in latitude. And that's the only way the definition means anything. If you're at 45 degrees latitude north, you look up 45 degrees and you see Polaris. If you're at 90, you've got to jump in it. Yeah. So
that's the first time.
But that's the point I was making earlier on. Is latitude still has an absolute coherent and useful meaning in a 2D projection.
Oh, okay. That she was going to have her cousin take her, but I looked outside and looked around when I left, and her cousin car wasn't there. Her cousin wasn't here, so I sent her a text telling her, "Look,
Get rocking, you're up, Making.
For any reason, by 11,
Get rocking.
30, call me and I'll hurry and run you down."
Okay.
I got it. I'll check in a couple minutes. Look at that, flat, all the way from the V2 rocket.
Given him
Shot the V2 rocket shot from White Sands missile range, of which they shot 67 V2s were test fired, like I have in the caption I put there. And then we have the Solardel Uni here on the surface. Yeah, flat as the eye can see. Oops, wait a minute. In Santa Barbara, oh, there's the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be, right? At 1 foot height above the observer. This is piling up, folks. So how many flat surfaces do we have, and how far? As far as the eye can see, everywhere we look is flat. What's up with that? They told me I was on a globe.
What's
flat?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
What's flat?
I was just gonna say I have a question for iServe, right? That's who's on. Voice sounds familiar. Okay, iServe too, right?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Is my understanding that that previously there was probably 13 months of 28-day cycles, right? Following the moon.
There were, but I think that would be based on
That's correct.
which season, which year though, because I think they skip now. I think sometimes they add a 13th month now or something.
There's 13 full moons in a year.
I looked into it a long time ago, and yeah, I think sometimes now they add a 13th month, and then other years it's only 12 months.
Well, they add a day.
To a certain calendar.
They add a day to our calendar, right? Every 4 years for leap year. But it was my understanding that the months were equal, right? Hence the name months. It was 28-day cycles. And then they had rest days, as far as I knew, that they would add in a certain amount of days of rest, where it would be like a null day that would be added in throughout the year, possibly around like holy days.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The very ancient roots of the month with the observations of the moon, the day, obviously your sun, and the year observations of the sun at solstice, both winter and summer. That's the very, very core ancient granularity in which they built those concepts. And you're right, they did for the moon. They did have festivals, but they attached them to cycles of the moon. So they had these corrections, if you like, based upon that in that sense.
Yeah, this is the old Hebrew calendar. It was actually almost always 12, unless it was 13. So the 13 is when they need to make adjustments, like so many years. Now we have to have things like leap years and crazy things, but it was always 12 cycle, sometimes 13. It's called a dark.
Yeah, did you know that's the origins of the concept of 13 being unlucky? Because for a little while they believed that correction that took things to 13 was some evil or some dark force externally trying to pull things around them when they shouldn't be. So they couldn't understand it, so they conceptualized it as something bad. It's the very root going back into our deep history when 13 in many cultures has transpired to be something that at the very least you're wary of, and in some cultures you try and avoid completely.
Well, yeah, people are still there's a million billion superstitions, but the people that invented the calendar certainly wouldn't have agreed with that. But yes, other people afterwards are becoming confused, but not
absolutely.
the origin. The origin is something different. Then everything's perverted.
Well, and then you got your dumb coincidences like the 13 families. It's like, come on, fuck that number. 13 sucks. Is it lucky? Is it not? What do we know? What are we doing?
Right. They care. Remember, they love their numerological relationship with darkness. That's why I don't so much. I mean, sure, there are certain things like, oh, look at that number. We know what that means. But it's not something that's like, oh, let's study numerology. No, that's not going to get us anywhere. That's one
Friday the 13th. Bad luck.
But maybe they try to keep you away from these numbers, right? So they try to keep you away from Gnosis by putting a convincing people that 13 is bad, when maybe in actuality having a 13-month cycle is actually the natural way of the world, right? You take 300.
Listen, it's completion.
Well, wait a minute, Glad. Hold on. Here's the problem.
Go ahead, bud.
It was never only 13. Sometimes 13, mostly 12. It always had that adjustment. It's called the Dark 2. So instead we've gotten rid of that, and now we have this other system. Now we have leap years, and by the way, an extra day here, and this, and all this perversion, because now we have October, which is the 10th month. So I'm saying 8 month while we're in the it's a complete perversion. Nothing makes sense now. That's all that matters, is that you realize this is not the original system. It's completely wrong, just like everything.
Yeah, I mean the names, the Oct, Nov, and Dec were like you said 8, 9, and 10, but Julius Caesar put in July, and he put in August after Augustus. He bit of chest beating there, and just shifted it all around, so it went from 10 to 12. That's the reason there. So the Oct, Nov, and Dec, they were 8, 9, and 10 at one point in the model.
So there's
people who
that word, gosh. Ugh.
I just have a quick one. I don't know what this means, but real quick, the completion number, God's completion number, I guess, is 7. It's not 6, it's 7. That's why it's lucky 7 and all that. And 7 comes after 6. Well, what's 6 twice? 12. What's more than 12? 13. Would that be completion as well? I don't know.
Nice. And why is it 7? You know this, Glad. Why is it 7? Why is 7 a good number?
Actually, I don't. I don't know why.
Because God rested on the 7th day, sir.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Amen. Thank you.
Got it.
Keep that Sabbath holy.
People used to be called lunatics because they followed the moon. Not just the moon, obviously, sun and moon, and the stars. But now, if you're called a lunatic, you're crazy. So they put a bad connotation to the word lunatic. But
that's funny too, because the lunatics are the ones arguing with us in places like the YouTube chat. They're literal lunatics.
Well, if you think about 360 divided by 13, you get almost a perfect number, right? It's off, so you have days of rest. Right now, our months, you have 28-day months or you have 31-day months, and what that does is that completely adjusts the moon cycles, so you don't have consistent moon cycles within the months. So it's off, big time.
Yeah. That's the point. They don't want it to go with the natural time cycles or anything. They want it to be just off.
yeah, what you were talking about, I think it was Napalm. Was that you?
Yep.
About that non-day kind of a thing. We actually call it transition day. I mean, it's kind of like where we still on the new moon where we don't see it. It's that extra day, and it happens every other month or something now. It's really weird. I've been trying to track the moon and stuff and look up to the celestial bodies. Dude, I just still don't get them. I don't know. There's some disconnect, and not even a couple weeks ago, the moon, when I'd see it come up in the sky, it was over to the east. And now when I'm able to see it at night, it's over to the west. I'm like, does that even make any sense in my mind? I have no idea. I don't know what's going on.
Because if you think about the months being based off the moon cycles, you would be able to have a better idea of where you are at in the calendar just by looking at the phases of the moon, because the phases of the moon go in a 28-day cycle. And if all the months were 28 days, 28 days or close to
Yeah,
28 days, then you have a
it's like
good idea.
right. Yeah, it's like 28.5. It's weird. I don't know when you look at it, and that's why you have those extra days, because like those 0.5s is like, where does the 0.5 come from? Those days where it's like 2 days you don't see the moon at all, and then all of a sudden you see the crescent. It's like, well, what do you do with those 2 days, right? Anyway.
Well, that's because
Sorry.
this cyclic frequency of the position of the sun and the cyclic position frequency of the moon are different. That's basically what it comes down to. That's why you can observe. Sometimes you can observe neither, sometimes both, or sometimes one. They're not.
I'm
They're
sorry.
not.
I've never heard of this cyclic frequency. What is that?
The moon cycles are the moon's phases are in an absolute fixed time frame. Yeah, they don't change. They're in a 28-day-ish time frame. The sun's position in the sky is in an absolute time frame, what we call a day, but they don't marry up. One isn't a factor of the other. There is a discrepancy between their mechanisms. So that's irrefutable. If you measure the sun every day, yeah, and you measure the moon every day,
Right.
they don't follow an absolute symmetry. They're not in perfect. They're not. There's not a rigidity between them. They have a cyclic. So their cyclic frequencies are different, which is why astrologers. That's why. Sorry, go on. That's why in
It's just
ancient.
that. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say that's why I alluded to earlier on that they say, oh, this time of year the sun is rising in Virgo or the moon is in Capricorn, so they have these these frames of reference around the year when they prescribe events or they prophesize things based on astrology. But that's because the reason you have that is because they're not in the same cycle, so to speak. They're interplaying against each other.
Just that word frequency that threw me off there.
Yeah, I mean, the frequency is only how long between something regularly happening. That's all. That's all. That's the only way in which I was using that.
Well, if you think about it, Pasa, the sun is obviously moving faster in the sky than the moon, and it laps the moon every 28 days. That's what gives us the cycle of the moon phases, right? So
28 bits, isn't it? It's not quite.
The background position of the stars is traveling faster than the sun and catches up with the sun every 360 days.
Yeah.
365 days, right? So you have.
Yeah. So I agree. That's pretty. I think that's what I've if I remember. But the three mechanisms are all interwoven. They're not not relying on each other's timings. They're all doing their own thing. That's the thing. They have in themselves. They go through a cycle and they get back to a point, and if you measure that cycle over a period of time, yes, it's like a clock. Each one of them, there's three different clocks all running different. It's like hands on a mechanism, all moving at different speeds. Eventually, they all co-align, and if you follow one of them at any given time, it's moving in a constant, perfect, arrangement, and eventually they all resynchronize again. It's like biorhythms, in that sense. They all come, you see them diverge, and they don't seem to ever get back together. And all of a sudden, they all come back to that single point again. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so if you think about it, right? So if you have 13 months of 28 days, you get exactly 364 days in a year. But we know that the stars actually pass the sun 365 days or close to that. So you have a 13-month cycle with a day of rest or rejuvenation or whenever that day gets plugged into the calendar, right?
Yeah. It's 306. I think it's 365.24 something, which is nearly a quarter day, which is why, hence the leap year every 4 years. It just happened. It's not an absolute correction, but it's closer than not having it. You know what I mean? It's it's a beautiful thing to think about, the fact that everything is moving in that way, you know.
Yeah, that the sky is a perfect clock for the most part, and
Yeah.
it repeats and has repeated since time immemorial, since we have known, since we have existed, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody who's ever lived has looked up at night and felt an awe, you know, and felt wonder and there's the beauty of the world we live in, no matter what you believe.
The sky is the neighborhood.
Yeah, you look into it, you look at anything in the world, you know, a tree, a river, it's just awe-inspiring, beautiful, awe-inspiring. Seemingly chaotic, at the same time, all melds together into one glorious harmonic, you know, vision of what we see.
I mean, in my opinion, the only viewpoint in which it would be chaotic is if you believe in a heliocentric model where everything is moving in all different kinds of directions and constantly changing, but we actually see no change, right? We're told that it's chaotic and changing, but we actually see no change. It's been consistent.
Absolutely,
Well, it's
I totally agree with that. And but then again, their counter argument is that everything's so far away you can't notice the change. But you know, that's their counter argument. You know, I'm playing devil's advocate here.
B-I-B-A-O-R.
B-A-O-R?
B-I-O-R, N-E-A.
Your hot mic in there.
Hey, Godrock, can you hear me? Never mind.
Yeah.
Can someone make a roll and give him like most hot miking award or something?
Hot miking king.
Hot miking.
Just call him
yeah,
Hot
exactly.
Mike. Hotmike. Call him Hot Mike.
M-I-K-E. Hot Mike.
No.
Yeah, where's my
No, God rockin'. He needs his own. He needs his own that says God rockin' hot mikin'.
There you go.
Is hot miking the term used when you're having a conversation with someone else in the room and you think you don't realize you're still in?
Yeah, and you're on live stream.
I'm gonna put an app. I'm gonna design an app that's called Auto Mute.
Good luck with that, because the only people that need that are the trolls.
And me.
Give it up for the trolls.
I need one. I hate to say it.
Copyright that.
I don't find it too difficult to just hit the unmute button when I try to speak. But hey, that's just me. Just
That's
giving you
not my
shit.
problem. My problem
Don't
is
be
I
like
just
that.
forget
Don't do
to
that.
mute it. I got 3 people. Someone just came to my door. I answered the door. I jumped up without muting my mic. I mean, I just do stupid shit like that all the time. I just
It's
forget.
not stupid. I understand completely. In fact, next time, make sure not to mute. I want to hear that entire conversation.
I know, actually. Sometimes I enjoy it.
All right. All right, I'll continue on.
Because just like the people watching and listening to us, I too get a little voyeuristic from time to time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not that pathetic.
Well, I'm not going to turn the camera on, but you're asking for just a little bit too much there. Voyeurism.
Okay.
Yeah, glad flub. So I tried the little experiment for 3 weeks, and yeah, I'm done again.
What experiment? Yeah.
ETOH.
Retention.
ETOH. You know what that is, right?
No, I don't. You can fill me in.
None of us know what that is.
I'll DM. It's the ethyl trypto whatever alcohol is. ETOH. No. Look it up. It's the advanced. Never mind. I'm gonna stop there.
See, now I gotta look it up. Ethanol?
It's ethanol constituent.
You know that stuff people are drinking on Fridays and Saturday nights, whipping it up.
Oh,
drinking those drinkers. Yeah, they're lost in Margaritaville, whatever. Those people.
Yeah. It's
that substance they're drinking.
It's a chemical added to various beverages to enhance its flavor and provide a relaxing feeling.
Whip it good.
It's also a poison. It's also a poison if you don't dilute it.
It's ethyl alcohol. It's basically, I mean, it's hand sanitizer, guys.
Ew.
I thought we were talking about whippets.
No,
well,
it's not hand
it's,
sanitizer. Hold on. It's not hand sanitizer.
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs, kids.
Yeah, goats. Don't do drugs, goats.
Oh, right, goats. Hey, goats, don't do drugs. And human children, don't do drugs either.
Probably the wrong letters.
Listen, y'all are the only people that correct me on the word kids, so I'm still going to misuse it.
You're welcome.
What if the kids are the ones you're getting your drugs from?
I don't get my drugs from baby goats. Oh!
Me neither. I was
get
just
them from
wondering.
full-grown goats.
Guys.
People we had here.
You guys.
We got to dish it out if we're going to get it. You feel me?
Yep.
That's right.
Wait, so Sonny, now I'm curious. I mean, what's
I am too, because listen,
though?
in AA meetings they would always talk about ETOH as being alcohol. So I'm mistaken. That's ethyl alcohol. Yeah, you don't want to drink that. No, I'm talking about the other kind.
I was like, I don't even know. You're going to have to DM me about that, Sonny.
There's ethyl, ethanol, isopropyl, methanol. There's another 3 or 4 alcohol.
Okay, listen, it is correct. ETOH is used in the medical profession, meaning when a patient is found to have alcohol on the breath. That's what
patient?
Yes.
Oh, well, I didn't have to deal with that in my residential facility because alcohol's not allowed in the building.
But this parlance was passed around quite a bit in the rooms.
So what do they
Did
do?
you know that you can have ethanol poisoning without even drinking?
Yes, I've heard of that.
Yeah. Where's your shoes, son?
What happens when you get found with alcohol on your breath? When your doctor
They write ETOH on your record.
Oh, so I see. So every time they see you, they go, "Oh, there's the alcoholic."
Well, they were ETOH last time. Let's see, were they ETOH again this time?
I think it also has something to do with they can't pinpoint why they smell like alcohol. They just know that's what they're smelling on the person's breath. So could be from whiskey, could be from vodka, could be from hand sanitizer on their hands coming up.
Or,
like they just say, "Oh, during this interaction, I smelled alcohol." Like they have.
Yeah,
to
because they could have drank some fruit juice and burped.
Well, whatever it was. Yeah, if the doctor smelled alcohol, he's got to say something about it.
Because our body creates natural alcohols, and plant substances create alcohols of their own. They actually have alcohols in a lot of different plants. There's natural
When
alcohols
I came back from, you're right. When I came back from treatment, they were trying to say, for your continuing care, you should get this breathalyzer thing, and it'll randomly text your phone, and you hook it up to your phone and blow into the breathalyzer, randomly, and so a guy who left treatment with me was telling us about it in future AA meetings, and he's like, yeah, I had to get rid of it because it was so sensitive. Like I couldn't even chew a piece of gum and then do a breathalyzer. It would just pick it up. And I was like, no shit. He's like, yeah. So
I mean, the reason that doctors write ETOH on your report, or they make a mark for their future references, because they've got a vested interest in it to have an indication that someone's an alcoholic, because they've got prescribed drugs, and a lot of drugs are dangerous taken with alcohol. So they want to know if you're an alcoholic. It's only for the patient's best interest, because if you give some patients a drug and you've willfully overlook the fact that they're showing all the signs of an alcoholic, you're putting them at danger. So that's typically why they do it.
Yeah, but I no longer believe that there's anything having to do with your health in the health industry.
No, I'm not. Well, I'm just saying your local GP is just literally someone who evaluates your condition and tries to help you, doesn't he? So
tries to help.
It's hit or miss, Sonny.
Yeah, they try to help you make it worse.
They're trying to help themselves. That's all.
No.
Wait, yeah,
Sonny,
are you?
I gotta let you know, man. Yeah, I'm in the medical field. Listen, Sonny.
Okay. Yeah, some people care for
The
you.
reason, so I'll put it to you this way.
Glaflub, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was in the medical field for 14 years. So, okay. So, this
I
is
know,
something that
and
we
I know.
probably
Listen, I know
ought
what you're
not
saying.
discuss because it's very contentious for me.
Okay,
So
well, I don't want
I'm
to
going to
piss you off. I'm just
recede.
saying
I'm
the
going to
reason
recede.
I joined the medical field is because I want to help people. So that's how a lot of people's motivation, as well as I'm sure was yours. That's all I'm saying. That said, does anybody want to go back to the topic of the Earth? Somebody posted a turtle. So the turtle.
Let's do that.
13 moons, 28 days on the turtle shell. Uh-oh. Don't be doing that now.
Well, that's where that's where they say the world is on the back of a turtle phrase comes from.
Yeah, that sounds like a model to me.
Yeah, it does sound like a model. See, that's the problem. That they're just going to try to use it against us, even if it perfectly represents the truth.
You're missing the point.
I was making a joke.
When the Native Americans would say that the world is on the back of a turtle, they weren't saying that the physical Earth was on the back of a turtle, like riding on the back of a turtle. They just meant that the world itself, right? The calendar that we use is depicted on the shell of a turtle.
Right, but do you see what I'm saying? All they're going to do is say, "Oh, they think Earth's a turtle shell." That's all they're going to do with that. It doesn't matter what the truth is. You do understand that, right?
I don't
have
care
to say
what
it
you
live
would
for the
say.
audience. I have to say it so that people who are actually using their brain every day can understand what those not using their brain every day, the anti-flat earthers, are doing when they
really
come
do
here and
need
engage.
to care, though.
The same,
We
the same
really need
idiots,
to care.
The same idiots took that phrase, "the world is on the back of a turtle," and transposed that into what they think the world and the universe and the makeup of the cosmology is that the Earth is on the back of a turtle. The same idiots did that.
Yeah.
They're going to do the same thing regardless. That's what I'm
I
trying
agree.
to say.
That's what. Yeah, I got you.
I look at those images and I don't think anything, to be perfectly honest. It's an image. No one's,
Well, that is, yeah, but if you look into it, it's not correlation is not causation. How's that sound?
Yeah, sure. I know there's a lot of symbology there. I'm not arguing with that, and I understand that that it has some meaning which is lost on me because someone hasn't divulged that meaning to me. Whether it be a cultural or an actual, someone's creating some sort of notion of how things are, or whether it's just some sort of artistic or ethereal representation. It's lost on me, obviously, because these things aren't intuitive. Their understanding of such things aren't intuitive. But personally, it's just a picture to me.
Yeah, it could be easy mistranslation between, people coming over to the Americas and asking them, what do you think the world is, and X, Y, and Z, and what is your theory of the universe and how it works and whatever. Who knows what they asked? But a very simple answer from the tribe could be, well, it's all on the back of a turtle, meaning everything you need to know about the cycles of the world is held on the back of a turtle, and then that's a misinterpretation by somebody who's not understanding the symbology that they're trying to portray.
Yeah, when they say that, or if they do that, that just shows their ignorance, and you can reveal their ignorance because they don't even understand where it comes from or how it was derived. And it's not that the Earth is on the back of it; it's more like the turtle shell would be the gates, the dome. I'm not saying there's a dome either. I'm just saying, this would represent the sky.
Container.
Well,
the celestial dome that you utilize for the clock is represented on the domed back shell of a turtle. It's very symbolic.
It must be a particular species because all different turtles have got different patterns on their back. So it must be a particular species indigenous to some culture that were able to observe that. Because some turtle shells haven't got segmentation, which represents which has got no fixed counting to it.
Perhaps it represents a different pattern other than the moon. Maybe different turtle shells represent like different celestial bodies. Who knows? I don't know.
It's interesting, but it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah, of course. And it could have just been coincidental that they said, well, how do I work out blah, blah, blah? And somebody said, look, it's just like the turtle. If you count those bits, that's that. And if you count those bits, that's a handy way to remember it. That's how it may have started. Someone saw a correlation between the two sets of numbers and something they saw in the real world.
They're like, that's like that. Let's remember it.
It could have been an easy. It could have been an easy way for them to teach their calendar to the children. Right? They have a little box turtle, and they say,
"Perfect
celestial dome. If you count all these, this is how you remember the months, the days, the cycles."
Yep,
all
exactly.
of that.
Or they could just take like a dead turtle and take the shell and then mark off the, when the months pass or whatever. I mean, it could have just been a way to track the time. But I mean, are there really? Let me look it up. I don't know. Are there really turtle shells that aren't segmented like that?
Yeah, there are.
You have soft shell turtles. You have turtles that have a completely soft shell back to them.
But the point you just raised was a good one, because if you've got turtles around and you take the shell, you take the shell off the turtle and you hang it in your hut, dwelling, wherever it is. That's very the one thing about them is quite often they last for a very long time without distorting or fading or whatever. So they're almost like if you can use it for counting things as a reminder of things, it's a pretty permanent one, isn't it? Within in those kind of ancient times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all you need is one ignoramus to come into that society and be like, these people are idiots. They think the calendar is on a turtle shell. And then that gets transposed into these people think that the world is on the back of a turtle floating in space.
People come into your meeting saying, oh, you think all the ships fall off the edge. It's no different. They're just making a presumption.
Yeah.
They're extending your proposition into some absurdity that they contrive themselves.
Yeah, anyone who looks at it like if you're going by the clock in the sky, it's like the turtle would represent the Earth. It would only represent the clock. That's it.
Exactly. Yes.
I can give you a perfect example of this. I used to, when I first came into the knowledge of the flat Earth, and I talked with some people at work about it back in 2014, 15, something like that. I would get coworkers that would instant message me images of the world on the back of a turtle and be like, like trying to make fun of me, like, oh, the world's on the back of a turtle. Like,
or on pillars.
Literally, it happened all the time.
I've seen pictures of it on pillars, sitting on other animals and all these sort of things. And like you say, they have some cultural context. They have some, they are framed within some ancient cultural belief system, or at least some analogy that they made at that time. But of course, if you reevaluate it from a later point and you have a fixed notion of what you think it should be, it's look at this rubbish.
Right, the profane that are outside that society that don't have the knowledge or don't have the understanding of the symbology.
Yeah,
will get it all wrong. Complete misinterpretation of the symbology.
Yep. Listen, I've got to go. I'll catch up with you guys later.
All right, brother, take care. Have a good one.
And you, take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming by again.
We need some unrestricted independent exploration, methinks. Get to the bottom of this.
Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, but I did used to have people use the turtle analogy as like a deflection away from me or anything like that. They'd always be like, yeah, it's just on the back of a turtle. This turtle's all the way down, man. Just to avoid actually thinking about the topic critically.
I am so excited. I'm about to make some food.
You're about to make some what now?
Food.
Oh, yeah, I'm hungry. I was just looking in the cupboards, doing the same thing. I'm not making anything yet, but my mind is going round and round. I'll tell you that.
Now everybody's going to start thinking about food.
It's
What's
good.
that?
It's called. If you're a vegan, it's called vegetables.
I had a bowl of cereal.
Cereal.
So you got your daily dose of heavy metal.
Oh yeah, that's a good way to go, isn't it?
They're like, you need all the iron you can get.
Don't
No, I
forget,
don't. What?
you can eat Oreos if you're a vegan because there's no animal products in an Oreo.
There used to be, though.
Oh, I know, but not anymore. Now it's all soy oil and shit.
Soy boys.
Soy boys. No shit. I was going to say the same thing. Had to. Soy boys. That's not a good thing.
Show me an anti-flat earther that's not a soy boy. Ready, go.
Well,
and I'm not going to wait because that's going to take a while.
Tight shirt. It's not a soy boy.
What is he?
Okay, he's a soy boy. I give up.
Because keep in mind, guys, demons can also be soy boys. It can be both at once. In fact, usually is.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
What do you think?
Certainly anybody Witsit runs into is a fucking soy boy.
A lot of them, yeah.
All of them.
You know,
I mean, he meets some genuine people out there, but most of them are stupid.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
The ones that,
I heard Satanists are actually drinking soy milk instead of blood now because they've all gone vegan.
It's both.
Who's
See, they'll secretly drink blood because they think it gives them power. And then they'll drink soy in public and be like, look, I'm virtue signaling.
Yeah, is that blood vegan friendly?
Well, plants eat dead animals, so that's where it ends for me. It's like nothing isn't an omnivore.
It's like a plant wasn't alive or something. You fucking monster. You're killing a plant that didn't even have the chance to have sex. Didn't even have the chance to reproduce. You are twisted, all you veggie eaters. All you ones that only
That's right.
eat veggie. Sick and twisted. Stop feeding
Sick and
on
twisted
the children.
Yeah, when you pick your fruits and vegetables too early, you're eating children. Science, man. It's just science.
Oh god. Yeah, don't eat the plants, man, because they can't defend themselves. At least eat something that has a chance to defend itself. That's funny.
You're absolutely
I'm
right.
gonna use that. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, please, by all means, eat the spines off.
Stop eating your children.
What did you say? Okay, I serve.
What about a poisonous plant? It defends itself, right?
Oh, that's a good point. I said they feel pain too.
Oh yeah, they do for sure. Yeah. I was talking to my baby tomatoes the other day, and I was like, I really hope we get enough weather for you to become an adult. And they were like, yeah, me too. We'll see, I guess.
You know what? I actually watched this video. This person put a red, like a red fabric or red transparency over their tomatoes because their tomatoes weren't getting ripe. And wait, young lady. And after they did that, they said their tomatoes started growing way better and tasted way better. Isn't that interesting? Let me find it and I'll just post it.
Yes. Yeah, I talk to my plants all the time. And maybe that's why they're not doing so hot. No, I'm just kidding.
Yo, Glad, it's almost November, bro. You still waiting for the tomatoes?
Dude, it's fucking 80 degrees here right now. So, and it's sunny. So as long as it's warm and sunny, I'm keeping my fruits outside. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Once it starts getting cooler, I'm going to bring them inside and just keep them at the window because they'll still get enough sun, right? And they'll be in a decently warm environment to finish out. My peppers are almost ready to pick, though. It's just my tomatoes need probably 2 more weeks of warm weather, and then they'll be good.
I was
Just
thinking the other
explains
day.
everything.
Yeah. Well, what happened to the whole summer? Like nothing grew? Like nothing, you didn't have a harvest?
No, I didn't. It was weird. But
Yeah, that is kind of weird.
I'm not agreeing to them. I'm not agreeing to them either. And plus, these jalapenos are taking forever to grow. It's also because they're in pots. So
And I wish you were a little closer, bro. I got so much
Yeah,
shit. I don't know what to do with it, bro.
It
they're
needs
in
root.
pots. Yeah,
Literally
it needs the
my
ground
neighbors.
to really flourish. I get it. So yeah. Anyway, I'm doing the best I can with pots. Okay.
Oh, you're in the pots. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff. Well, do you fertilize it, bro? You give it some food?
Yeah, he pees in it.
No, I poop in it though.
Your poop isn't good
Maybe
for fertilizer for like at least a year or two, man. Just FYI.
No,
for
I know.
anybody out there.
Humans can't be fertilizing stuff, but dog poop can. I don't know about cat. I think cat poop, no, but dog poop, yes.
Makes good coffee in
can
space, though. I heard.
Oh, gross.
Yo, you know they have they supposedly grow food on ISS and shit.
Yeah, they grow
Yeah, they're
lettuce
growing
like
food.
every year for the first time. They grow it every year for the first time.
So do they use like their own sweat, or how do they?
Dude, I guess they have lights. I was watching a video like years ago. They growing vegetables on ISS. I can find the video. It's hilarious.
I don't care because I know that it's not real.
Dude,
but thank you.
It's a show, man. It's a circus. We watch it for entertainment, right?
We do.
Yeah.
I don't know about them other people. They seem to think
I was
it's real
so
deal.
sad. My little mango tree died. I was so sad.
When did it die?
It didn't die.
I killed it somehow. Yeah. But anyway, I have a little sweet potato plant that's about 4 feet tall, and it still keeps going, but it's getting old. Probably what I'll do is cut it back and let it do it all over again. It's amazing.
Run away, sweet potato plant. He's going to kill you too.
No.
He's after all of it. Murderer.
I gave it a chance to live when it wouldn't have otherwise had a chance.
Yeah, but it's like Hegelian dialect. It's like Hegelian dialect. You're gonna create the problem, then you're gonna create the solution for this thing. It didn't fucking sign up for any of that in the first place.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not my fault. I needed a houseplant, so I got a houseplant. It's worked quite well.
Houseplants are key.
Yeah. Wait, so your sweet potatoes in a pot?
Yeah, in a pot. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
See, the house plant I like will also provide me with something, right? It's called marijuana.
Yeah.
Well, I wish I could do that. Yeah.
Don't you live in California?
Yeah, but I live
don't
in
live in
a
California.
controlled building, so I've done it. I did it for two seasons. I had a plant in a little tent in the side. They never knew it was in here, but because they can come in and inspect every year, to make sure everything's working in their building. So I had it, but I decided it's too much hassle. It was so much work. It was so work intensive, and it barely produced anything at the very end. It was really fun to grow it. It was a great process, but it didn't provide hardly anything because I didn't have the right lights and stuff, and you need good ventilation. So that stuff makes a lot of noise. That's going to be noticeable.
From my experience, they can fuck right the fuck off. They have no access to my domicile, my property, my living quarters, because even if I'm in a hotel room, that land is my land. I'm paying to occupy that land, right?
Yeah, I get
so
you.
those people and all that shit, it's like, well, you need this in one hand and shit in the other. We'll fill up first.
Yeah, well, the knuckle dragglers call that probable cause. So
I probably could, but I'd rather have a little plot of land, a little yard or whatever, that I could have a garden, anything, like a little cabin somewhere where I can have a garden, grow my food, maybe have some goats, some chickens, whatever, that kind of
What a dream.
Well,
yeah,
you know
that's
how
what
you're
I'd
not
rather
supposed
do.
Living on the edge.
Then you can
know how
put
you're
stuff
not supposed
right
to
in
grow
the
your
ground.
stuff outside
Yeah,
unless
you
you
can put
have
your
like
stuff
it all fenced in.
all fenced in. I know. Yeah.
Well, this stuff is like got a chain link fence, so it's not even like up to code. And cops have come by and they've seen the plants and they just look at the plants, go, "Hey, nice plants," and then they walk on.
Nice.
Because they can't do shit. They weren't called.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, we called the ambulance. So why the fuck did you show up?
Mm.
You know, most people will be like, "Oh yeah, I'll talk to the officer." No, don't talk to the officer.
You're in
Tell the
like
officer leave. You're trespassing.
you're in like Wyoming though. Or
No, I'm in
something like
Arizona.
Arizona. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I think I talked to you about that before.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, if they're not called specifically, they have no jurisdiction. They're just there to investigate, right? Anytime you see an officer with his uniform
Yes.
on, they are
Yes.
conducting an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
So you never want to speak to an officer. The only thing you say to an officer is, "I answer no questions."
Yeah, unless you
Maybe-
want to enter into their investigation. Why
Exactly.
would you want to?
Maybe try to start talking about flat Earth with them. I wonder how'd that go.
Well, we had a
The
on
last
Saturday night. On Saturday night, Enoch and I were out playing music out in the streets for people. You know, that's it's so fun. Anyway,
Oh,
we
how
had
fun.
cops.
How'd it go?
We had a really nice lady cop, woman cop asked us like, "What kind of music you guys play?" And so we were talking to her. She was really nice. Yeah, I was like, "Have a good
That's
night."
really
Like,
cool.
"Yep."
Yeah.
Ruther music, yeah.
Flat Earth music.
Flat Earth music.
Technically, all music is made on a flat Earth.
Exactly.
Yeah, listen, music only works on a flat Earth because if you were spinning, the Doppler effect would be.
Bro, you wouldn't even be able to hear it. You wouldn't be able to
Oh,
hear
I
it.
know.
The sound would be over there moving 1,000 miles an hour. You'd be over here like, what the fuck?
You'd never hear it.
Especially if you were facing east of the speaker. Yeah.
People in China would hear it.
So wouldn't it be bouncing and it goes in straight lines, right? Just like right? Like
Yeah,
doesn't
it
sound
would
travel in a
have to
straight
go
line, line of
in
sight?
a straight line, yeah.
So if
Borealis.
someone was so if someone was further away from you, they'd be tilted up, wouldn't they? You would never hear their sound. They'd be tilted up.
Yeah, it would
Wait
go
a minute.
straight off into the vacuum of space.
Wait a minute. What if a bird were to take off flying from the equator? Where's the sonic boom?
Yeah, exactly, right? How did they get
It's
here?
constantly
It's going
happening.
so fast you can't even see it.
Yeah, the sonic
think
boom. See, listen, it's just like the rotation of the Earth. The sonic boom is happening so frequently and constantly that you've gotten used to it. You just don't notice it anymore. Just like the.
Just like
It's
the motion. Just like the motion. I think birds are secretly hiding jet propulsion.
Well, they're certainly fake. Did you hear about that CIA stuff about birds? Birds are totally fake now. Did you hear that?
Dude, people tell me that all the time. Anytime I start talking about anything that's not mainstream, they always say to me, "Oh, what do you think? The birds are drones? The birds are drones, aren't they?" I'm like, "Where do you people hear this shit?" Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've found lots of birds. Drones don't bleed blood, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Let's
Drones
pass.
don't rot and have bugs in them after a couple weeks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can find me a drone that like biodegrades. Let me know, or don't. I guess that'd be some scary shit.
Listen to this. We need to pass this around to the Globers. Tell them, yeah, somebody measured Earth with birds. See what happens.
Oh, yeah,
And
birds.
See how long it takes to come back.
I don't
Pass
think
that
they
around
want
as a
you to
rumor.
see the drones. I don't think they want you to see the drones, right?
Oh, dude, if there's drones, we don't see them. Absolutely.
Bird migration.
I'll tell you.
Fuck, you think they're gonna have stuff up in the sky that we can see and point at and you know
Let
it's
me give you-
tangible? No.
Let me give you an example. I was walking through my yard, right? So I look, the sun hit it just right. So the light would just shimmer off of it. But this thing was almost transparent and almost invisible. I just caught the outline of it. It's probably 2 or 3 football sizes, about the size of 2 or 3 footballs put together. So as soon as my mouth dropped, when I looked at it, I made eye contact with it above my head, probably, I don't know, about 100 feet. That thing took off. I mean, really quick. And yeah, so they don't
Yeah,
want
they
you to
don't
see
like
it.
it when you see them. No, they don't like it.
How do they know
especially when
you
you
see
shine the
them
laser at
too?
them.
Exactly. They know it. Well, they're looking right at you. If they're in your area, they're seeing everything, you know.
I guess so.
Especially if you're human, they got the heat sensor thing and they're looking for you. They're always trying to see where the humans are.
That's why you take a green burning laser and you see one of those drones, because it's not actually an aircraft, right? It's a drone. It's not man piloted, so there's no danger of blinding anyone except for that CCD chip.
That's why you train falcons and just have them take the drone down.
I'm just training my cat to do it. Zeus over here, man, I'll tell you what.
Doing it in
He's
the
getting
Middle
his
East.
lightning bolts and all kinds of shit out of these fucking.
Wait, does Zeus have a lightning bolt on his forehead?
I'm teaching him how to get his lightning bolts out. No, he has a white stripe up the middle of his face, though, like a lightning bolt.
Yeah, that's like a lightning bolt.
Yeah. So he's going to use those powers when the drones come around.
Jump,
so the guys in the Middle East were taking the falcons and training the falcons to take the drones down. Just
That's
FYI.
fucking awesome. I like that a lot. We should get them birds over here.
That's illegal, man.
What about that one?
I don't care, man.
Did you guys see that one meme of that seagull that sat there and landed on another seagull and was riding another seagull as he was landing?
No.
Dude, that shit was tight.
Now I have to see it. I'm going to search it up.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Wow, so cool. I just downloaded that movie on BitTorrent.
So seagulls are hitching rides with each other now?
Yeah.
There's a video of a seagull just basically jumps on the back of another seagull and just rides him for a little bit.
Wow, his math must be really good. How he calculated that. A moving Earth.
Yeah, land on a moving
seagull.
target.
That's called Super Coriolis.
They have it built in, the adjustment. It's built into their instinctual nature.
Shouldn't we have that?
I don't have the one landing on each other, but
Ephraim?
this here is my contribution to the conversation. Voice text. That's about all I got.
I think
Can't
you got
find the
shit
other
on
ones.
that.
Look at that guy. He's happier than a pig and shit. It's probably the most interesting thing that's ever happened to that man in like his life and his whole family's life. Like he goes back and tells that story every day.
What, getting shit on by a pigeon? Or, a seagull?
Yep.
Wow.
You guys, and the best part was he didn't poop until way later, man. It was crazy. I'm never washing that hat again.
What's up with the southern voices? It's kind of funny, man, but it's kind of weird to me because it's like, every time someone makes fun of someone for being stupid or something, it's always like a southerner, right?
I know. It's a southerner. I used to live in Texas. Trust me, I feel you. It's a stereotype and it's not cool.
Because it's kind of like when we have northerners come down and they think they know how to grow a garden or skin a deer or different things like this. You have to show them how to do it. You have to show them how to drive because they never drove a car in their life because they walked everywhere they went. So it's kind of funny and amusing to me that it's always the fast talking people who are really saying nothing. But it's the slow.
Oh, don't take it personally, brother. I wasn't trying to insult anybody.
Damn old dang old man, I'll tell you what.
Dang old southern drawl, that really makes you stupid, don't it, boy? Come on, man.
I actually think if you do a southern drawl right, you're a smart person because it takes a lot of, you have to know how to do a good accent, right?
It's kind of like when people used to say things are heading south. It was a slam on the Southerners, right?
It was, yeah. Huh.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah,
funny,
the
man.
whole
I mean,
country's heading Democratic.
Oh, stupid. Stupid has nothing to do with the accent, or the way the mouth moves, and throat and tongue moves when they talk. It's what you say and how you say it, not how the vessel works.
Stupid is as stupid does, right?
Well, I don't know, but I've been told Eskimo nipples are mighty hard.
I don't know. I feel like they get used to it.
I know you would think so, right?
Right. Eskimos know it's flat.
Oh, this dog is just out here sunbathing.
You guys know what Eskimo kisses are?
Yes,
Yeah, like
those are great.
Yeah.
The eyelashes.
You give them to babies. Babies like it.
I don't know what they
Yeah.
are. What are they?
It's eyelash kisses. You just put your
touch-
eyelash gently
touch
up
noses.
against the skin and blink, and it's called Eskimo kisses.
I thought you touched noses.
Because they had to cover their. Oh, no, it's because you have to.
it
They
might
had to
be.
cover their face so their lips don't freeze off. That's why they kiss like that.
Are you actually feeding eagles napalm?
Freeze your face off.
No, I don't feed those things, man. We were out on we had some people from out of town visiting us. We live in Florida, and we went out on a little cruise or something like that to see dolphins or snorkel or something. I forget what it was, but the captain went out there to feed the seagulls just to entertain the tourists. We call them rats with wings.
Yeah. That's pretty much what they are.
Rats.
I've seen people grabbing those seagulls and cooking them up, actually.
I remember one time I put some sand shrimp on my hook at the beach, or not at the beach, but at the coast. Same difference. Just one's jetty because I was fishing. Now I went to cast it out, and this friggin' seagull landed and tried to steal my bait, got hooked. So when I cast it out, I set the hook on the seagull. Man, I was felt so bad.
Yeah.
Freaking hooked through his bill.
Yeah, I've done that before on various birds, unfortunately.
These
It's their
people were
fucking
having
fault, man.
These people were parked alongside a local park, a few years ago, and me and my kids were sitting there watching them, and and they were having a barbecue right alongside their van, and saw the dude grab a freaking pigeon. My son saw it.
He grabbed a pigeon by the neck.
Yeah.
Like, get over here, pigeon.
Truth is all that's when you have bird for dinner. Yeah, I don't think you can eat those fowls.
That's why they call it foul, partner.
Yeah.
Don't do it. No, I don't know. I don't know why they call it foul.
Well, I mean, okay, it's not like I would ever plan to eat them. However, they eat fish. So what's the deal with why couldn't you eat them? Are they web-footed
I
or
don't
something?
know.
Do they dig in the
Yeah, they're
bottom and
web-footed.
eat the garbage?
Yeah, they are. The seagulls are. Yeah, I don't think you
Okay.
could eat those. I was talking about pigeon. Yeah.
Well, actually, there's no verse in the Bible that talks about webfoot as being unclean.
Well,
That's a Talmudic
it's
thing.
not because it's got a web foot. It's because birds with webbed feet will take the webbed feet and dig in the bottom and eat the garbage off the bottom. So it's like that's the connection. It's where they eat the garbage or not.
That's why we won't eat duck, because they have webbed feet and they eat the grubs out of the mud. They eat the worms out of the mud.
Right.
Hey, if you want to eat duck, that's all on you. I won't.
In North America, we used to have a native bird called the passenger pigeon that was actually became extinct because they used to kill them and eat them so often that they actually extinct the whole entire line of pigeon to make pigeon pie. You ever heard the term pigeon pie?
Yep. It's another thing called Cornish game hen. That's pigeon.
Yeah, pretty much. But the passenger pigeon was eaten a lot back in the day in North America.
I curse at the pigeons in my neighborhood.
You should.
Oh, you're
You
one of
should
those
raise
crazy
those
guys.
pigeons. You should use those pigeons as carrier pigeons.
Fuck those pigeons.
I could picture Glatflobe driving around to the gas station, seeing a bunch of pigeons hanging out at the gas station, sticking his head out. Well, what's wrong with that guy? Oh, he's just
Exactly.
mad.
Yeah, I'm just mad at the pigeons for being fucking pigeons.
I'm mad at the
Nasty.
little doves, man. They're just like little doves, man. Right? Little
No, they're
turtle
not.
doves.
They're fat, overfed, lazy fucks.
I think that's what my dogs feel about the rabbits. They see the rabbits and they're always
Eat
like,
the rabbits, eat the pigeons. There's too many. Fuck it.
About Americans or pigeons? Are you talking Americans or pigeons, man? What are you talking about?
Yes.
What?
I just had a vision of passenger pigeons, bugs lining up at Bug Airport, and the passenger pigeon is ready to take off, and they're boarding on board the pigeon.
Professor
Did you say you
Earl.
had a vision of pigeons? That was
Professor
good,
Earl. Professor Earl, I haven't heard. Hey, man, I haven't heard you in a long time.
Yeah, you know, I hear myself every day. You know, nothing.
No, I'm
well,
in
we
the
like
same
to
boat.
hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to hear, Earl. I was asking about it.
They're the extended version of the carrier pigeon. You know, it's a little longer, a little wider. You know.
I mean, they do know what they're doing, right? They defecate on all the structures in the city that are kind of iffy. All the statues.
And they shit on your car, and yeah.
You'd think China would use pigeons to strengthen their buildings.
Hey, I was thinking of playing either a song or a numpty clip. You guys approve?
Man, if people rub their noses that fast, oh man, it would just rub their noses off. Like that's a fast emoji. And I have fast gift. Holy shit, man. That's the fastest one I think I've ever seen.
I approach Sonic, whatever you're playing.
We didn't start the fire. It was burning a long time ago. We just come across the fire.
What?
Hey, Sonny, how does that song
I
go?
have no idea. Okay, next question.
Yo,
That was funny.
it's Chuck.
Yo.
It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like your army needs copper please. With no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your molten iron core science. All the sicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make a hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on her head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? When most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical concept of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here. Or religiously, maybe officially, one day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony, it's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Numpty clips coming up.
Here he
Was
comes.
that
to save the
Chocolato?
day. Moron Man. May
Yes, it was.
2021.
We go with the best information at the time, and that's what we move forward with.
So Flodge is
no,
giving us
not
the best
him.
information at the time, and they just move forward with that. How'd that work out for him? But if
I have a theory why the mice exploded in Australia and they started taking over the grain stores.
Wrong. That's not a scientific theory, moron. You're referring to a colloquial theory. That is, a wild guess or abject speculation, as opposed to a scientific theory. From the University of Rochester PhysicsLabs.edu, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. All you did here is faceplant into a clumsy, moronic equivocation fallacy.
And then later on, I find out that theory was wrong.
Shocking. You mean to tell me your abject speculation was wrong? Who'd have thunk it? Here he comes to save the day, Moron Man.
And that was a problem. And then we figured out what the problem was later on. Or maybe we didn't. Maybe we had a theory on it.
Are you high right now?
And now you Google.
So let me get this straight. You figured out what the problem was, then maybe you didn't, and then you conjured another abject speculation? When does your Rhodes Scholarship end? Moron Man!
Show up on my motherfucking doorstep.
This is that was your dependent or independent variable for
Dependent?
God rockin'.
Time.
So dependent time is your dependent variable.
Yes.
What's your independent variable of the
Independent
cause
variable
of
is
time?
velocity.
Velocity is the cause of time.
Are you serious? Are you
Dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Correct.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
What's velocity?
Go ahead, skin it. Skin that smoke wagon and see what happens.
Time over distance.
Say hello to my little friend!
So velocity is time over distance. So 50 seconds per 200 miles is velocity. Time over distance is a non sequitur fallacy, non-unit of measure for anything. You must have been going for distance over time, as in 200 miles per hour. You're still wrong, because that's speed. Speed is a scalar, where velocity is a vector quantity. It's got magnitude and direction. You'd not only fail 6th grade intro to physics, you'd bolo a 2nd grade basic reasoning course. I'm embarrassed just listening to your dumbass. It's anybody's guess what abject stupidity is next to projectile diarrhea out of that ball-tard blowhole of yours.
Now, if you do that, now we can also naturally, if you want to stick with this stupid-ass natural thing.
So natural science is stupid-ass. Well, that follows coming from you and your ilk. It's merely standard fare you get from fanatical religiotards. You ever hear of science versus religion? Well, that science is natural science, by the way. That's why you bow your back against it. Thanks for confirming. Psst, we already knew.
Retarded asshole.
We don't need to hear the foreword from your autobiography.
My hypothesis is that mass attracts mass.
You don't start with a hypothesis. Start with an observed phenomena, your dependent variable. Number 2, mass attracts mass is the poster child of circular reasoning. Number 3, the independent variable and the dependent variable can't be the same. Number 4, you or anyone else for that matter can't even define the friggin' disheveled monkey. Mass. At the very best, it's a concept. And concepts don't physically attract each other, moron. In conclusion, if your 5th grade general science teacher said, okay, to pass my class, post a viable scientific hypothesis regarding anything, and you responded with mass attracts mass, you'd be taking 5th grade general science over again. You numpty.
So, what's your independent and dependent variable?
Oh, God. Really?
Yeah, really, shamalama gamma panda retard. Science illiterate. Now go sit your dumbass down in a corner, and if we need any snacks or refreshments, we'll signal your natural experiment birds humping slobber nurses, and they can help direct you. Other than that, just sit down and shut the fuck up.
I don't know, mass is your independent and dependent variable, or what?
Let's see, I'm trying to think with my dependent variable. I really don't like these terms.
Here he comes to save the day, moron man.
Okay, this is not my. Does not have that. Hypothesis is just a proposal.
Ay, caramba!
A proposal is the act of offering or suggesting something for acceptance, whereas a scientific hypothesis is a predictional supposition into natural cause and effect relationships. You dumbass cracker! Do you make synthetic fur balls for ceramic cats? Here he comes to save the day, moron man!
Waves are not associated with tidal, with tides.
What the hell did you just say?
Waves are not tides.
From NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, .gov, tides are very long period waves. Listen up. Here he comes to save the day, Moron Man. Take the next 3 days off, then quit.
That's all, folks.
Okay. That was a bit long. I apologize for the length of time that was.
Lengthy, man. No, I'm.
Earl. How dare you? Okay.
I do dare.
Okay, back to the topic at hand. Someone want to start a topic? Natural science might be a good place to start. Earth itself? Yeah, why don't we start back there?
I am willing to teach these globies that think Coriolis effect has to be measured when hitting a target, and take them out to the gun range at only about 1,000 meters, and they have a little orange target they can hit. They can see it plain as day because it's what do you call it? Fluorescent, right? You can see it in low light. Right? Giant fluorescent orange sticker, and this thing's about the size of a mayonnaise jar. And when you hit it, you're going to feel it in your chest and your legs. So you can't sit there and go, oh, I nicked it. No, you didn't hit it. You didn't even nick it, because if you would have nicked it, it would have detonated. So do it again. Remember, get rid of that Coriolis bullshit calculation, and you will hit the fucking target every time. You calculate in Coriolis, and you'll never hit the target. That's like, you tried fucking lining the crosshairs up and shooting the target, and obviously that's not where the bullet's going. You can see where the bullet is impacting in the sight picture. So adjust for that.
Right.
And wherever that sight picture impact is, you're going to hit that target no matter what. You don't need to calculate no bullshit fucking Coriolis.
But then they'll ask you, do I win a prize?
Yeah, you get to get your hair blown back. Hey, nothing's better than you hitting a small target and a big surprise comes out like boom! You get this shockwave that hits you before like you even hear the damn thing.
The shockwave of the Earth actually being flat, just the way it appears. Boom.
Yeah, a shockwave would not radiate 360 degrees equally at equal speeds if we are indeed rotating. That's not how a bow wave works, right? These people that don't even know waveform analysis or anything about wave structure,
Yeah.
yet they want to talk about things like light or
And like
the
we were
sun
discussing
emitting.
earlier about the Doppler effect, that would be occurring alongside of what you're saying.
Yeah. But the question I have is, what the fuck does the sun and the moon have to do with, oh my God, these fucking people? What the fuck does that have to do with anything I was talking? They just bring up these non sequiturs all the time. Well, what about Carl Sagan?
Yeah, I want to see them go into their local hardware store and start asking the clerk or whatever they are, the person, the helper in the store at the hardware store, how to help them measure the floor with the ceiling lamp. And they're in the ceiling light section. They're asking about measuring a floor. It's exactly what it's like.
Oh, I know. It's redonkulous, man.
Like to see them build a house with that paradigm.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
you know those primitive houses where they go down in there in the fucking jungle and they sit there and they take a stick and they carve like a castle out of the dirt.
Yes.
Yeah, these guys, they wouldn't be able to do that. They'd be like, but we can't get this wall level because it's spinning. We can't get the floor level because it's spinning. And by the way, go ahead and try putting something, say, moving a fraction of the supposed speed of the rotation, and try to get a measurement of level on, say, the back of a lorry as it's moving. You're not going to be able to. That bowl's going to be bouncing all over the place because it's not stationary. Uh-oh. Heck, even just like this, the motion of spinning, like take a level and go on a fucking merry-go-round, right? And tell me if the deck of the merry-go-round is level while it's at rest, and tell me if it's level while it's spinning.
No.
They will say it's not level while it's spinning because the bubble's not lined up. So anybody that comes in here talking about Maxwell equations, I'm just going to have to fucking slap them right in the face and say that has no themes in reality whatsoever. In fact, they don't even teach Maxwell equations anymore. Unless you're a mathematician.
They do still teach Maxwellian equations, by the way. FYI. Just for the record.
Yeah, I mean, look at the sample size you're working with here in this video. This crowd control stuff. Listen, I don't want those dudes that I'm seeing in the videos douchebags walking around in public in the first place. So yeah, I don't see the problem here. I'm just kidding.
Are you talking about the video I posted? That
Yeah.
non-lethal. Yeah.
Right. Crowd dispersal. Shit.
Yeah.
Tactics. Boys with toys.
Isn't that what 5G actually is crowd dispersal technology?
Don't know.
No, it's just merely a cell phone technology that doesn't have anything to do with crowd dispersal.
I heard there are military applications.
Yeah, military uses data too.
No, that it is a military technology.
And welcome official narrative man Matthew Learns. False. Right. Tell us what the official narrative says, Matthew.
about 5G. It's the next technology for faster cell phone connections.
That is what they say, indeed.
Just like they said the same kind of thing for 4G and LTE and CMDA before that.
So you work directly with 5G technology, then you know what it is. That's cool, man. Tell us about
I
it.
believe the official narrative based on what I see.
Yes, you do. Thank you so much for saying it's merely a belief. I'm done for the moment. I'm going to go eat. Thanks. Love you guys.
Food.
Have a good lunch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go too. I'll be back later.
Here it is. 5G uses same frequency as EMF as military crowd control.
Microwaves.
Yep, largest rollout 5G China back in December 2019. We all remember it. Yeah, great start of this, whatever you want to call it, hoax. Let's see here.
Yeah. What if they have like some kind of secret technology inside of that shit that allows them to cause people to go into convulsions, which is what caused the big fear in the first place?
Exactly.
I just posted something on
This is
that.
just speculation, by the way, YouTube. My opinion does not is not the same opinion as the person who owns this stream. So you could fuck right off, find my stream, and fuck with me.
Yeah,
Okay?
and this is things that are
Name's
on the
Jonathan Knapp.
mainstream media networks. I'm just presenting things that already exist on your mainframes. So leave us alone. This is information that you're allowing to be here, or else you wouldn't allow it. So yes. So fifth generation now being actively rolled out. Oh, we're not supposed to talk about this on here? Yeah, okay, I guess I'm going too far. All right, I don't want to talk about it. I had to stop myself. But you have a link there.
It's got a talking code.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I yelled at YouTube. To let YouTube know this opinion does not have the same opinion as the owner.
So they have wavelengths that will interact with the geometrical structures of our skin. The sweat ducts work like helical antennas. Integral part of the mechanism for absorption of energy, electromagnetics between 75 and 100 gigahertz. And that if you change the character of the sweat duct, i.e. made it work, you could actually change that absorption at some point. You could do that if you could trace how a person is under stress. Going on, let's see here.
So the mainstream narrative, like you were trying to say there, or the mainstream narrative that Matthew recited for us.
Yes.
Is that, so for effectively, like if I've got a little .5 caliber rifle but I can also use the gun to shoot 500 caliber military grade bullets. Just don't look at the fact that the rifle can shoot the 500 caliber rifle bullet. Let's just focus on the 0.5 caliber, which we say is the only band that we're going to be using.
Yeah,
Don't
I
look
would like
at the.
I would like to go on. Actually, I didn't mean to cut you off, but if I could, is it okay?
Yeah, go for it.
Just a couple minutes. Okay, so wireless radiation and EMF scientist Dr. Martin Pall, Pall, has done groundbreaking research in explaining exactly how EMFs cause premature aging and injury to human body, including damage to fertility, brains, hearts, and even DNA. He pioneered research showing EMF activate body's VGCC's voltage gate calcium channels, which causes them to release excess calcium ions into the cell, then leads to nitric oxide and superoxide, which react nearly instantaneously to form peroxynitrate and free radicals. Many studies show that how peroxynitrate damages DNA. Dr. Paul stated unequivocally that the 5G rollout is absolutely insane. Significant unique feature of smart meters is that they emit pulsed wave radiation, not continuous wave radiation. In other words, they run in start-stop cycles of emitting a burst of EMF, then going temporarily inactive. This happens at incredibly high times per day. There are court documents with testimonies from utility companies like PG&E of California reveal that smart meters send pulse waves between 9,600 and 190,000 times per day. Deep EMF penetration. The main reason why mobile cell phone towers are more dangerous for children than adults, apart from the fact that radiation absorption is cumulative over a lifetime, is due to EMF penetration. Dr. Paul writes, the industry has also made claims that more conventional microwave EMFs are limited in effect to the outer 1 centimeter of the body. We know that it's not true. However, because the effects deep in the human brain on the heart and hormone systems, perhaps the most important two studies demonstrate effect deep within the body are studies of Professor Hassig, colleagues in Switzerland, and cataract formation in newborn calves. These two studies clearly show that when pregnant cows are grazing near mobile phone base stations, also known as cell phone towers, calves are born with very increased incidence of cataracts, for one, of 250. Okay, that goes into long. So, 5G, I'll end at this last paragraph. 5G is a weapons system disguised as a consumer convenience. Mark Steele has been very outspoken against 5G, now is widely interviewed, including Project Camelot, and also by Sasha Stone, his documentary 5G Apocalypse, The Extinction Event. Steele claims that although widespread reports have stated that 5G is operating in a 24 to 100 gigahertz range, it is actually sub-gigahertz, meaning under the gigahertz threshold, so still measured in megahertz. He says 5G is a weapons system like long-range radar, phased array radar, and direct energy DEW was used in 9/11 various fires like Paradise Fire. He claims that when you examine 5G hardware, it has dielectric lens, which is proof it is a weapons system. Autonomous vehicles can use 5G to shine in mirrors of other drivers, which are so strong and damaging is equivalent to assault. Mark talks about how 5G is powerful enough to kill babies in wombs. Thanks.
Yeah. I think we should
man.
move from
Somebody
this
told me
topic.
that the tech war is over. The tech war ended in 2019, and the winner will determine the rollout of the new technology that will be world changing, is what they claimed, and that's the new 5G, right? Well, as you can tell, who's rolling out all the 5G? It's China. It's not the West. That means China won the superiority. They're the ones that will be developing the AI and the social credit system. Jesus Christ.
I don't know if I would phrase it as they won. They're just the first to have a subservient society that they can perfect the technology on before it rolls out to everyone else. Right.
Yeah, I can agree.
And
but
here's
I
something
would say,
sorry, go for it.
I would say that every region has been taking their own testing on their own population so that whenever everything gets mended into one, it'll finally be like the perfected system, because it's going to have all of the different ways of poking and prodding at the holes, and they're going to be patching up the holes, and then whenever everything comes together, boom, it's all set.
Skynet will be fully implemented.
Oh, but you got to remember, Skynet was destroyed and Legion rolled out. Remember?
It's been a while.
Have any of you guys ever worked for a multinational? Then you'll know also that they have area managers and continent managers. Generally, there's a single-minded goal of that entity, but they do understand that demographics and geographics lend to slightly different nuances in how to control populace. And certain phrases won't be accepted worldwide in every country. So you've got to know the colloquial, sort of the accepted way to state something in their present language. So the more I think about this, it's this multinational corporation or all national corporation that effectively is rolling out these very similarly positioned strategies, but with enough nuance that can be implemented uniquely in every country. In the same way that Coca-Cola will use different strategies from Africa to Asia to US. It's that same mindset. And then after thinking about that, I went and looked at, there's a registrar of company names that are country names. So if you go and look at the registered company of the United States of America, or the registered company of the Republic of South Africa, or Malaysia, or Thailand, or China, or any of them, they have a business registration number, and they also indicate who the chairman is, who the spokesperson is. I'm going to post something now. Our current president in South Africa is simply the spokesperson listed on this corporate document, and it's got the actual business registration numbers. And when you look who was the founders are George Soros, the Bill Gates Foundation. It's crazy.
Yeah. Every one of them, all the countries are sold on Wall Street.
Yeah, so I work for a company that's in over 150 countries, and I can definitely confirm that what you are stating is the case as far as the information that goes out is specific for that country, but overall has a specific meaning.
Yeah, exactly.
They're all like separate little pirate entities floating around, causing damage and destruction, pillaging and raping.
So if you look at the picture that I just posted now, this is the...
Wait a minute. What does it say about tyrants' obedience in the back?
Yeah.
It's like a watermark.
Correct. So
what does it mean? To tyrants' obedience? Huh?
I'm not sure. I've sent the link as well, so you can go find the original doc. This was just off my
That whole emblem. Yeah, that would be interesting to see. What's that whole emblem say?
But so the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts are the two richest families in South Africa. They're undisclosed, so they never get listed as the richest families. But they own more land and more businesses and more than you can even imagine. And when you find this, the Republic of South Africa, there's the CIK doc, the registration number of the business called the Republic of South Africa. The CEO is Johan Rupert, which He's often on the board of many other companies, but very quietly. When you go down to the second portion, you'll see that the chairperson is Lord Renwick. And Lord Renwick is the one who's funding all the EFF, the Julius Malema, the burning of shops and the looting and all that stuff is being funded by this Lord Renwick directly. George Soros, and then who the financial director is and the company's secretary. And when you go and look, you'll see all the other listed company countries, Thailand, China, US, and
Yeah, the Security and Exchange Commission, it's, Washington, D.C. It's Public
and
Republic, National
our president,
Treasury. Wow.
our president at the moment is Cyril Ramaphosa. And on this business registration document, it shows he's simply the spokesperson. And if you think, what is your president? He speaks to you.
Oh, sorry.
But yet, I've been trying to find on the stock market where these specific businesses are trading their stock. Because I would like, they offer other stocks labeled as South Africa or the GDP or, gold exports or whatever that we're exporting. But this CIK document number, I can't find the stock to trade this because this is the business above all the other businesses in this country. So my question is, where do I find this stock to trade? And why is this stock not available to sale or for sale to the
You need to look in Dun and Bradstreet then. That's where you find it.
See, I knew someone on here would be able to take me further.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Dun
Sonny.
and Bradstreet. Yep, you can look them all up on Dun and Bradstreet. Even your city, county, your representatives, even going down to your city councils. A lot of them, their names are under LLCs that you can trace to Dun and Bradstreet, sold on Wall Street. Just like every one of us, without our consent or knowledge.
Yeah, so like if you go onto like TradingView and you go and look at every single ticker of every stock traded on Wall Street, I can't find these ones. You can find other ones that are linked to, they'll be called South Africa or the stock of South Africa, but it's not this company with Johan Rupert as the director and my president as a spokesperson.
Listen, I looked at this a few years ago. They're shadow companies. That's exactly what's happening. You'll find it that you can find the trail with that representative name of either the country you're talking about as a corporation or, let's say, a congressman as a corporation, but then it'll go to a certain place down that trail and you're going to find it switches to a company name. Then that is sold on Wall Street. Yep. Or you can also look in other places where you can trace stocks. Probably Indio knows probably more about it than I do. I've never traded stocks. I don't know anything about it really. I know very little about it.
It blows my mind how deep this rabbit hole goes. Every time you poke somewhere. Like I just need to start scratching at the surface somewhere and suddenly I've got a whole week's worth of research.
Almost anywhere you scratch. That's what we noticed. Like a girl in here last night, Rabbit, brought up this thing about this arch in New York City called the Salmon Tower building. And it's got the, so we were looking at these emblems. It's like in the architecture about this arch, it says it's Romanesque, but it looks like Greek revival or something. But it's got the months and the zodiacs etched in a relief. And then on the two corners on the top, it's got two eagles. And and 12 apostles in the middle. And so when we started digging into that, it keeps going deeper and deeper. Almost anywhere we look is like that.
Well, they sure need to make it confusing, right? Because they do things in secret. So we don't know unless we do a bunch of research and take responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
At least they leave a paper trail.
Yeah, so that was really interesting going down that rabbit hole. And you're right, it keeps going deeper than that. It's like a spider's web in there. Yeah, I learned that part about looking up information about the free man movement like 10 or 12 years ago. About our bond and the trust that's made and things like that.
Is that also called straw man? Or is that
No,
something
well,
different?
the straw man, the straw man is the capital letter person that was created when you were born and your parents gave you away to the state
Okay, right, yeah.
as witnesses. They transferred title of their resource that they created in commerce, the baby that was birthed at the doctors. That's interesting. So they made this fictitious person. Yeah, it's a corporate fiction is what it is. That is what's the straw man. That's the straw man. Everything you get received from a government agency is in capital letters. That's not you.
I'm just waiting for Cuddles to join.
No, don't do that. No, okay, change the subject.
Change
Sorry.
subjects.
That were we cuddling the room? It's like a verb,
What
a
did you say?
doing word now. To cuddle the room is to take it onto law.
Yes.
Okay.
You cuddled the conversation.
What?
Yeah.
That could only happen here. Yeah.
It's okay. There's a lot of legitimacy to that. You look into all of it.
What, did somebody bring up chancellery law?
No, I said stop it. If I have to use my referee skills, I will.
Are his ears itching, I wonder?
I'll start freaking muting people. Just kidding. But I could.
All right, well, I have a question. Do you guys think the vegans are going to be outraged when they learn that Neil deGrasse has now made Earth into a hamburger and then a pizza? I think he has a thing for food, you guys. First it's a pear, then now it's a hamburger, and then it's gonna be a pizza.
More like a hamburger.
And then it's a potato. Don't forget the potatoes.
Gosh.
They won't be upset because it's going to be an impossible burger.
A Beyond Burger, yeah. This is terrible.
The globe is impossible. It's an impossible burger.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Love it. Love it.
Pear-shaped hamburger pizza on a turtle shell crust.
Don't forget potatoes. Remember, he said it was potato shaped too.
You could have the potatoes. Yeah. Fries on the side.
Hell yeah, with some ketchup.
I do love potatoes.
Glat Flobe for the win.
Yeah, Gladflow. Shoot. You're funny, man. Ay, ay.
You guys find that odd though that he's always talking about Earth shape and food? Like, why is it gotta be food, man?
Have you
Because
seen
people
the dude?
appeal to food.
It's almost like he ate a pear after lunch and then went on and made that statement. Yeah, it's like a pear shaped. Yeah, a little bit more chubby at the.
It's a little chubbier at the bottom.
I think he was feeling a little chubbier at the bottom.
Hey, are his eyes? Hang on, are his eyes almond shaped? Because this is a serious question. If they are almond shaped, then there's a good possibility, since he has this fascination with food, that he suffers from Prader-Willi syndrome.
What syndrome?
From what syndrome?
Prader-Willi syndrome. It's an eating disorder where they think they cannot get enough food, so all they think about is food.
Wow.
Wow. I have one almond-shaped eye. No wonder. I'm just joking.
So he is the Hamburglar, right?
Well, the only reason why I bring that up is because people that are Prader-Willi are usually pear-shaped. So,
hey, Raven song, you're hot miking.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, no worries.
Would you say he looks more like Hamburglar or Grimace?
Huh. Hamburglers can only exist on the globe.
Maybe he's Hamburglar and Grimace's baby.
That makes sense.
no, my buddy Gully, that's Grimace. Especially when he wears his purple getup, purple hat, purple glasses, purple mask, all that purple getup. Then he takes the mask off and his nose matches Grimace's nose. And it's like, holy shit, it's Grimace. He hates it when I clown him.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
The Grim Burglar.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Isn't that part of the
Grimace is one
Hamburglar
of
realm?
McDonald's buddies. He's the big purple pear-shaped guy.
It's a fantasy McDonald's cartoon.
His real name is Neil the Grimburglar Tyson.
That's Grimace. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The Grimburglar.
You guys were abused as children with the McDonald's fantasy world.
Dude, who didn't want to have their birthday at McDonald's? Who didn't want to have their
merry-go-round where you could sit there and have your food, and then after you get done eating, go around and just spin and spin and spin and get sick. I remember that shit.
I had the McDonald's VHS where he went to the island and Ronald was surfing.
Grimace Island. Yeah. I just want to say also, Prader-Willi is not an eating disorder. It's a genetic condition. My cousin has Prader-Willi. It's genetic. It's actually yeah.
Okay.
It's a real disorder. Yeah, it's a loss of specific genes on chromosome 15. But yeah, I had those tapes too. Those tapes, the Legend of the McDonald Land, I think.
Yeah.
And there was one they only made like 500 copies of or something.
You know what's funny? You couldn't pay me $1 million to eat a McDonald's cheeseburger today.
Should I go over there and eat one right now, bro? Fuck it.
Gross.
They're probably unclean anyway.
You know when you see somebody eat like I think it's in China. It could be Korea where they have that dog festival where they torture dogs and they eat the dogs because they say it makes the meat more tender. Like some people could sit there and go,
Sounds like
"Ooh, that's not
adrenochrome
funny."
harvesting.
And with me, I'm like, "Yeah, that's disgusting, inhumane, and just straight up wrong." It's the same way I see about people eating McDonald's and not even knowing what they're eating.
Hey, wait a second. He can't pay you $1 million to eat a McDonald's cheeseburger because he doesn't have $1 million.
Well, no shit, but there's no amount of money or no object that you could come up with that would make me eat a McDonald's burger.
Now you see, that's a different sentence.
I'm going to call BS on that. I'm
You could
sure
try,
you have a price.
and you can watch me throw them all in the garbage. I wouldn't even feed that shit to my animals because I don't want them getting the taste of
Will
human
get you
meat.
to kill yourself instantly. They just kill you slowly over time, so it's less obvious.
Yeah, it's called soft kill.
Yeah, they can
Yeah,
rice
see,
it
that's
you,
the
right?
thing.
And you'll be dead in 3 days, but they're not going to do that. They're going to kill you slowly so they can make money off of your pain and suffering.
But here's the thing. What does that 100% American beef mean? What does that 100% Canadian beef mean? What does beef mean?
It may come
I
from a
thought
cow,
Same
but it
question.
might not
What
be
is
the
water,
desirable parts.
Well,
I
remember,
thought
they
Rick was
consider
the
us
name of the
cattle.
company. The name of the company. I mean, somebody said this on his Discord before a few months ago. That the name of the company that supplies the beef is called 100% beef. That's why they can legally put on the box 100% beef because that's the name of the company, not because that's what's in the box.
Yeah. And see,
But the same
thing,
the legal
they say
definition of chicken.
cattle is not
Sorry.
bovine, right? Cattle can mean anything from a person to a cow to a sheep to a pig. That's all cattle, lesser cattle, right? So when it says, 100% cattle or anything like that, they're not telling you bovine. They're not telling you the species of the cow that they use to grind it up. What if they're feeding you human meat straight from the morgue?
So when they
What's the nutritional
sell
value?
food types, they've got these statements like beef or chicken or pork. And for it to classify as beef, it has to be a certain percentage of bovine. And it's generally about 80%, 80 to 90%. With chicken, it's far less. If you're 60% chicken, you can call it chicken. And that can be mixed with water and saline and all kinds of other additives. And they've legally, the food industry has fought this thing that they're allowed to inject moistures into the meats and other additives and mix it and blend it. But like what you just said now, I wouldn't put it past them. The same
Right.
way that aborted
Well, I'm
fetal
Yeah.
tissue is an actual food type, and you're allowed to put 2% in McDonald's and 2% here, and it's got a
Well, that's
specific
like,
classification. So why wouldn't they classify dead meat as another classification and then just use it?
well, see, that's like going back to the root word breakdown of the injectable V word. You know what I mean? The key word in that, the root word in that word is vaca, which means cow. And that comes from cowpox for smallpox, right? So like when you actually do a study of it, it's kind of interesting that, these people call us, there's a certain group of individuals out there that consider all people that are not part of their group, because these people are very racist. They call us goyim, right? Which is basically cattle. Yeah, vaca. It's yeah. So it's like,
I'm just wondering if the cattle or the cow or Baal, the bull god, whether there's some link.
yep, the holy cow, man.
Holy
Yeah,
cow,
because
dude.
If you know about Ball, then you know that Ball supposedly laid with a cow, his favorite cow, and mounted the cow. There's a poem about it where he mounted the cow like 20 upon 20 times and climaxed with the cow like 40 upon 40 times and spawned a child afterwards. And this was the Minotaur from Minotia.
Yeah, I was actually I was doing a bit of digging into the Minoans and the Minotaurs and their ancient links of like why do you have this peculiar myth of this goat-headed man with teeth like a lion on the body of a human being? Like why? Where did that even spawn from? Like,
Yeah. I don't know, man.
but it's interesting. The Minoans are considered also an island race and considered to be a lost civilization. So it's sort of not on the scale of Tartaria, but it's again some information that has never been presented in any kind of factual light. It's always been a fairy tale, and then certain things start to just repeat and repeat and repeat. And they also, it's interesting that there's a lot of links to minotaurs or minotaurs. They pronounce it differently depending on the documentary. But in terms of caverns, that they were always subterranean. And the original, I think it was the Greek myth was, his name's escaped me now, but he went down this cavern and discovered the first minotaur and had this big battle with this bull-like man god thing. It's a peculiar. Either it's confronting the beast in society, the beast in ourselves, or it actually is a literal interpretation, and it makes more sense why they praise the bull and holy cow and why it's so sacred in India. And but before I sidetrack the point, how can they get away with calling beef 80% of something or chicken 60% of something and getting away with putting that on the label? And then also that other is acceptable. So this can be 4% other. No, I don't want to eat other.
I'm not sure what the other is in everything, but in Taco Bell beef and many other beef-like products, I know it's soy protein isolate is a lot of the filler material.
Well, sawdust is a legal additive. So they can add soy, they can add sawdust, they can add water, they can add saline, and then all these various classifications of other, brine and various things that they can add to your food just to increase the weight so that cost per kilo they can get more. It really is such an amazing thing that the world knows nothing about what they put inside themselves.
Is that why the meat swells up? Is that why the meat swells up when it used to shrink when you cook it?
When it shrinks, you've basically released the moisture that they've inserted into the meat. And when you go and buy true organic, you'll often find that it doesn't shrink because it's grown or it's sort of grain fed or grass fed, very natural meats. And when you get that from an organic grower, I'm sure you've seen it with like certain burger patties. You buy the store burger patty, and that thing goes from being almost a dinner plate to a side plate in 15 seconds. And then you buy other patties that are, or maybe you make it yourself from mince, and they don't really shrink by maybe 10% even, It's got to do with, as you're cooking it, you're releasing all that additive, the liquid, and when it's any type of processed sausage, again, you've got these percentiles. So you can have so much percentage fat, so much percentage sawdust, so much percentage water, so much. You're allowed these. These are considered safe and accepted. Kind of like the fluoride that's added to your water.
No, they don't regulate the fat content actually, but the other things you mentioned, yeah.
Have you tasted
you need the
pork?
fat.
What do you think lean means?
It means no fat.
Okay, so you just said they don't regulate the fat. So if you're
Well,
buying a
no,
lean,
that's just a cut though. That's someone seeking out a cut with no fat.
same with
What
your
I'm saying
mince.
is it's not illegal to seek out fat and buy fat by itself. I just did that yesterday.
No, I didn't say it's illegal to buy fat. What I'm saying is that they're adding fat to all your sausages, and they're adding fat from other animals too. So if it's a pork sausage, it's allowed to have so much beef, and it's allowed to have so much fucking anything. There's a safe and accepted tolerance level. But when I spoke about lean, you get lean mince, and then they put less fat and additives, and they have to put a certain percentage of more meat in. But it's always a percentage. It's not 100%. It's somewhere between the 80, 85, 90%, and then other additives. So there's been many scandals over many decades where they start putting all kinds of different things into sausages because you just grind it all up and then put it inside a skin. So people don't really know what they're buying.
Yeah, they put pork in hamburger.
And the poorer communities will often get hooves and cartilage and everything else from the animal that can't actually be consumed in a higher percentage value in their sausage.
They
shouldn't be consumed. Not to say it can't be consumed.
Basically, what he was saying to you was they use a lot of fillers. Okay, and I don't know if you guys have tasted pork in your beef, but I know China had gotten caught dyeing pork red and selling it as beef, and China bought some places over here that process pork. And so when you're eating hamburger, if you're buying your hamburger from the grocery store, just kind of be aware, see if you can taste that pork in that hamburger, because it's a lot cheaper meat, right? So they're making money.
Yeah, my suggestion would be don't go to those places at all. Just go to a real butcher shop. And remember, the fat is more important than the protein. Your body needs more fat than it does protein. Well, yeah. And, keep in mind, beef fat is calibrated almost perfectly to fit the human body as far as the ratio between polyunsaturated, monounsaturated, and saturated fat content. It matches the human body almost exactly. So you don't get any more or less of those types of fats than you need, which means that if you were to eat just beef fat and never eat fat from anywhere else, you wouldn't have any of those ratios thrown off. So don't be afraid to eat beef fat and no other type of fat, because chances are, if you're going to eat fat from any kind of plant source or even another animal source, chances are it's not going to fit that ratio very well. And, again, it's not going to be as good as the beef fat. Also, you can find just as much potassium, take for instance, in 4 ounces of ground beef. It's not, McDonald's ground beef, but, real ground beef. You can find just as much potassium in 4 ounces of ground beef as you can one whole banana, but you have to cook the beef and you have to eat the drippings from the beef. The potassium's in the fat that drips off the burger. You have to eat the drippings that drip off the burger and not throw it in the trash or whatever. And keep in mind the other difference is that you don't have to prepare a banana, so that's one upside to the banana. But the other downside of the banana is full of sugar, and so that might screw up your
Potassium is in
body.
the skin, though. Most of the potassium in a banana is in the skin, not in like flesh, like the fruity part. So most of it is found in the skin of the banana. So if you're after potassium, like eat the banana skin, not the banana.
Yeah, I had a doctor tell me the same thing about blueberries once. He's like, plenty of antioxidants in the skin of a
in the
blueberry,
skin.
but the
Yep.
inside
Not-
is just water and sugar.
Yep. I don't know about blueberries, but like I know about bananas, because if you're trying to, you can do this at home if you're trying to extract, like a method, because I know about it, like from like extraction wise, like chemistry. If you're actually trying to extract it and do this, you're gonna get a lot more potassium if you do the extraction from the peels, not from the flesh. Dude, man, I love ground beef. I love cows. I just switched yesterday and the day before to ground turkey, and I do not like the taste. I like it like for the first sandwich, but after that, it's just, yeah, I miss my ground beef. I miss my beef. It's all I eat. Just meat, like red meat, cheese, bread. That's it. And fruits. But I supplement all the other minerals, like in the table of elements, pretty much. Yeah. And then some.
I wonder what none of yo thinks about all this. I think this person's new. They don't have any roles. If somebody
What
could
were you
unmute him
saying?
or tell him. Oh, am I
Who?
roboting?
You were, but now you're good. Oh, you talk about none? None of
Yes.
yo? Yeah, I
None,
gotcha.
none of yo. Yeah.
None. So, all right, since you talked to him then, since you want him to be unmuted. No. Whatever the. Nothing. You are unmuted.
Are you there? Well, I'm about to be home and I'm gonna robot. I just thought maybe he'd want to talk, or she. I don't know.
Well, no. Hey, none. If you don't speak up, I'm gonna mute you again. Sorry, but these are the rules. Gotta speak up.
So I
None
wonder
of
if
yo.
Ovio is a new covenant over there, or convent over there in Europe.
Ovio? What?
Yeah, I wonder if Ovio is a convent, right? That's where the nuns are.
None of y'all take the Christian religion seriously, no.
None of yo. Okay, I get it.
Well, thank you. At least we tried.
Yeah, we tried. All right, Nanyo. See ya. I mean, not see ya, but you're going back on mute.
Yeah.
Bye.
Cool. Just if you want to be unmuted, just hit me up or something. Text me or whatever.
Or go to the VC check-in and someone will help you there.
Man, where is GE Platypus? Because he lit up, like, I mean, it was a little spark, but when he was talking about the tax stuff, the tax law, kind of got me going, right? He made me dig up like those cases, and I just I couldn't help it. I kept kind of reading and refreshing my memory, and now I just want to shred them.
Yeah, Matthew just kind of
Where is
left
he?
real quick after I brought up all those paragraphs of information about 5G. I guess he didn't hear anything about that other stuff. I'm glad I was able to, educate people.
I'm trying to get me a 5G phone, man.
I wish I had a better
They
phone.
like-
I wish I had a better phone simply for the fact that I can't get the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac app. So
It's too old.
Mm-hmm.
The Android, okay.
Not compatible with the jitterbug.
Whatever it is, and then I'm trying to see if I can put it on an Andbox or some kind of Android emulator on my PC, and I'm having trouble. It's been a few weeks I've been trying to figure it out.
Well, I love my phone, man, but it's the network. Like, I'm on a 4G network, and I think they just, sabotaged it on purpose. It looks like it, but you can go to, because last year I would get more than 100 megabits download, man. Okay, it went from that to like 10 or less, and that's if I'm lucky. Now it just like on Fridays and shit like it's just trash. And I'm paying a lot of money, man. I'm paying primo service with Sprint, so it's like okay, and it's like what the fuck is going on? Because where I live, like these towers were excellent last year, and a bit like earlier than that, and now it's just trash, absolute trash.
Yeah, but it's worldwide. It's the Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution.
Yeah.
Are you finding
upgrade?
Are you finding that your speed? Are you finding that your speed has dropped? Here's our solution.
Yes.
Already in place.
5G. Yeah, your phone is too old. Would you like this new one? It's like, yes, I want a new one. It's just too expensive. It's just too expensive. I'm not gonna pay $1,200 for a fucking phone, dude. It's a joke. Or 600, or it's like, get out of here. Get out of here. I break all of them. It's like, no.
Oh, another thing with like McDonald's, you don't know if that beef is sacrificed to an idol or not.
Yeah, if you're gonna go that route, then my friend, I will not eat it. But that's why I don't even, you know what I mean? But yes, I can't eat anything that's slaughtered on the altar.
Right.
So yeah, you know the whole thing. It's just
Yep. So that's it's better to
really
hunt
difficult,
yourself, right?
100%.
I mean that can even go with the meat that's in the stores, right? Or the meat that's at the butcher's.
Wait, what if
it's
it's
actually
vegan food? What if it's vegan food that was slaughtered at the altar? Like cut down the wheat in front of a statue of
That's
Baphomet.
still like a
Only
grain
applies to
offering,
animals.
which is not good.
No, I still can't eat that, but we're talking about animals. It was very specific about animals, not plants. Because the creator does separate, he uses different words for plants and animals in like the Semitic languages. So it's definitely not the same. So the ones that have blood, because you slaughter them, right? So that's okay. So plants don't really bleed, even though you can say that they do, but it's not the same chemical compound.
So you can eat satanic vegan food, but you can't eat satanic steak.
No, I can't. I can't eat anything that's okay. So when you're slaughtering something on the altar, what does that mean? Right? So any meat that's ritualistic and sacrifice, I cannot eat, cannot consume. I cannot drink blood. It's a very simple, very clear list. It's long. I cannot eat that which is already dead. I cannot eat what jumped off a cliff. I cannot eat the rammed. Two of them ram each other to death. No, I cannot eat something that has a birth defect, like a missing leg, a shorter leg. Something. Nope, non-kosher. All that non-kosher. That's a no-go. It's the same as swine.
What if somebody accidentally hits a deer with their car? Can you eat that?
No, it's different. I'll totally eat that for sure. That's like the best actually thing you should do is just hurry up and just grab the meat. But now if it's dead, like no. But like you just killed it right there and then by accident, yeah, it's different. But like roadkill, you can't eat roadkill. So
You're not allowed to tear flesh from a living animal and consume it. You have to kill the animal to consume it.
Well, that's for 100%.
So you can eat roadkill, but it has to be fresh roadkill.
No,
you
can't.
had to
No,
have been the one
no,
that
no, no, no.
you had to have tire
It-
hunted it and then taken its life
Yes.
after you named it.
So this is where the creator like gives man a mind. Like weigh things out, man. If it's a tough, critical situation, well, weigh it out, see what happened, right? But like, okay, so I'm standing like on a road. I'm looking up a cliff. I see a ram on a cliff. It's about to fucking jump, right? And it's like, no, don't jump. I want to eat you, right? And the fucking ram jumps. Boom, lands dead. I cannot eat that, even though it was just alive. It just happened. Why? Because it jumped off a cliff. I do not know what happens like molecularly when that, but I do not know, right? It's spiritual stuff, so it's like that I cannot eat.
Well, here's this.
Even if I
part
see
two.
it happen in front of my own eyes,
right?
even if
It
it's
was just
fresh.
too easy.
When
You know.
Yeshua cast Legion out, he cast Legion out into the swine, and then the swine jumped off the cliff. So perhaps that's one of the reasons why if an animal takes its own, it could be possessed.
Interesting. Yeah, the own life. Yeah, good one. By the Orion, no, except for the cat. I can actually. Have you seen the video where the Africans walk up to whatever the lions hunted and grab like the thigh and walk off? Yeah, I can do that. That's kosher. Only for what the cat has hunted, I can cut from where the cat has not bitten, and that is kosher meat. Only from the cat.
Well,
I don't know
That's
about that. I
interesting.
wouldn't steal from a
what
cat.
about
That's I know cats in the Quran said that for cats. And like dogs, yeah, you can have your whatever predator. So it's also kosher to hunt with a predator, whatever predator may be. It could be like a bird, even. You can have a whatever it is. It's you. It's the creator tells you to, put the blessings on the bird, or the round, or the arrow, right? Or that's how you do it.
But that's
So
always
kosher.
sat a little bit peculiar with me. Was like, yeah, in South Africa, we go and see the wildlife all the time. And you'll sometimes see the lion take down an animal and start eating it before it's dead. And
That's interesting.
when you watch that occur, like especially if there's multiple lions, so the one is still holding onto its neck, trying to suffocate it, and the others have already cut its innards open and are consuming everything, while the other one's still trying to strangle it. And that to me just always looked horrendous. Like imagine being eaten while you're alive, not you're killed and then they can do what they like with you, but like actually
Well, they usually
during.
wait for them.
Now certain
Cats,
animals
especially.
like snakes and
Hyenas
stuff,
eat them alive. Yeah.
it's like snakes and stuff will constrict till the heartbeat stops. Once the heartbeat stops, they then consume. But it's like with some of those large predators, they'll get stuck in there while that animal's still alive. And that,
Yeah, there's a reason
when you
for
said
that.
you shouldn't eat something that isn't dead yet, or you shouldn't eat meat from a living animal, like that made so much sense. But yet the animal kingdom does.
That's why they're
Yeah,
animals.
which is why people are more humane. But keep in mind, there's a reason biologically why they do that strategically. I should say, it's because technically, if the animal's still alive while the lion is eating part of it, and it stays alive while it's gotten one meal down from eating it, then that means that the rest of the flesh in the animal will stay fresher longer into the future as it eats more meals from it. There's actually a reason why some animals, they eat from the behind first and eat the head last, because they want the animal to stay alive so that the fresh, it stays fresh.
There's no predator
It's
that you're
cruel, but
allowed
it's
to eat,
true.
by the way. You're not allowed to eat the predators.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't want to, because predators typically eat other animals that are sick and weak. So you'd be eating the flesh of an animal that eats other animals, and the other animals it eats are sick.
Yep. And some people say, oh, this is pretty foul, this is pretty foul. But I think the foulest thing in reality is the stomach of a vulture.
Oh, I thought you were going to say vegans.
No,
I think
I don't.
the mainstream answer for why they eat the animal still alive is that you've got other predators that are going to come and steal the kill
I was
from
about
you.
to say that. Yeah.
So that's like speed of consumption. Like as soon as you've got an opportunity to eat and then get out of there. But even that, like, certain animals might feast from a carcass, like a leopard will drag a carcass up a tree and then keep all the other animals away from it. But the other animals that are ground dwelling, they're in competition with the jackal and the hyena and other cats. And so they kind of often will eat a portion and then just leave, never return. And by the time they do, it's just a skeleton. And picked clean. Vultures, ants. It's amazing. The system is so well designed. But sacrificing.
We always mess with it.
But that whole idea of sacrificing meat to something else before you consume it just blown my mind. Like, makes you scared of not rearing your own food and consuming only meats that you've tended to and eating only plants that you've grown for that exact purpose.
Well, the Rothschilds made sure you can't really do that easily by buying up all the land and all that shit. And the banking system, because you kind of need space for that, dude.
And even just needing like something stupid as a fishing license to be able to pull fish out with a fishing rod. It's like your most simple, most basic right. I see a fish, I pull it out the water and I eat it. And now
they
I
don't
must
want
go and
free
get a
food,
license.
you mean? Yeah, you can't have free food, sir. And they limit the amount of fish that you can catch. Like today, okay, let's say it's a good day. I'm salmon all over. Well, you're only allowed 2 or 3 or so daily catch limit. It's like they just don't want you to collect free food, free energy, right?
There was this topic called the cabbage bandit. It went trending viral for at least a couple million views. It was a South African guy who decided he's going to use his entire pavement to grow food for all the starving people in Africa. So he just planted cabbages, and they grew magnificent cabbages. And he said to people, whoever needs food, come grab one. It's one of the highest carbohydrates vegetables, so very sustaining. And they've actually arrested the guy and put him in jail for growing food on his pavement. If he'd grown it inside his boundary wall and not allowed anyone to eat, would have been fine. But simply placing it outside what they claim as public land, you've vandalized public property with the intention of some other kind of trumped up claim. And it's like, so you can't pull a fish out of a river without needing to register it or register that you're able to do that. You can't grow a freaking cabbage on your pavement. Like, it's retarded what kind of laws they allowed to be implemented.
Can you eat cabbage can you eat cabbage being that it has scorpion genetics in it? They modified the cabbage to have scorpion in it, right? To keep the pests away.
I'm not sure if that's all or specific variants like the Monsanto.
Well, see, that's the problem with genetic drifting through pollination, right? The natural crops that are growing next to the GE crops will be corrupted by the pollen.
Mm.
Oh, I don't know.
That's why before they started the whole genetic modification program, they started a seed warehouse and has these seeds in like triplicate in like 3 different locations.
Okay, I wouldn't see that as too much of an issue. Like, I hate the concept of a hybrid, and any kind of blending I'm not in concordance with. But we do share. But we But
I love
we
hybrids.
do supposedly
He's a
share a
walking,
lot of
talking
similar.
abomination.
If we
Hybrid?
share, listen, if we share a lot of similar DNA, that even you can find similar overlapping DNA with a scorpion or a human being, or a scorpion and a cauliflower or cabbage. It may just simply be that there's specific lines of code which may be common. So I don't necessarily see manipulating certain areas because it's still a cabbage. It's not a cabbage with a tail
Oh,
that's
but
walking.
why
It has
would
to be a
they?
toxin, right? It has
What
to be
about
something
this
toxic to the
server?
earth
What
for
about this
people.
voice chat in particular? Is it still a flat Earth voice chat, or is that
Yeah.
hybridized
Are
itself?
there any flat earthers or any globe earthers to talk to? There's
Does it
one person
matter?
in the chat that's not even VC verified. We tried unmuting them, but they never spoke.
No, maybe just get a better imagination. I mean, isn't literally the world that we're living on the topic of the server?
Yeah.
Could be talking about it endlessly.
Endlessly. Yeah, we are talking about it, bro. We're talking about cabbage that grows in the earth. You have a problem.
You're talking about hybrids and what's acceptable while hybridizing and not being on topic. It's irony.
Hybridizing plants. Plants, yeah. Right. It's on topic of cabbage.
No, that's
Yeah, but I just got a
irony of
quick
why-
question, right? What would the benefit be from making a rice human like monoform or whatever the hell they call it, to where, you know, it's like a chimera where it's plant and animal? Like, why are they mixing plants with animals? That's just what I want to know.
Rice human? Are you talking about a vegan?
No, they've actually made this rice, and this is before certain restaurants started coming out with this healthier white rice instead of the Spanish rice, all that stuff. They came out with a human rice hybrid.
So is that human DNA spliced with rice?
Rice?
DNA?
Yes.
Okay.
It was like way back
I've
in
heard
the
of
day,
people
like
mixing
2008.
shrimp powder in with rice when they cook it at Asian restaurants, but I've never heard of that.
When you try and talk to this rice, is it hard to tell whether their eyes are opened or not?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
He's dying.
Yeah,
What did
nice
they
rice,
claim
dude.
the purpose
It was
of that
worth it
was?
just for that.
It's a good joke, dude. I like it.
Yeah, if it was bleached rice, it's probably, even if the eyes are open, they can't see right.
So was it European DNA that they mixed with it, so it stayed white rice?
I don't know. I know it's polished. They polish most rice.
What did they claim the purpose of that was, mixing human DNA with
I don't
rice
know.
DNA?
I don't know.
Because I remember
Do
what
they
they
need-
claimed the
do they
purpose
need a
was mixing
purpose if
fish
people
DNA with
buy it anyway?
strawberries.
Oh, I don't think people have a choice. I think they're getting it in their burritos from Taco Bell.
This is a tough topic to go down, right? Because the building blocks of life are what they are and they're very similar, right? So that's why they say, you know, we share 70% of our DNA with a cabbage or broccoli or whatever, you know, so it's very easy to say that there was human DNA spliced in with plants, but it's all the building blocks of life and they're definitely messing with it. But to say that the race is human, that's preposterous. At least to
So
me.
I guess you'd have to say human DNA that's unique to humans spliced with rice. Then that'd be something.
Hey, Elijah, I was actually thinking to start a program like all these globe earthers that can't understand Coriolis, take them out here and charge them like $5 or something like that for ammunition. and pay a price just to teach them. You hit the target because Coriolis doesn't exist. Teach them how to fire a rifle. You know what I mean?
I thought you were going to go the opposite direction and be like, oh, I'm going to teach you how to fire a gun so that Coriolis doesn't throw off your accuracy.
Wait, surely that's what all the circus games would use as their excuse. Oh, you missed because Coriolis, not because we rigged it or anything.
Yeah, I'll start going down the whole thing of you think it's Coriolis, but in reality it's Kentucky windage because the bullet is spiraling, and as it's spiraling, it wants to cut through the air. I mean, there are cylindrical wings that you can spin, and I can't remember the effect that it causes, but it causes this. It's a light cylindrical effect to glide in the air, like cause a lift.
Someone needs to do an animation of that. The bullet spiraling with like a recording of Jim Panda or one of those nutters losing it.
It's like you hit the target because it went boom. And you felt that in your knees. You feel it in your chest when you hit the target. So you can't tell me you nicked it by using Coriolis because it didn't go thud. So
who's got that clip where it's take the shot? Who was it? QE or someone? That
no, that's a bit from Owen Benjamin. Globe or Sniper.
I love that, man. You need to play that one.
I don't know if I can do it from my phone, but maybe one of the other DJ people can do it. You can play it through the bot, right?
Funny how they use the Coriolis effect most often with an object that has the most spin when traveling, like a bullet. Obviously, it's going to deviate because of the spin. Not the spin of the Earth, but the rifling within the barrel.
Okay, a little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No. God damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the Earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the Earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the Earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed a shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, Sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Well, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him! Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage, or that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is somehow misleading me. Globe, Earth, Sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
yeah, I've always just pointed at the target and hit it. Now, granted, when you're at distance, you can't just point it at the target because of bullet trajectory, right? It will drop over time. In fact, it drops at the same rate that the brass does when it's ejected. Well, isn't the bullet heavier than the brass? Well, yes, it is. So why do they hit the ground at the same time? Aha. Very good question.
Refraction. I'm sure they would say something like that, though, right?
But you know,
I'm surprised none of these people have tried to shoot themselves in the back of the head yet.
There's a clip of a 50 BMG round, and this guy shoots the top of a mountain, right? And the mountain's off in the distance, and it's a tracer round. You can see the tracer going, and it's just on a trajectory that's going straight out, and then it starts falling. So, like, it doesn't even hit the hill on the back where he was aiming for. I mean, and his point of aim was way off. So there is no Coriolis effect equated. You just do for windage and elevation for distance.
Isn't that what the ballistics book teaches, man? That's all I know.
Yep.
Yep. You know, just however many minutes of angle, just dial that in, click, click, click. Okay, next one should be on point. It's not. That's what I know. So next time I'll try to factor in Coriolis, and I bet you I'll miss.
Right. Wouldn't there be some type of like Magnus effect based on the spin of the bullet itself? Kind of like soccer players can bend a soccer ball based on the Magnus effect. I'm sure there's some slight deviation due to the spin of the bullet itself and the rifling of the barrel.
The weight of the bullet, it would have to be perfectly balanced. Like, there's just so many variables. But like you said, it's the spin of the bullet that they're factoring in, not the spin of the earth.
Wait, hold on. The spin of the bullet is to remove the outside variables. If it wasn't for the spin of the bullet, you'd have even more variables to take into account. That was the whole point of the. That was the whole point of the innovation of rifling, anyway.
The spin,
but there's still a
spin of the bullet is to try and mitigate or minimize the amount of deviation. It won't negate deviation.
Right. But it would be a lot worse if it didn't have it.
Especially because bullets are machined. So because they're machined, they can often have a lopsided join, or they can be inaccurately balanced, or their ridge can be too large, or so there can be indiscrepancies.
Come on. That's only if Helioskeptic is the one machining.
The rifling helps with the oblong bullet not going end over end, right? It keeps it on. The spin keeps it going forward without any end over end. Like old school muskets, where you're loading in a lead ball, those barrels are not rifled at all. They're just a regular machined barrel, no inward like spiraling rifle within the barrel itself, because
so
that round ball can go end over end.
The rifling was
it becomes
originally
an
designed.
incoherent spin as it travels, or something like that. But there's some
Rifling was
interesting.
originally done for fouling, right? So that the powder had somewhere to go. The burnt up powder had somewhere to go, so you could ram it with a cleaning rod just to get the carbon out of the lands, not the grooves. And that's what it was for. But coincidentally, when they changed to the Benet ball using a rifle barrel instead of a ball, it tended to be a lot more accurate because it's a rudimentary form of guidance by imparting spin on the projectile. Right? That's the whole point of rifling today, is guidance, so that the bullet goes where you're aiming. You can also do other things with the shape of the round.
Same as the fletching on the arrow.
Yes, you can actually
which by the way, segue is only it only functions on a level plane. Otherwise, it's no. Just close your eyes and throw it up above you.
Most fletchings on, say, an arrow come from, like, if they're natural fleshings from like a cock's tail feathers or something like that. they'll usually take it all from one side, so they're all have the same fluid part of it, so it creates a spin, a natural spin effect. But the synthetic ones, they're more of a straight trajectory to where, there's no spin imparted because there is flexure when it comes to the arrow.
Yeah, because the idea would be that at every moment it would be doing the effect of a wing, right, with the lift and the whatever. Go ahead.
Yep.
That soccer ball, Magnus, versus the bullet. I'm thinking okay, if you think about the spin versus the distance covered, it's not that aggressive as it is with the soccer kick. You're spinning a lot more per unit distance of soccer ball length, versus the round. I don't know, it depends on what you're shooting, but the rifling is 8-inch twist, 10-inch twist, or 12-inch twist, so in 1 foot or 8 inches will complete one revolution. Now compare that to the length of the bullet. It's many lengths of the bullet to complete one revolution versus a soccer ball. You're really putting a nice spin on it, it's all spin. You know what I mean? Versus distance. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot more.
Yeah.
The ratio is really flipped with a soccer ball.
You're also dealing with an object that has a lot more dimples in it and things like that. So it's not a smooth
Surface area
object.
too.
So if you took a baseball has stitching on it, right? So those are raised surfaces, so it's not a perfectly smooth ball. So that's why you can see them throw curve balls and put all the movement on the ball. Now a pitcher throwing the exact same pitch with something that's like a pool ball, they wouldn't have the movement that they have on the baseball that has the stitching. That's a huge factor. That's why your golf ball can slice really quickly because of the dimpling in the ball.
I mean, that's the thing. If you open up the ballistics books, that's from Nosler or a big bullet manufacturers. Man, there is no spin, Coriolis, any of that shit in there, man. It's windage and elevation. It really is. And it's the ballistic coefficient of the round itself, the bullet itself, that's flying. And you look that up from the manufacturer because they did all the testing for you. So it's okay.
Yeah, there's no adjustment on scopes for Coriolis effect. You don't take it into account. They don't even mention it. There's absolutely nothing that mentions Coriolis except for cool
Coriolis
stories.
knob.
Just think of the logistics of that. You wouldn't get hardly any people passing the requisite requirements to even be allowed to operate that equipment. Because they operate that equipment with people starting from 85 or 87 IQ. So it has to be simple enough for someone of a sub 100 IQ to be able to operate. If you were to have something as complicated or as ludicrous as Coriolis, you'd have maybe 1 in a million people there, and they'd just be like, "What's the point of fighting?"
I'm not sure if the 88 IQs make it to sniper. I'm not sure if they do. I would have my doubts, honestly. Personally, I would have my doubts. There's
I would too. I mean, how good
that goes with a sniper.
They at least are firing something, right? And at no point in whatever they're firing do they have to consider ludicrosity or whatever.
You're right. They all fire rifles with scopes. Yep, they all do.
All my scopes only have 2 adjustments: windage, which would be your left to right, and then your elevation. That's it.
Well, there is one more though, man. I won't lie. There's one more sold on scopes, but I think it's pointless. No.
Do you not have the get good setting on your scope?
Parallax. There's a parallax adjustment in the front of the scope. Depends on the scope. What it's like I said.
That's adjustment for the parallax adjustment
Parallax.
would be for
parallax
the
adjustment.
the optics itself.
Optics,
not-
yeah. Exactly right there.
Still looking for that Coriolis adjustment. Haven't found a good scope with that.
Okay. It's you got to take your windage knob off. Okay, so once you undo the center screw, you take that off. You'll see it says caution, right? Earth adjustments, right? And then you gotta preset that in, right? It depends where you live. It depends where you're gonna shoot, right? Your latitude. You got to do the math, work it out in space-time curvature, and that's where you just take the windage knob off. There's another couple screws beneath. You adjust those for Coriolis, and off you go, man.
I've got a question that might be a bit hard to answer. So you see whatever this guy's name is that I can't read for some reason. He posted a cross section of a rifled barrel. What if at the end of the barrel, instead of it being consistent rifling, it was
tank barrel, dude.
Tank barrel, whatever it is, right? It's just an example.
So, yeah.
So if at the end, instead of being consistent, so say for the majority of the barrel, it's 1 revolution per meter or whatever, just for argument's sake. At the end, it compressed and it was like 5 revolutions per meter. Would that? What effect would that have on the way the projector operates?
I think it would shred your barrel. That's what I think.
Like if you slowed it down at the end, like if you.
You slow it down because you're going to increase the rifling.
Yeah.
The rifling is going to so I think either you're going to lose the grooves on the bullet, or it's going to eventually destroy your barrel because the bullet will slow down because you're adding resistance. You're increasing the if you think of it like a screw, now you have a finer pitched screw on the end, so the velocity of the bullet must slow down because the grooves they'll mismatch now. I think it's going to get shredded. I don't know, man. I think it's going to come out with no rifling in the end. You got no idea. Then you'll fly.
Maybe you couldn't make it.
You see lead foulings. If you see lead foulings, like heavy lead fouling in the fine rifling area, experiment, man, and let us know.
Well, I mean,
I'm sure
the reason
someone did.
the reason I thought of it was like, with the curveballs in the baseball. So they throw it like almost like it's a normal throw, and then right at the end they impart the little spin. I was like wondering if you could do the same thing, but it's obviously a completely different concept. But I don't know.
Yeah, the curveballs with baseball, it's kind of like how your fingers release the ball as well. So sometimes there'll be 3 fingers over the ball, typically for like a fastball. They'll put 2 fingers over for curveballs, and it's how they kind of flick their finger at the end, kind of that draws the stitching in a specific way as it's coming off. But your arm movement is typically the same. That's repeatable, regardless of pitch. Slightly off, but very similar mechanics. It's mainly how you hold the ball itself when released.
Okay. Fair enough. Just curious. Try some
And
stuff.
if you want to see accelerating,
we could throw some globers down a barrel, see what happens.
Yeah, use the
Sorry,
rail
I'll cut
gun.
you off. Go ahead.
If you use the rail gun, then you have an accelerating projectile. And through each ring, it's gaining momentum. And in that scenario, you could make it go any speed you like. So I think maybe something electromagnetic would be a better way to test that.
Oh, yeah. Or to implement it, like, for real. Like, because, I don't know, if the advanced one could put any rifling, I guess, electromagnetic, like, spin on a projectile or something,
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
You could create, like, opposing
fields
fields to cause spin.
I think they have fins on the projectile, because it's just a basic negative positive rail sort of design. The one that's of course, they show us, right? We don't know what's
Yeah,
classified.
they're just stabilization rings because those slow-mo flights of them, they're basically dead still.
Oh, yeah.
Which is an interesting observation because there's almost no deviation, yet they're flying through steel and concrete. It's like
Velocity, man.
Nothing to see
Velocity
here.
makes things fly pretty straight. You know, if it's got all the proper aerodynamics, of course.
Oh, that would be a good game. A globe, you know, tongue in cheek, of course. Massive salt. A globe realistic shooter game. You put in their model mathematics into the trajectory calculations, and then you just proceed to get complaints after complaint after complaint because they can never seem to hit a shot.
Are you going to account for refraction?
Yeah, right. That would be the meme, though, right? It's like
So there's
everyone's
Coriolis
losing their nut. Everyone's
and
losing their nut
refraction.
because they can't seem to hit shots. It's like, well, this is the consequence of believing this. You get what you paid for. You get good, Lamau.
So
Every
that
time
would
you
be a
lift your
good.
feet, every time you
That
lift
would-
your feet, the floor moves underneath you by 100 feet. So you're in a different part of the map every time you move. Then refraction is taking
Man, the
effect in
chaos.
every optical thing.
Chaos would be amazing.
Coriolis, as you shoot, the bullet deviates
If you
straight into the
jump,
wall.
the earth moves beneath you. Like the ground rotates. Or are you going to make it like Velcro, where if you jump, you're stuck with the air that's also spinning with the earth, even though it's not? Yeah? Or are you going to allow the earth, like if I take I don't know, press jump space or whatever it is, what are you going to do as a programmer? Are you going to...
No, you set the metrics. You set the metrics
No,
exactly.
when you're entering the game, you choose whether you're Newtonian or whether you're Einstein. Choose your chaos. Which shall you choose?
But the irony is the game designers make it on a flat, level, stationary plane, and any adjustments you make for Coriolis just makes you miss the shot. You're only doing windage and elevation.
Not in this game.
Not in this video game, bud.
This game's got it all.
Yeah, spinning water pair, whatever.
This thing's got 8 inches per mile squared curvature, and it's
Right.
got wind speeds, and it's got like
refraction.
Everything
so you'll
that they
see a target and it's actually behind the hill, but you
That
see
would
him
be
right in front of your crosshairs.
So it would be a
And
good
every now and then, somebody gets a headshot in the back of their own head because refraction.
because refraction.
Looming. There's looming. Yep. Loomed around the earth.
Only if you use the BFG, If you're using the big fucking gun, then you can shoot the back of your own head.
There would be a good challenge in real life to take sniper who believes that he has to do it just for Coriolis and somebody who does not, and taking them out on a very long range and seeing who's most accurate.
Yeah, snipers are still too small scale. You're talking thousands of feet.
Core artillery, man. Yeah. Let's do some distance. Let's drop some shells. It's like, all right. Artillery,
some
dude.
shells.
Like, all right. Yeah. That's where it's at. It's like, all right, who's accounting for Coriolis?
To help them with the math, just so that they don't cheat.
Of course, I'll be there. I'll put my white lab coat on. Matthew, like, come on, professor of math. Let's go, dude. I'll check your math, asshole.
You've got to have that nice looming refraction, the one that places everything at your horizon, no matter what it is. And, like all of those bullshit things. This game sounds epic.
Yep. So when you actually see a player in front of you It's actually a mirage. It's actually not there.
He's looming from behind the curve.
Yes, right. And you missed your headshot.
Well, if you have a laser weapon, then that can bend all the way around the curve with refraction.
Oh, and each time they edit their arguments, it's an optional DLC. You know.
Yeah, it's a patch, an update.
Yeah, it's a $5 patch. You know, you can choose to keep up with the times. And then you wonder why the game isn't working. It's like, well, you asked for chaos. Here's your chaos.
Have you ever seen that GIF for the 3-body problem where it pulls those 3 objects in such random ways? So you make this like a 9-body problem with the sun and the moon and this earth and all the other planets pulling on each other. So you're running left and suddenly the earth starts moving right.
You're making me bite my tongue because there's an equally
3-body.
There's an equally interesting confusion in the theological realm with such an idea. But I'll leave it there because I don't want to get people all riled up.
Oh, 3-body. No 3-body anything besides Newton or Newtonian stuff shall be discussed.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
You know what you're talking about. No. No.
Yeah,
Not
by definition, confusion, right? But what can you do? But I haven't seen the meme, though, to bring it back to your question, my dude. So if you'd like to post it, please go ahead. I could do with it.
Let's eat oatmeal. I know I'm going to pay for it because I don't eat this stuff. Grains. It's like, okay. Let's see.
You still there?
Have it? Oh, you're lagging. Try again. Oh, are you
Hear me?
serious? Is that what they've done? Yeah, that
So-
sounds about right. Yeah.
So when you put 3 bodies with a gravitational attraction toward all 3, this is the orbital pattern you get mathematically.
And at no point did any of these mugs realize that this is a 4-body problem.
This is like a 9-body, 10-body, like.
No, but look at it. They can't even animate it without the 4th body.
That's exactly what we see in the sky.
Is
Totally
that the
natural.
black matter?
Well, the
That's the
middle
dark
one is
matter, right?
basically
That stitches
it's just
everything
the
together.
axis point. That middle point is just like an axis to which those other three are sort of initially set.
Yeah, but
But
how
as soon
different?
as that,
Yeah, it's contradictory. These people are special.
Yeah, this is why games like the Universe Simulator and stuff have like specific. You have to set orbits. You can't just make it naturally happen.
yeah, there's never gravity added to that orbital thing. They just put down a circumference and say this orb must move on said circumference. And hey, look there, our software shows it. Well, you told it to do that. Because at 3 bodies, your model's fucked. So, now have a moon, Earth, Sun, Mars, Venus. You've got 5 or 6 bodies, all just in our nearest vicinity.
5
And
or
they would
6
be
bodies. Dude, how about the other stars? About black holes.
no. I'm saying in the heliocentric idea of just around, say, from the second orbit to the third or fourth orbit. You've got Sun, Moon, you've got Mars and moons, and you've got Venus on the inside and moons, and then you've got the Sun. So even if you're just taking those 5 bodies, it's a fuck up, and you've just discussed 3 orbital rings of the supposed 9 that are there.
3 is a
And
fuck
then,
up.
and when you
9
ask these guys, like when you ask Jem and them, no, it's no problem with the 3-body problem, even though it's still a theological question that is posed almost yearly, and they ask every maths class, like, can you solve this 3-body problem? Because it's still a problem for them.
I thought no one has solved it yet.
It's an unsolved, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I thought 4 bodies, like, what? 3 bodies are not solved yet. So maybe
the
I'm
whole
out of
thing
date.
is kind of
I need an update.
It's a mute point anyway, because they don't have a spherical planar system to even coordinate this, if that's how you say it. Because at the core of everything, their coordinate system is on a plane. It's on an axis, right? An XYZ, that thing.
Yeah.
So
Cartesian.
if they can't first present a spherical confusion of that, then nothing else they say will ever hold any water, literally. And anyway, they always seem to glaze over the fact that everything they talk about requires strings.
Yeah, something tethered.
There's always a connection. Yeah, there's always a tethering required. What's the difference between centripetal and centrifugal, whatever? I can't remember which one it is, but regardless, they need it to be tethered for it to make any sense.
Centripetal.
So, yeah, something like that. They're nuts.
But why I brought it up was I was saying in the game, you've got to have like orbital dynamics like the 3-body problem. So you think you're doing this nice smooth orbit and suddenly your whole planet is pulled in a different direction. You'd have constant acceleration in every different vector. It's like, it's almost
man, you wouldn't feel that.
When you play those
Never feel
games
that.
where they've got
Hey, wait! I think
double gravity.
I think I've seen like a demonstration of this. It's like when 2 feminists tried to agree to something, right?
Feminists don't agree.
They don't exist. They're making
Not on anything.
Anyway,
well, the original feminists agreed that, ripping a baby from a woman's womb was a bad thing for women. Susan B. Anthony, who you know of it as the original feminist, was a big proponent of not performing unnecessary surgery upon women for the convenience of men, as were most of the, if not all, I think all the early feminists, because it's obviously bad for women in every way, you know. So that they used to agree before they were co-opted by the corporate mindset.
I don't know if you're dandelion.
Yeah, what?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it should be.
Are you
Should be
dandelion?
women for relative density natural home births. That's what they should advocate for.
Yeah, absolutely. What'd you say, Cyrus? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was saying hi.
Oh, hello.
Greetings.
Yeah. See, yeah,
Greetings.
greetings, salutations.
Dandelion.
Thank you. Yeah, happy Tuesday.
Hey, happy Tuesday to you too.
Oh, I've got a good little sketch somebody could do. Could make a mockery of all the modeling of their ideas, like that three body abomination, etc. And then it could just end like this. All their ideas, all their relativity, all that, it just goes boom, 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 boom. Every one of them falls. And it's like, don't worry. When all else fails, you can fall flat on this level Earth of ours. Something like that. There is a firm foundation once you stop thinking of nonsense. Alright, maybe I'd have to paint a picture. Seems the imagination is lacking.
My imagination is busy right now.
What? You're trying to do a three-body problem of your own with some
Yeah, I'm trying to work it out.
some
I'll
glass
solve
and
it.
smoke, yeah?
Of course, man. Actually, I'm not smoking right now. Can you
Would
believe
a
that?
pregnant woman with twins be considered a three-body problem?
They should start revolving around each other. Shouldn't they?
Mass, attracting mass, man.
Dude, they should. I don't know why they're not orbiting. Something is wrong. Same thing on my pool table, man. Like the balls just don't orbit each other. I tried, but I just can't get them to do that. I even vacuumed out all the air from my basement, and still nothing.
It's the friction, you know. You just got to have the frictionless space, and then everything just works. You just don't have a scale big
Okay.
enough.
Mm.
And no matter how loudly the balls complain, the table just doesn't want to be spherical. Strange, isn't it? That one always got me. How grown adults can come in a room and say, "But the things in the sky are round. Therefore, wouldn't it make sense that the thing we're on is round or spherical or whatever?" It's like, hold on, how old are you?
And that they think it's such a great question. Like they've thought this question up. They've come here to deliver it to us for the first time, for the millionth time. Wait. You just answer this one. Why would we be the only flat planet?
But why would they lie?
It is funny when they come out with those scripted questions, and then they accuse, Flat Earth of being scripted or whatever. It's just so funny, and they do make it sound like they've just landed upon something that we never would have thought of, because they read some article that said, 10 questions flat earthers can't ask, and then they're like, "Ooh, I'm going to ask them these really intelligent questions now and show them how silly they are." Yeah,
So
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
A wise A wise man once said, "Never underestimate the predictability of stupidity."
Who was that wise man?
Was it Elisha Savvy?
No, it's from a
Einstein.
film. It's from a film. I'll put the quote up in a second. It's Bullet Tooth Tony.
But you can tell people who like do actually, have some thoughts left in their brain and ability to think. Because some people will come in here and even if they come in with those silly questions, like if they actually are listening to the answer and they realize, oh, flat earthers can actually answer these questions. There's something to this, And of course, we don't want them to instantly, decide, oh yeah, the globe's a lie, even though that seems obvious to those of us that have been looking into it. But you can tell when, like Jester was one of them that was in here the other night, and he came in sure because he's from the truth movement, like, said he knows the moon landings are a lie. He knows, the government conspiracy theory about 9/11 is a lie and various things like that. But he was fooled by them in that truth movement. They say flat earth is a psyop to make the truth movement look bad. So they are afraid to look into it. But he was asking some good questions, like listening to what we had to say, looking at the information, and and then he went away like they usually do. And, I don't know if he's been back or not, because a lot of those types, they don't ever come back, because it's like, oh gosh, if I come back, I'm going to have to actually look into this and I might actually end up becoming one of them, And so if you just don't look into it anymore, you'll be perfectly fine. You can stay on your globe, But the people who come in, ask those silly questions and then keep arguing with us, or keep just rolling out the dumb questions without ever listening to the response. Just roll on to the next one, roll on the next one. Like they're not listening at all. And they just don't even seem to realize that people right in front of them are challenging their mind and asking questions back and going into, discourse about various things. Those are the people you got to worry about. But, they're just on cruise control. They're just NPCs. They'll just continue on their globe. That's perfectly fine. They'll just keep paying their taxes until they die and whatever. I mean, what can you do for those people? If they really leave here after running through their list of 10 stupid questions flat earthers can't answer, and we answer every one of them and go above and beyond, not only answer them, but ask them back 10 questions they can't answer for real. If they can't see that they're the fools after coming in here and do that, then that's fine. They're doing exactly what they've been programmed to do, and they can just continue doing it and be useless eaters, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, how can you get through to a person like that? I don't, maybe some people just aren't ready for it. I have no idea. Maybe some people will never be ready for it. And maybe that's what some people are just meant to be, just cogs in the wheel. I don't know. I mean, it seems sad, right? I don't know. I mean, you would want to believe everyone has a unique soul and a mind and reason that they are somehow able to access. But some of the people we get in here just don't really seem to demonstrate that. I don't know. But it's possible their reason is just turned off from fear, right? And they just have a psychological block to questioning the mainstream narrative that they believe is going to keep them safe. And if they've got somebody in here who's saying, "Oh yeah, maybe those people aren't going to keep you so safe," maybe that is. It's some kind of survival instinct. It's just a danger. These people are taking away my security blanket, so I got to just keep fighting back in this kind of emotional way without ever actually considering what it is that they're saying. So maybe there's hope for them eventually. But maybe it's not going to come through flat earth. Maybe something else has to happen in their lives that makes them question the narrative. And then eventually they can see, it's just a bunch of nonsense from beginning to end. Did you guys have any Globers in here today? I did. I listened in the morning when India was replaying the Chatterbox special, which I really enjoy, because I actually haven't listened to that Chatterbox special, and he made it into a podcast too. I should put the link to the podcast up here because it's totally worth listening to it. I haven't listened to it since
what? And who was on there?
since it happened. It was back in May. Well, Wolfgang Hope set it up, this was back in May. And so he kind of was like leading the charge. Like he gave a nice little, like opening statement at the beginning. So yeah, he participated a lot. India was there. Let's see, Elijah was there. Who else was there? Gosh, I'm trying to remember because if I leave someone out, then they'll be mad at me.
No, it's cool. Okay, I
But
wasn't
they
there.
definitely talked the most. I'm trying to remember. There was somebody else Crypto. Crypto was there and he did really good work. Yeah, I can't leave Crypto because he was
Nice.
doing great. I was there. Yeah, and there were some other people like, yeah, I'll find Nightmares there. I'm pretty sure. So it was just the audio that was playing. So I had to rely on like recognizing the people's voices. And there's a couple other people that said stuff here and there. One of them might have been Justin. I'm not really sure. I think, possibly the one that said Eratosthenes was a bitch. I think that might have been Justin, but I'm not totally sure. But I don't know. I don't know who all the people were. But the main speakers were the ones I just listed for sure. Yeah. I'll see if I can find the link. Do you like Spotify? Do you use Spotify?
I do not. I mean, I could.
I don't know. I mean, the podcast is on Spotify and it's also on the Apple, the iTunes thing. I just wonder which link I could put up, but I'll just put both of them up. Or you can just listen on our live stream earlier today. It started like 12 hours ago. It actually, listening on our live stream it might be preferable because they did like a Mystery Science Theater where Indio and Roger were like stopping the tape and commenting on it every once in a while, which was funny. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
there's a whole list of the flat Earth Discord podcast on Google Podcast. Somebody must post them on there once in a while. I think it goes back a couple of years.
Okay, does it have the one from here? The Google Podcast?
Yeah, that was the last one that was posted. Yeah, there's some pretty good ones on there. There's the one with Mick West is on there too. That's pretty good.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that it was on. That's good to know because probably everybody can handle Google Podcast. I don't even know what that is.
I don't know.
I didn't know that was a thing. Is that like an app or is it like a web page or what is it?
I don't know. I just found it through that Google Drive, whatever. You could turn it on. You could turn your screen off. Since you could put your phone in your pocket or whatever to listen to it and not have to worry about messing the screen up or whatever. Yeah, it's Google Podcast. It's not really. I think it can be an app, but I just go to the web and put it in and bring it up, and there's all kinds of stuff on there.
Oh, I'm gonna look that up. I didn't even know Google Podcast was a thing. I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, I'm glad whoever posts it puts new stuff on there once in a while. I don't know who's in charge of that, but
Indio does the podcast that is based on this Discord. Yeah, Indio's the one that does that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think he's got a YouTube page too.
He does. Yeah, he has a good YouTube page. He has a lot of stuff on optics.
Do you have a YouTube page?
I used to. I'm such a lightweight. I ended up deleting it. I shouldn't have because I had this great observation on there that people used to use, and I think somebody, I don't know, it was Marta, somebody actually made it into a link, I think, on the server, was like the boat disappearing and reappearing at the horizon. But I still have the raw video of that. I could put it back up on the YouTube page I have on now that doesn't have any videos on it. India was supposed to help me with it because it has like this really bad, like, it's just really loud wind sound on it. You know what I mean? So like when I put the video up raw, it's just like,
yeah.
I have to probably I could just get rid of just the audio altogether, right? That's probably what I should do. I just haven't messed with it. When I first put it up, I just put something else behind it besides the
do it maybe
some sound talking.
It's hard.
Is that it?
It's so hard to find anything.
Dandelion, is that it? Is that the one from your video?
No, but mine is like that. Yeah, which I liked having mine because then I could say like, yeah, this is the one I took, right? But it's just like that. Yeah, I just need to get it back on the web again. I have it on my computer. I just haven't wanted to do it because I wanted to fix the audio first, which is probably not hard, right? I don't know. Because before I just took the file and I just upload it on YouTube. I mean, how hard can it be? I just have to go to some video software, right, and just take the audio out somehow. How hard can it be? I don't know. Can't be that hard. I just have to do it. Or just put it up with the
If you
stupid
have the
sound.
video, if you have the video, you can upload it to make an account with Anchor, upload it to Anchor, and it'll rip the audio. Then you can download the audio.
Okay, what if I want to get rid of the audio? I only want the video with no audio.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have to get a video recorder and mute the internal soundtrack.
Oh, runs with scissors, the dandelion fan. Yep, so am I. They're considered a weed by some. Yeah, some ignorant people, right? Runs with scissors, that scissors actually poison their yard to try to get rid of the free food and medicine source that naturally grows there. What is wrong with this world?
That's what I always thought when I always looked at dandelions. I always thought, if shit really hits the fan and people are, fighting over food and there's nothing in the grocery stores and, the end of the world is really coming, I'll be eating those dandelions.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're tasty. The young leaves.
Why are they so bitter? Do you know why?
They're bitter greens.
Yeah, but what makes them bitter? Is it iron or something else in them?
I think it's the milk in it.
You have to pronounce it dandelion.
That's right. That's what that's what MJ calls me, because I guess in the Middle East they don't have dandelions, or they definitely don't call them dandelions. Yeah, because when I changed my name, he started calling me dandelion.
Yeah,
dandelion.
I like that sound. Dandelion.
It's French.
Is that how the
for,
French actually say it?
It's French for teeth of a lion, which is what the leaves look like. So it's dandy, which means teeth, and lion, which is lion.
Okay, so because the way you say it is how MJ says it, so he's probably like pronouncing it correctly, and the rest of us are just being very American about it. If it's actually a French word, yeah, there you go. MJ was right.
All it takes is a single spark to burn up all the flute of the dandelion seed.
There are some great gifs of that. Yeah, when I was looking for a gift for my profile picture, I found some of the people setting them on fire. That seems to be like a common thing that people like doing. I've never actually done it, but it's probably fun. My children probably like it who did that.
I think they collect sometimes in drainage, drains on the street, in those little corners. You throw a match in there or something.
Yeah, Runs with Scissors was saying if there's heavy metals in the plant, it's because they pumped it up from a contaminated ground. I don't know, but I remember somebody sent me a video of a guy who was like a permaculture person, talking about because he was showing his orchard, and like he said, it used to be covered with dandelions, and then that it indicates something about the soil, which I now can't remember what it was, but he was saying how he changed the soil and then it wasn't filled with them as much.
It'd be calcium. So some of them have deeper roots, so they get the calcium that's deeper, and when the plant dies, the calcium is just put back in the topsoil.
Yeah, I like the permaculture ideas. I don't know all those things like you just mentioned, North Star, but I think the ideas are really good. The things that I hear, I just don't have them all memorized or anything. But it makes sense to me that you want to, like in my garden, I definitely weed it around the plants. But for example, lemon balm grows like crazy, which is a mint, of course, which grows like crazy anywhere. But I kind of just leave the lemon balm wherever I don't need a plant. And then it, and eventually I pull it up if it gets too close to the other plants. But I feel like might as well just leave it there, even though I can never use it all. Like I harvest some of it and I, dry like 2 jars, which easily gets me through the winter for lemon balm tea, which I really like. which is also supposed to be really good for your mood and stuff like that. Which I figure, oh, maybe that's why my garden's full of lemon balm. Like I really need some more mood enhancers. But anyway, I like the concept of permaculture rather than just like necessarily pulling everything up that comes in there. Trying to find out why it's there and maybe letting some of it grow, and like, because if it's there to repair the soil, that's what this guy was saying, like you were saying, yeah, if it's hidden there for a purpose, like it can actually perform that function if you leave it there. Yeah.
Are dandelions considered a vegetable, like a green leafy vegetable, like lettuce?
I don't think so. Yeah. And
I don't know if they're considered a vegetable or an herb.
Maybe they're both.
Well, you can kind
I
of
guess
call
you
it what
can
you
make
want.
coffee out of the root.
Yeah, you can do that. You can kind of call it what you want, right? I mean, what's the classification for all those things? Because it's a flower, it's a weed, and it's like under the root, falls under the root category too of food you can eat. So, and then the green you can use in salads. So I guess it's like you can call it whatever you want, I guess.
As far as I know, the whole plant is edible, including the root system. And I guess since you can consider an artichoke a vegetable, I guess maybe a dandelion's a vegetable too.
I guess it depends on the classification requirements, what it meets, and whatever. I saw some dandelion coffee in the store yesterday.
yeah, I've got some of that.
I haven't tried it, but I figure if I'm gonna try it, I'm just gonna do it natural. I'll roast my own dandelion root and try it.
Yeah, I mean, this war on dandelions that has been carried on here I mean, they've definitely made a lot of progress. It used to be, I could remember like lots more just fields of dandelions, because we actually did, when I was in high school, we did an 8mm film, and this was already 8mm film was like on the way out. It's not like it was not like 8mm film was the thing. Like that was, videotape was actually the thing at the time, but we were like, we're going to make an 8mm film so we can learn how to edit it by like splicing and taping the things together. Anyway, it was a project. And so one of the scenes in the film was at this huge fields of dandelions that is definitely gone now. And, people try to get them out of their lawn. I just don't understand, like, why you would want to eliminate the broadleafs from your lawn that are the food source. It's so weird that they've got people conditioned to do this and actually pay to have people do it. Dad's lawn was the only lawn the only lawn with the dandelions, without the poison. When I was little, I'm like, gosh, we have the best yard in the whole neighborhood. We're the only ones that have these flowers, I didn't even know that other people were like purposely getting rid of them. So weird. Oh, wow. Look at this. Runs with scissors use the milk of the stem twice on a wart I had on my eyelid. It got rid of it and never came back. Gosh, I didn't even know that. Oh, yeah, I love that. And Prospiracist thing says the leaf, flower, and root have been used for various infections, but with little evidence. It's just so funny. I mean, they only have their entire pharmaceutical arsenal is based mostly on plants and how the plants worked in the past. How they studied them and then tried to imitate them so they could then charge people big bucks for them. I mean, like what? Yeah, aspirin coming from white willow bark and all those kind of things. I mean, that is what they started with the whole thing. I mean, badly imitating them, but why not just go to the source of the plant itself instead of these poor imitations from the pharmaceutical industry? Much cheaper that way, too. I still can't find the Google podcast. Jim, did you put a link to the Google podcast in here that I just can't find? I don't know why I can't find it. Well, maybe I need to be on the computer because when I look on the phone, it wants me to install an app, which I don't want to do. I'll go look on the computer.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
I still witness.
That was
What a
funny.
great title, Drace. Is that the end of it?
I cut up his ad. I love it. It's really good for us.
It's great. I love it. Isn't that what the Globers do every day? I mean, that's why I enjoyed listening to this Chatterbox thing because when you're in it and you're participating, it's hard to see it like objectively, like, oh, how did that go? But when I listen to it back, I think, oh my gosh, like, yeah, these people trying to defend the globe, they had nothing. And they probably are like in their world, I would guess some of these guys that were talking, they might even think, I mean, they obviously think they're the best and the brightest. Like they obviously were people who like discuss, the science and like, Boris was one of them. You guys remember Boris Bad Enough that used to come in here, but some of you probably remember.
Moose
and
and
yet that
squirrel.
India's here.
Yes, he went beast mode. Dandelion beast mode, smashing around the globus. You were great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I don't even remember saying any of that stuff, but I'm glad that I did.
You see how they all went silent when you dropped the hammer on them? It was pretty great. They didn't have nothing to say after that.
They don't have anything. That's what, that is what was illustrated there. I mean, I appreciated too how you went at them about the gyroscope. You went at Boris about the ISS. I mean, and whatever the other thing was that they were going on about. Oh, the 8
They
inches
were
per
just
mile
throwing
squared
everything.
thing.
Oh, the parabola,
Yeah.
the parabola.
Yeah.
The weakest
Yeah.
argument ever. It's a difference of 2 inches.
What the hell is that a picture of runs with scissors? That looks like a bunch of jars with straw in it. Like, is that an archaeological dig where they found a bunch of ancient beer?
It's an ancient keg party before they had kegs.
Right, Sumerian toga party, man.
So everybody grab a straw.
Oh, I
So
found
yeah,
it
I
on
didn't mean to
the...
interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh, my
no,
bad.
we were just... who were you interrupting? I don't know, but we're just like shooting the breeze here. Okay. Oh, Jim found it. Good. Okay, you found the flat Earth. I actually was finding it at the same time because I was trying to post the link to the Chatterbox special, and I found it on Spotify. And then Jim 66% told me that it was on Google Podcast, which I didn't even think. And then he said, Indio, that he was very thankful to whoever it was that updated the Google Podcast. And I told him that was you, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's been dead air in the morning, so I just come in, I just play something off the podcast. It seems to be entertaining. At least the people on YouTube don't have to listen to dead air.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, we have so much content. I mean, we should have, hundreds of podcasts, but, can only do so much in one day. I mean, I invite anybody, chop up what you want, man. Just send it to me. Just send me the MP3.
Yeah, because I know people suggest things in deal, but then, it's, he doesn't always have time to go and find it and chop it out. Yeah, so if people actually chopped it out themselves and then sent it to you as an MP3, then it'd be much easier for you to upload. Right?
Yeah. Plus, I'm biased towards myself, so I'm always uploading myself.
You are not always. You've only done that recently. You used to never upload yourself, but yeah, well, you know, you good at explaining the flat Earth, so your bias is justified.
There's so many aspects. That's what I'm trying to cover in the podcast. Like each little fine detail, because we cover them all. So I'd like to have a podcast for like each one, like Coriolis, gravity, refraction, whatever.
Yeah, there was some part of that chatterbox that I thought I'm gonna have to go back and listen to again because I did not really get what you were getting at. But now I can't remember which part it was. Because I thought I should ask India to explain that, but now I can't remember which one it was. Now I'll have to listen to it a third time and try to remember. I can't remember what it was.
I did make a mistake. I said 2.24 degrees when I should have said 2.24 days. The gyroscope, they measured one Earth rate rotation every 2.24 days, but I said degrees. Doesn't make any sense.
It's not
That'd
like
be a very
they didn't know what you were talking about anyway to catch it. So
Yeah, I know.
That's right,
Yeah, I know. I should make mistakes on purpose to see where their head's at.
Yeah.
Just say random stuff, see if they catch it. That's what they do. Might as well follow suit.
You mind if I play a 30-second clip?
Oh, go ahead. You know how to use the bot?
I will equip you to not only find objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even civilization itself. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and this is my masterclass.
I laughed so hard when I saw that ad.
Oh my God, that's some Dunning-Kruger. That's bad. I wonder how much money he made off of that.
Probably a lot. It was pretty funny, the whole thing.
We all have susceptibility to bias. Search engines on the internet are the epitome of confirmation bias. And you're going to use that as evidence that you are correct? No. The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. What does it mean to be skeptical? What does it mean to be convinced by data? A proper skeptic questions what they're unsure of, but recognizes when valid evidence is presented to change their mind.
By that definition, he's not a proper skeptic. Oops.
And he
it's
said
the irony of all that.
soyance.
It's funny as hell. Go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, and he said soyance, not science. Soyance.
Nice. Well, at least he said when proper evidence is provided. Now, as long as his proper evidence is what the universities and the people that write the citations describe what proper science is, as long as they follow those guidelines, I agree with that statement. But obviously they don't.
He's obviously just trying to sell people on trying to buy his masterclass, but he's just using all the keywords to try to hook them in. But at the same time, it's just an advert for us. That's all it is. And like, if we chop it up real good, we can just use this willy-nilly.
Yeah, someone needs to point out whenever he's doing something and all of his, bullshit where he says this is evidence when it's really not. Yeah, it'd be a good idea to point out what, in that circumstance, what would be proper evidence. Like provide the independent variable, provide the several experiments that they run, tests or whatever you want to call them, to validate the cause, which they never do.
And if you listen to this one, this is where he basically, in this 2-minute ad, which I chopped up, he admits what he wants to do to you.
There's like a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm going to do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say.
He's not being very specific about what, but he's got like globe iconography going behind as that's happening. And I think people are going to be like, yeah, that sounds good, but he's actually being double speaking here, and he's talking about something completely different that they don't want.
Yeah, that's what I think is so funny. Huh?
I was going to say, he's going to teach you how to think. But that's not your job, actually.
Yeah, it should.
That's why it's funny how they. I'm sorry, Godra, I can go ahead. What were you going to say?
Say that if people teach them how to critically think, that'd be a different story.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is that's what they claim. Critical thinking is like a huge buzzword in the schools today, and they actually say that's what they're doing. And it's just like Neil deGrasse, fits right in with that whole thing. If they just say it enough, that it's true, right? And then they have it's the whole Common Core thing. Like they have these critical thinking worksheets where instead of like doing 3 times 9, you're going to do an entire worksheet about 27 different ways to critically think about 3 times 9. But if you don't critically think about it the way the teacher wants you to and draw the proper pictures that she wants you to do, if you skip to the bottom and write 27, you'll get an F because you didn't critically think properly about 3 times 9. Remember to critically think only the way Neil deGrasse Tyson wants you to critically think, and then you'll be a really good critical thinker.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't want you to use your intuition because of your
do a masterclass.
Because they want to teach you. The reason why they do what you just described with that long form on the paper is the whole point of that is to make it so you don't learn to use your intuition. They teach you in a way that teaches you to not use your intuition. So you can't just give the answer. You have to do the long form. That way you don't learn to do it in your head.
Not only that, I feel like sometimes they're teaching you to accept 26.5 or 27.5. Oh, it's close enough. This is like correlation, and it's close enough. We're going to fudge that because that's all they do.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, and they'll because my daughter went through this when she was in public school. Yeah, when they learn about estimation, it's like, instead of actually functioning, how estimation should be. Yes, then you're like marked down all over the place if you give the exact answer. I mean, I understand the concept of estimation and you want to know like how to estimate something, yes, or how to estimate the answer. But like they just take that to the extreme where they'll spend like months and months about showing you how to estimate. But, don't you dare give a precise answer during the estimating unit, or you will fail. It's just like ridiculous. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Godrock. And it's just, close enough is good enough.
Yeah, here's a cookie for getting it almost right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Well, the thing is that we have to do this all the time when people come in. We have to teach them basic logical fallacies. Like, they should be learning this stuff in school. What is a straw man? What is an ad hominem? Oh, I don't know. Maybe go into some tautologies. Like, who knows, right? They should be learning this stuff in school. Why are they not learning that in school? That blows my mind.
Because then they'd
Crypto.
be
The
able
other
to
day we had
decipher
somebody.
how the politicians think. They would be able to decipher political rhetoric.
Doublespeak. Oh, imagine if they taught you a Hegelian dialectic in school. There would be no political parties anymore. Go on, Indio.
I was going to say, we had someone in, not only does he not know what logical fallacies are, he didn't know what a logical fallacy is, period. Any of them. He didn't know what the definition was. He had no idea that they existed.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
The reason they don't teach them that is because they soon will realize that their teacher themselves are using logical fallacies. I think that's why they don't teach it.
Yeah. Undermines the credibility that the teacher has when they tell them other things, because they'll know that all of it's just basically their belief in the teacher is an appeal to authority, and so they'll know, oh, actually maybe I should question my teacher as well.
Yeah, they don't want that.
Imagine not even knowing that logical fallacies were a branch of thinking.
No idea. He was specifically asked, because he used, he came in here, there's 3 reasons that the earth can't be flat, and every single one of them was an appeal to incredulity. He can't comprehend why NASA would lie. And you'd have to prove that they're lying about, so, but he had no idea. I was like, that's an appeal to incredulity. And then, someone just asked him what a logical fallacy is. Can you define it? He had no clue. He just was clueless. Any logical fallacy. He didn't even know they were a thing.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, and it's interesting because a lot of the Globers, it's like they've only just learned about logical fallacies, and was it when Nathan Oakley was debating Fight the Tight Shirt? And every single logical fallacy that Nathan Oakley brought up, he fallacy straight afterwards, proving that he didn't know what a fallacy was.
No doubt. No doubt. You're using that wrong, dude.
Yeah. And that's even worse. It's even worse. When someone misapplies the logical fallacy, it's even worse than not knowing what it is. Barely.
I like when they use ad hom wrong. That's entertaining.
Yeah.
Of course, that's one of the big ones they use wrong. No, dude, I'm just insulting you. I'm not trying to prevent anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying because some definitions of ad hom, it's like it's implied that it's within an argument, which of course it would have to be because you're talking about logic. So of course it has to apply to an argument. So I don't know. It's like it seems really obvious to me that an ad hom and an insult aren't the same.
Yeah, that is one of the things I thought was funny about the Chatterbox, special. Crypto India replayed that on the live stream this morning. Do you remember when we went to the Chatterbox and had that little interaction there with them? That used to be the chessboard with Corvo.
Oh,
anyway.
Are you saying that I was with you on that one?
You were there, yes. You were like a major part of it. You don't remember?
Oh, okay. Well, to be honest, I've done so many of these little debates now. They just
I know. Yeah, well, you did well. You were in good form. So anyway, at one point, India was just talking to the guy, like literally didn't insult or say anything even remotely insulting. And he's like, I think one of the other guys is like, let's just keep this civil, shall we? I'm like, he's just talking. I didn't say that then, but like listening back to it, I'm thinking they're just not used to like men, I guess, like asserting themselves or like speaking, like not whining. You know what I mean? Like actually having a point and making it. I literally, Indio said nothing even remotely insulting. And he's like, let's just try to keep this civil. It's like, gosh, that's just how he talks all day, every day. I mean, there was nothing uncivil about that at all. It's just so funny.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think like
inconclusive is what he meant. Let's just try to keep this inconclusive.
That's right. Yeah, let's not try to like assert the truth as if it's real. You know, let's not talk about reality here. That hurts our feelings. Please stop.
Well, I think that we do have a real issue with young boys now in that they don't have like manly role models. And so a lot of them pick up the feminine cues from their mother. They don't really understand what being a man is and being manly is about, because they've never seen it. And it might be that they're just a bunch of, coddled young boys who never really had proper role models, and so they don't understand this way of kind of doing business.
I think that's totally true. Yeah. And then they run into someone like Quantum Eraser and they're like, wow. I mean, to me, Quantum Eraser is like most of the dads in the neighborhood when I was growing up. You know what I mean? Like, but these young people today, it's like, yeah, they've never actually heard anyone talk like that. I mean, I don't deny that sometimes he goes overboard. And if he was here, I would say it to his face, as you all know. But like his normal way of talking to some people is like more than they can handle, It's like, oh my gosh, do not join the military, which nobody should anyway, but definitely, I don't know how anybody.
Well, this is why I'm
people
for
coming in here.
Sorry.
Oh no, that was it. Go ahead.
I think I'm actually for military service, not because I think that we should go and fight a bunch of wars for Israel, but I think it teaches a lot of young boys like certain like necessities about life that I feel like I had to kind of go and learn on my own as an adult, but had I learned them at 18, I would be in a much better position now, And there are lots of young men who never learn those rules, and they just end up as fat liberals, basically. Slobs that never clean their room, and they
Yeah. It'd be nice if we had
Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, but they have like military schools, I guess, or like boot camps. But who knows what kind of crazy people are in there? You wouldn't really want to send your children to that. I don't know, but I don't know. There's other things like, I guess, Outward Bound. That seems like a fairly decent program. I mean, there's scouting programs, which I like. I had my boys in the regular one for a while, and then I took them out of that one when that one went nuts, and then now I'm in like this other one, which is kind of a Christian version, which I like. But they still have a little bit too much of the military stuff for my liking. Like even the Pledge of Allegiance to me is like these days, I'm like, who am I pledging allegiance to? But I just kind of cringe there. I mean, I don't actually do it, but but it is teaching them discipline and those kind of things. Like they had to when they went to the camp out last weekend, they had to put the tent up by themselves. I had to go sit in the van because I took them there, and I had to kind of like stay until because it was raining, till they could get the tent up and then put all the stuff from the van. But I'm like, I got to go in there because I wasn't allowed. The scout leader came over because we've got on campouts before where I am with them, and I usually like help them put up the tent and stuff. But it's like, okay, to get this badge, they have to put it up by themselves, and no one can help them. I'm not going to help them. So I'm sitting there in the van. I'm kind of watching. Like, are they really going to do that? It's pouring rain, but I did not interfere, and they did put it up, and they also remained dry through the rainstorm. So there you go. So, but yeah, I am bad, like with that kind of thing in terms of like, cutting the apron strings, but I'm doing better. I'm cutting them. I cut them this weekend. And they remained cut, and they all survived.
So, well done to you.
Thank you. I did not help them. I gave them a little hint right before they started when the scout leader wasn't looking. I'm like, don't forget the tarp. You can't let the tarp, hang out. You have to kind of tuck the tarp underneath because I didn't know if they remembered that part. But yeah, they succeeded, so it was exciting.
I do have a question with regards to the Pledge of Allegiance. What do you actually pledge allegiance to? Like, what are all of the things you pledge allegiance to?
The flag.
The flag, is that it?
Yep.
So
and
not
to
your
the
people,
republic, and to the republic for which it stands.
So you don't pledge allegiance to, your people or, your brothers in arms, like your family, like nothing at all to do with, who you actually are. It's all to do with a fake state.
Yeah, to the republic and the flag itself. So,
but why would you pledge allegiance to that? It doesn't make sense to me.
It's nationalism. It's an easy way to control people.
Well, and for liberty and justice for all.
But nations are people; they're not flags.
No, so the Pledge of Allegiance says, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all."
But again, the nation should be the people, not the flag. Like you don't just set up a land and go, this is a nation, because there's no people. So without a nation, like if I was to take a 5 square mile area of North Essex in England and just say this is a nation now, well, there's no nation without people. It's just land without people. So again, I don't understand how it can be a nation if you're just pledging allegiance to a flag and a fake state that only exists in everyone's collective imagination. That doesn't even make any sense.
But it's not just land with no people. So I'm failing to see your point.
The Pledge of Allegiance sounds like you're pledging allegiance to a piece of cloth and a fake concept and nothing that actually exists in reality.
I see where you're coming from, but in full context, it's supposed to be talking about what the flag represents, which is our liberties and our freedoms and our justices, blah 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 blah, blah which is obviously BS. Yes, Indio, you're coming in.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't. I've been trying to say something, but okay. The Pledge of Allegiance wasn't invented by the United States government, and it's not anything that's legally binding, and it can't be. I happen to be an expert on this particular thing. And when I say I'm an expert on something, okay, so allegiance can only. So I'll tell you the legal case. It's called the case of the post nati, or also known as Calvin's case. You can look it up. It was decided by Lord Coke in something like 1673. Okay. So the case was to whom allegiance is due, because the guy was like what you would consider a dual citizen. Does he have allegiance to the King of Scotland, or does he have allegiance to the King of England? So they go through the whole thing of when allegiance applies. And there's a particular part of it that says, in faith, in allegiance or faith, nothing can be feigned, expedi non ficta, which means in faith, no fiction, right? So you can only have allegiance to a person, an individual, a man, right? Period. And they go through the whole reason why this. It even says, I've posted it here before. I can't believe you guys can't remember. Anyway, I'm trying to think. There's a lot of moving parts here, so I'm trying to think, be the most concise way of explaining this. It says a body politic, being a body politic, is invisible, and because it can't die, right? Right? The government can't die. Doesn't have a soul. Can't die. That's why you can only have allegiance to a human being. You can get my drift? So the allegiance, the Pledge of Allegiance in America means nothing. Literally nothing.
But that's kind of how I see it, and that's why I don't understand why people take it seriously.
It's just a ritual. It's a brainwashing ritual.
Yeah, I got you. But again, it's like if I was actually pledging allegiance to like my fellow man, and we were like struggling together or something, that would mean something to me. I don't even mean in a legal sense, in like maybe in an emotional sense or in some kind of other, I suppose in an emotional sense.
In a legal sense, allegiance is considered the highest form of contract. It is above everything else, above any contract, above father to child or parent to child, between anything. There's no oath that you can take that is higher in allegiance that the law recognizes. Yeah, it's that serious. Like, it's a serious thing.
Can you give an example?
I'm gonna listen. Give me a second, and I'm gonna actually read it to you. Read what it says, and you're gonna get it immediately.
So when you look up that word, is it not loyalty from I don't know, like a servant to someone superior, like a subordinate to a superior? Because you're expecting something in return, right? Like citizenship.
Citizen. See, that's where the messiness comes. So you have like master servant, right? Right. So, or like employer employee, those types of relationships, legal relationships. The relationship between a sovereign and a subject is higher than all the other ones. And that only comes about through allegiance, right? But I'm getting distracted. I really want to read it to you. This is like, I researched this a long time ago because I was like, why do these people think they can tell me what to do? And turns out, at least in the United States, that is completely voluntary. Everybody's convinced that, like, the United States is a body politic. It's an organization. It's a corporation. It's a legal fiction. It doesn't actually exist. So, but it specifically says that you can only have allegiance to, a human being, a man. So, the whole idea of allegiance to a body politic is there's no lawful basis to it. But hold on, this is getting hard to find. I know I posted it in this server.
You guys don't have anything equivalent over there in England, do you, Crypto?
Like in a Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
No, not really. I mean, to be honest, I actually find most English people to be shamefully disloyal to anything English or British, and that's not because I have any allegiance again to the government, but people are so self-loathing here. It's actually kind of sad.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
know
whole
what you mean. Yeah, because there is something good about like celebrating your nation. That's why, like, that's why I kind of go back and forth with it with the children because there are good things about America, and like actually, I think I've mentioned this before. India, when you find your thing, feel free to interrupt me. I have mentioned how like just being on Discord has made me appreciate the USA more than I did like before. Meeting all you guys and gals here, like. I thought, oh, the USA is just over. The Constitution's just a fraud. Like, we're just, marching steadily toward, communism or totalitarianism or whatever you want to call it. Like, but then I hear how things are in other places, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I guess we do like have some things going on here that are better than a lot of other places. I mean, we do have something left to cling to. So there is, something to celebrate here. So I kind of like, I go through different phases. Like, with my
It's
children, I
interesting.
want them to feel happy about where they live, but at the same time, I don't want to be like these people who just celebrate America no matter what, because we do have issues for sure. What were you going to say, Elijah?
I was just gonna say what's interesting is I spoke to someone who said that under communism he had a pretty good life. And he was kind of debating on Nathan Oakley's show, kind of, until Nathan was like, "This has nothing to do with flat Earth." But people were ragging on, "Oh, we got freedoms and communism, blah 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 blah. Look at this particular place." I forget exactly where it was, but he was like, "Whoa, I'm from there, and actually, I feel like I had a better life there than here." So it's just interesting. I mean, I'm just saying that to say that we have an idea of how other people live given to us by the state media. We don't actually know how each other live at all because we don't actually interact with these other places until you come to a place like this where if you have a VPN like some people get up in here.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that guy was probably rich and stupid or paid off or something. Because myself personally have met and known lots of people from lots of different countries, and I've known a lot of people that came here running from Russia in the 1980s, and they're a bit older than me now. And I know of people younger than me coming here from Cuba that are I ask them what's Cuba like, and they're like, it's a shithole. That's why I came here.
Of
So
course,
starting it
I
out
mean
there.
Get Baguette.
that's
Yeah,
nothing
Get Baguette
to.
talks about that.
Yeah, that's obviously true. It's probably
Yeah.
equally true that someone in London is shit talking America or someone somewhere else is shit talking. I mean, it's just the nature of people. If I left, I'd probably shit talk America. I'd be like, yeah, I love America, blah, blah, blah. And I'd also shit talk it at the same time. So I don't know.
Yeah, they don't have red meat available to the general public to actually buy in grocery stores in Cuba. It's non-existent. It's only in very few, very high-priced restaurants can you actually find a steak in that country. Other than that, it's just chicken or nothing. And she said it's because of communism, or her words.
Here, I want to read this to y'all. Okay, you ready? Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we're ready. Yep,
Okay.
we can hear you.
It says, allegiance is the true and faithful obedience of a sovereign, obedience of the subject due to the sovereign. This allegiance and obedience is an incident inseparable to every subject, for as soon as he is born, he oweth a birthright allegiance and obedience to his sovereign. And there's a bunch of Latin, which I'm not going to read. Ligentia, blah, 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 blah. It says, as the ligatures or strings do knit together the joints of all parts of the body, so doth allegiance join together the sovereign and all his subjects. It says, Glanville wrote in the reign of Henry II, speaking of the connection which ought to be between the Lord and tenant. I think I read it. No, I'm trying to pick out this out from Latin, sorry. It says, but between the sovereign and the subject there is, without comparison, a higher and greater connection. For as the subject owes to the king his true and faithful allegiance and obedience, so the sovereign is to govern and protect his subjects. Okay, so let me get to the really actually important part. Here, I'm gonna post it like right in the stream. So basically, what that's saying is this is the highest connection that you can have that the law recognizes. Sovereign subject, and that only comes through oath, right? So you like when you swear an oath of allegiance to somebody, that's it. You don't owe just an oath of allegiance to that person, all their heirs forever and ever, and they have a duty to protect all your heirs forever and ever. It's almost like the master-slave relationship, and it's actually compared to that directly in cases. So I'm going to read it. It says, in all indictments of treason, when any do intend to compass mortem et destructum domino regis, which must be understood of his natural body, for his politic body is immortal and not subject to death. And the indictment concludeth, allegiance is due to the natural body, right? If allegiance is due to the natural body, how can you pledge allegiance to a flag? Does the flag have a natural body? Can a flag die? Okay, so it's real simple. It says, a body politic, being invisible, can, as a body politic, neither make or take homage. Homage is another word for allegiance. It says, in faith or allegiance, nothing ought be feigned, but ought to be ex fide non ficta. This simply means things like pledging allegiance to the flag or to government bodies like Parliament or the United States or these legal fictions, they mean nothing. You can only have allegiance between two human beings. I hope I didn't cut out through all that.
Yeah, the idea of a
We
patriot
heard it.
is an inside joke to the government.
You can't have, basically what they've created a simulacrum, a simulation of natural allegiance, right? And that's what we practice in the United States now. We have sovereign and citizen, and we practice a simulation. It would not be legally binding because all you'd have to do is cite this case. I can't have allegiance to a body politic. It says it right here. And Calvin's case is cited 14,000 times. Okay, it's not just like some random case. Every time someone tries to, there's a conflict of whether someone is a citizen of this country or that country, and they're trying to keep or stay in the United States, or the United States government is trying to kick them out. They bring up this case. So I hope that answers your question, Crypto. Pledge allegiance to the flag means nothing. It's a brainwashing ritual.
Yeah, well, I thought as much.
Catchy jingles and colorful sounds, right?
Yeah, sorry if I got excited about that, but like this is like something. This is I don't know what you would call it. My personal pet project or something like that.
I know. Even when I brought it up, I thought, "Oh, I'm bringing up the Pledge of Allegiance around India. I wonder if you
Oh
have
God.
anything to say about that."
Yes, I do.
But I
Because
enjoyed
this,
that. That was good. Yeah.
yeah, because there's a lot of like octopus arms and legs that this branches out into, where the government claims that they can do things because they're your sovereign and you're their subject. They'll take your kids based upon this. They'll fucking throw you out of the country. They'll charge you with all sorts of crimes which are prohibited by law, right? But they're not crimes within themselves. We're talking about victimist crimes.
Well, I brought up the fact that when I think about it, I can't look around and then come up with anything that doesn't. Oh, you might have cut out.
Think you're in a private club, right? And they have rules and regulations for your private club, right? But you have to be a member, right? It doesn't apply to every random person. Only applies to members of the club. So when you break the law, quote unquote, break a law that's prohibited, but it's not in itself intrinsically bad. Things like possession of marijuana, because there's no injured party, right? Those are illegal by prohibition. But the only reason you are obligated to follow them is because the sovereign says that you're legally obligated to follow them. But if the government isn't actually your sovereign, then what's going on here? People volunteer. They run
So
around acting. Yeah, go ahead.
It's like I brought up before. We're in a cult, dead ass.
Yeah.
Like we're literally in a cult because there's a power dynamic in which we look to for knowledge and understanding and judgment, but we're not allowed to question at the same time.
Yeah, think you're in a private club like the Fraternal Order of Eagles, right? And they came up to you. You're not in it. But they came up to you and they were like, hey, you got to pay this $500 fine. You violated one of the bylaws of the Fraternal Order of Eagles. And you're like, okay, and you just pay it. That's what people are doing. Instead of going, I am not a member of the Order of Eagles. Like, what are you talking about? They just go along with it because they've been brainwashed and convinced that they're a citizen of the United States. There's no such thing. And there's another way to prove this. The main way to prove this is, did you hear the part where the duty of allegiance and the duty of protection in exchange for the duty of obedience? The government of the United States specifically disavows any duty of protection. They explicitly say in dozens of cases that they have no duty to protect anybody. So if they don't have a duty to protect anybody, they cannot be the sovereign because that is the duty of the sovereign. Anyway, sorry to derail everything. Y'all got me excited.
Oh yeah, I mean they don't at all. That's definitely, and they have no obligation to do so. I mean that's the main thing that people don't seem to understand, and so many people are not willing to face that fact.
Yeah, because if you sue the police, you didn't protect me, they're going to laugh at you, and they're going to throw the case out of court, say we don't have to protect you.
Hi, Jenny.
The case that comes to mind was there was cops. They were wiretapping a hotel room. They listened to a chick get raped. They did nothing. The chick sued them, and the Supreme Court ruled they have no duty to protect you.
Yeah,
Ironically,
that's just a notion on TV. Superheroes and the police force that the people are obedient to.
Yeah,
which
that
gets
the
us
cops
to be
have to come
obedient.
running. They don't. They can just walk the other way. They don't have to do anything. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I
Well,
saw
I want to.
six
I want to make
videos
one more.
today.
I want to make one more point before this is related. The only time they do have a duty to protect you is if you form a special relationship with the police. One of those special relationships is being arrested. So if you're under arrest, they have a duty to protect you. But if you're not under arrest, they don't.
I
Yeah,
saw six
how's that
videos
for a mind
today
fuck?
where police officers ran away from violent incidents and just said, "Oh shit, he's got a gun. I'm running," and they didn't do anything. And
they don't
that's
have
not
to.
illegal. The Supreme Court has ruled that they don't have the duty to protect the public, but yet they pretend like they do when they want you to move away from filming some interaction they're having with the public. They say, "Oh, you need to move back for everybody's safety." Then all of a sudden they pretend that they have an obligation to keep you safe.
Yes, I was just telling my son about this, because he's getting older, and because I was explaining to him yesterday my experience of watching, the NCAA. I think is it the NCAA, the college basketball finals? Is that what they are? NCAA.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever it was, the Big Ten. They, at the University of Michigan, they won the basketball game, and then because they won, the drunken white frat boys were tearing up the town, swinging from the traffic lights, smashing windows, turning over cars, setting fire to stuff, like just property damage, crimes left and right. Like I'd never seen anything like it before. And then this guy that I knew who was a local of the town, Ann Arbor, a black guy with dreadlocks. The police are just lined up along the street, just watching it, doing nothing. And this guy came up to them and said, "What are you?" He couldn't believe it. He's a young guy, right? And I was young too. Even though I already knew the government purpose is not to, prosecute criminals or to protect the public. I already knew that myself. But apparently this young black guy didn't know or hadn't learned it yet. He definitely learned it in the next 5 minutes because he's going over there. He wasn't particularly aggressive toward them, wasn't touching them, just said, "Why aren't you guys arresting this?" Because probably all his, he'd been arrested before. I knew,
You're talking about a young
he,
black man in Ann Arbor?
Oh, yeah, I'm almost done with the story. Yep. And so he said, "Why aren't you guys doing anything about this?" And then they arrested him. And I watched them handcuff him and put him in the back of the car, for asking them why they weren't doing anything, which I assume the charge must have ended up being like resisting arrest or something, probably. Because I think when they decided to arrest him, he was like, "What's going on here? Why are you arresting me when these people are burning down the town, literally?"
Probably
And so he might have
interfering.
resisted a little bit, or interfered or whatever. And then he got arrested. It was like, oh my gosh, that was like the last thing I needed to see to know. This is a big fraud. Yeah.
And if we're talking about Ann Arbor and the gentleman that you described, I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about because there's only like 3 of them. And only one has dreads.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that later if you want. That seems really unlikely. But yeah, okay.
No, Ann Arbor is a pretty monochromatic area. Last time I checked. Not the point of this discussion, obviously.
Well, the point of the
All the
discussion
bad
is, I'm not a racist person, but I've observed on multiple occasions that, it doesn't matter what your color is. If you're poor, then you're going to be more likely to be arrested. I mean, it just so happens that because of various, reasons that, there are poor people who are black, there are poor people who are white. Whoever they are, the poor people are more likely to get arrested because they can't afford the fancy lawyer that's going to get them off and make things inconvenient and make your win record less than 99% for these prosecutors. That's all they care about is who they can win
You're
against. So
exactly
if you can
right.
afford a fancy lawyer, like all these frat boys could, because you wouldn't be, in your frat if you couldn't,
And
then
isn't
you're
that
not going to get
profiling,
arrested.
though?
But if you can't afford the fancy lawyer, then you are going to get arrested.
But don't cops profile people on whether or not they can afford a good lawyer before they do the actions that they do?
I have no
Judge your
idea. I mean,
car,
they
your
might make
clothes.
some. They might make some. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, and they might make some judgments if they find out they're wrong later. They can always just let the person go.
No harm, no foul, and we're considering this dismissed.
Exactly. If they find out they've got the fancy defense lawyer in town, then they can just, we made a mistake. Goodbye.
So shameful.
And it's not just, I mean, the police rely on the prosecutors to issue the warrants. And those are I mean, that's at the point where they find out who the lawyer is and then decide if they're going to issue the warrant or not. Yeah, absolutely.
How often did the police do everything exactly right and then the prosecutors and the DA just dismiss the charges and they're back on the street?
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to talk about where the most corruption is, I would say, it's definitely at the prosecution level, not necessarily at we talked about this the other day, even though the police are mostly just revenue collectors. There are, a portion of them who actually think they're protecting the public and imagine that that's what they're doing. And they, sadly are just being used by the system because you had to have a few of those. If you have the few of those do-gooders, just like you have with the politicians, the people who are like, they're to protect the people. And then they can point to them and say, see, there's Mr. Nice Guy. Mr. Smith goes to Washington. See, we're not corrupt.
So they're
Hey,
what do you call that thing where you gotta pay for protection or you get beat up by the street gang? Like what's that thing called?
Extortion.
Protection.
Protection money.
Yeah, mafia protection. That was part of my speech to my son. He's going to be 14. I'm like, and the government is, you pay your taxes because that's your mafia protection money. It's just like in the old days when you had your shop and you had to pay them every week to make sure they didn't come and beat you up or burn down your store. Like that's what your taxes are. The mafia is just codified and have fancy offices now. So you don't
tell your son this.
And they're
Hey, tell your son this. It's easy to prove that the court system is corrupt. Real simple. If you ask somebody, hey, I'm going, you got any advice? They'll say, don't piss off the judge, right? Why should that matter? Thought it was facts and evidence. Why does the mood of the judge matter? Because everybody inherently knows the court system is corrupt.
Judges and prosecutors and defendants and lawyers, they're all human beings. They're not infallible. They are subject to their emotional responses, and we should expect that those that are civic servants should uphold a certain level of professionalism, but that's just an expectation. It's not the reality.
I'm not talking about being rude. I'm talking about altering the laws. Okay, I'll give you an example. I know a person, they were given 1 year in jail for threatening to commit a crime when the maximum sentence was 6 months. Okay, the maximum sentence by law is 6 months. The judge gave him 1 year. Now, he eventually got out on appeal. What happened to the judge? Nothing. But the judge was pissed off at him.
Who are judges? Where do they come from? How do they get put in that seat? And why do we have to bow down to them and stand and say your honor? And who are they? They're just people.
Did you notice that it's just like a church?
Yeah. And you got the whole maritime law situation going on as well.
You got the priest sitting up at the altar. You got the pews, the uncomfortable seating,
They sit above you and look down upon you. I was in court today. It all went well. I win. Everything's fine. But it's still a nuisance to have to actually go in there and address. And I was there 10 minutes early. They opened the doors 20 minutes late. If I was 20 minutes late, they would have put out a fucking a bolo or like arrest warrant for me for failure to appear. But yet they didn't open the doors and let me in until 20 minutes after they were supposed to. So what the heck? Why is it okay for them to be late, but not me? If I was late, I'd have a warrant for my arrest. But they're late, and it's fine. Just sit outside, wait.
Why is it okay for them to lie, but for you to lie, you get in serious trouble?
Well, the Supreme Court says they're allowed to lie.
Yeah, I mean, my point, I can't even remember why I started talking to my son about this, just because I guess he's getting older, so he might be at places alone, was just, you do not need to speak to the police. You don't need to give them any information. You can ask them if you're being charged with a crime and so on, just trying to give him like basic, things to deal with if he encounters that situation. Because the main, and we talk about everything, just basically how the system exists. It's incredibly corrupt. You just try as best you can to not participate in it, not acknowledge that it has any power over you unless it crashes into your world for whatever reason, and then you just try to disengage as quickly as you can because
To
it's
talk to
just
the judge,
a
right?
complete fraud.
Wait to talk to the judge, otherwise you're just talking to the wrong person. The cop can't let you go. The judge can.
Have you ever seen the episode or seen the clip of Judge Judy, right? She's in the courtroom and the plaintiff and
He's so
defendant
rich.
is there. So there's an earthquake, right? There's an earthquake and everyone runs. Judge Judy runs, the bailiff runs, the audience runs. The only two people still standing because they're scared of Judge Judy are the plaintiff and defendant. They just stay where they are.
Switch to here.
It's amazing.
No, okay.
Judge Judy makes like $25 million a year. She's a badass. I know that's not your point. Sorry. I'm just impressed.
The indoctrination runs deep, right? So that's how much fear they had of Judge Judy.
I think if you ever get in trouble with the police and you know you're not at fault, or even if you are at fault, just do whatever the fuck they say. You're only going to get a worse situation if you don't. Wait until you get your day in court and then make your stink. And hopefully you've accumulated evidence, recordings, and can prove that you were cordial and not causing a disturbance, not interfering.
Have you
And
watched,
anything they try to throw at you just gets tossed.
by chance, have you ever watched the First Amendment auditors on YouTube?
I follow many of them. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know anything
San
about that.
Joaquin
Tell me,
Valley
Jenny.
Junkyard
What is that
News.
about, Jenny? I don't know what that is. Can you tell me?
Well, I'm not sure how it rose up or anything. I don't know the history of the community or anything, but there's people that go around flexing our rights so we don't lose them. And that would be the right to film in public, according to the First Amendment, being a part of the press. So they disavow the requirements of the mainstream credentials, like you don't have to be on TV to be the press. So anyway, they film public officials in the course of their duties. I'm not really, I don't think it's really right to film the post office, but a lot of them do. But that would be more for like activism for regular people because they think you need permission, but yet we're being filmed all over the place. But mostly they record.
Just trying to do a job in a horrible way and trying not to get usurped by FedEx and UPS, who clearly do their job.
Mostly.
It's not their fault. I'm sorry, Jenny. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I just don't want to lose my thought, dear. Anyway, so number 2, I'd say, would be they go into the courthouses in public areas and film. And then the most infamous, I'd have to say, would be filming the police. There's a lot of, I've heard, I used to follow them more than I do now, not very much. But I guess a couple of people got thrown under the bus for creating their own situations so they could get better content and make more money. So they had their own drama there for a while. But I guess that's going to happen with any group of people, especially on the internet. We all know that. But yeah,
Rainy, are you familiar with armed fishermen?
no, my favorite, and I would recommend this to Dandelion, and that would be San Joaquin Valley Transparency. And then there's also Pink Camera Magic. She's really good.
I will look
But
that up.
yeah,
One of the best ones, and San Joaquin is very good.
He's the
and
OG.
San
Auditing,
Joaquin Valley. What was the last word? San Joaquin
Bay
Valley. What?
Transparent.
Okay.
Bay
Okay.
Area transparency, and also auditing America. That's a really good one.
Good
They've
one too.
confronted
Yeah.
a lot of people. So
But you
those are two
should
very good ones.
all look up
Amagansett,
the Armed Fisherman. Zoliak,
he's
the
okay.
Armed Fisherman. He does a bunch of open carry stuff in Florida where you're not allowed to open carry unless you're on the way to fish, on the way back from fishing or hunting or whatever. That's the only time in Florida you can open carry. And he exploits that right to the point where
Yeah, he
cops are constantly coming, guns drawn, SWAT
Oh
teams.
wow. Good for him. Wow.
yeah
He just goes and
he
tries to catch
discovered
some crabs, and people freak out. And he says, "It's 821 point section 53."
Yeah.
Dandelion, a lot of
Yeah.
the area cops will get to know the First Amendment auditors. And for the most part, if you have a good auditor, the police are pretty cool. If you go into it with the objective of catching good cops, you know, you don't want to cause any static. You just want to film what your eyes can see. You can't trespass the eyes.
Right.
So, like if you're on a public easement and you're filming a power plant, you should be allowed to do that. But people freak out about it.
Google Maps can do it. Google Street View can drive by and take a picture, but that's okay.
Right. But it's all about flexing our rights,
So they still
or we'll
exist.
lose, or we'll lose our rights. That's the main mantra, I'd have to say.
Oh, good. Yeah, we've got a lot of open carry people in Michigan that do that, which I totally appreciate, even though I'm not like a person who's actually
There
going to
may
go out and do
be,
that. But I totally support the people who do that. And I appreciate you
they,
telling me about this other thing, which I
yeah,
never heard of.
there
well
could
with the
very well
first
be someone close by you, Dandelion. You never know.
with the First Amendment. It would be right to peacefully assemble, freedom of speech, and freedom of the press. Right.
Yep.
Also, freedom of
Killing,
religion
killing.
and freedom to petition the government of grievances. So they're five
Well,
rights.
Yeah.
the First
So
Amendment auditors are about freedom of the press.
Gee.
Oh, Dandelion,
Post
one person
offices
you
post
really
their
need to
stuff.
look up. Sorry, everybody, or whoever was talking. I apologize.
Okay.
There's a lady you need to look up on YouTube. Her name is Susan Bassi, Bassi. She's
I
really
closed
good.
every one of my tabs. I had like 500 open. I closed every one of them again. And now you guys are going to get me to open 500 more now. That's
But
fine.
if you're, but definitely Susan Bassi. I
Because
think
when you
you
get to
will.
500, they won't let you open anymore, in case you guys didn't know that. You have
Well,
500 tabs open now. Would you like to close some of them? Have
she's
you
an
guys ever seen that message? Because your life is incomplete until you've
Nope.
seen it. I'm sorry. I see it now. Susan Bassi. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
so she's a journalist, an independent journalist. I think she used to work for a paper, or maybe she still does. But she met up with the First Amendment auditors, and she just, went right in and totally meshed with everybody. So, but her kind of
That's good.
fight, or one of her fights, is private judges for the welfare of children. So that one's she, goes into public records, and I think she's involved in elections as well. And so if that's something, it's not really something I exclusively am into, but the way she presents herself, it's
Sounds
good.
hyper corrupt.
The private judges, yeah, she's exposing them.
North
So,
Star has something else to add. I don't know. He said maybe we couldn't hear him. I don't know.
oh yeah,
Can
please.
Can you try again, North Star? But now he's muted, so I don't know. Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when we were speaking on the First Amendment, and I know someone else brought up like the armed fishermen, but when we speaking specifically on the First Amendment audits, Dandelion, you would really enjoy uh, auditing America, Amagansett Press, and San Joaquin Area Transparency. Those three you would really enjoy, and the officials that they, confront and ask questions and things like that, you would really enjoy those. And people really need to know about this. Over 20 years ago, before they had the backup cameras for the vehicles and things, I said, everyone needs a camera. The car manufacturers, GM, Chevrolet, everyone needs to start putting cameras to protect the people in the car from either collisions or the police, because they turn off their camera whenever they want. They can put it on mute whenever they want.
Or they'll make you
And
wait 12 months before they'll release the footage.
so not long after I'm speaking of everyone must have a camera, and car manufacturers should put them in the driver's side, the rear, the front, and all these things. Then you started seeing cameras and people started putting up phones in their windshield.
Cops will be nicest that they'll ever be if they see your dash cam pointing forward and another one pointing towards the driver's side window. They're going to say, oh my goodness, I'm
And
on
that's what
record.
it's about. It's about keeping them accountable. That's the whole thing.
I only heard one of the three. I only opened one tab for the three things that North Star said. So you said
If you
Audit
go through
America.
San
What were the
Joaquin,
other two? What?
if you go to San Joaquin Valley Transparency, you will get him promoting other videos from
Oh, yeah, I've
other
got that one. Okay. I will
auditors.
look that one.
So if
Yep,
you
I've got
stay
that
in
one
there
up.
and click the links in the description below, you'll see you'll be exposed to 100 different auditors.
San Joaquin,
thank you.
San Joaquin is almost kind of like the hub of that community. And there actually is a publication, I do believe, authored by a First Amendment auditor. And I don't know if anyone here is familiar with it, but I think it might be on San Joaquin's in the description of his videos, possibly. But I've really trying to think. Oh, it's something about honoring your oath, the oath of
Oath
office.
Keepers.
Yeah, the rise of the oath keepers.
And there's also Earning the Hate. That's another good channel.
So yeah, the good First Amendment auditors go into it, to get good audits. There was somebody, I can't remember what his name was. He was out of California, and he really was just in it for the money.
And you can get some good settlements out of doing this, but it's
Oh,
not what it's
yes. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about suing the police and the community. I don't personally, I'm not entirely sure that does anything but just rile everybody up.
It doesn't cost the police any money. It costs the taxpayers money. You're suing the local taxpayers.
I mean, if it's something orchestrated, then yeah, but it's kind of a double-edged sword, really, because we have to stand up for our rights. Can't just
Civil litigation is a powerful tool, and it can make them look bad, but it doesn't actually cost them anything because you end up paying it, and your neighbors end up paying it.
Well, I know a lot of First Amendment. I know a lot of active First Amendment auditors. They have a lawyer on retained, or just one that's like a civil rights lawyer that just does it pro bono, just because. I don't know exactly. I was never really part of that community.
Might be echoing in God Rockin's mic. I don't know. God Rockin, are you hot, Mikey? Are you trying to say something?
He's the king.
Oh, yeah, he there he is.
No, I
What?
think it's Bruce Cyclist.
Oh, either way, we'll figure it out.
No, I think I was sitting here quietly. I wasn't saying.
I didn't do it.
Oh,
I did see
yes.
Mike in
Okay,
there,
gold star,
so.
gold star. You're sitting there quietly. Gold star, God Rockin.
No problem. I'm usually guilty.
But muscles are like rights. If you don't work them out and exercise them, they cease to exist.
Right. And that's, I think, mostly the message that
the auditors go into the post office is for the customers, the patrons, whatever you want to call them, that go into the post office when they freak out about being filmed. It's like, no, 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 no. We're exercising our rights, and you should do the same. That's what they tell people, really, essentially.
I made sure that my local post office has a poster 7.
Yes,
Thank you.
poster 7 is the key for that. And there's some postmasters out there that they don't have no clue what it means.
And it hasn't been updated for like 12 years. But
That
my
is
post office still has like a 18-year-old version. So it's not great, but at the same time, it's still posted.
It's totally sus, if you ask me. Like what's going on here?
Have any of you looked into sending letters for 2 cents?
Yes.
You can get 2-cent stamps, and if you address the letter correctly, it doesn't go through districts and federal authorities and remains in the actual post office system, even though the post office has been taken over by the U.S. Postal Service, USPS.
What?
You got to
They do
mail.
things differently. And if you
You got to
write the
mail a
address,
general delivery with no zip code.
right, there's a certain
Dude.
format that you can ascribe by, and it's only 2 cents to send up to a 2-ounce letter.
Post office to post office is 2 cents.
Dude.
It was
That post
congressionally
office to your
mandated
house.
like 80 years ago.
Okay, my stepfather works for the USPS. How could I have not known that? I've known the man for decades.
Because he works for the USPS, not the post office. The post
Okay.
office still exists as a subset within the USPS, and they have to maintain the normal order of business that was
I
before USPS. But if you do it, address the letter the way you're trained to do, it's going to cost you whatever they say. But congressionally mandated years and years and years ago, you can send it for 2 cents.
Okay, wait.
Except
So
you
you're
have to learn the
saying
format.
my local post office is subservient to the USPS?
No, the USPS is subservient to the local post office. They took over operations of the post office, but
I
they still
see.
have to provide the services that the post office was providing prior. So if you send it through USPS, they can charge you whatever you want. But if you follow the original routines to send it through the post office
I
itself,
see. So if I actually go to my physical post office and mail a 2-cent stamped envelope, that it should successfully arrive where it should.
it has to be under 2 ounces in weight. Otherwise, you'll be subjected to additional charges. But it's probably cheaper to mail packages in the same way because you're only paying a 1964 fixed rate on every ounce in addition to 2 ounces. So if they want to charge you $35 to send something, it's probably only going to be like $1.86 to send the same thing addressed appropriately under the original post
That's
office, not the
wild.
US.
That's a wild loophole.
So
That's
if
very
you're going to
cool.
test it out,
There's
Now I'm
2 post
interested.
offices.
toe in the
There's
water.
one that was created by the Constitution, and there was one that was created by Congress. There's
Right.
2 post offices.
Well,
So just see if you can even buy 2-cent stamps. If they don't have any 2-cent stamps, then it's probably something you need to look into more or complain about or something. But if they do still
How do
have
we
2-cent stamps in the drawer and you can buy some, then that should confirm right away that you're able to use them.
interesting.
I'm more interested in being able to send packages for $1.89.
Right?
What do I need to look up to do that? Because I've sent shit. It's been expensive as hell.
I'm an
How do
artist and
I?
I have to send canvases to people across the country and I have to take them
Do it.
off of the frame just to roll them up in a tube and send them for a reasonable price. Otherwise it's $100. Like it's ridiculous, but I'm really looking into how much will it cost me to send something that weighs 1 pound via the old rules.
What do you want to now? Look at your idiot brother.
Well, okay. So what Indio said
My
a
bad.
minute ago.
My
Sorry,
bad.
guys. Sorry.
Elijah, why don't you talk to us like that? That's the Elijah uncensored version, right?
It was fucking cab drivers, man.
Oh, okay. That's how you talk to the cab drivers. Okay, I got it.
Oh, he does if he doesn't like you.
Okay. Maybe one day I'll get lucky.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mess that up, you guys.
You like
Oh
that?
no,
Dandelion?
no, he was hot micing. Yeah, I did. He's hot micing, Jennifer. You are fine.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, what Indio said really kind of perked my ears up a little bit. I'm like, okay, so it makes sense that he said that there's two post offices because there's two United States, quote unquote, for lack of a better term. So does that have anything to do with each other at all, Indio? If he's listening. Darn.
Indio,
Yeah,
we have an important
listening,
question.
and yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
All right.
Yeah, it's
One more time, please.
Yes, it does. You hear that?
I think he was saying, say it again. I don't know.
Thank you.
There's a difference. Listen.
It's to do with how you address it.
Listen, the Constitution creates things, right? And Congress can create things, right? So some are like public and some are private. So that's the like the super simple,
Yeah,
no
the
detail answer.
corporation.
Exactly.
The corporation
The
would be
corporate.
private.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
There's private and public laws. It's like that if this isn't a conspiracy theory, it's written down.
Right. It's in
by
accordance with maritime admiralty law. And then the
Well,
corporation.
I'm not going there. I'm not going there, but
well, yeah.
Listen, they can create anything. They can create things for public purposes and private purposes, right? And they're free to do that, just like you are. You're free to create things for public and private purposes, and you can name them the same thing. And as long as you're not trying to commit fraud, you're good.
Right.
USPS is basically FedEx, but the post office, you have to do something completely different to access the post office's guaranteed and granted rights and fixed premiums for what you are attempting to purchase. The private entity that is the USPS can charge you whatever it feels like for something, but mandated by Congress like 70 years ago, it's fixed at 2 cents for a 2-ounce letter. You just have to address it differently and use different stamps.
That's very curious to me. Little known fact.
I haven't tested it yet, but I'm going to next week. I'm going to mail myself a letter on a 2-cent stamp and see if it shows up.
Oh, that's simple enough. Everybody can do that.
Is it the wallet? Yeah, I had a pen pal for myself for years. Told myself all kinds of strange stories.
Well, the federal government and the state governments do these things all the time, right? They can do things. They can do things that constitutionally would be illegal, but they can get you to waive your right and do them anyway.
And you don't even realize you're waiving your rights. That's how.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
So, for instance, the department. This is an example I use. The Department of Education, right? Now they can't force states to teach any particular curriculum.
They can withhold funding, though, right? If you don't teach this, we're not giving you $180 million.
Yes, they bribe them. That's for sure.
Now, if the state can't go back later and say, "Hey, that's unconstitutional. You're for."
Doesn't matter. It's private.
Yeah, that's right. It's a private interaction between two corporations.
Yep.
The state corporation and the federal corporation. And this is written in Corpus Juris Secundum. It says the United States is a foreign corporation in relation to the states. I mean, it's just they don't teach this shit in school. They'll never teach it in school. They don't
Yeah,
want you
it's
to
the
know.
same thing at the university level. Like, I think there's only two, at least last time I checked, there are only two universities in the United States of America that refuse to accept federal, loan money and so on. Like, I know one of them is Hillsdale College in Michigan. I think there's one more that they're the only two who, if the child is going to school there, they can't get a student loan from the government because Hillsdale College refuses to go along with all the policies that the US government says you have to go along with, if you take this money. And so they actually remain somewhat intellectually free for that reason. Hillsdale College is a very interesting university, but
how
very few
frightening,
of them will stand up against that.
how frightening is it that you can uh, graduate from the social indoctrination program that we call public schools and then go on to private education and then find out that it's not private and it's not secondary education,
What
it's
about
just
this?
further indoctrination.
What about this? I was going to ask Indio. I thought I heard a lawyer mentioning that she was not previously aware of the straw man. I mean, is that something that really realistically happens? You have a lawyer that doesn't realize that? I mean, I don't see how that could be possible, but
Lawyers are like doctors or mechanics or anything else. They are taught what they're taught and they know what they know, but they don't necessarily have agency or think for themselves
right?
far too
Is that what
often.
you were Indio, is that what you were going about?
I'm not really big on the straw man thing.
What? What do
Really
you
kind
mean?
of no, because there's no legal basis for it. It's just some
Wait.
honeypot
Okay.
nonsense. Yes, it's a straw
Okay.
man. You
Okay.
can call it that, but it's
Dude,
not
you're
like
blowing
it's
my
not.
mind right
It
now.
doesn't function the way people think, and used
Okay,
as a
wait.
honeypot to get people to do dumb things.
But
Dude.
secondary education has become an extension of high
Okay.
school at this
Hold
point.
the phone. Hold the
Government
phone.
controlled.
Hold the phone, dude. Okay, wait. Indio, you're blowing my
Yeah, hold
mind a
on. I'm
little
in the
bit
store.
extra. Okay. Indio's blowing my mind a little bit extra right now. I definitely need to inquire further because I have not heard anybody say anything like that before. So once again, perked up the ears.
Don't go to
Hopefully,
college.
after he's out of the store, hopefully he can explain.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that's why you see, at the university level, most of these organizations have left the whole concept of liberal arts or independent thinking or true spirit of inquiry and so on far behind because they have to follow all these government policies in terms of quotas, what they can or cannot teach, and they are just beholden to these
An
basically
agenda.
bribes of the federal government. And I know Hillsdale has a lot of like private endowments and so on, and they do tend to be, even though they're definitely like very right leaning, and so on. But some of I haven't investigated any of the other ones, so that's the one I'm most familiar with. But I think that at least they're trying to maintain some kind of independence, even if it's not like a completely apolitical kind of independence. At least it's some sort of independence that is in some way counter to the monolith that is pretty much everything else in higher education.
It's corrupted. Higher education is a debt trap. It used to be worth something. It doesn't have any value anymore. I've got a PhD in Afro-American studies. What's my job that I'm going to get?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on what somebody wants to do. Like if there are probably some jobs where you have to get a good degree and you can go to that organization and, go through your classes without, I mean, just like we talk about with anything, you can learn about the globe model so that you can effectively debate it. It doesn't mean that you agree with the globe model. I mean, you can go in there and just kind of jump through the hoops if you need to get that degree for whatever it is you want to do. I mean, there might be some situations where a person wants to get that for whatever reason, but in general, yeah, it's unfortunate that they just try to make all these young people think that they have to do that that's the next step after high school, that you're somehow like failing if you don't go there, which also just dilutes the whole thing, where you don't have it's not an intellectual center, it's just a place where everybody goes until they, either eventually get a degree or kind of, give up on it and go do something else. It's just expected that that's going to be your next step because it's such a revenue generator that it's just become matter of course, which it didn't used to be. Like you said, it would only be like a certain number of people that would go there because they had that intellectual bent or because they wanted to be in a specialized field that needed that. Now they try to get these kids to think everybody has to have a college degree, which is silly. Yeah. Everybody does not need to.
There's been universities, good ones, in the 70s and late 60s, early 70s. And it was free for them. It was funded by state taxes. They went to state schools, they were in state, and they had to pay for room and board. A couple grand. That's it for a whole year. Now you're going into debt for 35 years. And if you don't succeed and thrive, then you're just going to be a slave to the interest that you're accumulating the entire time. That was not the case in our parents'.
The interesting thing about that is it mirrors exactly what's happening in the UK and parts of Europe. There's been a slow and steady, politically willful pattern of turning education at the university level into a small echelon group of intellectual superiors into an exercise in keeping everybody off the dole, off the benefit, because there's no jobs for people that age. And the reason there's no jobs for people in that age is because most Western societies have decimated their manufacturing by using cheap overseas factories and the like. We don't have engineering apprenticeships. We don't have light engineering anymore. We don't have steelworks. We don't have these places that build cars. We just use cheap. These corporations fleeced us all into thinking that getting these things cheap abroad would come at no cost. And we've basically created a service industry society that produces absolutely bugger all. And consequently, children, when they get to 16, have got no jobs. There's no apprenticeships. So you ram them all through education, and because you can't afford it, you give them the burden of all the cost of that, and everybody swallowed it like a red pill.
Yeah. Well, hold on before we continue further on the education system, which is a freaking debacle. What did you say, Jen, about straw man?
Oh yeah. Okay, so I believe what you said you were going to explain is you had in the
people
same
make more out of it than
sentence,
it is. Let's put it that way.
You said it was a honeypot, and I'm like, WTF?
Okay, it's a honeypot because people say, "Oh, it's a straw man legal identity. You can do X, Y, and Z, and you don't have to. You can just go into court and tell them to go fuck themselves. That's your straw man. That's not you." Yeah,
good luck.
See if that. Good luck, dude. Good luck.
Okay, wait now.
Because you could say your name is anything. You could say your name is anything if you did it. They don't need your name, right? There's a witness that says, "Yeah, that guy did it." They point out your face. It doesn't. What your name is means nothing. It doesn't mean anything.
All right, so
right? If you commit a murder, they don't know your name, right? They say, "I saw him do it." What does your name matter? What does your straw man matter?
Okay, so I have not studied this to speak extensively or anything, but it's not as easy as Joe Blow can just hear a few sentences about it and go in court. No, from my understanding, it's an elaborate process of knowing what you're doing, and why, and you have to, that type of thing. It can be done, but you just can't go into it lightly.
It's twisted.
Mess yourself up a lot worse than if you don't know what you're talking about. You start talking about it, you could really screw yourself over.
Yes.
Takes time. They'll say you're a
Yeah.
sovereign citizen, which is an
Oh
oxymoron,
God.
and consider you a domestic terrorist.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. None of that. None of that. But
So let me
you know
explain
what?
this straw man thing. Let me just explain the basis of it. The basis is you need a legal identity to operate in society. For the government to recognize you, you need some sort of legal identity. So even the UN, like they have pages on stateless citizens. So some states, like some people are born without birth certificates, so they have no like legal identity. But legal identity in quotations, right? A legal identity. So they have no identity that the state recognizes, right? No ID, no birth certificate, nothing. So how do you interact with the state without
Yeah.
this legal fiction?
Right.
Kind of difficult, right? So people take that and they twist it into something else. That
Yeah.
every
No,
time
I'm
someone's
not
born,
talking about
there's a
that.
bond floated on the stock market, and you can claim that money and then go into court and just say, you know, I'm the creditor and you're the debtor, and blah blah
Oh,
blah,
yeah.
and you just end up and you end up like, we have a crazy person here, lock them up.
Yeah. The claiming your equity, right?
Yeah.
You know, so okay, I
I
asked
don't want to get in an argument with somebody that's going to come in
no.
here and
Yeah.
defend that nonsense.
Right.
Like, all I'll do is like, okay, give me a citation to support any of that in any court case ever, and they don't have any. Give me
Yeah.
one win by anybody in court.
Right. I asked that of somebody the other day. That very thing. It's like, I don't know that this is entirely a thing. You know, my spidey senses would be kind of like,
Show
So,
me your wins, man. It's real simple. Show me
right.
wins.
Right.
Show me your acquittals. Show me your dismissals. Show me anything.
But you know, I do think like the basic information is good to be aware of. You know, that you're an indentured servant. You know, that's good to know that that's how you're seen as, how you're viewed as.
Well, people volunteer. All these
True.
interactions are voluntary.
Yes. I mean, you don't have to participate in society. They make it extremely difficult
Yeah,
if
that
you
exactly.
choose that. So there's that.
It's like a roach motel.
Yeah.
Easy to
Kind of.
check in, but hard to check out, right?
I
Something you
wouldn't
need to
mind.
consider, though, is that many people are put into this situation by their parents the day they're born. They
Mm.
sign you up for Social
Right.
Security and birth certificate, and by the time you're 10 years old, it's been a decade since you've been screwed. How do you reclaim your sovereignty when your parents were dumb enough to sign you up?
Because nobody is forcing you to use that legal identity. You don't
It's
have to
kind of
use it.
like,
You
oh,
just
wait,
can
wait.
say, I have a birth certificate that says John Doe. Well, I'm not John Doe. I'm Chris so and so.
It's kind of like when you know, download an app and you have to accept the permissions. But if you don't want to accept the permissions, usually you don't get to use the app. It's kind of like that.
But the
Yeah,
government lets
it's
your
like that.
parents accept the permissions for you when you're still unable to speak.
Yeah, that's true. But at some point, you have to do it yourself, right? When you become an age that the law recognizes as an adult, you have to go through the hoops yourself. You're going to go out. You're going to apply for you're going to go get your birth certificate, and you're going to make certain declarations on that application. And then you're going to go get a driver's license, and then you're going to present your birth certificate. And you're going to present a residential mailing address, which has its own legal definitions. You're going to present all these documents. You're going to check boxes on the application, and you're going to be
Oh,
saying all these confessions, right? I am a citizen of the United States. We already just covered that, right? What's a citizen of the United States? They don't really exist, but you're going to say you're one, and you're going to play one. You're going to act like an actor. I'm playing citizen of the
wow.
United States. Therefore, I have all the duties and obligations of a citizen of the United States. I check this box. I'm a resident of Massachusetts. I check this box, which has its own legal ramifications, right? So you're sitting here checking these boxes because you want this thing called a driver's license.
Because everybody told you you can't drive without a driver's license, right? So all these people gave you legal advice, right?
Right,
Through
but
peer
that's
pressure.
submitting.
Yeah.
And they trick you into submitting when you have no obligation to do so. And then they've got you for the rest of your life because you agreed.
Yep. And ignorance of the law is no defense.
Nope.
Isn't it? So
Ain't
so
that
it's,
about a bitch?
so you can't go in there and say, "Oh, I was ignorant when I checked resident. I didn't really know what that meant." Or when I checked that box that said I'm a citizen, I didn't really know what that meant.
So what would happen if you had a baby off grid and it turned 5 years old and then you introduced it to the government? Would they say it's a non-citizen? Would they
No, there's
say
other ways.
like
you could have somebody that witnessed you being the proper term is issued. So this is how the words they used back in the day when before birth certificates were a thing, because birth certificates haven't been around the whole time. People put births and deaths in the
1923?
family Bible, right? They put in the the Maternity Act. So I can tell you the case Mellon versus state of Massachusetts or something. So before that, people put births and deaths in the family Bible. And if you want the government to recognize the event of someone being born into the world, the term is issued by the mother, which is really weird. You can have someone that witnessed it just sign an affidavit and notarize it, and the government is obligated to recognize it.
Yeah, I know people who don't have.
Why do you even need a witness to a child being born? If there's a human being, what the hell do you need a witness for it being born for?
Because like you don't need it, but there might be some other thing that you want that requires a legal identity.
Dandelion, what were you going to
Many
say?
people, yeah, thank you. There's many people. I mean, I know people who, have to have their children with no birth certificate with midwives. It happens all the time. And they know that full well that, and some of them, have written affidavits available so that the child, when they turn 18, decides they want to be involved with that, then they have something that they can present. Yeah, I mean, that is a normal thing that happens in the kind of underground midwife community, as best I can tell you. I mean, the Amish around here have all their children with midwives, and there's no government involvement whatsoever. But not just the Amish, other people too.
So you can just look up what does it take for me to get a passport, right? And it'll have certain requirements. If you don't have a birth certificate, it says an affidavit from somebody that witnessed the birth is good enough, right? And you don't have to declare yourself a U.S. citizen. You can say that you're a U.S. national. So there's always an out. They always give you an alternative.
They just won't tell you about it.
Yeah, they're not giving legal advice. So they're not supposed to.
Coercive. It's absolutely coercive to make you think there's only one option. So then you go with it, and then you gave up your rights.
Not just that; it's the peer pressure. It's the brainwashing of the people around you. So everybody thinks that like they're a U.S. citizen just because I was born in the United States. I'm a U.S. citizen. Well, that's not what makes you a citizen.
Yeah, it's a contractual obligation.
What makes you a citizen is voluntary because we covered allegiance. You have to pretend to be. You have to pretend. You don't have to sign. You have to just pretend. You have to play the part. You have to run around saying, I'm a U.S. citizen. That makes you a U.S. citizen. And if you want to prove it, you just whip out a birth certificate, right? So that's what the event of being born in the United States. And by born in the United States does not mean in the geographic area. It means within the body politic, which means some prior parent must have been. I mean, I could get into this. There's two legal theories. One's called
worse than that.
Sole
You could be
versus
born
Gus.
on
I want to hear it.
a piece of land that's in a foreign country that is the U.S. embassy towards this country. That's technically American soil, and you're born on American soil. It's so
Barack Obama
ambiguous.
is not a U.S. citizen.
No, he's not. He was born in Kenya.
Well, it doesn't matter where he was born. His
Maybe
father.
Hawaii. Who knows?
So the the nationality of the child follows the nationality of the father. So whoever the father was, who was Barack Obama's father? He was a British national. He was a Kenyan that was a British national.
How many countries have a policy where if you were squirted out on our dirt, you're automatically a citizen? I'm pretty sure America is one of, at most, 3
It's an
countries in
option.
the world where it's just automatic.
Well, it's an option.
Birthright citizenship is a problem.
That's been litigated and like defined and like stretched, and you can look up the case called United States versus King Juan Ark, who was a Chinese national.
Are you guys familiar with the flight from Japan to California that landed in Alaska because somebody went into labor mid-flight?
Yeah, pregnant woman.
That was a Chinese national who knew she was about to give birth any hour now, hopping on a flight trying to get to California
There's
so that
like
would have birthright citizenship. It's relevant to flat Earth.
there's like a dozen emergency flights or airplane flights, period, not necessarily emergency, that don't make any sense on a globe but does on a flat Earth. And if you want to look it up, it's I think it's Flat Earth Banjo.
Yup, he's the one. He's got the most information on that particular subject.
Yeah. Let me
If
find
you
him.
were a Chinese national and you knew you were going to give birth in the next 2 days, why would you get on a plane to California if not trying to put an anchor baby down in
Yeah, we were
America?
just talking about that the other night because Dennis Vault told me about the anchor baby aspect of it, which I didn't know. I know about it from the Edward Henry book,
Who the hell
Greatest
gets
Lie
on an
on Earth.
airplane when they know they're about to go
Can
into
I-
labor?
So, the topic with Flat Earth Banjo is actually something that I'm like, I still don't understand how to argue this, because on one hand, we'll say, well, maps are really just globe Earth projections. I just don't understand the shit. I don't understand it. So, can you go into that a little bit? I mean, because while we say they're just projections, what makes it a good argument to say that these flights don't work on a globe?
Well, he just put out a somewhat recent video, 7 impossible commercial flights proving flat Earth or proving Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, I've seen those, but I don't understand, the map aspect of it. Like,
I think the terminology is incorrect saying it's impossible, right? Because you can take that flight on a globe. It's just not likely that the route would be what is indicated by those emergency landings, right? So the flight is still possible. That's why they use the Great Circle, quote unquote, routes.
Yeah, but wouldn't you need to know
Yeah.
how much fuel was loaded onto the plane?
They
No, that
claim they do
particular
Great
one.
Circle
Yeah,
routes.
I put a picture in there of from the book, from the Edward Henry book, The Greatest Lie on Earth. Great book, by the way. That one talks about the one that I think Jenny just brought up, or somebody brought up, about the birth. Or I guess Ian brought it up at first. Yeah, the emergency birth. So yeah, she came over there. She was going to Los Angeles. And this is just the flat Earth one that makes sense, right? They stopped in Anchorage. That's where she delivered the baby. But if you look at what they say the flight is, it would have made more sense. I don't have the globe one on here, but if you look at the globe picture and where they say they're going, it would have made more sense for her to stop in Hawaii. That's the whole point of it. Why didn't they stop in Hawaii? Why did they stop in Anchorage? Because this way they're really going. The whole point is that the flight paths they tell you are not true. And, so when they have these emergency landings, they kind of had to put their cards on the table. Oh, here's where we actually are. That picture in your magazine, in your flight back pocket there is not actually where we are.
There's no confirmation of what they're saying because you're over the ocean where there's no radar installations tracking you. It's just a presupposed conjecture that says,
Um,
"Oh, you're probably going from here to here, but we're not going to measure it for 80% of it." You're going to show up near the coast, and we'll be like, "Oh, there you are." Where was I? Across the ocean.
So, Dandelion, what about what Elijah said that he doesn't understand? And, Elijah's a smart guy. So I'm not
Well, I
sure I
think the word
understand what
proof. I
he's
think the
saying.
word proof. The proof word is the problem. I mean, it's evidence of shenanigans. I don't know if I would call it proof. You know what I mean? It's like evidence of shenanigans. Which all of the things a lot of things we talk about are just evidence of shenanigans, right? But how much
Your
evidence of
5-year-old
shenanigans?
daughter has crumbs on her face, and you say, "Where are the cookies?" "Oh, I didn't eat them." Like, come on.
That's
Yeah, I
funny.
mean, we don't need this to prove it. We have the measurements, right? We have, but it's just icing on the cake. All of these things, I think.
So
Mhm.
it's okay. So maybe I'm So what is there then? A red herring that must be introduced that probably seems relevant but really isn't, because the whole point is this route makes no sense. If I mean, I get that. Well, how comes we don't argue that a lot then? I
We
mean,
could.
We get distracted by them coming up with nonsensical stuff that we've debunked 1,000 times over and
Well,
over
see,
and over
the
and
thing
over
is
again.
Elijah, I'm glad you brought that up because these are known flights. So I think,
We don't argue it because navigation is based upon the sky. What's the point of arguing it? When it
yeah,
comes
that
down to
is
brass
true.
tacks, that navigation is based upon the sky. They take a heading, they go in that direction. It's like a gazillion flights have all gone that direction,
Except for when you land.
And then there's just like a plane is not a measuring tool. Okay, so it's just not a measuring device. It isn't
Well,
meant to be measuring distances or directions or things like that. It's
what
you fly a plane to
about
get from point A to point B. It's its purpose.
An aeroplane is not an
Brian?
instrument.
Wait, what about what Brian Mullins proposed that it would be impossible to land a plane on a spinning ball? I mean, it doesn't prove flat Earth, but it debunks a globe, right?
I think it's more complicated than
I mean,
that.
all we need,
Debunks the
all we,
Coriolis effect.
Motion.
all we need is it debunks the globe. Like this weird thing where they're like, well, it doesn't prove a flat Earth either. What you mean that thing that's an image when you come in here? Because that's just a reification. Like that's not
Well,
actually real. It doesn't actually represent reality. So when they say it doesn't prove a flat, like we don't, once it's not a ball, there's nothing left to prove. Oh, so you mean to tell me that my experience is exactly the way I experience it, and it's not actually something beyond that? That's really all it is.
Well, really, it would say there's no motion.
Exactly. It only debunks the Coriolis effect.
That's what I
But then they
said.
start with the reference frame gibberish and I mean, come on, you've been here for
Yeah.
years. You've heard all the back and forth nonsense about Coriolis effect. They just assert it
Nonsense.
exists, but they have no evidence it exists because
Well,
For like 3 years.
yeah. I mean,
Well, I was just Akumu was like, you guys don't know what a Coriolis effect is. And then we
wait.
pulled up the article, and then he said the article says travel over a long distance. You don't have that example. And I said, well, what
Do
about a
you?
hot air balloon then? What about
Um,
5,000 miles? And then he was like, you're welcome. It has to
so,
be fast, is what he said. Like, but
so
that's obviously ridiculous.
Coriolis is referring to rotation.
Well, it's referring to
Reference frame.
a non a non-inertial reference frame and a and an inertial reference frame. So when something leaves the Earth, it's no longer in that frame of reference. It's on its own trajectory.
Right. And it
And
should move
what
underneath
what
you.
And they can't prove it.
no, what, like you're on the rotating platform, right? And so what you see when you look at the thing that has left your frame of reference, that's what's called the Coriolis effect. What it appears to look like. Like
Are you
if you spit
presupposing
outside of a
you're
car
rotating
and it
and in
looks like it's
non-inertial?
for example, when you spit outside of your car window and it looks like it's taking a curved path, that's what the Coriolis effect is.
It's an apparent effect.
Oh.
It's not a force. It's not an actual thing that happens. It's apparent depending upon your frame of reference.
Oh, yeah.
Are you inertial or non-inertial? And if you leave the Earth, you're in a non-inertial. So how could you ever see a deviation of a drone or a helicopter or a bullet or anything like that if you don't have two reference frames?
You got that backwards. The inertial reference frame is
Yeah.
when you leave the Earth.
Assuming it's spinning, yeah. But I'm not assuming it's spinning. I think the
Well, the
Earth is
inertial reference
inertially stable and
frame,
static. So we agree,
the
but
Earth is the non-inertial.
conflagration
Anything
of terms.
in flight is the inertial.
Wait, why did we start talking about this anyways?
Well, he did. Yeah, I agree with the guy that just talked last. The Earth is the non-inertial, and the thing moving into the other reference frame is considered the inertial reference frame.
Thank you.
No, not right.
Well, if Earth is a non-inertial reference frame because it's rotating, that's a presumed instance that has not been demonstrated or validated. So if you can demonstrate or validate it, then I will adjust my description to call Earth the non-inertial reference frame. But if it
Well,
is static and
you don't have to
stationary, it's
call it.
inertial.
You don't have to call it that. It's just there's people with assertions that we have a Coriolis effect because the Earth is moving. So then
Right,
the
it's a
question becomes,
presupposition.
okay. So then the question then becomes, okay, where I see that at? Okay, here's a balloon. Oh, there it goes. Where I see that at?
And prove why it does that. You can't.
Yeah, you can. It's because you're sitting on this. You're sitting on the merry-go-round or the spinning object, and when you throw something in the air like a ball or something, because you're spinning in a circle, it causes the ball to look like it's curving when it's
So
really not.
you're
It's not in a
assuming
straight
that
line.
Earth geostationary
Yes, but
observations are spinning. That's a reification fallacy.
no, it's not at all.
Yeah, it is. You're
Uh-oh.
assuming that it's spinning, and that's the
No, I'm
explanation
telling
for
you,
your
you're sitting on
observation.
a merry-go. You're sitting on a spinning object.
We're
You
not
sit
on a
on one.
merry-go-round.
You're sitting on
Yeah,
one. Just giving you an
you're
example.
arguing for no reason
Right,
because none of us here thinks that the Earth is moving.
right.
But when
That's what
someone
I'm
asserts
trying to
that
get
it
to a point.
is,
Trying to make a
yeah, go
point.
ahead, Roger.
Trying to make a point here is, yeah, if you're on something that's spinning, you are actually on something that's spinning, and someone throws a ball over your head like an airplane flying over your head, it's going to appear to curve because you are traveling in a circle. But if you're not on something that's moving, like we're not on anything moving. You throw that ball, it goes in a straight line. You don't see no Coriolis effect. Coriolis effect does exist, but only in that circumstance. Doesn't exist on the Earth because the Earth is not spinning. That's completely ridiculous. So the
I
Coriolis
think
effect
we
is
agree.
real. The
I
Coriolis
think
effect
we
is
agree in
real.
principle, and we might be misunderstanding terms.
I don't
Can
think
we?
so. I'm not.
I
You might.
don't think the Earth is spinning. So I think that the
Okay.
Earth is an inertial reference frame. Am I off with
Does
regard to how you?
inertial
No,
not mean
yeah, but
spinning?
that's not what we were talking about though. That's the problem. We weren't talking about what the Earth isn't doing. We were talking about the claim of what it is doing.
Right.
Right.
And in that hypothetical, there would have to be the Coriolis effect, like with everything else. Because the Coriolis effect is just when you leave the non-inertial reference frame, the thing that's rotating, then the thing that has a straight trajectory is going to appear to have a curved trajectory. That's
Right.
real. They claim that the Earth is moving, so that's why we ask, well, where's the Coriolis effect then?
Right. It only happens in when you simulate sitting on a spinning object and then something leaving that something going overhead. You can see it looks like it's taking a curved path. That's a simulated scenario. That's the only place you'll ever see the Coriolis effect. You will not see it from the Earth.
I think we both agree. We just have a misunderstanding of terms. I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. I'm saying that if the Earth is not rotating, then it is the inertial reference frame. Is that okay with you? Presuming no rotation of the Earth.
That's not okay.
Because if the inertial reference frame is the spinning reference frame, of course that's not okay.
No, that's the non-inertial.
Well, the inertial in
what does inertia stand for?
Motion and continuing in that direction, or vector of motion.
So the Earth doesn't have a vector. That's the problem.
Right.
So
exactly.
So it can't be the inertial. It can't be the inertial reference frame either. That's why it only
inertial. It can't be the non-inertial. If it's not moving, then it's inertial. Am I wrong?
There is no inertial reference frame.
Wouldn't non-inertial mean if it's moving, then it will not continue in the same motion, or if it's not moving, then it could start moving. But being the inertial reference frame would mean that if it's not moving, it's going to continue to not move. If it's moving, it's going to continue to move.
Correct.
The flying object is the one with inertia. That's why that reference frame is called the inertial reference frame.
No, if you can move in a straight line at a linear velocity, it is inertial.
But the Earth doesn't have a velocity, though.
Inertial. Earth is not moving. Non-inertial. You shoot a bullet.
You agree with me?
Bullet
nah.
is in.
Nah.
The bullet is in the inertial reference frame.
The Earth
Inertial
doesn't have a
is
velocity.
not.
We were just
It
arguing
doesn't have
that the
an
Earth was
acceleration.
non-inertial a minute ago.
It doesn't have anything. It's not moving at all. Now, if you look at the definition that right here from where is this from? I don't even know right now. Oh, Oxford. A tendency to do nothing or to remain unchanged. In that sense, the Earth can be inertial. There's another example of being unchanged. So if it's moving in a direction that is a constant velocity, or there's no change to it, that's also inertial.
Right. So the Earth is inertial.
I guess it can be inertial. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a dielectric inertial plane.
Unless it's rotating, you cannot claim a non-inertial reference frame on the fixed and stable Earth. And that presupposes you're claiming that it is rotating if it's non-inertial.
Well, it could still even okay. So if it's non-inertial, it means it would have to change its behavior. If it's moving, it would have to begin to move.
Something.
Yeah, but if it's at rest and it stays at rest, then it's inertial. If it's like moving in a direction at a certain speed, and if it maintains that, that's still, from what I understand, that's still it's got to okay. So here's the definition. It says in which bodies continue at rest or in uniform straight motion unless acted upon by force.
Yeah, so you can either presuppose that it's rotating and therefore it's non-inertial, or you can presuppose that it is stable and at rest and therefore inertial. It's just a
But that's
reification
not the
of your
second
own
one is
belief.
not a
Hold
presupposition.
on. It's a reification of your own belief about the Earth if you ascribe it to one or the other. Whether it's
That's not
inertial
true.
or not inertial,
That's not
there's
true.
no preference given to either side.
That's
It's
not true.
only okay.
That's not true. You experience one, you believe the other. I don't experience any movement right now.
Me
There's
neither.
no. Okay, so where's the presupposition there? What was
The
presuppositional about
presupposition
that
is
statement?
calling the Earth a
No, what was
non-inertial reference frame.
presuppositional about that statement? Because you said it's neither.
I think you guys are talking
It,
past one another because he's saying if you're claiming non-inertial, you're making a presupposition.
But
yes,
he also
exactly.
included inertial also.
In a
He
way
just, I
you
mean,
don't seem to understand. And that's not a
well,
problem. It's
words
something
mean
we need
things.
to discuss.
Words mean things. And you
Yeah.
said in either or instance, it's a presupposition. I said no,
Yeah,
both of them are.
you're
Only
omitting
one of them are.
a major factor of what I said.
And if it's in context with the Earth moving,
Oh, repeat what you
then
said.
it has no validity whatsoever. It doesn't even exist. So
Right.
why are you even talking
I
about
was saying you're presupposing that the Earth is rotating. That's the
Or
presupposition.
what's the other thing you said? Because that's not the only thing you said.
Well,
Repeat
this is
yourself.
recorded, right? We can rewind and
Well, you said
review
exactly
it
what I
later.
said you said. That's the problem. But you're saying I have a misunderstanding. And no, I heard
I
what you
didn't
said.
say you have a misunderstanding, Elijah. Come on, man.
Yes, you did.
If the Earth is assumed to be rotating, then you can call it a non-inertial reference frame. If you call it an inertial reference frame, you're presupposing that it's not rotating. That's what you're talking about, and that's what I said. I'm
And
not
I
putting words
disagreed
in
with
your
that.
mouth.
Yeah, but I disagreed with that.
Okay,
Yeah,
articulate why.
I disagree with it also.
Because I'm not presupposing that it's not rotating. That's not a presupposition. That's what I just told you.
How you
And then you
choose to
told me I
define
didn't
the
understand.
reference frame
It's self-evident.
really makes a
You don't
large
have to,
statement about your presuppositions.
It's not.
self-evident.
Do you know the difference between a supposition and a presupposition?
Yeah, I believe I do.
Okay, so there's no presupposition in me saying that I'm not experiencing any movement.
And I don't disagree with that. That means it's an
Okay,
inertial reference frame.
whatever.
Do you just have like an issue with me personally? Because you had me banned here previously. Like,
There's
am I
nothing wrong
being
with your last
Is there
statement, but
anything about
when
the
you
way I'm
say that
debating?
I'm presupposing that it's not rotating, that's just a
If you
false
call
statement.
it a non-inertial reference frame, then you are presupposing that it's moving.
Yeah, I agreed with that.
I don't understand where the issue is.
Where you say, if I say it's inertial, I'm presupposing that it's not rotating. That's the issue. I don't
Well,
understand
that's
what's so
kind of what
difficult.
inertia means.
But you're not presupposing anything.
All right, guy. I don't want to fight you.
It's
Okay.
self-evident. It's not moving. You don't have to presuppose anything. All you got to do is stand there and go up. Yep, it's not moving. It's you're experiencing it. You have a physical experience. That the moment you think about it, you stand there and think, I'm not moving. So you're not presupposing anything.
Well, the thing is, presupposing is a form of begging the question. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's
Right.
all.
I agree. And I agree.
I don't have a problem with you. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I do see where the
That's why a
confusion.
hypothesis is a supposition versus a presupposition, which would have the conclusion in the hypothesis, therefore making an experiment irrelevant because the conclusion is already reached.
It's an example given to Globers and trying to explain the Coriolis using a spinning non-inertial reference frame of a merry-go-round.
And that's
And
the
then
only
when
place
you
you'll ever
bring,
experience a Coriolis is in a
just in this
simulated
example,
situation.
it's in that
How is that
example,
not presupposing and rotating Earth?
because you're talking about an example of a merry-go-round.
Well, it is presupposing a rotating Earth.
Analogous to Earth itself.
It is presupposing a rotating Earth. It just doesn't go the other way. That's all I'm saying.
That's where the confusion is coming in, is because we're referencing that rotating reference frame, the non-inertial, and throwing a ball and watching it curve while you're on that spinning reference frame. And that's where the confusion's coming in, is that you're not realizing that it's referring to that example that commonly given.
I'd agree with that.
You're right in everything else you've said, but it's just that me sorting that out, you have to take into account that example of the merry-go-round and a ball being thrown. And then when you compare that to the Earth, the ball in the air or the bullet in the air is
guy who
in the inertial
banned me is coming at me now.
The guy who had first banned me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not coming at you,
Do you
bro.
realize you're hot micing right now?
Yeah, I made a mistake. I was talking to my wife. I thought I hit.
No, we
Well,
heard.
in
And
any case, let me try to correct the issue. I apologize for any hostility I've ever shown you. I don't like misunderstandings to go on for no other reason than bad energy. I'm not that kind of person.
I can respect
Right?
that, and I've been watching you for about a month, and I have seen personally you go through some positive and direct addressing of you taking control of your life, and I think you've become a better person in the last few months. I'm sorry if that's not okay for me to say, but I respect you a lot more just by witnessing you go through a profound change in your approach to things. Is that okay?
Yeah, man. Thank you.
And I think we could end up being pretty good friends. And just because I was banned in May by you doesn't mean that we can't be friends. I'm still open to that, and I would actually hope for that to be the case. I don't have any ill will towards you, and I think that you're a good guy on a good path, going a good direction. That being said, we're not going to agree on everything, but we'll probably have some fruitful and productive conversations if we get down to the nitty gritty of what are the things that we may or may not disagree upon still. I think we'd make a good team as far as elevating our own understanding and articulable paths that we handle shit with. I think we should be friends. You know what I mean?
I agree, man. I agree. I look forward to our future relationship, and I'm
Sounds
glad to
good.
have you here.
So I'm not shy of people disagreeing with me, and I don't think you are either at this point. So we can have some productive conversations going forward. And I might change my mind, you might change your mind. Either way, we're going to have fruitful debate, and I look forward to that.
okay, take a note, everybody. Personal growth. It's great.
Elijah, do you want to be my friend?
Yeah, you're
Bravo.
already my friend, Sasha. Come on.
Bravo. Bravo. That was
Thank
very
you for
good.
that.
That was
Right.
really
All right, everybody,
great.
take notes. When you have
I
disagreements with
started to do
somebody,
that.
That's how you fucking squash that shit.
I started to sing that, Dennis.
Before I shed a tear.
Well, I had a personal. Sorry, Mary Mom. I'll make some way for you. You kind of came in and out, but I just wanted to say, well, I had a conversation with a very close friend of mine, and I was upset because of someone's passing, and the way I went about it was totally unnecessary. So I made a post on Facebook, and I was like, why the fuck didn't anyone tell me? Was basically my thing, because this person passed a whole last year and a half ago, and that was how I came about it. But in retrospect, obviously, it was a wound that didn't need to be reopened. So during that entire conversation that day, yeah, I made some leaps in logic, or maybe it was a bit more than logic, and it even made me realize I would like to patch things up with someone that I said I never want to be friends with. And that's just not me at all. That's not who I am. That's never who I've been. And therefore, my pride can sometimes affect my real intention. And I don't want people to get me fucked up. I'm a friendly person. So somebody's snoring? What is that?
I'm just saying that that's something that is super honest.
I've been there. Life is a funny way of changing things around.
Life has a funny
But
way.
see, listening to you to go through this process, and also listening to Elijah for all the months that I've been here, I mean, it helps all of us to witness this, and then we can adjust ourselves also, and then we can kind of follow suit in our own way, of course, right?
I'd like to say that I didn't not necessarily get the best results that I would have liked to get from Elijah 5 months ago, but I still respect him. I understand the role he plays and the work he does, and I appreciate it. I just regret that I got caught on the wrong side. But he's grown a lot, and I've heard him talk about how every morning he's grateful and he is active in trying to, I don't know, perpetuate himself in a way that he can respect and be proud of. Like, I think that's amazing. I love that. I support that 100%, 200%. And I think we can be friends going forward despite our history. But I'm proud of him. Even if I'm muted, I want him to keep talking to other people. He says good things, and he has a good influence on humanity and the community at large. So, props to Elijah.
And you're a part
Now,
of the community too. And I'm very glad whoever was instrumental in unbanning you, because I kind of set and forget those kind of things, which is why I rarely do that kind of stuff. And you have a voice too, and everyone here, I look forward to everyone in their own way getting across to people. That's all we're here for. That's all we want to do is actually have people resonate with us, because we're human. We're
We
not
all
the
make
argument.
mistakes, right? None of us are perfect. That's for sure.
Yeah, being a flat earther doesn't make us any more being superhuman either. I don't feel like.
Well, I'd just like to say that his willingness to give me a second chance is very meaningful and very profound, and it shows the quality of character that Elijah has.
Boy, this is getting
All right, man. Yeah, come on.
Can we get a
Thank you,
group,
though.
group
If
hug?
I'm an
Group hug.
asshole, if I become a jerk and start saying crazy shit, ban me automatically. You have my consent.
No, no
But
worries.
as it
We won't
stands,
have to do that. We won't have to do that.
I don't think that'll be necessary. But if he thinks it's necessary, if I get crazy or get drunk or do something crazy, then he should still have the right to ban me, right?
Well, we can mute people too, so there's other options, right?
But I'm just trying to tell you, Elijah, I respect you regardless of our history. I understand the value that you put into our community, and I appreciate it.
Elijah, you're a piece of shit. Everyone hates you.
A lot of us.
Thank you, brother. Much love.
A lot of us appreciate it.
That's not what I said.
And
I ask
so
a
Iron,
question?
so Iron, so I don't start crying in a minute. Is it okay if we move on? We all love Elijah, so yeah. I'm gonna start crying here in a moment.
Why are you crying?
Try to interrupt him if you can.
I'm advocating for Elijah
right now, I
being
guess.
powerful and in his position. Like I'm not challenging.
All right,
in any
let's
way.
come on. Yeah, no, I respect you too, brother, and let's respectfully move on.
Yeah, I'll wipe the slate clean, and we can establish a new status quo. I'm so open to that. I would like that very much.
Sonny.
Ask and you shall receive.
I'm not the same person I was 20 years ago, I'll tell you that. I'm a better version of myself.
5 minutes ago.
And when I got kicked out of here, I had to retreat into many other
5 minutes
flat
ago.
Earth discords. But I did very well there. It's fine.
So flight paths, yeah. Coriolis.
Funner and frog hair.
I think Elijah is one of the most prominent and effective people in our community. And the last thing I would want to do is diminish his ability to say what he wants to say.
So, moving on swiftly.
I don't know why you was banned, but if you tell me that level is curved, I will ban you if I have right to ban. But
I called somebody a coward, and I got in trouble for that.
Okay, but if you say level is curved, I will ban you. But I cannot ban you. But okay.
Not yet. I could say some shit that you could ban me after that.
Yeah, if you have 3 horizons, I will ask people to ban you.
We're all on the same team. We're all team members. We agree on certain core issues, and we're family in that way.
Am I the only one that is waiting for one of those guys to give the other one a wedgie?
Oh, shoot.
You want to go back to old school bullying?
You would say that, truth.
like a hard one too, like picking him up off the floor.
Good.
Oh, man. Okay, now, that's much better. Sorry. I just have to say it.
See?
Well, I won't disagree with you.
I guess I must have a double standard or something, huh?
Well,
that's a good double standard.
A bit more natural than the other one. So, I mean, I'd have to agree with you on that. No homo.
Okay, I just have to stop looking. Scroll away quickly.
Yeah, well, if we're going to talk about that, Iron, I wasn't going to mention this earlier, but yeah, when you left before, you were very upset about the rules of the server and so on. So coming back, you have decided that you understand the purpose of us having rules in the server.
Can you articulate that a little bit more clearly? Because I'm not on the same page.
Okay, I'll send you a message of your message. I don't want to bring it up here, but I will send you a message of your last message before you left, in which you were very unhappy about the rules of the server. So, but I'll talk about it in more general terms. Because my purpose is not to try to embarrass you, but in general, the reason
I'm
why we
okay with
have
it.
a lot of
Air
rules in the
it
server
out
is
into
not
the
because we're
public.
trying to. Okay. Oh, do you want me to put it in the live stream?
Yes.
Oh,
I
okay, I
would
will.
like to stand by everything I've said.
Oh,
If
okay,
I'm
cool.
wrong,
Because we can
then
discuss it. Yeah, because we're all. I mean, if we're singing "Kumbaya," then I just hope that you've changed your mind about what you said before.
well,
But yeah, okay.
if I said something uncouth or untoward, then I would
Heather,
like to have the opportunity to apologize or redress my grievances. You know what I mean?
That would be great. Excellent. Great idea. All right, I'll find it for you.
Bad thing that I said. If you can show me
Guess
something
what?
that I said that was bad, I might admit that was bad. I shouldn't have said that. Oh no.
So, guess what, Mary Mom?
Yes, dear. Yes.
I have decided to take action.
What is it?
For the thing that I said that I wouldn't take action because I didn't give a rat's ass, but I do give a rat's ass, and I'm going to try to mend some things in the
Oh,
way that I
really?
would do with you, of course, because I
Oh,
actually care about you. But even to those I don't know, I should also care for. Yes.
cool. I like that. Sometimes time, makes things, take a different view. That's cool. I like it. I'm glad to hear it. Let me know how it goes or if I can help.
If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. I just would like to hear what I'm accused of first.
Oh, I'm not accusing you of anything. It's what you accused us of. That's why I'm asking if you changed your mind. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm looking for it. Oh,
I
here it
may
is.
have changed
I
my
found
mind.
it.
I
I
don't know
found
what
it.
you're
I found it.
referring to.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why I
Okay.
want
I
you to
got
post
it.
it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, I agree. We should put it all out in the open.
I'm not
I
afraid.
to agree too. Okay, cool. All right, I'm almost got it. I almost got it.
This is in live stream voice text.
Yeah, I got it. I just downloaded it to my images. Now I'll put it in there. Yep. Oh no, this is not you. Oh, look at that. See,
I
misunderstanding.
didn't
This is
post
not
that.
Iron. This is Iron Man. Oh no, oh look at no, Sunny's putting a picture of me. Oh no, this is somebody else. Okay, good. So I misunderstood. I thought you were complaining about the server. It was not you. So I do
That
apologize.
was
So
not me.
yeah, the kumbaya holds. You are happy. Okay,
All
good.
right.
Iron and Iron Man are not the same person. See, I thought that you, Iron, were the person who used to be years ago. There was an Iron that was
Fair?
on the Flat Earth Initiative show. This was like 2 years ago when Miggy had a show. Were you not in the server 2 years ago?
No, I haven't been in this server until May. Oh
Okay,
wait,
so there
no.
must have been
I
a different
was in
Iron.
this. I was in this server a year ago, and then I got kicked out, and then I recently got returned to this server, like 2 weeks ago. It took a lot to get me reinstated.
Yeah, I remember you came back because I checked you in. You gave me your 3 proofs of the Flat Earth. I gave you the Flat Earther tag. Then you came to Ladies' Night.
I'm not a dick. I'm not trying to make people angry. I just want to have a conversation and fun.
We're glad
I'm
you're
not a
back.
dick.
We're glad you're back. Can we move on?
Yes,
It
let's
was
move
nice.
on.
It was nice that we could get that ironed out.
Ironed out.
Okay, so if people have a username that's all cap with Iron, I
Ironed
will
out.
know they might not be the same person. There's many all cap Iron people running around apparently.
I'm a unique person. I'm my own person.
Unique New York. Unique.
Oh, water
Sorry.
boy. What's up, water boy? We can be friends also.
Where did motorbike come out? Is it a new mod, or has he been a mod for like years? Or I've never met
Bro,
him.
I've been in this.
Yeah,
I've been in
Waterboy
this bitch
wants
for
to
a
be your
decade.
friend. Elijah, Brad wants to be your friend. Oh, look, he's changed his name to Iron so he can become your friend because you like Irons better than him. Look at that. Look at all the effort he went to. Elijah, are you going to be
Iron's
Brad's
friend.
friend? I
Of course,
made mine all caps
Brad.
too. We're in the all caps club because
Of
I
course, it's
figured
Brad.
that is going to help with my confidence level, being all caps.
You have to
I
keep
think
You
that.
guys
Crypto
don't know.
has melted from all the mushiness because he just kind of Crypto. You
Yeah,
still there?
Crypto needs to go
Oh,
drink
Crypto's
like
not here. Too bad. Too bad.
some what's that workout shit? That pre-workout? Man, what's that workout shit? I don't know.
I don't know.
Crypto's
I don't know
he
what it
left.
is. But I've
Man,
heard
I
of it.
can't talk shit about him now.
I don't know why not. Sorry.
Indubitably.
Sandy, I'm sorry, Mary Mom.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, please do.
So it's a little off topic. It
That's
has to
fine.
do with Earth.
We're
Yeah.
trying to move on. I
Oh,
think
thank
that's what
God.
Yeah.
the
So,
Scott tells us.
do you grow goldenrod?
I don't have to grow it. It grows here like as a weed, like naturally. I don't like plant it or something, but it's around here. Yeah.
Oh,
It
it's
didn't
really.
used to be more common as a weed? Because when I was little, I remember goldenrod being everywhere. But now, like, I don't think it's
Mhm.
as common, but it's around here. Yeah.
Well, check on the variety. Check on the variety.
No.
Check on the variety, but it's really great as a tea. I just made some, and it's freaking fantastic.
What the hell is goldenrod?
It's really good for you.
Flower.
I'm telling you what, it's a perfect time of year for your immune system to drink that really good hot
See, I don't know if
tea.
I could find it because it's not blooming right now. So I'd have to go try to figure out what the leaf looks like and go look for it. But
Yeah, make sure you get
Isn't
the right variety.
goldenrod a paper version of
No,
things?
I
Like,
posted a picture back in at 46. Is it 40 minutes? Wait a minute, 46 minutes.
goldenrod is a version of paper.
Of paper. Like what kind of paper?
It's a certain bond weight and color that it has.
Oh, you're talking about goldenrod as a paper, bro. I'm talking about a plant.
And the paper's probably named after the plant.
I don't know. That's another
oh, the
subject.
XO plant. Okay. So now he's showing me the leaves. So I guess I could go out and look for the leaves because it's not blooming right now.
Yeah.
Be hard to find though. I'd have to try to remember where's that.
And I also learned how to make my own jelly from mulberries.
Peanut butter jelly time.
So I had a good day. I know I changed the topic completely.
Oh, plants
We
are
have
good.
mulberries here, but the mulberries are long gone too. Those were like ripe months ago. Where are you finding these things?
In California, they just
That's
keep
right. You
growing, man. There's
you
almost
live
no.
in a warmer place. Yeah, our mulberries are long
Well,
gone.
sometimes they just continuously bloom, or they'll just stop blooming for a couple of months, and then they just start spring all over again. It's really bizarre.
I have a
But yeah,
mulberry tree that's right above my chicken coop, and I shake the tree, and berries fall out of it, and the chickens freak the fuck out.
I think
They
it's
say,
Christmas.
"Oh, what berries, berries, berries!"
Nice.
They will fight each other trying to get a berry in the mouth.
Now the seeds are poisonous. They have a version of cyanide in them, so you got to get the seeds out. But anyway, yeah.
I mean, okay, so if it's the B17, which a lot of things do have it in it, then
Chickens can still eat it.
it's not poisonous to you. You can eat it, and it's like when it interacts with cancer cells,
Mhm.
those cells cause a chemical reaction, which produces cyanide, which kills the cancer cell, and only the cancer cell.
I did read about that many years ago, and that's true with just about anything from the Rosacea genus, such as apples, quince, like I found.
Well, I'll tell you,
crab.
I tested it because they said this about avocado seeds, and I'm like, okay, so I don't want to tell anyone this unless I know it, because there was a lot of misinformation out about it. So I took about 2 or 3 avocado seeds and powdered them up and consumed it to see if it would kill me. And I'm still here, so it didn't kill me.
Yeah, I eat apple seeds every now and then.
See, that's why I admire you, Truth Prevails. You're one of my favorite people in here, because when this whole situation, quote unquote, broke out, the first thing I did was go to Chinatown and eat there for 2 weeks straight. Because I was like, I need to know if this thing, I need to die today, or somebody's got some explaining to do. I'm not going to go into it any further. I'm just saying.
Right. Well, I appreciate
When
that.
you
But
go to
what's in
the
China?
extreme
What's in
for,
Chinatown? I
well,
don't know Chinatown.
remember how the whole quote unquote situation started
Oh yeah.
and the fear
Okay.
behind it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got you now.
Yeah. So
Yeah, the
they
other.
were saying, stay away from the food and all this. There's a lot of propaganda that people forgot about.
I liked it. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata.
It's a worry-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
I just said that
So
to hear you sing.
the other thing I have going for me over here is there's cactus around here, and I don't know if you guys know this, but all the fruit from cactus are edible. Now, stuff like peyote, that's different, but it's still edible. Some of them aren't the best tasting. So that means when they flower, their entire flowers are edible. You could sit there, and eat
You make tea out
enough
of
of
their
the
spines.
flowers. Yeah, you could eat enough of the flowers. You could sit there eat a salad worth of the flowers, which I did. But the first time I opened some kind of bee flew out of it, and I was like, oh shit. Dropped it.
A little bit of protein.
Wow, yeah. You guys ever done the bee on a leash thing? You put a bee in the freezer and tie a rope around it, and then let it thaw out. Bee kite. Have you ever done that?
Oh my! It really does come back to life when it thaws out.
I never did it with a bee, but I did it with a fly.
Yeah, same deal.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do it with a bee.
It's it's not that bad because they wake up real slow.
Well, it would be cool if anyone ever discovered the frequency of creation. So if anyone could ever take something that is actually dead and hit it with, the frequency and electricity or whatever it would take, like the Frankenstein way, just let me know. I'd be really interested in seeing that.
Or to create something out of just to create something that didn't have any material to begin with. That would be interesting too.
Yeah, for sure. Or to bring unliving and
crazy
matter, together for and for it to come together with life in it. That'd be cool.
I feel like I'm a religious zealot because I did have the feeling of that person must die. Like anybody on earth trying to create something, like truly creative, you're fucking some really powerful stuff. I don't want you around. You can't do that. That's for the creative. That's some religious zealotry right there.
What do you mean, like someone that wants to physically harm somebody because they won't agree with them or something?
Say again?
Are you talking about somebody who would want to physically harm someone if they didn't agree with them? Or something
No,
like
like
that?
if a person created something out of nothing, that in itself is
Okay.
very, it's like
Yeah, that's a
And as
horse
a
of a
matter of fact, what if it wasn't a person? What if it was? Anyway, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know the
I'm,
context,
I'm
so
just
I'm a
digging the
little
rabbit
lost.
hole deeper.
I'm kind of lost in my imagination now because I don't know the context, but that's cool.
Well, the context is somebody creating something out of nothing, which is something that no one can do other than we. I don't know where
Oh, okay.
this material came from,
Oh, I
right?
thought you were saying that Glover was able to like bring up something from nothing. Sorry, not just kidding.
I don't like rabbit holes.
That's what the Glovers do. Bring up something out of nothing. Still nothing.
Truth prevails. What does that mean by corn? Is it cornstarch? Is that what the corn? It says corn flour plus water plus speaker plus sound. Is that cornstarch or corn flour? Is that something I don't know what it is?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a GIF. I think Spiral of Love posted it once when I was talking about frequency and sound and or different frequencies, but specifically sound.
There are many
And
people who make GIFs who have English as their second language kind of thing. So
Is that
yeah,
what it
and
means? Is cornstarch? Is that what is
I don't know.
corn flour
yeah,
cornstarch? I don't know. I mean, that's what it looks like. It looks like cornstarch when you make like what's that stuff that kids like to make? The thing that's like Play-Doh, but it's not Play-Doh. That
Yeah,
you
I
make out
guess
of
that's what it
cornstarch.
means.
Yeah,
it
that's what I
looks
think
like
It's a
about.
if you
non-Newtonian
watch that
fluid.
non-Newtonian fluid, yeah, well, when you look at it, it looks like little people walking around.
It does. Flailing around. It looks like they're drunk, like drunk people on the speaker, like
Like mud wrestling.
one of them looks like a motherfucking dinosaur coming up. Okay.
Plasticine people.
Whoa, it does look like a dinosaur. Looks like a brontosaurus.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
an
bro.
actual thing, non-Newtonian fluid. I
Looks
thought
like
it was a dig at Newton. Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, son.
looks like a seal jumping across or something, or some seals from down at the bottom part. Yeah. Never mind.
I love Awakening with JP. He is brilliant, man. He is good.
Yeah, he's great.
I have to agree with you there.
Slime. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, napalm or goop.
Slime.
I think they call it goop sometimes or
Oh,
something.
gack?
Whatever. And you make it out of cornstarch, or somebody called it gack. Yeah.
Yeah, gack. That's what it was when I was growing up.
Do you think that's the thing that's in the speaker there?
No, I think it's a little different.
Something else.
Yeah, because it looks like it's a little more flowy than gack.
Mhm.
Lighter.
Speaker-induced pareidolia.
And someone mentioned the other day, I think maybe the day before yesterday, what was it again? Shoot, I've already forgot the name of it. It was, gosh, what's his?
Maybe
Damn
if I
it.
snap my finger, you'll remember. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that just distracts me. It doesn't help at all. Not at all. Okay, so you guys will remember he wrote some books on Freemasons and he wrote some books on shit. Let me find it.
Talk about Bill Cooper?
No, not Bill Cooper. But I know who Bill Cooper is.
The man who predicted 9/11 before fucking Alex Jones bastard.
Well, the thing is, he was allowed to say all that. Bill Cooper was a plant, in my opinion. And I know I'm probably maybe alone on that one, but Because they
You're not
let
alone, bro.
the truth out regardless, and so they let the truth seep out through certain people, and he was one of those.
Well,
Well,
how did Bill Cooper die?
doesn't he
They
reiterate
say he died in a gunfight.
Death by cop, eh?
He
death by
died
cop.
to two. I'm pretty sure it was 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head.
Back of the head, yeah.
Yeah, two gun wounds to the back of the head, and they ruled it as suicide.
Suicide, yeah. That's a bit like anybody remember Robert Lang? No. The video people.
I've heard the name.
Robert Lang, yeah, and he also died by multiple stab wounds to the back, and his house was set on fire. Calling the
was he a physicist, Robert Lang?
No. Okay, it was a bit of a conspiracy theorist, but no.
All I'm getting is this origami dude, Robert Lang's origami insects. It's like all I can find.
It's very, very hard to find because they probably deleted it from the internet.
Right.
He was talking about how it was it was some kind of police 4-letter word state thing. Anyway, he videotaped cops sitting outside his door, videotaping his house, telling him, and he had a grief against the cops at that stage. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, if you can find Robert Lang, you're doing well. He died from multiple stab wounds to his back.
What he talked about? I'm looking.
The corruption of the sheriff's department where he lived. All right, hang on.
Manly P. Hall.
Yeah.
That's who I was thinking of.
Oh yeah, Manly P. Hall. Yeah, the secret teachings of all ages.
Right. Well, that's one of them. But there's another one that he's got. It's like Music of the Spheres, which I listened to, and it's really interesting because it was already. I was already interested in, like the sound of creation or the sound of praise to the Creator. Even if we don't know what, like the sound of creation is, if we at least can know the sounds that are supposed to be like the praises to the Creator, and it talks about the 7 sacred vows, and like when you say them together, it creates, and it may not even be that one. It may be in the secret teachings, but I'm pretty sure it's in the Music of the Spheres. Which, how interesting, right? That it calls it the music of the spheres. But anyway, so when you do those, when you play the harmony, or if you have the harmony of the 7 vowels together, it creates a unique harmony that is actually a praise to the Creator. And it actually tells what those vowels are. So, and that's what I was wanting to get up with you on, Joshua, if maybe these vowels are written in the original ancient, like in the oldest language, if the closest to the first language. I know we probably don't have the first language, but what those words would be or how they would be pronounced. Like, I just think it's interesting. When we're thinking about sound, it reminded me of, so I thought I'd throw that out there too. But this is, like, I would say check it out, man, because that's interesting to me. If it's not interesting to you, check it out just because it's interesting for me, so you can talk with me about it.
Truth prevails. Guess what?
What?
I know you appreciate this. I was correct that iron was on Miggy's show over 2 years ago, and I went and found a screenshot by simply searching the From Iron posts and finding the oldest post. He was on Miggy's show on September 11th, 2019. Apparently, he does not remember. Why do I remember more about people's lives than they do? It's a curse. It's a curse. How can I get a worse memory? Please tell me.
Oh, wow.
Do you see my photographic evidence in the live stream voice text? Do I need to repost?
Sorry, bro. Whoever, sorry, I don't know why I said Robert. It's John Lang. I don't know how I got that wrong. If you search John Lang, you'll find.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you guys with my.
Yeah,
I'm interrupting you now.
Truth comes out. The truth comes out, right?
I knew the males would understand and appreciate it. That's why I had to tell her. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Just search
No, I do
John
appreciate
Lang,
it.
bro.
And everyone else does too, I'm sure. Like, there may be a few that don't, but
They don't. They don't. But if you do, that's enough for me.
I
You
do,
know
and
how
I'm
I'm
sure a
cursed by
lot
a good
does.
memory. but it's getting worse all the time. Thank God. I pray every day. Please help me to
No.
remember the things I should and not to remember the things I should not. Yes,
Well,
and I am being blessed with getting a worse memory every day. Thank God.
well, I don't know. I see it like this. If you remember it, there's a reason you're supposed to remember it. Right? Then it's something that you're supposed to remember. Especially when you're not trying to and you're not making an effort and it comes back to you, you know? It's like there's a reason.
You're right, because weird things will come back to you. It's not like you remember every single thing, but like you're right about that. I appreciate the way you said that. Yes. And I think that's the way it is. Like, even if he doesn't remember, I do remember. He should be honored that I remember him from 2 years ago. He's like, oh no, I just joined here last month. No, I remember you from 2 years ago. Why not say, like, gosh, I'm that memorable. She remembers me from 2 years ago. Anywho,
Yeah, because it's the opposite. The things we want to remember and try to, that's what I struggle with.
yeah, I know, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's why you got to make more room for the things that you want to remember. Okay, but go back to what you were saying. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were talking about the sound thing, right?
Yeah, the music of the spheres. No, I was just talking about. Okay, so it mentions the 7 sacred vows, and it also mentions the names of the Creator, and it also mentions like when these 7 sacred vows harmonize together, it creates a harmony that is actually a praise to the Creator, which I found very interesting.
Weird.
That's me.
You know what
Get
I mean?
used to it. Get used to it.
No,
You know
that
what?
thing is weird. The like Semitics, like, listen.
Oh yeah.
So
the
God's like,
speaker.
I'm gonna make a place, and it's gonna be all vibration and stuff, and there's gonna be this thing when they put like 2, 3, 4, 5 vibrations together, they're gonna call it a harmony, and then a specific one of those is gonna be like them telling me that they love me. It's gonna be really cool.
Well,
5-part harmony.
Yeah,
So
well,
cool. I'm just kidding.
You are cool, Clay. See, not all sounds harmonize together though. There's
most don't.
It's and then there's like the known octaves, and then there's where was I reading about that at? See, my memory is shit. I can't remember. It's like Manly P. Hall. I couldn't remember that name. Are you kidding? But I remembered the content, right? But I couldn't remember. It's like remembering the name.
Be thankful that you can't remember.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's supposed to be that way.
Mozart
It's supposed to clear. You're supposed to clear out the rubbish so you can allow for new information to come in. So that you're not supposed to remember.
Absolutely. That's
Brush it
right.
away.
How can we
Sweep
be
it.
here now? How can we be here now if we remember?
Sweep it away.
Well, I'm getting ready to overdose on lion's mane, so we're going to see some new shit come out of me here soon. As soon as I get some, I didn't know that it had the benefits that it had, and after hearing that, and I've been sitting here all day looking into it. Yeah, I'm going to get some. Get me some of that.
Music is not in the notes. Music is not in the notes, but in the silence between. Right? No? Yes? No?
The silence between. Well,
Here. Listen, it's Mozart, so you can't disagree.
Okay. I like Mozart.
Da-da-da-da.
Don't like Beethoven. Beethoven, to me, am I the only one that thinks Beethoven is very depressing music? Mozart is very happy music.
Yep.
Beethoven. I like the Moonlight Sonata. Is the Moonlight Sonata is the one that has like 3 movements where the last one is like very, very quick. But you usually only hear the first movement. So maybe you haven't heard some of the Beethoven. Maybe some of the ones you might like them better.
There's a lot of Beethoven that isn't like that.
Yeah, like if Truth Prevails heard the 3rd movement of Moonlight Sonata, I think you would like it.
Yeah, it is pretty.
Maybe there. I mean, I've heard some here and there of Beethoven that didn't seem like painful. I'm not saying painful to my ear, but painful to my soul. I am easily affected by other people's energy, and music affects me greatly. So I don't know if I know that's common in everybody, but not like I think it's really extra intense with.
And that's why perhaps words are very impactful, positive and negative ones for you. Is that right?
Absolutely. Too much. More than I like to admit.
Yeah, that's who you are, though. So, and you seem to embrace it pretty good, right?
I try to, take a negative and make a positive with it. Somehow.
It's not, it's all perspective. And you seem to be doing great with it, with that, because it is a thing. I've noticed. It's like people who are, they hear in perfect pitch. They have perfect pitch. They say it's the most annoying thing because they listen to music and they're like, it's not perfect. It's not right on. That's not the tone. That's not an A. It's not an A. It's between an A flat and a B.
And I may not be able to sing well, but I can hit, I can match the pitch, perfectly, easily. I can do that.
Well, that's good.
Oh, I would like to be able to hear you sing around the campfire. That would be so much fun. I could play the guitar and you could sing around the campfire. What would you want me to play for you, Truth Prevails, that you would sing?
Well, you guys must have missed the very first part of what I said. I can't sing, like I don't sing and I can't sing very well, but I can hit the pitch just...
You could sing.
Uh-oh.
You probably need some practice. I mean, what do you mean? If you can hit the pitch, then how come you can't sing? That doesn't even make any sense. I don't understand that.
I don't know. Maybe it's just self-perceived. Who knows? It could be, or I could just not sing. I mean, I've got... Oh, gosh. Yeah. Just take my word for it.
Okay, well, we'll try it around the campfire sometime.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'd have to maybe get some alcohol or something. And I've not drank in a while, but I do loosen up when I get some alcohol. But it doesn't mean that everybody's going to enjoy it. I'll tell you that. But no sounds. It's like I can hear when someone's like with Helio. It's like when even Helio, as perfect as he is most of the time, it's like I can even hear when he's off just a little bit, and I can sense it, and no one else will sense it. They'll think it's perfect, but he does too, because after he's finished, he's like, I know I got off on that one part, and I'm like, yep, you did. I noticed it too, but yeah, music really affects me.
Yeah, I don't know. It is like Lapflop said. It's like I mean, it's a gift and a curse because, and I don't even know what it sounds like to other people, but it must. I think in some ways it must be nicer. Like this church down the street here that was wanting me to play the piano for them because they're connected to this other church they used to play the piano for, and they had me in there that day to play it, and I started playing. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's no way I could play this. This is so far out of tune. And they're like, it sounds great. I'm like, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how could you possibly expect me to play it? I think I did that one day, play it, but I'm like, how can people actually play, enjoy hearing this and say it sounds good? Like, I just don't understand that, because to me it sounded like absolutely horrible, but I don't know.
I've heard church folk be some of the most tone deaf people in existence.
Maybe
it is
so.
so annoying.
But what's the connection?
Lovely people. It's like
I don't know.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Yeah, you'd think they'd be in tune with the angels or something, but I don't know. Yeah. Not so, right, Elijah?
No, not at all. I don't know what the... I hate being off because I can hear the same thing. Oh, someone's a robot. Or am I roboted?
Perfectly, but I don't hear anything else. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
It's not
Truth
you.
Prevails, what's going on?
I don't know. Someone else was... Joshua just said he got disconnected, so maybe he was trying to speak up. I don't know. Wait, is that you, Dandelion?
I don't think it was.
You think that's something when I'm my shaver makes a sound. It's a frequency of D. So I hear this stuff in in electronics. I hear, man, they have a different tone. I'm like, Oh, okay. So this device is doing like an A flat here. Interesting.
Well, you know, it's if we hadn't been so severed from creation and from the creator and being in tune with nature, like we would probably know this stuff. And what's interesting is I'm not giving any validity to the claims or the stories of like the Smoky God or the journals of the guy and his son who claimed to have went to the center. But there, it's like, okay, according if those claims are true, and I'm not saying that they are, the fact that it's considered to be a myth makes me more inclined to think that it could be true. But because they
Yeah.
want to discredit it, right? And they want to keep us looking towards Antarctica. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm not giving any validity or saying that I think it's true. However,
No.
in those stories, like the only thing I think they taught, the only numbers that they taught was in regards to music, and the only thing that they taught in school was music. They learned through their daily lives, how to, like, things they needed in life, but that was in school. They didn't go to school till they were 21. I don't think they even started school till they were 21, and the schools they went to taught music. So music and sound, understanding sound is more important than what we realize, is the point I'm making. I mean, think about it. Wouldn't it be? I mean, it would have to be if creation came about through sound.
I
And
agree.
if you can find a resonant frequency, a resonant sound frequency, and you can destroy something or heal something or improve something, it's like, come on.
Or move something maybe.
Yeah, that too.
Hey, Truth, just think about the terminology you used when you started to talk about that subject. You said being in tune with nature.
Yes.
In tune with nature. Says it all right there, right?
I hate to bring this up because I know after the meeting we weren't supposed to talk about drugs, but I'm telling you guys, when I won't even say which one. I was under the influence, and my friend had told me you must listen to music when you're under the influence of this, and I said, okay.
Okay, is this thing
Now
you're talking about, is it natural or man-made, synthesized?
it's
Because
it's synthesized.
oh, okay, never mind. Go ahead.
How even still, I don't understand how I didn't. I had the intentions of pressing play on YouTube, but I got caught up in the trying to figure out what to play, that I actually never pressed play on anything. I just started hearing music, and it was like the most rich, the most detailed, amazing music I've ever heard. And I wasn't playing anything.
Can I get
And I
can
thought,
I, can I get a list
and
of
I
the drugs you were on? Sorry.
no. And I just thought that, man, I think that when I'm under this influence, there are certain things that I realize or that I pay attention to. There are certain details that you miss. And it seems like maybe there is some rhyme and reason to nature, which is why we can, on a probably subconscious level, this is probably how we've come to know that we can do music. I don't know, because it's
That's
probably
very.
already there.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is. I hear it when I lay down and go to sleep at night. Here, and I know this. It goes like bzzz, zzz. It's like that, man. It's modulating. I'm going like, what is that?
Welcome to machine.
That's not tinnitus if it's
It's not.
modulating, bro.
I get that too, Sonny, and I wonder. I'm like, because it's in. I can tell where it's coming from in my head. It's coming from the back of my head towards the base, and I'm like, is that my? Like, what
Mm-hmm.
is that? It's like, but it's not like doing what you said. It's doing the wong wong wong. Like it's but it's I can't do the. I can't replicate the sound, and it makes me wonder: is this, because my Wi-Fi's on, I've got electricity running through my house. Is it pollution that we're picking up on, or is this like something in with some kind of connection to nature?
The wires around us, I think. I think it's the electricity, the potential flowing through the wires around us. I think it produces a frequency.
What?
Electricity changed everything.
Coming through the air, it comes through the air. Or it could be coming from the towers, but if you're not near towers, it's coming from the wires all around us. They're everywhere. They're receivers.
There's something visual too. Well, I didn't experience. I've listen. I didn't experience this particular thing, but I was watching a YouTube video. Very interesting guy, and he was outside in nature, and he was like, "Bruh, I'm seeing all these fractal patterns," and it's like that's insane. Like, right, or is it insane? You know what I mean? But like, what is this place really? Like, how can you do something
Mm-hmm.
and then notice things that, I mean, yeah, you could be, high as balls or whatever, but I mean, I don't know. I don't. What is all right? A hallucination is probably you think like something's chasing you. It's made up, and you're like, I don't know. But just seeing patterns in things that are already there, like why is that happening? You know,
Yeah.
like why can you hear? Like it could just be the birds and the bees, and then for whatever reason, it just sounds more like music. That now you categorize it as music rather than noise. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? Because it's already there. It's just our perception in the moment. I don't. This
Yeah, it's
place is
out in
very
nature too.
wondrous.
It's out in nature too. Yeah, I've tried to check that out. Go, okay, what does it like sound like if I'm really quiet and I'm sitting outside here in this quiet place? Of course, in the distance, I can hear maybe a car go by, several hundred yards away or whatever, or something. But then the bees, like you said, the insects or whatever that is, man, there's something humming. There's some humming going on.
Yeah, and what about this? Where okay, so I mean, who is testing this to see? So I don't know how much validity to even give it. Like what frequency the Earth hurts and everything that
Mm-hmm.
the Earth hums at. However, it's like known to be what 7.8 something hertz, and then now it's said to have increased to 13, over 13.
And that it's gone up to 20 even.
It's interesting. That is very interesting.
So
I
is that
don't.
initiating the awakening, or is that even real? I mean, we don't even know if
Mm.
it's even real.
Well, see, that's what I want to know because well, for when you said what you said, there's this constant ringing in my it's and people say it's tinnitus, and I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit. We all hear it. There's just this. It's always there's this constant monotonous tone that's
Maybe it's
just
only with the people
there.
who are off the fluoride, right? And then it's their pineal gland waking, and we don't know what it's like to have it
Maybe.
woke. I mean, who knows?
It could be. You never know. What?
Like I don't
I'm,
hear it all the
I'm,
time, but
probably a little bit of a fluoride. Probably a little bit on the fluoride, a little bit. I don't know. I'm in New York. It's probably hard to get away from.
Yeah, I
But
was going to a
yeah.
few. Oh, sorry, Elijah, you weren't done. Can you finish what you were doing? Because I'll remember what I was going to say.
Okay, just real quick. I'll never find it again, I don't think. You know what? I'm gonna go on a deep dive tonight to find this. There's this video on YouTube where the guy he 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 created not created he put into his computer into his music thing whatever the frequency that he hears in his head, which is this frequency I hear in my head. So I assume everyone hears. I don't know. And he's like, okay, this frequency. Now, he said, do you know when certain songs play certain frequencies in the background, they actually create images? And like his computer would generate images based on the frequencies that were playing. And I thought, how, I didn't understand it. I wanted to know more about it. I'm gonna definitely look into I'm gonna try to find that video, but I have tried to find it before and no dice. So we'll see.
Which opens up something else I've wondered about, because so the program could take the sound and digitally render something visual for us, but we hear those vibrations in sound, but maybe, like, I don't know, can you hear light? Does the frequency of light, does it have a sound and we just can't render? Or like, okay, so if there is an oscillation and a frequency of that oscillation, are we just unable to render it visually and only audibly? And the ones like that we render visually, because our eyes are only able to see in certain spectrums. So, like if there was some way that we could see the other spectrums, or I mean, we can see infrared, we have devices that allow us to see that, but what if we were able to actually like literally see sounds? Or anyway, see, this is like, yeah, okay, so I'll shut down a little
Some
bit
people
instead of
claim that they
getting too
do.
deep in.
No, some
Do you,
people do claim that they see in like
I
they
like.
see in like what is it? Like people actually they see colors when they
yeah,
hear music. That's what they say.
Actually, it's interesting you brought that up, Elijah, because I was thinking of Ozzy Osbourne. He sings of it in one of his songs.
so I'll tell you the seven sacred vows: Alpha, Epsilon, Eta, Ista, Omicron, Epsilon, and Omega. Now those are and I don't know how they're truly spelled. I spelled them how they sound. So anyway, and it's like the names of the creator is said to be different combinations of those seven sacred vows. But anyway, I just wanted to share what they were. So it was, hold on, I have it written down. So Alpha, Epsilon, Eta, Ista, Omicron, Epsilon, and Omega. Those are supposed to be the seven sacred. Whether they are or not, I don't know.
The seven sacred what?
Vows.
Vowels, got it.
There's a chant. There's a chant for that, like the Om chant. You know, the mind, body, soul chant, the Om thing. There's the same thing for that as well, but I can't really remember it yet.
It's just saying all the vowels at once. Yow, yow, yay. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's in the throat singing thing as well. What is it, Nepalese that do it? The throat singers, the ones that vibrate their throat and project, and they can ring a bell with doing it.
There's the same kind of guys can do harmonies. One person can do a harmony, a 2-part harmony. It's fucking cool.
Oh, it reminds me of Mike Love. He actually does one where he does all the different. Hang on, I'll show you. I'll post it.
Okay.
If I can get the right one. that he does it in, like these are the two most listened to by me of his songs. My favorite one is Permanent Holiday. It's just because it's very happy, but I think it might be in this one. He records it and then he does another one and records it, then he plays them all together. Like, it's pretty cool. I'm not sure if that's...
I've seen this guy before. Very talented, this guy.
I'm not sure if that's what you were talking about, but like I don't know. Are you referring to someone actually making the different harmonies by themselves at the same time? Like, like I'm speaking right now, I would actually...
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
really?
2-part. Yeah, yeah. When I was in audio engineering school, we studied how they did it. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, that's what I would always play when I'd go to the lake. I'd have my Bluetooth speaker and I'd have it playing as loud as it'd go on the beach.
Good for you. That's the way to be. Fuck everybody else, man. I'm gonna listen to some tunes, you know?
Well, they don't. They
That's
sure don't care. I mean, if they wanted to play their country devil worshiping is what I call it. Where you play it backwards and you get your dog back and get your wife back,
yeah.
and all that shit.
Weird.
They want to play that shit or play the kind of rap that you can't understand, and when you do break down the words, they're killing people and thinking the world owes them everything, or that shit. They don't care to make you listen to that.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
At least there's truth in this one.
And this is like a superstar in the arena. She's doing a TED Talk. Obviously, this is not, homegrown roots kind of video. But, I mean, she's demonstrating how it's possible for someone to sing two notes at once.
Cool.
It's more of a whistle. It's more of a whistle sing, because, you're like, how the fuck does a mono instrument like the throat make two different sounds? So it's more like you're using your whole upper respiratory system to make these sounds.
When someone says they're hearing like a humming or whatever they're hearing, could this be like the body trying to reach a balance? Is it like a correction being made? We know that heat affects sound and sound can affect temperature, right? We have ultrasound or ultrasonic therapy.
It has a distinct feeling for me that it's actually coming from outside of me. That's what it feels like. It's like it's passing through me. I just happen to be hearing it, picking it up.
Sometimes I feel electrified, but I mean, it could be anything. Who knows what it truly is? It could be based on, I mean, you could be like, depending on what food you eat, what food you drink. It could be, if you get, like, if your blood pressure's up too high, you could be hearing your blood flowing through your ear canal. It could be all kinds of things. Who knows what it truly is? But it seems to be a shared experience, a very, very similar shared experience with a lot of people who seem to be woke.
Does it ever get irritating to you?
Sometimes, yeah. Quite often. Well, yeah, I can't have total silence because it would drive me insane. I have to constantly have something to listen to, and if I'm out in nature, of course, there's always something in nature that you can hear. But yeah, it can't be total silence because if it is, it drives me insane.
It's actually crazy you say that because I have tinnitus. So like I always hear a ringing in my ears. And I can't stand it.
I don't hear a ringing in my ears at all.
I don't either. I hear varying
And guess
tones.
what?
They're actually modulating,
guess
like they're
what?
going up and down in frequency.
Waisley, guess what?
What?
What did you say? What did you say about it? You said you can't handle it. You can barely stand it.
Yeah, I
Can't
hate
stand
it.
Yeah, but you are standing it because you're here talking to us. You're living your life, and it's going on. So, oops, you are standing it, and you're doing just fine. Ha ha.
Oh. I guess I
A little
lied
bit
then.
more of a badass. Well, yeah, just don't lie to us.
Yeah, that's my bad, bro. That's just not who I want to come off as. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. I'm just.
No, I actually got my.
kidding.
Yeah, I know. I actually got my wisdom teeth taken out today, guys.
Woo wee! They give you some
Yeah.
good drugs. Or what?
Oh my god, I was on cloud 10, bro. I skipped that 9 shit.
Cloud 10. Yeah.
Oh, so you let him remove your wisdom.
Yeah, dude. I'm a no one after that, bro. I don't know what's next.
You sound like a new voice.
I don't know what's next. That's pretty good. Nobody does, Wesley.
Yeah, no, it's actually the first time I've been here. And I'm still a little loopy from the drugs. I kind of wanted to talk to people. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay. So aside from that, laying that down and looking forward, let's say, tell me how much have you looked into the topic of flat Earth? Tell me
not really.
Tell me what you know about flat Earth, and then tell me what you know about the globe, and then tell me where you stand.
Oh, like not really at all. Actually, I'm just kind of here to communicate. To be honest with you, if you're down for that.
Well, of course, I'm asking you to communicate.
Yeah, but like I'm not really versed in that world. I won't lie.
So, how much do you know about the flat Earth topic? Let's take this one step at a time.
I mean, I know the people who believe in flat Earth. They're like super like knowledgeable and about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Guys, you guys all have like super strong opinions on it.
Well,
so honestly,
hold on. Okay, so I'm trying to help you to understand the topic better. There's no one that I know who believes in flat Earth. It's no one because it's objectively true, because it's measurable, it's demonstrable, it's practically used as such, and it's what we all observe. So, and it's not a bad opinion either.
Yeah.
Facts are not based on opinion. So now, if you'd like to continue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just saying, like, I don't really know anything about it. So, like, I mean, just let me know then. What are the facts? You know what I'm saying? I've never looked into it.
You haven't heard not one iota.
No.
All right, so tell me what do you know about what do you know about what they claim the Earth is?
It's a globe.
Okay, well, what do you know about it?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like, I don't know anything. Like, just let me know. Like, start from the very beginning.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Well, let's start with what do you observe? How do you experience the Earth, and how does it present itself to you? Do you ever see it curving, or do you ever feel it moving?
No. Guys, like, don't laugh at me. I'm not versed in this stuff.
This is like pulling teeth.
She's like,
yeah, I know. I'm like, I mean, I'm just naive.
I'm not hating.
Yeah,
I'm not hating. I'm sorry. I'm not hating, man. I'm really not.
You're good. I'm just, I'm a naive 17-year-old. I'm fresh off the drugs for my wisdom teeth. Like,
okay, but hey, really though, what do you know about the globe? Like Truth was asking you. Seriously though, what do you know? Tell us what you know about the globe.
I mean, that's just what I'm saying though, is I don't know anything. I really didn't even.
You should. If you've gone in the public school system, you should have a little bit of an idea, and that's what we're asking you to tell us.
Well, can't you guys just enlighten me?
No,
okay, I don't like. I mean,
Well, listen. You said that you didn't. You said you never saw it curving. Said you never saw it moving. Right? All right. So Why do you think? What reason do you have to believe that it's a globe?
I guess I don't really have any reason to believe either way.
Well, I mean, if you're not seeing it curving, how are you seeing it? Are you seeing it flat and level?
Yeah, I guess.
And if you're not feeling it moving, are you experiencing it pretty stationary?
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
When you
see,
put it like that.
that's not really that's
What
not
about
believing. That's what you know it to be from your own experience. So if anyone's
Right.
going to try to claim otherwise, then it's up to them to present you as some kind of evidence.
Damn straight. I like your words, Magic Man.
You think it's important to know where you live?
I do, North Star. I do.
Nice.
Thanks, Jenny. I like how supportive
you
you
know
are.
what? You know.
Hey, thanks for
wait,
giving us
what
the
did you just
play-by-play.
say?
What
Wait,
shapes the Earth, partner?
Okay, I probably deserve that because I gave you a hard time, but I do
No, it's
appreciate.
okay. No, I totally get it.
Oh no!
No,
let me handle this one.
No, like with everyone in here and like you guys like knowing your shit and like me really not knowing anything. Like I totally understand. I could be annoying.
But what makes you think we know our shit?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess you're right. I guess I'm kind of just assuming, you know?
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Hey,
you can't do that. That's fucked up.
You're totally
don't
annoying.
do
Look
it.
at that right.
Please, yeah, you're fucking annoying. But that's okay. Hey, let's do. Can I
Guys,
ask
we
you a
do
series of
need to
questions?
know. Wait, real quick, and then you can. We do need to know how 17-year-olds think, so this is a good experience.
Yeah, I mean, I'm.
Go ahead. Whoever was trying to talk. Thank you.
I feel like I'm getting like belittled, kind of, guys. I
Don't
don't
worry
know.
about it, Wesley.
It's kind of
No.
upsetting a little bit.
Let's not go into feelings. That's not why we're
Okay.
here.
All right. You're right.
I don't want to.
I
I
need
don't
chill
want to do
out.
that to you.
Okay.
Leslie, I
all
don't want
right,
to do that to you or anybody. Okay. All right.
All
Let's
right.
start
All
over.
right. Thanks,
Hi.
man.
My
Hey.
name's Glatflobe. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Oh, like Glatflobe, flat globe. That's fire.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, thanks. I do appreciate it. It just
I
came
like
to me
that
one
a lot.
day, you know?
No, that's actually really good. My
Super
real
duper.
name
Okay,
is,
so can I ask you about three really easy questions just so we can get a baseline so that you don't feel like anyone's belittling you? We just kind of want to know where you're at with the subject and then we can move forward, right?
Right.
And
Okay.
we'll
Is that
come back
okay?
to Zarian.
Okay. So like, yeah, I'm gonna be honest though. Like as we kind of learned, I'm not very well versed, but I'm down. Throw the questions at me. I'm ready.
These are very easy questions, right? And it's just whether or not you know of this information, you know. To be
Okay.
true.
All
So,
right.
first question: do you know of any time in history when someone or a group of someone's directly physically measured the curvature of the Earth?
You know, to my
When,
knowledge,
where?
no.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't know when or how they did it. You know, where did they get that curvature? Where'd they measure it? You don't know, right?
No, I have no idea.
Me neither. Great.
It's a solid question.
So, yeah, and it's a solid answer, right? No, how you gonna know that?
Sweet. Am I one for one then?
You're 1 for 1. 2 more.
Let's fucking go. Let's go, baby. All right.
As you would say, that's fire. So let's do the second
Thanks. Shit.
Do you know of any time in history where someone or a group of someone's directly detected the revolutions per minute of the axial rotation of the Earth? When did they detect the spin? Do you know when they performed the experiment, how they got that, when they figured it out?
No, I don't. Again, I'm gonna have to give you a no on that one.
Super duper. Thank you for being honest. That's two. I also agree with that one. I don't either. I don't know when they got that. I don't know why they think it's spinning. Here's the third one. And listen, when I first heard about this, I was confused. So you can just say I don't know, because I did when the first time I heard of it.
Okay.
But some people get it too, because it is a simple concept once you understand it. So anyway, without further ado, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure without a container.
Yep, think about that. So
hold on. Yeah, I'm
you
thinking.
got a tire, right? And you got gas pressure inside the tire. Otherwise, it's not a full tire. And you can't have a tire exist as a full tire without the tire containing the gas pressure. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have gas pressure. You wouldn't have any walls for that to press upon, right?
Right.
So pressure, the necessary antecedent is the word pressure, right? It presses against walls. So what that has to do with Earth, how can we be an open system, open to a vacuum nonetheless? How can we be in an open system when we are contained? It's one or the other. You're either contained or you've got an open system. And this is not an open system because we experience gas pressure, right? That's how you breathe. That's that. You know.
Yeah.
So anyway, so what do you think? Can you have gas pressure without a container? What do you think?
I mean, no.
Totally. Okay. Well, thank you, sir. See, that was really easy. Now we know where you're at. And thank you for being honest. Really appreciate that.
I appreciate you, Glatflobe.
No problem, bud.
He's nice, guys. I like him. He didn't make me feel goofy either.
Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
So, like, do you get people coming in here like like arguing it?
Oh yeah.
So what are they like? What are their arguments? Like, what would you say the most common like go-to like argument
refraction, light refraction over distance.
Okay, so how do they go about arguing that?
They say that perspective equals Earth curvature, basically. So okay, so the horizon is not a physical location; it's apparent. So the horizon appears in your experience only. You can't go to the horizon, right? It's not like I'm going to go to Colorado. I can't go to the horizon.
Right.
They're claiming a geometric horizon, which means that's where the actual Earth curvature starts. But the problem is we can't seem to get rid of that horizon, that flat line from left to right, no matter how high we go.
Right.
And so closer to the surface.
My PC's restarting. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, I was getting warmed up, but now I got to eat.
I think it's cesarean anyway.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Even if it is, he's just an example being used currently.
Yeah, he'll show his purpose very soon, I'm sure.
Who, this kid I was talking to?
Yeah, I don't buy it either.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't buy it in the slightest. I was just giving him the run through.
I know nothing about the globe. Of course, you
right.
Maybe he just wants to fit in.
That's okay too. I mean, we are the cool kids club, whether or not you like it.
That's right.
He said in the very beginning that that flat earthers seem to know what they're talking about. I was hoping somebody would pin it right there and ask him, how did you know that flat earthers know what they're talking about?
I did. Remember, I asked him, I said, how do you know that we know what we're talking about? And he's like, well, I guess you're right. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
And-
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Why is it today, these days, or this day, that it's weird to actually see things the way they are?
Hello, am I back?
Oh, sorry. My bad.
You're good.
Go ahead.
Don't know, are you, man?
Yeah, no, my PC automatically restarts at like whenever it has to update.
We
I should
think
turn
you're
that-
back. We think
Okay.
you're back. We're pretty sure you are.
I think I'm back. If you think I think there's a good chance.
Okay.
I'm hoping that you didn't come back upon reboot. I'm sorry.
I don't think that's true at all. Just a guess.
Okay, so what do you expect to gain from being here?
Honestly, when I joined, I mean, I just looking for people to talk to. So, I mean, I don't know. Some knowledge, I guess. Throw some knowledge on me, guys. Is everyone in here that like talks? Are they like older? Are you guys older?
So far older.
Like older than what?
Like, I mean, just like, I don't know. I'm 17. You know what I'm saying? I just
older than the pyramids.
yeah, older than, I mean, right? Like, I don't know. And how else do you learn from people who are experienced in this shit, man? I mean, I only got 17 levels down. Y'all got 17 plus. I don't know what your numbers are.
Okay. Alrighty. So,
although the average is probably not very low.
My friend, does it matter?
No, I mean, it doesn't matter to me.
Cool. Super duper.
But I mean, I'm just, older people are usually more experienced.
Anyway, so yeah, refraction is one of the excuses. They say gravity. They say all kinds of things. What do you want to know about?
It's a good question.
Well, look at the voice text. We can go with that. See what's in the voice text there?
Yeah.
It says no matter where you're at. Go ahead and click that and blow it up. It says no matter where you're at. Weather balloon, Mount Everest, salt flats, plains, and a lake. It's all flat.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
What's the reason for that? Where's the globe at? And how many huge sections of perfectly flat horizon does it take to make a sphere?
Wait, yeah.
Sphere.
Yep. Now you get it, right? Now you get it. See that top one? Weather balloon? See how it says weather balloon?
Yeah.
If it's just suspend your disbelief, that really is 120,000 feet in the air or more. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
That's what it really looks like up there. So, and same with Everest, all of that. It's flat most places, my friend. And we've been at this a while, so that's what we're stumbling upon, is that it's just not a globe. Over and over. No curvature, no evidence of gravity, all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, I don't know.
So, like, is it, so are all the planets like that?
Well, we don't know what the planets are. See, planet is a Greek word that means wandering star. And since then it's been used as the things in the sky. But basically what it means is the planets are wandering because they do something separate from the rest of the stars. And they're a little different color.
You think Earth is a wandering star?
Are you talking to me?
Me?
Yeah. No, I'm talking to Wesley. I know you don't think that Earth is a wandering star galactic.
He does it.
I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're asking me questions where it's like, I've never even thought about that. So it's like me saying an answer, I'd sound stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I sound stupid as
you're
is.
stopping yourself there. A lot of people don't.
Yeah, like, I don't want to talk about...
Tell us what you have thought about when it comes to... Do you have any questions about
I mean, really, no. Like, it's, I've just never really thought about it. I don't want to say something where I sound like I know about it when I just for sure don't.
Good call.
So, like, yeah, whenever you were asking me questions earlier, I'm not going to be like this, and this, but it's like, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, dude, totally.
Yeah.
I get it. Right on.
But
well,
I mean,
we're
I guess...
here.
Right, that's why you come here.
You got any questions?
You got to diversify
Anybody else
yourself.
want to talk to him? I don't want to take up all the airwaves.
Not Glaflob, you've done great.
You did great, partner.
What do you do as, like, I mean, I guess that's kind of personal, but, like, what do you do as, like, a profession? You don't have to say, obviously.
I'm a drug and alcohol counselor.
I was just asking because you're a really good speaker. You speak very well.
Thanks. I'm trying to use it to help people.
He is.
Pardon that? You cut out.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. People have Battle Mod owns and operates a dairy farm, among a bunch of other things. There's Flat Earth dude makes pianos. It's just all around, and most of these people have a very deep capacity for scientific learning and common sense kind of deals. So we got a wide swath of different careers and personalities in here. It really makes it quite the experience.
Right. And that's cool for me because it's like, you know, I'm applying to colleges right now and shit, and like trying to figure out what I want to do.
Do you know what you might want to do? Do you have a inkling?
Yeah, I actually do. I'm really into psychology, and like I know it's kind of like a fluff major, but like I want to go and get my doctorate. I want to be a clinical psychologist. I want to do all that shit, man. I'm super into that stuff.
Well, you're talking to the right guy about it, but I don't want to take up the whole fucking live stream with that. Maybe DM me, kid.
I really love psychology as well. I read a lot about it, so yeah.
Yeah,
there's a lot of people here.
All those psychologists too are bookworms.
Go ahead.
There's just a lot of good. There's a lot of good books on it.
Yeah, tell us your feelings about it.
I like the.
Sorry.
So if you're getting into psychology, then you should understand by now, if psychology interests you, about what delusional truly means, what it is,
and philosophy.
Do you understand delusional? What that is?
Neurotic.
Yeah, we might have lost him for the moment.
Yeah,
Masley, you there, bud?
Sorry, my internet's kind of shit in the bed a little bit. I won't lie to you.
That's okay.
Go ahead and talk about the major that you'd like to major in.
Psychology and neuroscience.
Yeah, because you're interested in how the brain works and how people think the way they do.
All of it.
Yeah, that's interesting as shit, bro. I love that shit.
Yeah, it really is, and that's kind of like why I like Discords like this. Like, even if I'm not well versed in the subject, like it's people, you know, it's talking to people, it's understanding where they're coming from, and it's crazy how people have different mindsets on shit, and it's really hard to change perspective. But like hearing different perspectives is always really cool.
That's what we do here every day. Is we actually study global psychology to understand why they continue to fight. About something that has no empirical backing whatsoever. It's never been, yeah. So curvature, the axial rotation, or gas pressure without a container, they can't show anything at all that would verify or validate any of their statements. So when truth talks about delusional, if you look at the actual just definition from a dictionary, right?
Right.
So basically, it's escaping from reality. Pretty much, it's just you have lost the ability to stay within the bounds of this reality right here.
It's also a good like textbook example of doublethink and how doublespeak actually works. You can convince an entire population of doublethink. That's psychology 101 right there.
It is.
Like the base
Can you stop at the
like,
background noise,
propaganda.
please, Wesley? Just mute yourself when you're not talking.
Oh, sorry. Truth.
Yeah, figuring out like the base of like the essence of propaganda and how that influences people's minds. This is a clinical, example, or what is it? A study in how that can work.
I also thought that, Wesley, you were trolling us, but now I'm starting to doubt that. I think you're genuine. Yeah?
Yeah, not at all, man. I could definitely understand why. I come in here and I know nothing about the subject, but I don't know. I just love to talk to people, even if I'm not the most versed in all those
Jury's
subjects.
still out, dude. Jury's still out. We'll keep talking to you. We'll see.
Right. Ultimately, the subject isn't just flat Earth. It's how the government and the systems of control lie to us and how they convince us of a reality in our own mind.
And that includes the failure of the educational system that is actually now teaching pseudoscience.
Yeah, like I know from experience, like school is the last place that has taught me to think outside of the box or creatively.
The last place.
Yeah, it's very structured. It just teaches you to live a 9 to 5 and just, kind of mouth breathing shit. Just go day to day.
Mouth breathing. I love that.
Just accept.
Hey man, I mouth breathe often, but it's not because
the mouth breathing technocracy.
Just do what you do, and eventually leave life to fucking other people, and you're gonna die eventually, and then leave your will to someone else. It's so mundane.
It is.
Well, I guess that means you at least know how to fog a mirror.
Yeah.
So something
brain cells looks like.
Yep, sounds like it.
Something inside you has said that this. I don't think this is how life is supposed to be. There must be something more to this. It's so fucking monotonous. Groundhog Day. Every day we go through fucking Halloween, my birthday, my Christmas, everything, and we just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And you're so bored with that shit. So is this what reality is about?
Right.
Not really.
Like, I mean, I've always excelled in school. Like, I've always been a great student, but I don't feel like that makes me intelligent.
Don't rub it in.
No, that's what I'm saying is I don't think it's like that doesn't improve intelligence. That just shows that I'm like willing to
smarts. Book smarts versus thinking for yourself.
Right. And I feel like that's almost shot me in the foot that I've done well in school because it's like it's so structured.
It's okay to have done well in school, bro. You're okay. You're fine. Just it's good that you're this age and you've still got some what do I want to say? It's critical thinking skills, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you said think outside the box and be creative. I like when you said be creative. That's a good one. Not just think outside the box, but be creative. That's something that they teach less and less in school now. They got rid of music, art, whatever. So yeah.
So be creative for a moment and tell me if you don't mind, or tell all of us actually. Why does it matter to you whether the Earth is flat and level and stationary, or whether it's a globe? Why does it matter to you whether or not they're lined to it?
I mean, if you want me to be like completely honest, like I guess it really doesn't.
If you can prove that the Earth is not a globe, then everything else falls apart. The entire structure falls upon its own self.
But wait, did he just say that it doesn't matter
like,
if it's curved or not?
And I guess I guess that's the problem too, is because like I don't even know what that would do. Like I don't even know what them proving the Earth not being
it would show that the world that you've been born into and told is a complete fugazi.
And it would just give a domino effect.
Yes. So everything is
wow. That is crazy.
Would you agree that if a lie is that massive, that the reason behind it is also going to be just as more massive?
No, you're totally right. I take back what I said. That was stupid. Yeah, no, you're totally right.
It's a domino effect to God.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wouldn't even. Wow, that is insane.
And there's the reason.
So, like, I guess why are people so like quick to say no? Like quick to say like that's stupid.
It's the domino effect of the reality.
It's conditioning.
Is it like they don't want it to be?
Yeah.
No, it's akin to a religious fervor.
Oh wow.
The globe it's a religion. The globe, the heliocentric is a religion. It's the largest religion ever created.
It's just like a house
that we know of.
Yeah, if you can pull that one card out and make it topple.
And so the thing about this particular religion is, you have most of the sheeple that are going around, and they don't even understand. They don't even know the intricacies or details of their own religion, but they will still cling to it. They get angry if you try to take their space away. They have a love affair with sci-fi, with space.
The average glober is akin to a fervent Christian that hasn't even read the first page of the Bible.
You know, that's an excellent analogy. Like, most people, you have to explain to them the heliocentric model and then dismantle it. They don't even know their own religion, like you said. Yeah, that's it.
You know, it's not a problem in and of itself. It's just that they go on to defend it to the death. You know what I mean? They're foaming at the mouth defending it, and they don't have a clue about it. So
I liked what you said, sheeple. That was good.
Bah.
Yeah, no, that was dope.
It's sad.
But it's sad, yeah.
No, it definitely is.
Well, it's not just flat Earth. There's people that believe that there are probably weapons of mass destruction that were found in Iraq somewhere. There are people that believe that Oswald shot Kennedy. There are people that think the Vietnam War was, fought by the Viet Cong and instigated by. There are people that think that what the government tells them is correct every day of their life, and that's the problem.
So, are you interested
Wesley,
in?
what?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask Wesley, how about he tells us what opinions or ideas he holds that's contrary to the mainstream interpretation of things on any subject?
That's a good one.
Anything that you're, out of the norm with?
Let me think about it. Give me like an example. Like, do you have another one that's not flat Earth?
Red pill. Well, 9/11 is a big one.
If none comes to mind, then there's probably not any.
Yeah, I didn't want.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right.
Just well-known like things that have been termed as conspiracy theorists, because that has the connotations that go along with it. Could be anything, personal to yourself. You just see most of society sees it one way, but you're not quite sure on that. You know what I mean? Anything?
What do you think about the election process? Is it real, or are they just picked? Are we just not even wasting our time?
I think that's a really good question to ask. All those questions are so, I don't know, man. I feel so fucked because every.
Okay, hold on here. Maybe let's wrap it up. I didn't mean to stop you there, but check it out. So here's one way to pose this question to yourself, right? Can you think of one time that the government gave you a message about anything or told you about anything that you trust implicitly?
I mean, I feel like I've just always been told to just kind of go with it and just not even really think about it. And that's why I'm here now. It's, damn.
To be clear, you can't tell us an entirely single time when the government told you the truth for sure.
Hold on. I mean, I think the moon landing was not real. I don't think the moon landing, but I feel like most people kind of don't believe that. I feel like that's a pretty mainstream one.
That's
quite a
significant one. Yeah, no one here believes that garbage.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
What is it about the moon landing that makes you think it's not real?
Just like the videos of it, like you can literally clearly see, like in the dude's space helmet. I mean, and you can see the wire. I mean, none of that. I don't know. They also had a motive to do it.
Have you seen a funny? Have you seen a funny thing happen on the way to the moon? Have you seen that video?
I have not.
And Astronauts Gone Wild. I suggest you look at both of those.
Are those on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find it.
What about a time when you know for a fact the government lied to you about something?
Again, man, I'm only 17, and I really haven't paid much attention to like that world, which is it's really sad because it's the world that I live in. But like I really just haven't paid enough attention to it, and that bothers me. Like something about that like bothers me, man.
Okay, check it out. I'm just trying to we're trying to fish for one thing that you believe. Okay, one thing that you know they lied about. We'll go that way. That you know for sure they lied about. How about, I'll give you some clues. How about fluoride? How about cannabis? How about they lied about cannabis? They lied about sugar. They lied about alcohol. They lied about tobacco.
Elaborate. How'd they lie about that stuff?
Weapons of mass destruction.
How'd they lie? They never said sugar. They've been feeding it to children in this country. Like some of the cereals are 40% sugar. Are you kidding me? Like, so sugar's bad. Well, fluoride rots your teeth. That was a lie. Cannabis cures almost every illness known to man. That was a lie.
Wow.
Let's see. What else? all kinds of things in the health field.
Weapons of mass destruction
are all lies. Yeah.
Tell us why you. Tell us why you
found a single one.
Tell
Sorry,
us
go ahead.
why are you interested in getting into psychology?
I just really love how the brain works, and it's really cool how there's a reason why people do what they do, and there's a reason why people are raised the way that they're raised and turn into the people that they turn into.
And you can't explain it though, because sometimes people behave in manners that you can't explain.
Right.
Exactly.
So
I was raised by both teachers. Both my parents and all of my extended family are all teachers that have to, by law, teach the way the government curriculum tells them to teach. If anyone believed in space and the status quo, it was me. Until I started thinking for myself.
Let's talk about that for a minute. Why people believe the things that they believe. So, you remember when I posted that about delusional? Do you understand what delusional is?
Yeah, it's what you posted earlier.
Yeah, and you said you don't know of any measurement of curvature or measurement of movement of Earth. And they tell us that, and people believe it without any evidence for it, wouldn't you think? And they never experience it, they never see it. Wouldn't that be under the category of delusional?
Right. I mean, I guess with like history class too. Like, I mean, they just tell you what happened. And like, I mean, how are you going to argue? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just...
Yeah, absolutely. History is actually, I think, in many ways, more fascinating than this topic. It's all related, actually. But yeah, absolutely. Do you have a DeLorean? Can we go check their story?
Right.
Nope.
Like, it's...
okay.
Yeah, so that's really interesting, actually. How do they even come up with that shit? Like, what? I mean, where do they get that from?
Yeah, it's a good question, bro.
I sent you a DM, Wesley. Just keep in mind that modern psychology is studying people's brains that are full of fluoride and other toxins. You know what I'm saying? So they're not studying healthy individuals in the first place. And then I'll also send you some methods of detoxing that you can look into. But yeah, just keep that in mind when you're getting into, the human brain and all that stuff. The majority of people on this earth, they don't have a healthy brain to begin with. So people are studying unhealthy habits.
Right.
Out of random curiosity, have you ever heard of the part of the brain, the pineal gland? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Just checking.
Yeah, I took an AP psychology class last year, and it really spiked my interest in it. Like, kind of before that, I was just kind of like meandering. I didn't really know like what I wanted to do, but that was kind of like my first bit of interest. And I don't know if that's what I'm going to stick with, but like I'm super into that right now.
Yeah, no, totally. Just curious. Yeah, have you ever seen what a pineal gland looks like cut in half, by chance?
No, I actually have not.
Bro. All right. I'm trying to see if I can find it, unless anyone else has a quick.
Doesn't it look similar to the Eye of Horus? Like it's like a pine. It looks like a pine cone. Yeah, it looks very similar to the Eye of Horus. And these Egyptians, they were some of the first people that distilled their own water as well. And of course, I don't know if they were cutting themselves open and dissecting the brains, but they had all this Eye of Horus imagery and stuff all over the place in the hieroglyphs. So they were even given this just by having access to clean water, and like the spiritual realm that they were attuned to gave them this information, or they were dissecting each other and got it from that. But those are probably the only two possibilities.
So I'm going to ask you that one question again. Does it matter to you whether or not they're lying to everyone, and whether or not everyone is believing a lie?
Well, I guess so. Yeah, after I've been enlightened, for sure. There's holy shit. I didn't know how much power that held. That if that was a lie, like holy shit, everything would pretty much go collapse.
That's the key point. I think most people would say of this server.
Can you expound on that? Like, how would everything collapse? Can you explain what you just said?
Well, the religion thing you guys were talking about earlier. I mean,
okay. Now give me your understanding and your viewpoint of it now.
Well, I mean, they would falsify. I mean, it would make that just. What's the word I'm looking for? It would make it less credible. I mean, I don't know.
Exactly. They lose their credibility, right? If they lost their credibility on one thing, they've lost it on everything.
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to let him tell his viewpoint now, because if it's powerful enough, if you have been enlightened enough that it's powerful enough that it's changed your mind, that it is important to you now, I would like to hear about that.
Well, I mean, it's just what I said. Like, it'd be a domino effect. I'm sorry. I really don't know like what you're trying to ask.
No, just explain how it would be a domino effect.
Because then, like, religion, I feel like I'm kind of like repeating myself a little bit.
Everything would collapse.
Yeah, just everything would collapse.
You haven't really said anything yet.
Voice the text chat by chance, the pineal gland cut in half. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you're not repeating. You're not repeating yourself because you haven't really said anything yet. So just explain to me as if I had not heard of anything of your point of view, as if I just walked into the conversation. I haven't heard what everyone else is saying. Explain it to me as if I'm a fresh new mind.
Right. Well, I only know what people have been saying. I mean, that's as deep, like
your understanding of it. Like,
right.
it will be unique to you, right? Your understanding.
Like my understanding is what you guys have said. Yeah, I only know what people have been saying. That's kind of been like my whole thing. You know?
Well, he did say that they lose their credibility, which is the point.
Right. Like, that's like, but I mean, other people have already said that. Trace is being so mean, man.
You hit the nail on the head, though. You hit the nail on the head when you said they lose their credibility. So they lost it on one thing, which means that they have no credibility for anything else that they fucking say. You know. So if they're lying, what's the truth?
Right.
If they're lying, what's the truth?
Sorry, truth.
Methods on how you can test certain things to find out the truth for yourself. You don't have to listen to these stories anymore on the certain subjects, anyway. So
also, it's nice when people know the truth. Like, I already shared him some truth as well. So it's much. I think it's also very helpful when you have people that know the truth and are actively sharing it with others too. So.
Thank you, Pro. I appreciate that. Looking out for the little fella.
Yeah. You think it's possible?
Can I say Zarian? Okay, whatever. So anyway, like when I asked you that, I said that I was a fresh new mind. So everything that everyone had said, I hadn't heard. Just pretend that. Like if it's your understanding and it's enough, powerful enough that you've changed your mind and you now think it's important, just explain to me how you think it's important.
Do you think it's important that we should know where we are?
I do. And I do now. And to answer that, it's just it's because they would lose their credibility. I mean, if that many people follow something and then one thing turns out to be not true, then I mean, how do you know the rest of it's true? Especially if you can't see it.
Exactly.
Right.
It's not just their credibility; it's their entire job, their livelihood, their Mercedes.
Right. Everything. Like,
and that's a big deal.
Yeah, kind of a little bit.
That's a very big deal.
Agreed, man. Agreed.
Especially when they lied. If you're interested in studying psychology and stuff, man, what I would suggest, bro, is that you work on yourself first and just study your psychology, man.
So, like,
the majority of these people are sick, and they're sick, and they're toxic and all this stuff, man. Like, literally toxic, not just like toxic personalities. They are literally full of toxins, right? And you probably are too if you're taking showers and using soap and shampoo and toothpaste and all this stuff, and you don't know about distilled water, So, like, you can apply all this stuff that we've given you to yourself, and that's the best way to start, right? Is focusing on yourself, because at the end of the day, you're very important, not only to us but to you. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Like the best person experiment. The best person you can invest in is yourself, and then when you've done that and you've accomplished that feat, then you can start worrying about other people. That's just that's my advice.
Yeah, and not necessarily financial advice, but I don't necessarily think in this day and age it's wise to get into hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of debt to go to college for things that you. Oof, oh boy, it just sucks being that trapped under that much debt for a degree that almost isn't worthless. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the psychology degree is also it's just a fluff degree. It's not really. It's like you don't
specific things that you're
I
going to
don't know
like
about
travel
that.
down. I'm not saying it's a fluff. I mean, unless you have specific.
Oh
like,
no, you didn't.
But the point is that just almost any college degree at this point in our society is almost, I don't want to say worthless, but it costs a lot of money for something that most employers don't care about.
Yeah, if you're just interested in psychology, you can easily go online and find all of the books and more than is ever taught in the school. So you will learn more looking outside of the narrow viewpoint of indoctrination.
Yeah, 100%. So Wesley, real quick, if you study what you're studying and it ends up making it so that you can save even one life, wouldn't that not be fluff? Wouldn't that be somewhat important?
No, I didn't mean like fluff as in it doesn't mean anything.
It's yes or no question. That's all.
No.
Yes or no.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Is that fluff?
No.
Is that fluff
not
saving lives?
Fluff at all. Not fluff at all. I'm sorry about fluff.
That's cool. Okay. No. You're good. As you were.
I meant as in a way of like you don't. I don't know. I feel like people look at it. But okay. I appreciate that. No, and I'm totally with you. I totally agree. Like, and I do not agree with psychiatry and how they just prescribe meds and say goodbye. Like have fun with that shit. I hate that shit, and that's why I want to go into it. Like, I have family who have just been prescribed meds and
yeah. But do you realize, Wesley, that they're the same club? They're like a fraternity. They're in the same club.
Yeah, I do.
You're not gonna fix that problem from within.
Not really.
That problem is from within.
That's not why I'm doing it.
I'm in the line of work of saving lives, bro. So the first life you need to save is yourself, bro. And there are much easier ways in saving other people's lives and getting a degree and going into that quote unquote fraternity.
How old are you, kid?
17.
Yeah,
I think he's got it. I think he has enough to worry about in his life that we should just get him to critically think, and that'd be enough. We don't need to stack more fears on top of his adolescent life as he goes through puberty and hard times.
Come on, we want to teach him real quick. We want to bombard him in 1 hour and teach him everything he needs to know.
Michael's right.
I'm going to make you treat him the same way I would make you treat my daughter. Then maybe I can get an environment in here that I'll allow my daughter to actually make a profile for this.
So the thing I was just going to ask you, have you considered or give it any thought along the lines of psychology as to why the government is so focused on doing so much studying on how to manipulate the minds of men through whether it's through the flicker rate of a television, whether it's through frequency, or whether it's through programming. And I want to stress the word programming because that's what all television programs are called, programs.
Right. So enlighten me on that. So wait, what do you...
You don't sound like a 17-year-old, Wesley. You may be, fair enough.
Right.
Okay, but you don't sound like it.
Are you saying that I sound like older?
Yeah, you sound like... yeah, okay.
Like from my voice? I'm confused.
No. Your intelligence... A 17-year-old, when I was 17, all I think about was fucking girls and drinks. You're sitting here telling us... You're sitting on a fucking Discord telling us about how much you love psychology.
Right.
So it's a little bit suspect, right?
Yeah. And that's like, I don't want to like upset anyone or like piss anyone off whenever you guys like ask me a question and I don't know the answer to it, or like I freeze up, because like there's just a lot of stuff I don't know. And I'm sorry. Truth prevails. Like, I feel so bad.
I was not looking for that. I was looking for honesty. All I was looking for.
Okay. All right.
Not looking for you to know everything.
Okay.
I was just looking for honesty.
Right.
17, right?
Yeah, 17. I'm almost 18 though. January 1st. I'm a New Year's baby.
It's actually a plus around here to say you don't know something if you don't know.
It's good to know. Yeah, no. At first, whenever I came in here, I felt like I was kind of like, I don't know. Like I was in the hot seat and shit.
Well, you got to admit, your attitude's changed a little bit since you've got in.
No, it 100% has.
Yeah.
And that was the point.
I thought you were a troll, like, but it doesn't. I don't think you are.
No, like I could totally understand why. Yeah, no, I totally get it. Nah, man, I'm just want to learn, really, truthfully, and like, I mean,
yeah, because we think everybody's a troll at first.
Just because I haven't fucking stupid at 17 doesn't mean you're not.
I'm still not convinced that wasn't his initial intention. However, it's like, I mean, it's going to be what it's going to be. So
I totally get.
As long as you're honest, if you don't know, you're willing to say that you don't know. If you just believe, if you're willing to say that you just believe, and if you present something as truth that goes against what we all observe as objective reality, as long as you can present something to back it up with, then cool.
Yeah,
man. If you're being disingenuous, check this out. If you're being disingenuous or dishonest, we'll smell it a mile away. So I wouldn't even give it a shot if that's what you were trying to do. And you seem like you could be honest. So let's focus. Let's do that. Yeah.
I like that mindset. Yeah. It's no, I'm sure if you guys deal with trolls all day, then me joining
all day.
I mean, look at my bio. My bio literally says sometimes when you shit the bed, you got to piss on yourself to make up for it. I mean, and there's just no way that you're going to expect me to come in here and talk some knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not going to happen.
I'm not going to expect you to remember it all tomorrow either.
That is true.
I mean, you're 17, you know, I'm just allowing you to be who you are and the age you are. No disrespect, man.
No, it's totally good, man.
Whether you
my 16-year-old
seed has been planted.
My 16-year-old forgets what I say 5 minutes after I say it. You know, it's just how it is.
Yeah, the seed's been planted. He just needs to water himself, and he's good.
That doesn't mean to piss on yourself.
Well, I'd like to point out,
unless you have a jellyfish sting, then pee right on it.
Oh, I will.
At least he's not doing what other people do, and he's not calling people names and attacking people and all that.
Yeah,
right.
It's strange, bro.
Sounds like his parents actually work on his manners.
Oh man,
dude, probably got some good parents.
Holy shit! I cannot even begin to tell you guys how lucky I got with my parents, man. They are literally the best fucking people on this planet. And I'll go to my grave saying that, bro.
Can your mom hear a mouse piss on cotton? Does she know when I said go to bed? Damn it,
dude!
You got one of them.
No, not even. She's just the fucking greatest lady on planet Earth, man. I don't know. We went through a rough patch.
Supposed to be.
Yeah, we went. I mean, we hated each other there for a while. Like oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Can't be a planet if it doesn't move.
Right. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm a fuck.
Don't apologize. It's okay. You'll learn.
Yeah, it's force of habit.
We all learn from all mistakes.
Well, actually, whether it moves or not doesn't it's not a constituent of a planet. It's whether or not it's a star, a wandering star. So, yeah, it would need to be bright like a star.
You ever heard expectations are a pathway to discontent?
Disappointment, yeah.
No, I haven't, but that's
a really feelings of discontent if you don't put too high of a standard of expectation on yourself or anything.
Right.
You got to be realistic.
Could also be like if I don't know, if you're always told you're going to be something, whether you want to be or not, then I like that. I like that a lot.
Did you come to be a yes man, or
what is that?
So
just agree with everything
stuff? Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing is, I feel like I'm being a yes man. I'm sorry, I know what a yes man is. I feel like I'm being a yes man, but I don't know how to even argue it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's probably right. Yeah. See, that was honest. Good job. Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah. So
and
it's
okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect you to know how to argue it. You know.
Yeah, I'd have to. I feel like I'd have to know a little bit about
all the time, right? Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've done well.
Do you have any questions for us?
especially for being hooked up on meds.
I guess a question I have is like, are you guys like fulfilled? Like, did you guys? This is
Hell
like,
yeah.
That's so good. I'm so like.
I'm doing exactly what I wanted to do my entire life. So
Fuck yes.
Absolutely.
How's that for
of the
starters?
truth? Yes.
Not being
That's-
deceived.
Do not be deceived.
That's a
Not
great
being
question, my
deceived.
friend.
Yeah.
That was a good question.
Thanks. That's really just what I wanted to ask you guys. I mean, I don't know, man. I have this fear that I'm gonna go down my life and I'm not gonna enjoy what I do. It's
Wouldn't it be worse to go through your whole life, Wesley, and at the end having realized at the end that you never knew where you actually lived? Wouldn't that be horrible?
That'd be terrible. But I mean, I guess it's ignorance. Ignorance is bliss. I mean, if you don't even think about it, then it's like, I'm just here. I wake up.
It's not. It's not bliss.
It's not because what that means is that someone else has power over your mind.
Right.
So Wesley, you asked about fulfillment, and a lot of us are further along in life. And I'll tell you one thing, man. It sounds cliche, but try to do something you're passionate about and have a love for, regardless of money. And that's the hardest thing, is to not allow money to cloud what you're trying to do with your life.
Right.
Because I'll tell you what, I'm in a position now where I have what most people would call a highly respectable, good job, house, nice house, wife, all of that stuff. But I am very unfulfilled in the line of work that I do. And I am redirecting into line of work that is more along my passion or something that I enjoy. And just to let you know, getting material things that you think are important in this world don't fulfill you in a way that something you enjoy doing does. Trust me.
Right. Like, I guess there's a whole new set of problems after money. It's like, okay, so I have the money, I have the house, but I'm not very happy with myself. You know, yada yada yada. I didn't do what I wanted to
keep
do.
the money going.
Well, yeah.
Right.
It's also the love of money is never going to be fulfilling, because there's no amount of money that can fulfill your life or bring you joy in the way that other things in your life can. And the older you get, the more you realize all you have in this life is the time that you have, and it's not worth any amount of money. I've gotten to a point in my life where I've completely cut back the amount of hours that I do invest into the jobs that I currently have, because I have found that no matter how much money I make, it's not worth my time, because that is a finite thing on this earth.
I agree
Right.
totally.
Something
And
that
you know,
you can't
it's
replace.
really cheap to do. Yeah, you cannot replace it. Absolutely, you got to be very careful. And here's something that's easy and cheap to do to get yourself some dopamine hits that are way healthier than the pursuit and gain of money. This is a really good way to find out about your reality, and it's fun. You get a mirror. You can have if you get a bigger mirror, you'll have a bigger light source. You get a mirror and you go to a lake that's a few miles across, 3+ miles, and you have one person on one side with cell phone filming it, and the other person on the other side directly across. You can use GPS and all that. It's not that hard to do. And line it up, and 3+ miles, given the current globe math, should not be able to see that light reflecting from where it is. You reflect the sunlight, right, just across the lake. Like I said, very cheap, very easy experiment. So if you can see the light over a distance of 2, 3, 4, 5+ miles, there's a problem at the very least with the math they give us about the sphere Earth. And further, no matter how many measurements we perform, there's been hundreds of thousands of us at this point, we cannot find Earth curvature anywhere.
and not because we're looking in the wrong place.
We're looking on Earth, dude. That's where it's supposed to be, right? Earth curve. Shit.
We've asked thousands upon thousands of people, including PhDs, doctors, scientists, pilots, engineers, firefighters, sailors, you name it. None of them have ever provided any measurement of curvature of Earth.
Now, if Earth has no curvature, what is it?
Black Swan.
I don't know if he's there. He's got himself muted.
Blown, dude.
Wesley, do you have a response to all of that? That was gravy.
Hello.
Hi. Did you hear the
Sorry,
gravy? Did you
you-
taste it? Was it good?
I had to pee. Were we talking? Were you guys talking to me? I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt, but
You'll have to
yeah.
rewind it. I'm not gonna say it again, dude.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I tried to hold it for as long as I could.
I'm not
but-
mad. It's all good, dude.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
say my part again. So listen, Wesley, we've talked to thousands upon thousands of PhDs, doctors, scientists, shipbuilders, engineers, technicians of all sorts, manufacturers, airplane pilots, submarine operators, aircraft pilots, fighter pilots, radar operators, and out of all them, none of them have been able to provide us a measurement that was ever done to show Earth's curvature.
You'd think at least there'd be one instance,
right? Like at least
Just the
one.
Yeah. Right. So that's where we're at, basically. That's where we're at.
So then, if there was a measure of it that came out, but I mean, I guess how would you even know if it was legit or not?
Because you'd be able to repeat it.
Go out and test it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So why hasn't it been done yet?
Exactly.
They can't.
Because
They
there
can't
is
do it.
none.
There's no way to do it.
Because-
You think if they could pull it off, they wouldn't? They can't do it.
Shit.
Here's the reason. Because it's a geometry question. It's very simple. Over a certain amount of distance, a sphere drops in elevation. We've gone out and measured the surface. Out of all the every single time we actually take an observation, and that equals to a measurement. Once we know heights of the observer and distances to known objects, that becomes a measurement now. Throughout all the measurements that we've done and others have done, thousands upon thousands of those as well, including laser test over frozen lakes, all different conditions, with basically every little aspect of the environment at the time and all the limitations of the apparatus as far as lasers and so forth. Everywhere we look in every direction, there's no curvature. So all the measurements we show, it's flat and stationary.
Why don't we?
Has there ever been like a
Black Swan.
picture? Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why don't we go through the Black Swan with him? So he's got a better idea of what we're basing this off of.
Has there ever been a picture of someone like taking a picture of the curvature? Or no, has it just not ever happened?
No,
It's not there.
never.
I feel like I've seen one before, but I don't, maybe not.
A picture from where?
I don't know. Like, I feel like that's just a thing.
From
see if
like
we can
out in
find it.
space?
Okay, well, let me ask you this. If someone presents to you an image, a picture, a video, or whatever, right? And it appears to, like, and the Earth appears to be curving, and you go to that place and you measure laser, and you don't find any curvature, which has more validity? A direct measurement or a picture?
Definitely the direct measurement.
Would you like to see those?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Gonna be sitting here for a while.
Are you able to see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So someone else want to go through this? I put the image in at 51 minutes after the hour. Do you see the oil rigs there?
Yeah, oh my god.
Yeah, I do.
If you're talking, Sonny, you've muted yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, I do
I'll
see
just
the oil rig.
continue. Okay, so if you're able to, click on that, and so you can see it enlarged. Do you the first part, the top part, the text is called the modus tollens. It's just a logical statement, and I'll read it to you. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. That's the geometric horizon. So if not Q, in other words, the horizon distances are greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere. So if you look at the image, can you tell me where you see the horizon, which is basically where the sky meets the ocean or the land? Can you tell me if is it before the oil rigs, between, or after?
It looks like it's after.
By Jove, I think he's
so. This is a still
honest.
from a video. Yeah, you're honest. This is a still from a video. We'll provide the video. There's the observer height is 1 foot. You can verify this yourself with the video and see the setup of the camera. So at 1 foot height, the geometric horizon can be no further than 1.22 miles based on the geometric limits of the Earth curve of a radius of a sphere 3,959 miles. So in this image, you clearly stated that, as most of us, we see the horizon behind the oil rigs. Platform habitat is at 9.41 miles. It's easy to say minimally that horizon is at least 10 miles. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the question. Why is this horizon 10 times further than the geometric limits of a ball of that size that we were told?
I don't have an answer for you.
There's no ball.
What the hell? Wait, that's like actually really confusing.
There's no ball.
Earth is not curving at the rate. At 10 miles, listen, at 10 miles, where that last thing is, there should be 70 feet, nearly 70 feet of vertical drop.
Right. And then there's just not.
And that horizon keeps extending out further. And I have another image where I darkened it a little bit more.
Whoa.
Just for contrast. And I posted it earlier. Let me find it again. See, basically what we're trying to do is find a verification for these Earth curve charts that show specific amount of drops in inches or feet to certain distances. So, okay, so this, let me see. Do you see the oil rigs there with the island in the background? Did it go?
Yeah. Right. No, wait, there's a different oil rig picture? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the first one.
No, what I'm showing you is this is a screenshot that I took of the same video. Where did it go? I was trying to load it right now. Hold on.
I have it up, I think. Trace put it in there.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Drace put one in there. The one I put in was at 52 minutes after the hour. So if you just want to scroll up to that one, it's the same thing basically. So the oil rigs that we looked at, Habitat and Hill House, are off to the left side. They're the two oil rigs that are off to the left. Off to the right is an island. Those are those are the Channel Islands located in the Santa Barbara Channel off the coast of California. So from the observer, those islands are minimal 29 miles. So whereas the oil rig, if the horizon was 10 times further at 29, it's almost 30 times further, being able to see those islands 30 times further than the geometric limits of Earth with a radius that I mentioned. That would make that, now the Black Swan, the horizon at 10 times further would make the Earth's radius approximately 264,000 miles. That's only the radius. That's
Holy shit.
That's the end of the argument.
Yeah, so they show us those space pictures with bendy water, and then you go out into reality, and this is what you get. The water doesn't bend. There's no bendy water. It's flat.
Yeah, so let that sink in a little bit there.
It's sinking in. It's marinating. That is crazy.
Splash your face with some water if you need to, or get
I don't know.
Like you can't unsee this now. So,
and this is just one observation, Wesley. There's hundreds, if not thousands, that have been done across the entire world. This is just our favorite.
Wow.
Yeah. So what it means, Wesley, is just as you see it when you go out to the beach, all the horizon is one straight, flat, horizontal, level place. Everything going out from you is going outward in a horizontal fashion.
Right.
So that means that all oceans are horizontal to your location right now. Everywhere on Earth is horizontal in relationship to where you are.
Wow.
Up is up, down is down. Everything is horizontal.
Did you come in here expecting to meet science deniers?
I did not.
Well, that's good.
That's bizarre, man. I just don't know how, like, you think there'll ever be a day where it's generally accepted?
Yep. I do.
Possibly.
I do.
Just depends if it's co-opted by the powers that be.
Yeah, it may actually take a crash in the civilization, which is what we're actually seeing right now. So that was very coincidental to all of us that have been looking into this to 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah,
because we suspected that a civilization collapse was imminent. Anyway, none of us that I know of thought it would happen in our lifetimes.
Nope.
But it seems to be happening right now.
Not until 2020.
There it is. A better way to do it than not being able to prove a ball.
To be honest, I mean, he asked if there was if there'll ever be a day where it's generally accepted. This globe Earth idea, has been promoted. It's less than 100 years old, like, in a popular fashion. Yeah. So, it probably will go back to people like really seeing the Earth for what it is. I hope it will, but maybe not. I don't know. It just depends on how the general public is taught, I guess. I don't know. It's just weird.
I'm going out on a limb here and say yes, it will.
Yeah, I think it might. I mean, if it could turn globe in 100 years, it can turn flat again. I guess in 100 years.
Back around.
Well, I mean, I guess it would have to be incorporated into the education system. So, like,
yeah, it was. People were being taught the Earth was flat in public school up until about 90.
Prior to the modern education system, it wasn't necessarily taught that way. 100 years ago. So it took a long time for them to incorporate this into. They were just building the education system,
right?
So really, for it to be a broad understanding, it took them a long time to actually do this.
With no facts.
With no facts. I mean, it's propaganda and education and shit. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
They used the fallout of the Spanish flu and the world wars to kind of cement it into the education system without people noticing. People were just trying to, deal with the traumas in them situations, them events. So they slid it in underneath everyone. That's how I generally think
there was no general education system like we have today. A little over 100 years ago, it wasn't like that. It's not like what you experience today. So yeah, I mean, it could have been anything back then.
It was certainly in place by the 1950s, though, Helio.
Yeah, sure, but I think it was more in place through propaganda, with the distraction of the wars, than it was actually implemented in school. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what we see, that the people trying to teach heliocentrism were, being taken to court and all that stuff back in the as far as late as the 1920s, wasn't it?
Well, was it 1929 when they came out with the Universal Studios logo of a globe?
Yeah,
before they ever claimed to go anywhere.
With a plane flying the wrong way and everything.
And before all that, they used novels to promote this to the general public.
Yeah, science fiction novels were starting to get popular in the 30s, 40s, 50s. Yeah. So, I mean, all of it's incorporated, and you got to look where the money. It's always you got to look where the money is, right? And the the people that are behind the money and what they want to promote.
I saw $3 billion to fucking Afghanistan. Like there's people living under fucking bridges in America, but you put $3 billion into fucking Afghanistan in the last 5 years or 10 years.
Yeah, sure. And what they were doing in America after the World Wars really became hot, and it kind of fed backwards to the other. After World War II, it was kind of like all the propaganda and the education kind of thing. Kind of, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I think it filtered from the West back through at least the European countries, and I know that the astronomers, the popular astronomers in the Europe were like respected in their discoveries, right, of the globe Earth and planets and balls spinning around, but they didn't. The confidence wasn't totally there for that, and the education system wasn't in place for them to promulgate it, and the propaganda system. So it's just really a modern thing. If you look over the past,
there's no way they could really get it to sink into the public consciousness without the advent of television and movie production techniques.
Right. So I mean, the globe idea actually originated in Europe, but they didn't have the means to actually promulgate it through all these different means, and then with the distraction of the wars over the past couple 100 years, the warmongers, they basically created a prison for your mind about this globe that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, it's a means of control. It's definitely a means of control. Electricity. It hasn't been here very long, right? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, anybody.
As far as human history goes, no, it hasn't been here very long at all.
Ask somebody what electricity is. Nobody can really explain it.
That's not to mention the rabbit hole that is history.
Yeah, that's another fucking rabbit hole. It's just don't avoid rabbit holes at all costs. Try very hard.
Yeah, keep falling into them.
You just don't. Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, where we are. So we've understood, like we're okay. Like I'm the best educated person in the world, but I understand that there seems a lot of rabbit holes. Everything seems to be controlled. It's definitely not a fucking spinning ball. And,
I don't understand how people can think everything is not controlled. The only thing power does over time is consolidate. It's the only way it goes.
Yeah, but because people are, I suppose there's a certain group of people that love to control other people, but
yeah, unless it's actively resisted and fought against, the only
which
way
is what is happening now. Yeah.
Hey, sometimes if you're walking through a field, you'll step on a rabbit hole. You might sprain your ankle, but just don't fall in it. You know what I'm saying?
Step over it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you might be like, "Ooh, is that a rabbit hole or a snake hole? I don't know which one."
Looks like a hole to me.
Or it could be a mole hole. You know, I mean, moles have holes too, right? You know, it's like fucking. You don't want to be talking to the moles, you know.
Gophers make holes, squirrels make holes. Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure that I avoid that hole.
No, anyway, that's funny.
I know we all like to use rabbit holes because it's easy to describe.
Well, it's because
but I see it all as a raising of consciousness and vibration. Yeah, I know. But I see it as we're all rising up in our knowledge and understanding.
The great apocalypse.
The idea that we're falling down into an endless pit, seems negative inherently. But
you like that song, Jimmy? Jimmy just posted one of my parodies on there.
Hey guys, I just wanted to bump in here and say thank you. I'm about to head to bed. I'm super tired from those meds.
Yeah, well, come back. Welcome back. Look at all the information down below the server here. Coming back.
Every reasonable
make sure you come back, Wesley.
Every reasonable person is allowed here.
I'm reasonable half the time.
Make sure you return, bro, because else you're just going to wake up in the morning thinking it was a drug-induced dream.
Yeah, go ahead and go back to sleep. Hey, as soon as you wake up, if you have time, come back in, and then you'll be like, oh, okay. Now it's over.
And Wesley, when you lay down, realize that when you lay down, you're in your bed, realize that you're horizontal, and see if you can sense any movement or motion.
All right, man.
Yeah. Like spinning. I already know that's not going to happen.
Thank you, guys.
So before you go, take this with you. It'd be a good documentary to fall asleep by if you want to. Just 1 second.
Alrighty.
Appreciate.
I'll check it out for sure. Appreciate you guys. You guys are dope.
Sorry.
Once you get past the, it's like a den, man. You're in the hot seat. All these eyes on you. Once you get past that, I like you guys.
All eyes on me.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Treat us with intellectual honesty, we'll treat you with it and respect back. That's all we ask.
I like that.
Everyone that is reasonable is allowed here. When you become unreasonable, then you might get muted or get banned or put in timeout.
Right.
But as long as you're reasonable and
you're good.
Act the exact same way that you have for the past hour and a half, and you'll be fine.
Appreciate that.
Should we give him the seems sincere tag or what?
It's a good
something.
Seems sincere. Still jury. Still deciding.
I wasn't even saying that about you. I was talking for
a sincere tag.
I was just talking for everyone else.
We do, but I mean, he's good. He's good. We just want you to be genuine and
Wesley.
honest. So.
I tried my best.
Check that documentary out. I think you'll appreciate it.
Tell your friends, man.
All right.
These flat earthers are pretty cool.
Subscribe.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I'll see you later. Take it easy.
Later.
Good night, sleep.
The best place on earth to talk about the earth. Flat Earth Discord live.
24/7. 365. We're even in here on Christmas night.
What?
Hell yeah! Every Christmas we have a big show on Christmas. I mean, it's like people spend time with their family and then they get back on here. It's like
man, when they want to get away from the fight.
It's just like a lot of people don't want to be around their family on Christmas. It's like It's either the best time of the year or the worst for a lot of people. So.
It's you, your family, but not your fucking friends.
Still not sure that he didn't have it like intentions of trolling when he first came in here, and still not sure like how it's going to go. However, I am going to say this because it's like this is really I don't know, it's kind of tugging at me, to be honest with you. I am so glad. I'm glad it's this way. Never would I have thought that, because I used to bitch all the time about it. People getting too aggressive, and then now it's like this is 2 nights in a row. And I know, look, I'm not proud of it. However, I am proud of this place because it's like when I am the one that people are saying it is being too aggressive. That's a good thing, I think, maybe.
I thought he was setting us up for an eventual fall. But
I hovered for the first 30 minutes with my finger over the mute button. So.
Yeah.
You guys remembering though he said he got his wisdom teeth taken out and he was on meds.
Truth,
So
I thought
he
you
would have
just
been a
said.
bit tripped out a bit, you know.
Yeah.
It's all good. Though.
Thanks, Jenny.
I don't think he'll forget the whole experience, though. I think he did all right. I mean,
no, I know, but he has a choice to make. You know, it's like I ain't ever going back in there. Just ignore all that and move on with my life.
It's really hard for us to believe that a 17-year-old has that much fucking complex mentis about him. Like, I understand what you're saying. I understand it. It's like he had an idea what the whole argument was about.
You would have
There's
cracked
a little constructive criticism for. He said, "I'm 17. I don't really know much," and then you guys started throwing fluoride and all kinds of shit that he probably never heard of at him, and you already know he's drugged up. I mean, why did you guys do that? That's just freaking weird to me,
bro.
No, and he stepped away and he came back and like he did in the beginning. It's like the ones of you that are thinking that there wasn't any troll vibes. Like when he steps away and he comes back and he's like, "So are all of yous old?" Like do you remember those? Like those little comments that he was making.
No, I didn't. I wasn't listening at that time. I don't think, but So you guys were taking jabs like he was taking jabs. All right.
Well, if he's on it, it's the long con. So.
Not physical jabs, but
he seemed really indifferent in the very beginning to the point where I thought I was listening to like Beavis or Butthead, and I'm not trying to be an asshole saying that, but I was kind of giggling at him for a minute, and then he kind of called me out, and I said, "Dude, I'm not hating. I'm really not. I'm sorry." It's just he sounded disingenuous.
He was feeling us out. We were feeling him out. You know.
Yeah, not gonna lie. When he stepped away and he was away for a while, and then when he finally come back, I was waiting for him to come back with something blowing our eardrums out.
Yeah.
I mean, a 17-year-old on painkillers. I mean, whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Helio. I'm with you on this, Helio. They just a little too much for a fucking 17-year-old kid.
Yeah, well,
it's all good. It's all good. I mean, I'm not trying to criticize anything on anything.
Even my 16-year-old says, "Whoa, slow down. He's young." A lot of times when she's listening to us, she's like, "You got to keep it real basic." He's 17. And
he's never talked to a flat earther before, and he's on drugs.
Right.
Right.
So a good place to start is we're not idiots. We're normal fucking people. And
good place.
If you concede to some truths, like the government doesn't have your best interest out at heart, and people can lie to you, well, that's a good place to build from.
Of course.
Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it, Michael, because it's don't you agree? It's a good thing if I'm the one that's being too aggressive.
Hey,
right.
Michael.
Well, we sometimes forget that these children aren't our Xanax and our Cushos and our,
they're actually
they're not deep into it, guys.
Might actually
you should learn to practice reserve.
As an example, I was about to ask you, Michael, that post I saw in the mod room the other day with Sean Hawkins just calling me and you and freaking these punk bitches won't let us come back in there.
Hey,
he is the worst. Even all the Globies
Matrix kills me.
freaking Sean Hawkins, and nobody wants him to talk. The Globies don't even want him to talk, man.
Matrix don't like me. He says I had to protect the names of the innocent, but it's funny. It's all in good humor because I never.
Well, I mean, like Sean Hawkins.
I never claimed to be
you've talked to
innocent.
him. We've all talked to Sean Hawkins before.
Yeah.
He's a total dick. It's not like we're afraid of him. It's just like
he's not innocent either.
To be fair, though,
nobody wants to talk
to be fair, though, when they start out like that one did, they don't always end that.
But he's not a young
Yeah,
man. He's our age, so that's why I'm just like Sean. Sean. He'll just sit there and talk shit in different chats and message people and so they won't let me back in there because they're scared. It's like, oh, we ain't scared. We just know that you're a dick and we just don't want you to be here because. And I think in half the rooms you go into, they don't want you to be there either because you're just a freaking asshole.
Who's a hotspot expert in here? I got a new phone, man, and my new phone, when I'm using a hotspot, I get a no route error.
What kind of hotspot are you referring to?
Can I just say
it's an Android hotspot on my phone. I can't connect to voice chat while I'm using it.
The very first time Sean Hawkins, I thought crack cocaine.
Sean. I mean, half the Globies don't want to talk to that motherfucker either. But anyway,
mine was meth, bro. I was like, man, this kid's on meth, or he's snorting his Adderall.
Yeah. Forget Sean Hawkins.
Be the limitations of your phone, or
if you're affected by anything, go ahead. Let's do tech support for Mike to get his stuff right.
Yeah, hold on. It could be my phone or my carrier has it set up that way.
You could go into your data settings, see if there's something in your data settings that allow for a hotspot.
Well, the hotspot works. It's just when I'm on it, it shows 72 Mbps, but it won't allow me to.
What, you're trying to hotspot from your phone to something else?
A laptop. Yeah, and it won't let me connect to a voice chat when I'm on the laptop. Not in airplane mode or nothing like that.
Well, of course. I mean, you wouldn't even be able to access the airplane mode.
Airplane mode.
All right, so you're trying to hotspot a laptop from your Android phone, and you have your laptop open?
No, when I turn my hotspot on, I connect with my laptop. It gives me great internet. I get great pings, 30 on the down and 20 on the up. But I just can't connect. I can't connect to a voice chat with it. I get a no route.
You can't use Discord?
I can use Discord. I can type in here. I just can't join any VC on the hotspot. I've got a regular old hotspot, but
hold on. Are you trying to join the VC on the laptop while you're on another? I mean, you can't use two accounts on the same.
I thought I was really specific about this. I turn the hotspot on my phone. I connect with my laptop, and when I'm on Discord on the laptop, I can do everything but join a voice chat.
It could have something to do with the fact that
how the fuck are you talking? Are you trying to join the voice chat on two different?
Oh my Lord, Helio, give it up, man! All these other guys understand. They got input. Let them do it.
Yeah, so
I'm on the damn hotspot, dude.
When I'm on Discord, it's always on my phone, and it utilizes when I go into a VC as if it's like a phone call. Because when I jump in the truck, it picks it up as if I'm like calling from myself, and it plays through the speakers through Bluetooth. So it could have something to do with the fact that you're hotspotting from a cell phone, which is trying to run it through like a voice call, so it might not be compatible with the laptop.
Yeah, it's just a new phone. It's not a new service. My old phone let me do it. I had 10 gigs of data and I could use it all day long. But just connecting my laptop to my phone's hotspot.
Phone's hotspot instead of your Wi-Fi at home.
Yeah, like while I'm on the road.
Okay, so you're using the same laptop but it won't let you connect with the same account.
Same laptop, same service I've always had.
The hotspot.
I just want
a new phone.
Road again.
Just the phone's new. Yeah, this fucking Android.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I guess I'll just go back to the phone place where I got the new Android, and I'll just fucking... I got the newest Android, so...
If it works, don't fucking break it, bro.
I'll just... Well, I got a hotspot that's got fucking 80 gigs a month on it.
I don't want to hear about your hotspot. Fuck your hotspot.
Wait, I mean... wait, you said you have a hotspot at home? Like, is that...
I have a portable hotspot that's part of my same cellular plan. It's on the same cellular plan as my phone.
Digital
but
devices are getting confused what they're connecting to.
No. No.
So right now you're talking to us through your
adapters.
laptop, right? And it's connected to your home Wi-Fi?
No, actually, I'm using my hotspot.
All right, you're using hotspot now.
What is the actual problem, motherfucker? Yeah, I'm just kidding.
So
I was just trying to set up the hotspot on my phone so I could use it on the road in case I forgot my hotspot when I left the house.
So you have a portable hotspot that you can take with you. So if you go on the road,
yeah, that's how I connect while I'm on the road.
And that'll be a cellular data hotspot.
Yeah, see, I get 80 gigs a month with that, and it's only $50. But if I hook up the Wi-Fi that's installed into my truck, that shit's like $130 a fucking month, and I only get 40 gigs.
But you can just plug into your cigarette lighter or your USB charger in your truck and get your freaking portable hotspot rolling while you're rolling, right?
With data.
Oh, yeah, but my hotspot, the battery is like 12 hours worth of life, dude. So you don't really need that.
You don't have to plug it in, but yeah, 12 hours. Yeah, we'll see. They always say that.
Oh no, it says 24 hours. That's what it boasts, but I can only use it for 12, and then I got to recharge it. But see, I got one in the truck, but I can't leave the truck with it. It's only good for about 20 foot from the truck. And that shit's expensive, you know.
So you're trying to work it while you're at home to see which one you can connect to and make sure it works before you actually go on.
Yeah, I was just testing it before I go on the road. Yeah.
All right, cool. I see what you're saying now.
I mean, I don't know why they put them hotspots in that shit, because you gotta pay the fucking automotive manufacturer for the use of their technology. Plus, you gotta pay the other guy for his data.
Damn, I'm on my brother's business account, and I can hotspot off of my phone through his business account, and I never have any problem with it.
Yeah, the hotspot works fine. I'm sure it's just something in my settings.
I can turn the hotspot on. I mean, if I go,
might have to put it on.
I've never had a data issue. I mean, I watch. You already know I watch YouTube all day. I use more data than probably. I mean, a lot of us all use data. Shitloads of data. Yeah. I can hotspot off this phone with another phone while I'm listening to YouTube and listening to music on. It's just like
Hell, I guess I could always just download fucking Discord to my new phone, huh? That's why I got it, so I got more memory.
Maybe you're a tablet or something. You just freaking hotspot off of your phone. Freaking go, hook up your tablet and freaking, that's what I would do if I had, to listen.
Oh, hell.
I don't know what you're trying to do.
I got it right here for you, baby.
I'm gonna download the mobile app, and if
I use probably at least 100 gigs a month.
I'll just use the damn phone.
I use at least 100 gigs a month, over on Verizon.
Discord on a phone can eat your batteries up. It uses batteries up quick, so it's easier.
Yeah, I always have to. That's why I was saying I always have to plug it in. Well, if you hotspot from your phone, you're gonna have to have it plugged in most of the time. Well, if you hotspot to something else, you're going to have it plugged in.
So if we lost the ability to hotspot phones, mobile phones, and we sent out into the forest one day, and nobody had any phones, would you survive?
Well, fuck yeah, I'd survive.
Well, hell yeah, I'd survive.
What do you want to eat?
I just wouldn't be able to talk to you, P-Mac.
Listen, the only question would be, if you're there with me, what kind of meat do we want to kill in the forest and eat, and who's going foraging for the fucking mushrooms?
Rabbits. We're gonna do some rabbits, mushrooms.
Because you can bring back whatever mushroom you want, but if the shit's poisonous, I'm not gonna allow us to eat nothing. I'm gonna throw that shit out and tell you, nope. See these veins? Don't get this again.
Fucking P-Mac.
I got stacks of books on that. I love mushrooms. Chicken of the woods. Mm-hmm.
Can't eat that. Can't eat this.
Well, you can bring back whatever you want, but I'm not eating nothing I can't eat.
There's a simple thing, if you have your phone, if you have a data plan on your phone, which you have business phones, right, Mike? So you can just freaking hotspot off your business phone and with a tablet or something. You
my other phone worked, man. I'll just go ask the kid at the fuck it. That's what I normally do.
Hey, Mike. I use a company called Visible. I got unlimited talk, text, and data for $40 a month flat. That's it. $40. No 43. No tax. No nothing. Flat $40.
You're trying to make it hard, Mike.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's nice.
It's called Visible. They're like a subsidiary of Verizon.
It's a cellular.
Yeah, cellular cell phone. Yeah, and I can use my phone as a mobile hotspot if I want to do that. But it's unlimited data, which is the best part. Because Discord's a hog.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it?
And that could be the thing. I could have a data limit set inside my phone that it won't allow me to use that much at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but do you? You use your business phone for phone calls. You're not using data very much on your business phone, are you?
I just got this phone, bro.
Check your settings. It might be something in your settings on hotspot.
Yeah, it probably is. I probably got a data cap set on my fucking internet usage.
Sure it is, but it's probably 20 to 30 gigs. And for the most part,
I get 10 gigs.
You should be able to hotspot from it, and it should be okay, man.
Yeah, with my plan, I get 10 gigs of hotspot, but there's a limit at what you can use them. That all the phones got data caps in them.
Oh, I'm thinking of Verizon. You're probably not on Verizon. Yeah, my brother. Is it Verizon?
It's a T-Mobile it's a T-Mobile network.
Okay.
Verizon, T-Mobile, same shit. Right?
I'm on Verizon, so they have a higher cap for it, but I've never had a problem with it. And I'm on my brother's business account. I'm one of the phones on my brother's business account.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem from my other phone, but fuck, that phone was 5 years old, man. I got tired of it.
No, yeah, you got to keep up to date with your phones, but yeah, as far as the cap goes, for the most part, if they claim they're going to throttle you, I'm not sure about T-Mobile, but Verizon, they don't necessarily throttle you after a certain point. Yeah, you should be good to go with it, but I'm not saying you should change to Verizon or anything. I don't know much about that kind of stuff.
Data warming and limit.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not sure what it's like.
Well, there we go. See, set data limit. It's on. And it only allows me to use so much, so I can probably turn this off. My hotspot will work. Cool.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Oh, more than likely.
See, I think even though they say they'll throttle you, most of the time it takes them a long time to catch up. And sometimes they'll say they'll charge you for the extra data, but they can't, because you signed a contract saying we're going to throttle you at this point. But it takes them, and it only goes month by month, so they're not even going to catch you actually using more data or whatever.
Yeah, most of my guys love it.
They used to try to charge you for overuse of data, but that's not in the newer contracts.
All my employees get a phone that's got unlimited voice, unlimited text, and unlimited internet on their phone, but their hotspots are only 10 gigs. I paid for that package, and most
but they don't
really happy about that.
They don't charge you over. The throttle
it's a set price.
Yeah, it's a set price, but the throttle is where the limit comes. If they go over, say, if it's 10 gigs limit.
Well, the throttle is in connectivity, but the limit is in data usage per minute.
Yeah, but they don't.
So
they used to try to charge people. They used to try to charge people for going over that, but they actually can't keep track of that. That's what I'm saying. So if they want to throttle it, they're going to have to keep track of all that shit,
my
which
phone's
they
just
actually
got
can't do.
A usage limit to where you can only use so much in so many minutes, and it's set right now. I'm setting it right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like more than likely you're not going to be hit by that throttle.
No, it's just that fucking internet probably uses more than 50 megabits per second, and my usage is set at like fucking 25 right now.
They just tell you that to suck you in and make you go.
I'm not really worried about throttling. It's just sometimes I leave the house and I got a Kindle Fire that I use on my hotspot, and I got a laptop, so I just want to. Sometimes I forget my hotspot.
In my opinion, I think it's very difficult for them
phone.
to throttle every single person that overuses their data or whatever. It's very difficult for them to keep.
Yeah, I never forget my phone. It's just it'd be nice. Like today, I forgot my hotspot, so I couldn't get on until I got home. But I had my phone.
I would love to just walk away and not have a phone. Do you remember the good old days?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey, are there places in Ireland where you can just lick the Blarney Stone and just be like,
and you can look
bling bling.
Hey, let me tell you, when we first got cell phones, when we got those chirp phones and shit, and for the business, I was fishing at 4:00 in the morning, and the fucking phone started ringing. Now I got up at 3:00, so I could go fishing. I was fishing before I went to work. Now I'm fishing 4 in the fucking morning, middle of the lake, and the phone rings. You know what I did with it? I threw that bitch overboard. Fuck you, I'm fishing. I don't give a fuck if you're a customer or my secretary, bitch. I'm fishing. It's 4 in the fucking morning. You don't call me at 4 in the fucking morning.
Hell no.
What does it even mean to pay? Like to use all of your data, pay for data? Like, what does that even freaking mean anyway? They're just regulating. They're just regulating what you send and what you receive.
Right.
Because
I'm
because
trying
it's
to
not
tell you
like
guys.
it's not like you're getting data from them. They're creating a path for you to send it or for you to receive it. It doesn't have anyway, it just doesn't.
When this first came out,
it seems to me like you're buying into the flat Earth model or the globe Earth model.
When this first came out, I mean, the way the internet's set up now, I mean, it's like, with the internet, I mean, all of it's about numbers. I mean, it's about making money.
All around
you
the
have
globe.
access to everything. When it comes to these data plans and stuff like that, they don't really necessarily, unless you're like using burner phones or some shit like that. If you have a plan with a company and they say, "Oh, we're going to give you 28 gigs," for a month,
60
gigs, and then we'll throttle. Well, you have unlimited data, but we're only going to give you 28 gigs. They're not going to throttle you after that. They really, well, as far as my experience goes, they don't throttle you.
At that stage, do people care with the
So if they say, we're going to give you a 28 gig plan, and if you go over that amount, then we're going to throttle your internet down to, a certain amount.
They're going to cut you off.
They're not going to cut you off. They're just going to throttle it, where you don't have as much. It's not as fast anymore.
Yeah, like
it never happens to anyone. So Just don't. I mean, you shouldn't even worry about it. And as far as the hotspot goes, go ahead, guys.
It happens to me every month, Helio. Me and the wife have a shared plan. We got 50 gigs. The moment you go over that 50 gigs, our internet speed on the phone goes from 75 megabits per second to 0.5 megabits.
Which company?
That's
hold on. Since I'm addressing this, which company is that?
I'm with Rogers up here in Canada.
Oh well, you're in Canada. Oh well, it's
we're responsible for Canada, bro.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Within an hour.
Oh, he's on a half a gig now. Apparently, I'm just messing with you.
Within an hour of getting to your cap, they'll have it updated.
I can imagine they built this robot that said, once this guy that we're taking advantage of gets to 50 gigs, boom! You can't talk to nobody. You can't even watch a goddamn YouTube video.
Wait. That's boys.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm out of control.
You can do it.
I'm sorry that happens for you. I mean, find a better company, man. I mean, you might have to pay a little bit more, but some companies don't necessarily keep track of. They'll say, "Hey, sign this contract. It'll cost you about 20, 30 more a month," and they don't really necessarily keep track of.
I suppose
they're not going to freaking throttle you back whenever you hit your data limit. Right. I don't know.
I suppose what the thing is that we're saying is that despite your data limit and whatever else might be going on, we've realized that the Earth is not a globe.
Sure. But I mean, to be honest, I know P-Mac, and you're trying to get me back on focus. But I mean, this was brought up, and we've been talking about it for 30 minutes. But it's just like a certain company. Oh yeah, if you want to be involved here in Discord and you're having difficulties, it's like, I definitely want to be here, but I can't freaking talk in here because it uses a lot of data for me to actually be involved in the conversation. And it's like,
well, where do you make the comparison? What was the difference between having data, being able to talk to on your mobile phone to other people, and where do you make a comparison between
the best thing you can do is have a good.
The Earth is not a globe. I mean,
the best thing you can do is if you're using a phone and you want to be involved in the Discord, connect to your home Wi-Fi connection, and if you want to talk to us, do that through Wi-Fi instead of trying to do it while you're driving around, because it will use a lot of your data. If you're having a problem with that, that's an issue. Whatever, if you have a limited data connection, that's and if you reach your data limit and they throttle you and you won't be able to do it after that,
people become
don't even try to do it. When you're not at home
data and
connected to Wi-Fi,
the internet and to the Wi-Fi, and so if you sever that point that where they no longer can be connected, they would lose their shit, right?
Yeah, homeboys in Canada, I mean, I'm sure they have shittier data connections than we do here. In a Merc.
Well, no, you're talking about.
I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I know.
No, I mean, I'm sure there's some good plans in Canada too that you can find where you can actually, if you want to talk while you're driving down the road, and you should be able to. Well, man.
I suppose.
But I mean, we can't, know who's whatever.
I suppose the point I'm trying to make is, does data really matter when you find out that the Earth is a whole fucking, it's a pile of shit?
No, sure. I mean, if you're personally involved here in this server, this is what we're talking about. If you want to get involved in the server, I mean, this is what we're talking about. We're talking
not a
about
server.
whether or not.
You see, when you say server now, you're talking data.
I'm about to roll it back around. Sure.
Okay.
Yes, this is an important topic, and we're here for the general public. With the YouTube channel, the Discord server, everything, they have an opportunity to join either on Discord or just listen to the YouTube chat.
It's not like we have to try. It's very simple. There's a couple of questions we ask you, and then you realize that you're not living on a spinning ball. It's very, very simple.
Yeah.
People have become so dependent on fucking data and mobile phones, like they can't get their heads out of that shit. And this
is it's actually kind of fortunate for us though, PMAC, because a lot of people that would never even come across this have found us, and we can say, hey, do you think the Earth is a stationary plane or third rock from the sun, right?
Yeah,
so I mean, it sounds like you were kind of saying, hey, it's bad that all we have is the internet, and I mean, in modern times we kind of have to use this platform to actually introduce people to what we're talking about. So why are you trying to go somewhere else with this?
Right. No, I see what you mean. Yeah. The technology. If there was no technology, you would never heard of me. You would never met me, which would be a travesty because I'm fucking amazing. But yeah, no, I know.
Well, that's true.
Well,
yep. Yes.
That is actually PMAC is the most amazing person I've ever met here on the 24/7. No, I think you are amazing.
I love you, buddy, but you've said that a lot.
I'm lying now. Sorry.
What I've said, PMAC, awesome.
PMAC, sorry. Go ahead, buddy. I fucked up. Go ahead.
No, I fucked up.
No.
So it's
sir.
Technology. It's technology, bro. It's technology. It's like how do you get away?
Hey, Gladflow, before you continue, PMAC. Yes, PMAC and I are we're drunk on here on.
We have a history.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and a lot of you guys aren't, and so it's it's a different thing.
Oh, I was just poking the bear, partner.
I know, and that's okay. And I'm going to tell you what, it's no fucking secret that me and
dude,
PMAC
when we finally meet, I'm going to tickle the shit out of you, and you're going to have to be okay with that.
I'm gonna probably punch you in the tickle spot.
Well, you know what? That's just how a fella gets to know another fella. You know what I mean?
I won't punch you hard, but it's just like.
Do you know how to keep a bear?
I'm not gonna tell you where my tickle spot is, but anyway, me and PMAC,
just make sure it's not a tongue punch in the fart box.
Tongue punch? No, it won't be that. I guarantee you that much.
Nobody mentioned us pot smokers. Now I feel left out. Damn it! I'm usually high in the motherfucker.
No, I just kind of I like with. We were talking about freaking cell phone coverage, and then we're talking about flat. And PMAC and I, are drunk brothers, and in that sense. But I just want to say, as far as the data conversation about the cell phones and stuff like, I mean, it's very different for different people across.
Let's
the
focus
plane,
on that. Yeah, it's a strange focus.
It's a lot of muscle slamming into itself,
and the cell phone coverage and hot spotting. None of that has anything to do with
like almost 400 pounds of solid muscle.
Plane, but
wait,
hold on, PMAC. How tall are you?
Nearly 6 foot.
Yeah, I'm about 5'11". So, dude, we're both of us together. We're probably about as big as friggin' Postspiracist posted in there, we're not as studly as those fucking guys. And that GIF that Prospiracist just posted,
but we weigh at least as much.
Probably.
And
that's okay.
I'm just wondering.
Hey,
Let
me throw
in a quick not I. You'd have to get me wet, and I probably still don't weigh as much as most.
Yeah, I know you a skinny ass motherfucker, Michael.
I'm a skinny motherfucker, yo.
I didn't notice that, Michael. You are a skinny ass motherfucker.
I probably
body
eat more.
types, man.
I probably eat more than all of you, though. Honestly,
it's like I work with some.
How many of you can sit down and eat 2 steak dinners, one right after another? Veggies, corn, green beans, and a steak and potatoes.
I used to be able to. I can't now.
I can't eat that much either. Yeah,
I can eat 2 steak dinners, but let's preference it that I might not have ate all day long while I was working.
Well, exactly. It's like even if I usually don't eat all day, and I still can't eat that much. I can only eat like a half a steak dinner.
I'd like to try.
I've ate 2, and then a half hour later wanted donuts, and had to fight. I fight 2 cats and a pit bull for donuts.
Oh, you half hour?
Yeah,
So
half hour after 2 plates, dude.
Sometimes I can eat a lot. I mean, it's like maybe once a month I can actually eat a lot, but for the most part, I just nibble, man. I'll like, I barely eat a whole fucking cheeseburger.
Somebody needs to clip Helios saying that. Nibble.
What is that? I can nibble. No, I was just saying, I can barely eat a whole cheeseburger, man. It's just like...
you like to nibble? What is it?
Nibble.
Do you like to nibble?
Nibble.
When I go to Hardee's is one of the only fast food joints I'll eat. And when I go there, I'll get 10 fucking beef and cheddars, and I'll eat 5 myself. Quick.
Michael's eating right now. I can hear it.
You mean Arby's?
He's eating shit, bro.
Yeah.
You mean Arby's?
Yeah. Arby's is tasty. It's really unhealthy.
You said Hardee's, but you mean Arby's, right?
Yeah, I meant Arby's. Yeah.
I thought you
yeah,
meant Arby's.
I'm eating right now. Yep. And I'm thinking about that.
I can hear that, Michael. How do I know that? How's the moves taste?
I'm eating stew. Big fucking butter bowl full of stew. And I'm still, since I mentioned that beef and cheddar and I got 3 in the fridge, I'm thinking about them.
I like the Arby's au jus sauce.
But dude,
good stuff, man.
I worked since 4:30 this morning.
I'll bathe in that shit.
All I had for breakfast was scrambled eggs and toast and a cup of coffee. I'm fucking hungry right now.
14 hours.
You'll bathe in that? You want him to nibble on you?
Back
to Mississippi.
He's gonna fill a bathtub full of au jus. Like,
yeah, and just marinate, right?
Why else would you bathe in something?
Beef and cheddar is better. You remember that old Arby's commercial? Beef and cheddar is better.
It is.
Freaking bathe in a bath of au jus and just have the Arby's beef and cheddar sandwiches sticking around.
I got home at like I got home at 20 to 10, and my daughter said, "You stink," and I said, "Yup," and I'm gonna stink for a minute because I'm eating first.
Oh my God, beef and cheddar make you smell like shit. Hey, we got G.E. Platypus saying that he did an observation last night that reinforces his glow stance. What do we think?
I
looked down. He tilted his head down and looked at his nads and seen the curvature of his testicles.
I think
whatever he observed.
One eclipsed the other, and he said, "Holy shit, the globe model's real."
I think Truth Prevails wants to guess. I think Truth Prevails wants to guess.
No, I'm just going to guarantee you, whatever it is that he observed is sky.
It's some dumb.
Doesn't matter what he observed, but I want to hear about it. I want to laugh a little bit, have a good time. What do you think?
I didn't want to get on voice over it, but
I ain't had a good laugh all day. Come on, bro.
All right, so like,
feed me Seymour.
If so, I should probably preface this by saying I was looking at the sky again.
I knew it. Told you.
If what? if what?
Bless America.
Don't say if Earth was flat, this wouldn't
Started
happen.
out with if.
Just
If
tell us
Earth
what.
was a globe, if
Just
Earth
tell
was
us what
flat.
you observed.
Guys, let him
bro.
get it out,
Okay,
please.
so-
Let him get it out.
All right, sorry.
I would say
Don't get muted.
I'd say at the very least the thing that I saw definitely doesn't lead me to believe that like the stars are also on a plane over our head.
A plane.
Which is like, you know what I mean? Like
wait, the plane over your head. Who said that? Do you
That's
have,
what I'm wondering.
Well, okay, I get that from some people on here because I get multiple explanations.
The cosmic
for
sphere?
how the skies or how the stars do what they do.
Are you saying
the
some
cosmic
flat
sphere?
earthers?
Hold on.
Are you saying some
hold
flat
on.
earthers?
Let him make his claim first, and then
Come on, man. Let me ask my damn question. You said hold on twice, and I kept going. Are you saying that that what we see above, somebody told you, was a flat disk of heavenly bodies spinning around above us?
What?
You said plane.
Who told you what?
You said the plane above. That's what I want to know. Who said it was a flat plane?
No, nobody
of stars.
Oh, that was. I'm trying to look. I even watched a video on it. It was somebody throwing the personal dome thing out, or at least how it appears that way.
Oh, it was some
Isn't
fleur
that
fleur
still
on the
the
internet.
sky?
Okay. Let's hear it now then.
Yeah, it is still the sky. So, like, if the stars were moving, and I apologize for the way I'm talking tonight. I'm not particularly feeling good, and I have no alcohol. So, if the stars, because we all know the stars move through the sky.
That's what we observe.
Correct. But if they were moving as they got further away from you, or at least as you perceived, like closer toward the horizon, as they got farther away from you,
would change?
No, not the angular size, but the angular distance between two different stars from the same point should slowly get smaller.
So you what you're saying is, as they drifted away, if we were on a flat plane, the stars should appear to be closer together.
No. I specifically preface this by this doesn't really have anything to do with
what angular
specifically
distance
the shape of the
imply.
Earth,
Mike,
but more like.
Can we let him finish his claim before we really get into?
Bro, what's wrong with being specific? When you say angular distance, you're implying that there would be a shortening of the angular distance between the two heavenly bodies. That's the only thing I'm asking.
I'm thinking he's about to get into stellar parallax, but
No. Like because I was out 2 different times last night, and I took 2 stars. I forget their names, but they're the 2 stars in the Big Dipper that you can line up, and it'll point toward the North Star.
North Star.
So, I took 2 of them, and I have a protractor now because I was walking through Walmart and saw them, and I'm like, you know what? I talk about doing simple shit with a protractor all the time. I should probably buy one. So I did. They're $1. And as crude as that was, those 2 stars are really easy to identify, and they're actually kind of far apart. Like, let me get my words here. So, looked at one, looked at the other, looked at the distance between them angularly. What's
I hate to do it. Listen, bro. You can't remember their names, but they're easily identified. How do you know what you're identifying if you can't remember the name?
Because
Dube
when you,
and
Mike,
Marat.
because when Mike, okay,
North Star. I think.
I got that.
No,
you
the
buy
2
a
that
tool from
point at
Walmart for $1.
the 2 that point at the North Star are Dube and Marak, or Marak, however you want to pronounce it. So to identify these stars, you actually have to know their position, and you would get that from knowing their name.
Or I've just always known what the Big Dipper looks like in the sky, and it's really easy to find the Big Dipper in the sky. Thanks for telling me the names. I'll try to remember them, but it's not like I had to know the name of those two stars to know how to find the Big Dipper.
So what you're saying is the distance between those two stars should appear to shorten as it reaches the horizon. Is it?
Well, as they get further away from me, they should. And as they get closer to me, that angle should increase.
Well, that depends on the distance that they're at, the size that they are. Listen, those all you have to do an equation for that, and to do that equation, you need to know the size of what you're viewing and how far away it is to know whether or not it's a large enough change to affect the angular distance.
I don't even think that's his claim, because he said that the only reason
he did say
everyone
angular distance.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, he said, that he figured out where the Big Dipper is in the sky. You can observe the Big Dipper year round in the sky. Everybody knows that. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you can see the Big Dipper. Everyone
to say that the angular distance should change as they move farther away from you what you're saying is that it's at an absolute distance and it's moving an absolute distance that would affect the angular distance.
Well, there's only two choices here. Either they do change in distance.
There's a third choice. You could quantify this and show me in math that it should. Do you know the equations?
Well, the ending of my story here was that they didn't appear to change at all. At least,
well, I'm not buying the premise that they should or they shouldn't because we don't know.
That's our point.
So it's like this: if they're 300,000 miles away and they barely change 300 miles one way, 300 the other, then absolutely no, it shouldn't change. But if they're 50 miles above us and they're large as hell and they move 25 miles, then absolutely it should change. But you haven't even clarified that it should or should not change, whether on a globe or a flat surface.
Look at it from my
because
point of view.
It's all relative. It's all relative to distance. And there's an equation for this.
Mike, look at the other side of the coin for a second, though. How far away would they have to be?
That's the only side of the coin you... Listen, your premise is that it didn't and it should.
Hold on.
But to say it should, it needs to be quantified.
I didn't say it didn't and it should. I said it didn't.
All right, cool.
Okay, because
for it to matter,
Mike, you and Helio interrupted me a couple of times.
Oh my God. For it to matter either way, the distances need quantified, the size and the ratios. So
and that's impossible.
Or not it should
that's
or
impossible.
The point's null and void anyway because it didn't
quantify distance. You cannot do it. It's impossible.
Well, the point is null and void.
It's impossible to quantify the distance. So I just want to point that out. It's possible to quantify.
Yeah, we're not talking about a ship that's 300 foot long and 25 miles from you, and then maybe it traveled another 50 miles from you, in which case we could easily say, yeah, it should change in angular distance.
No, you're right, Mike. We're just talking about celestial objects that
we are. And when you say move away, move away only applies or even matters if it's a large amount of movement. If it's a minuscule amount of movement relative to the actual distance it is, then it doesn't even matter. Because you would see no difference in angular size or angular distance. And you wouldn't expect to.
See, I strongly disagree with that. I disagree. I think if you catch
disagree, but you don't have any evidence for it, man.
I think if you catch
those
things,
disagree all you want, but it's been quantified that angular distance and angular size are relative to the distance from the object and the size of the object being observed. It's demonstratable and quantifiable. I thought math was reality. Ooh, silence. Does that mean I get a chicken dinner, and who the hell's cooking it for me? I'm still hungry.
Math is reality.
You're asking me if math is reality?
Math is reality.
Well, no, that wasn't the entirety of the question, and
No, man. It's like Platypus
the
came
point
in
is that
a straw man that he thought he could throw something at us as if we didn't really understand. Go ahead.
Listen, the point is we came up with equations by observing objects from known distances with known sizes. And then we inferred how much a known distance and a known size through quantification should change in angular distance and angular size, even in arc minutes. So if we don't know the distance or the size, we really can't apply these equations to them to say whether or not it should. So it's not a logical inference.
I would say that would be
quantified.
really. Hold on, Mike. I'd say that would be really sound reasoning if, when I did that, I was noticing some sort of.
It's not about
change.
what you notice.
Because then
it's about whether or not it's a known size or a known distance that you can quantify. Now, if it's not a known size or a known distance that you can quantify, it's illogical to make said claims against anything.
Yeah, I would recommend
how it should act.
Mike, it would be illogical to make any claims based on size and distance if I was noticing a change.
Nobody here. Hold on, Mike and Platypus. You're the one that came in and made the claim. We're just telling you why it cannot be true.
I'm addressing it. So whether
go ahead and go back and listen to what you said. Tomorrow when
here's the problem. You can't logically say whether it should change or whether it shouldn't until you know the distance you observe it from and you know the size of the object. So to even say that, hey, this implies towards that way or this way or it shouldn't be like that, you can't demonstrate it shouldn't be like that because you don't know the distance or the size. And these things are demonstrably quantifiable by size and relationship of distance. They coincide.
Correct.
Yeah. Platypus, this is a failed argument, bro. You're just not even. You didn't really give us anything to work with, and we're not necessarily trying to take the piss out of you, but it's so easy. But bro,
Helio, I don't give a fuck if that is what you're doing. I've been here long enough that I don't. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's just like what do you do? Sit around 24 hours a day trying to come up with ideas how to debunk flat earthers? Is that what your fucking job is? Is that what it is?
No, but I do think about it a lot when I'm driving to and from work.
Okay, well, your arguments are gross. They're grossly misunderstood even by you. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. You just bring some crazy nonsense in here, and nobody can actually follow the conversation. I mean, I like you, dude, but you don't even really understand the globe or how it compares to. I mean, we don't. There is no flat Earth claim necessarily. Of course, we see the sun, moon, and stars moving around, above us in the sky, but that what you just brought up absolutely proves that you are just pulling shit out of your ass.
No idea what you're talking about. Willis?
Yeah, I mean, Platypus, I mean, and I mean, you must be shameless. I'm shameless when it comes to loving the globe. I'll be anything I need to be. I must be sitting in a corner in my grandma's basement and just acting like some shithead that believes the globe, even though I have no evidence. Sorry, I'm gonna have to take the piss out of you. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I live with my mother, so I mean, even though I said, "Boom, you live with your grandma or whatever," I live with my mom. But she hates when I talk about flat Earth. But I'm going to talk about flat Earth on here. But you, platypus is another guy. Platypus, man, you brought in here an argument that doesn't prove anything about a globe. And you pretty much wasted everybody's time that didn't even really show
Thanks.
the globe or the flat. Pretty weird ideas, bro. Some weird shit. What you get?
I'm a weird guy. What can I tell you?
Yeah, I'm kind of weird too. So okay, so we were talking about the.
Settle the fuck down, would you?
Why don't you settle the fuck down, you motherfucker?
No. Don't you send me that mess.
Hey, you talking to me, Glaflow, or are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe.
Platypus?
Maybe you should settle down. What do you think?
I probably should because.
All right.
I get triggered by platypus sometimes. It's all good.
That's okay. We're all human beings. We're all children on the inside, aren't we?
We're children of Earth. The
also
creation.
true.
We're all human beings on the inside. I'd say we're all
human children.
beings on the outside too.
I said children.
Okay. All right, I misheard you.
We're all adults on the outside right here in the 24/7.
Well, we try to be. It's a facade, though. We're all, adult, child. We're the same person. You know what I mean? Just a little bit more refined, I guess.
Hey,
later.
Hey, Glaflow, sometimes I misbehave.
That's fine, dude. It's all good. All good, dude. I'm not fucking concerned trolling for anybody. I was making a joke, bruh.
Helio only misbehaves when he drinks.
Oh, wait. Which is all the time. So what the fuck you got?
Time.
Yeah, it's pretty much
you go
all
to work.
the time.
You don't drink at work.
Yeah, I go to work. Well, but when I'm working, I can't fucking talk on here. So whatever. Platypus, what you got on what you?
Helio, do you have to be drunk to talk to me? That's messed up.
Oh, I don't have to be drunk to talk to you. Dude,
I'm kidding.
But
no,
for
I'm
the
kidding.
most part, I'm usually drinking when I'm on here. But anyway, so Platypus, what is this?
You, bruh?
What is this? Shit, Platypus left. Whatever.
No, yeah, he did.
Well, it doesn't matter.
He'll be back.
Hey, and if I was to be embarrassed about this, that shit's over. I mean, everybody knows I get drunk, whatever. So what do you guys think about Platypus's argument? Since
it's the sky.
Did he have a real argument?
Sky.
It was so dumb.
It's the sky.
He needs to climb a tree.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah. You have to say Black Swan.
Black Swan. I'm not gonna say Black Swan like that, but dude, I mean, I was trying to come up with a different thing that would be like the same as Black Swan, but like an overarching thing that would be like the overarching.
Don't you dare say dome.
Hey, remember when Rand Paul mentioned
you already know
flat
I'm not
Earth?
going to say dome, but whatever. Go ahead.
Remember when Rand Paul mentioned flat Earth? Well, something
it
came
was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Well, something came in my recommended earlier today, and I was like, wonder what he's saying here. So I just clicked on it, and sure enough, within the first few minutes, he said something about a black swan. I'm telling you, he did.
What?
No shit. Like, I know he's not referring to what we're referring
to. They keep bringing
However,
up flat Earth in the Congress.
He said
all the time.
it's like the same person says flat Earth and black swan. Kind of makes you think, makes you wonder.
Keep bringing that shit up in Congress all the time. I mean, patience is a virtue, but at the same time, that doesn't necessarily have to be true here. But at certain points, it can or cannot be, because we can be destroyers of the universe. With the fake universe, we can destroy the.
Does he say the words flat Earth? I'm looking for the video.
Are you talking about Rand Paul?
I'm talking about Rand Paul.
Oh, you haven't seen that video yet? Oh shit!
I haven't seen that video
you
yet.
haven't seen it live? He did.
I haven't seen the video yet.
Dude, he was roasting this fucking guy.
He was roasting him.
Roasting him about the.
I'd like to see this video.
He was just like, yeah.
Is there a way I could view this video?
He just called him
Yeah,
out
sure.
and said, "Well, you're calling everyone flat earthers." Like he
But
literally
listen,
said that. He said it
go
3
ahead.
times.
He doesn't say it in a good way though. He says it as if
I know it, but he
I mean,
still
I know,
said it.
I know, but he still says it. But he says it as if it's an insult, right? To
They're working it in. Trust me, dude.
Yeah,
They have to tell us eventually. They're working it into the narrative. Okay.
Yeah,
That's all
he
they're
was
doing.
calling him out, saying, "Hey, you were calling somebody that would deny the vaccine or the virus or mask or whatever. It's like you're calling them flat earthers.
You might as well be a flat earther. Got it.
Yeah, he might as well. Yeah, that's what happened. He did that in front of Congress.
That's fine. Listen, how many times did he mention it? Did someone say 3?
I think he said it 3 times.
more than that, I'd say.
No, it was
I mean,
more.
I
It was
believe
like the
he
whole
said it 3
fucking
times
speech
within
was
like a minute.
4 or 5. Like, it was like within a few minutes. He's like, he kept saying flat earther, flat earther. Right, he kept saying.
Yeah, like I said, they're gonna still toe the line. 94% of the line.
No, it's
you know,
true,
they're
man.
just easing back, and then eventually they're just gonna tell us like, that's pretty much flat.
Let's just brush it under the rug.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but anyway, Earth's flat. But check out this alien invasion, dude.
Yeah, I think this is the one where he talks, where he says the word black swan. I think that's it. And then someone else can share with him where he says flat Earth, because I don't have that one.
I gotta find the flat Earth.
They're talking about it, man. A lot of people.
Dude, they've been talking about it. I mean, this is not the first time they said flat Earth in Congress. I mean, they've been saying it the whole freaking time. You know, it's 6 years they've been talking about flat Earth in Congress every once in a while. Not a big deal. I mean, it is a big deal to us because we're flat Earthers, but at the same time, it's a big deal to everyone else because it's a trigger term. Now, Earth itself is not flat. Flat is not a shape. It's a realm. This is where we live. So, we're not the third disk from the sun and all that kind of shit, you know? Like, no, we're all living on Earth, you know. But anyway, if you guys, please tell me if I get out of control and tell me to
You're not getting out of control, partner.
I won't be
offended.
offended.
A little bit. That's okay. This is your fucking chat as much as it's anybody else's, sir.
Yeah. It's just so frustrating over the times that you know since I've figured this stuff out, building, finding all this information, going through different platforms, trying to find people that really want to talk about this. And to be honest, at the end of the day, we don't all agree about spirituality and physicality and freaking psychology and all that kind of shit. We're all different. We're people that live on a level stationary plane. I would call it a level stationary plane, but I say the term flat Earth to trigger people. Because it's not a flat Earth. That's why.
Because again,
it's like sharks look, blood in the water, right? It's not a flat Earth because flat is 2D, right?
You know why I get such negative attention is because people are afraid of it being correct. Oh no! Oh shit! You guys done fucked up now.
That's true.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I use the term. I mean, obviously the Earth is not flat because flat is 2D.
Hey, yes, it is. I'm just fucking.
Oh, is it? All right. Well, you want to tell me how Earth is flat?
Helio.
Anyway,
you're sounding a lot like a Glober right now.
Oh, this is so. I'm so scared.
I'm scared of everything. Everything's very frightening.
If the Earth is flat, how do seasons work?
Oh my god.
Where's the egg?
There's a gift for that, I'm sure.
Dude, I got 1 million of them. Hey, I got 1 million of them. It's like some freaking Ronnie Dangerfield shit.
Hey, you get 1 million of them.
Hey, if the Earth is flat, how do you have time zones over here? I mean, goddamn. I mean, if the Earth is flat, I mean, what do you think about the tides over here? I mean, I got tides everywhere over here on the Earth, right here. I mean, if the Earth is flat.
That's funny. Shadows.
How about them fucking shadows on the moon? I mean, god dang. Oh, shit. What else? What's another one? Give me a good one so I can do it in an Italian accent.
I don't know. I'm speechless.
I know. It's just. I mean, their arguments are the standards, but they're if they have the standard arguments, that's the beginning, right? We used to think that as well, right? So then we start to say, hey, well, actually, it even goes to an advanced globy thing where they'll have some type of argument about the tides or the sextants or planar surveying, which you can't planar survey over a globe, so that's a fucking contradicting in terms. And then we're gonna what the hell are we supposed to do with these fucking people,
I time-stamped it, so it should play right before he says.
I want to do a planar survey over a globe. Let's see what happens here.
Won't get very far, I'll tell you that.
Well, you won't get very far. I mean,
you won't get if you expect it to curve.
When you survey, you go from one point to another, and then you survey, and that's a planar survey.
Curve.
You can't planar survey over a globe.
It is so apparent we can't even find it. Nuts.
That's perspective. Don't tell anybody.
Tell everybody, shit.
Weird thing is though,
level and plumb, level and plumb, 90 degrees.
When he does say it though, it has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with the black swan. Like not even in their terms. Like it's not according to what the logic of the black swan or the argument, And I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm saying you could apply it to anything, right? But it's not even in the context of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Because
you mean to tell me nobody likes the GIF I posted?
Which one?
Oh, man, taking a drink of orange juice or Tang. Doesn't he look? He loves what he's doing. Look at that. Yeah, so refreshing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's probably a glober.
Man, he looks like a.
If you ask him, do you think the Earth is a globe or flat? He'd be like, "That's just a globe."
No, this is how he sounds. I don't know. I just want some orange juice. Yeah.
Is that orange juice or Tang? It's probably Tang.
It looks like Tang. Oh, he's so happy after he drinks that. It's so fucking funny. I'm sorry.
Man, you guys give me so much shit. I mean, it's like I have to be in the mood to really freaking I'll just go start roasting. I don't know. And a lot of it. Whatever.
Children of the Globe, huh? Yeah, it's too bad. Hey, that guy earlier. What was his name?
Final sacrifice.
Wasley?
Who was that?
Was it Wesley?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. There.
He was. I still don't know about him, but if you take just like the transcript from that conversation, it looks good. Looks good on paper.
Does.
Isn't there a horror movie?
We have someone sitting in here right now without a row.
Oh, it sure prevails.
Their account is old as 2017. We'll see.
Don't be scared.
Kobacon? You could probably say it better than I can, Glad.
I don't know. I'm just messing and guessing here.
I ain't gonna lie, Jimmy. Sometimes that happens.
Kabakan, you're unmuted.
You know, honestly, Steve Austin got like maybe a drink and a half out of that whole deal. Like that's not a badass thing to do. It's a waste of fucking 2 beers, bro.
To be honest, I pay attention to every freaking drop that comes into my body.
I know. Look how wasteful Steve is. This is bull. That's bull honking. Kids watch this. Kids are learning to waste beer.
You said Steve Austin, and Helio said, "We do have the technology." I'll pay attention to every drop, bro. We have the technology.
Yeah, Michael, you should be proud of me. I bought a bottle of 1800 silver tonight.
Damn, is that the only thing you drank?
No, I drank a few beers, but yeah, I've been drinking some 1800 silver.
Oh, so you ain't drank the whole bottle then? That 1800's ass.
No, I bought a half gallon. I ain't gonna drink the whole goddamn thing.
Oh, fuck yeah, you'll have that for a minute.
Yeah.
If Kabakan's not gonna speak up, I'm gonna put you back on mute.
I got an aunt that'll come out there with an expensive cup set and share it with you right now.
She might spend some time with me then, huh? I mean, what's she look like?
65 years old. You fill her glass, she'll start making goulash or glunkies. I guarantee it.
All right, well, I mean, is she
that's not necessarily the best thing about somebody.
65 or
Kabakan, you just kind of got to jump in.
I got a sister that comes out here and makes me all kinds of food, but my aunt does too. When she runs out of liquor, she'll come out here and want to drink 2 or 3 glasses of liquor and then try to drive home. And I'm like, you know, you're not fucking driving home. I got a flatbed. I put her car on the flatbed. I take her home, you know. But she'll want to come out here and drink and then get a box full of liquor. All these were only half full, Mike. I'm keeping these. And like, she's gonna drive home.
What do you do? Like a weekly trip to the liquor store so your family can come out and just fucking take all your
No,
liquor?
I got a lot of liquor, Helio.
I
got my own bar, man. When I was a drinker, man, I'd spend some money money.
Hey, don't be surprised.
Every
day,
week.
Mike, if I don't just show up at your house one day and be like, I told you I was going to show up.
Look, the minute
I ain't bringing nobody, but it's just going to be me. And be like,
the minute I said, I had a drink in 6 months. I had like 15 family members at a family reunion say, "Hey, I'll be out later. Hallelujah. Good work on that. What you doing with that blue label you got? I know you still got some, boy. What you doing? Let Unc get a bottle of that."
You guys just hop up into BC check-in. I'll follow you up.
My aunt comes out here, bro. I go out there and just put her car on the car hauler. I already know what's up. Just like, yeah, fuck, I might as well load this. I mean, it's so bad.
I'd love to hang out on your farm, bro, man. I ain't gonna say I'll definitely let you know if I'm gonna show up.
Oh, before 2025, I'm heading there too. I don't care if I have to pay to be there, Mike. I'm coming hanging.
My aunt is so bad like that. I went to Arizona one time to get a car, you know. And I brought it home and I got it off the trailer. And I was all happy. I pushed it right in the barn, you know, and I go to working on it. I come out the barn and there's a Cadillac on my car hauler. I was like, what the fuck? It took me a minute to realize what was up. I said, well, my aunt's here. I said, but who put the fucking Cadillac on the car hauler? So I go in the house and my daughter's like, did I get her on there right, Dad? I put the chain binders on her and stuff. Did I get her right? And I checked it all. I was like, you put that on the car hauler? She said, well, I only watched it 1,000 times, old man. I was like, yeah, That's good. Then you know what's up. When Auntie, she said, "Oh, Dad, she left the door open. When I went in the driveway, the car was still running. The radio was on it. And I went in the house because she was out riding her quad. And Aunt Ruby was drinking a bottle of wine. She already pulled 3 bottles of wine down. Just left the door open, car running. I mean, she was. I'm not gonna lie. My aunt was probably drunk before she headed to the house. But I've told her, look, just call. Now I got her on. Just call and I'll come get you. And
that's
I
some
take
party
you home
shit
anyway.
right there.
So.
That's some party shit.
Call on me, baby.
Yeah. Hey, listen. And the funniest part is this old lady, when she gets the feeling, she'll look at me and go, "Rack 'em, bitch." And I racked the table for this old lady because she's one of the only motherfuckers I know that can actually win against me without me letting her.
Rack the table like shots.
Can I ask?
Rack the balls up. If she drops a ball on the break, dude, it's over.
Pool table.
65.
Never mind. I thought you were talking about.
Hey, listen. Her hands will be shaking the whole time she's
Probably do
lining
that
up.
too.
But when she goes to stroke that fucking ball, it'll be perfectly straight.
She hit your
Are you
ass
picking
on
that
the
language
ball?
for a certain reason, or
Can I run a joke by you?
do it?
Let's do it. Right?
A joke by you.
All right, P-Mac, this better be good. P-Mac,
I'm going to be the translator.
Listen, I'm going to try. So you can make it funny out of everything. Like,
I think we need crack villain for translation.
Hold on, dude.
Hold on, I'm understanding him.
Translator. Go ahead. I'm just fucking with P-Mac. I have to. Come on, man. I'm
trying, bro. But you
all right, P-Mac, what's your joke?
Joke? No, it's not really a joke. It's kind of a spiel. Okay, so you can make a joke out of anything, right? So you can make a joke out of anything. So make a joke out of abortion, right?
No.
No,
hang on.
No, if you're gonna make an abortion joke, I just don't think that's.
I'd rather not.
I can't make a joke out of that one. I'll try. I'll think it long and
I
hard.
could
I'll
probably think of.
Well, that's why I'm going to, and you don't have to try. Just fucking.
All right, you better try. If it's
listen,
not good, then it's just
the only
not
joke I could make out of that is an insult, and I could say you're the poster child for abortions don't work. But that's not a funny ha-ha joke. That's an insult.
That's up to you, bro. But
Yeah,
I'm just trying to fucking get my material out here, bro. Listen, abortion, right? So you can make a joke out of anything, something, right? So anything really bad, abortion, right? So hang on a minute. Pregnant
P-Mac, make it quick.
You're
Do
not
it.
listening. You're not fucking getting it, bro. Right? Hang on. So I can make a joke out of abortion, right? Hang on. Pregnant pause.
Oh, that was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. That was not bad for an abortion joke. I ain't gonna lie. That was a pretty.
Did you say pregnant pause?
Yeah. I thought that wasn't
does
too
that mean?
bad. Hold on. Pregnant pause.
Abort. It means abort, bro.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad one, P-Mac. I like that.
Helio, was he even done with the joke?
I still like my post. I like my post.
Well, okay, P-Mac. Was that the end of the joke? Hold on, P-Mac. Was that the end of the joke?
No,
you're living proof abortions don't work.
I knew it.
It was just the beginning.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Yeah. So abortion. You can make a joke out of abortion, right? So everybody shuts up.
Last chance, P-Mac. I swear to God.
So
dude, pregnant with pause. I thought that was the end of the joke.
What?
Go ahead.
It was pretty good. You enjoyed
pause
that?
What?
Did you laugh? Right. So yeah, you must be expecting something.
What?
You must be expecting something.
You should have stopped at pregnant pause.
Yeah, but I mean,
abortion's a joke. He aborted the joke, man. You guys don't get it.
Okay.
You were expecting something? Well, the joke got aborted. Fuck you.
We've hit a bump in the road. so we've
I
hit
get
a
it.
bump in the road. We've hit a bump in the road. Okay, that's it.
Wait.
No, that's you're trying to combine different jokes all together. No, but you said one joke, and then you're trying to combine.
He aborted the joke.
Jokes.
He aborted the joke,
it?
bro.
Said, what,
the joke got aborted.
Are you
he made a
expecting
joke
something?
out of it. Wait,
a good
hold
joke.
up.
I'll give you some
Premature
credit for that
pause.
one, PMAC. But
Premature pause. Hold up. Wait.
So we're finna
Oh,
bump the road?
you're expecting something. You don't get it.
There's a bump in the road?
Well, how do you keep a moron in suspense?
That must have been a hard one.
I'll tell you in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that was good. I just moved it up.
Dude, I like the first one. Pregnant pause. That was. He should have stopped
Part of
there.
the whole joke, Helio. The whole thing.
I
You
know.
didn't listen to it.
Yeah, I know it was really good. Pregnant pause.
And look, the joke got aborted.
I didn't abort that joke. I just didn't like
That's
the other
the punchline. Wait, you must have been expecting something.
I must have.
That's exactly. So how do you make something so funny out of something like an abortion? Pregnant pause.
And you go, wait, what?
Hold on. Let's let PMAC do the whole. Hold on. Let's let PMAC do the whole joke, without interruption.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going
no.
to. You laughed about the pregnant pause, but that was good. You know what? It's just me trying to fucking.
Did I skirt the joke? Was it an upskirt?
Yeah, he's trying to get you to ask what. Wait,
works.
what?
I have to learn to stop there and then rewrite it somewhere.
Wait, what?
I have to rewrite it.
You're supposed to say, "Oh, you were."
Did you even like that joke, PMAC? I don't do that. I think you.
Oh my god! I think your brain cells got aborted, bro. Wait, what?
What? Thanks.
You must have been expecting something.
Abortion, pregnant pause.